A strange new shop recently opened on Wilson Avenue in Manhattan, New York City. Above its door hung 4 Chinese characters Yu Jian Zhuguan, a tavern standing out among the surrounding English billboards. When this shop moved here, and when the previous coffee shop left nearby, people had no memory of it. In such a fast-paced city, people rarely pay attention to their surroundings as time is spent on earning a living. Those who can walk leisurely and look around are either tourists or the wealthy. Let's return to the tavern itself. It is a modest-sized space of about 120 square meters with very simple decor and almost nothing too flashy. Upon entering, one can see a large TV on the opposite wall flanked by what appear to be wine racks currently empty of any renowned spirits, just empty shelves. On the left wall is a bookshelf filled with books with a wooden door in the center. The right wall also features a wine rack, and a wooden door in front of the wine rack stands an exquisite bar with 9 stools beneath it, clearly for those who prefer drinking at the bar. Besides these, the tavern has seating 9 tables in total, 8 pentagonal and 1 round, with 41 chairs. The 8 pentagonal tables are arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper and the North Star, each with a matching chair on one side. The final round table and chair are placed by the floor-to-ceiling window on the left side of the entrance. There is only this table, chair, and a cat tree carved from unknown wood. Morning sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, bringing life to the tavern. At that moment, the wooden door beside the bar opened, and a young man about 185 meters tall emerged yawning. A chubby cat-like creature with reddish-brown fur, a round face, and white patches on its cheeks followed closely behind him on short legs. "Oh, what a beautiful morning," the young man remarked, picking up the remote from the bar and turning on the TV. The cat-like creature turned its head to glance at the young man, rolled its eyes in a very human-like manner, then quickly trotted to the cat tree, climbed up, agilely curled up in the warm sunlight, and soon began to snore. "Xiao, hey, you're too lazy," the young man said with a smile, but didn't bother it further. He ate his breakfast while watching tabloid news on TV. The tabloid news about a certain playboy soon ended. After all, it was the same old stuff that no one really cared about. The TV station only mentioned it briefly in the morning news as a courtesy to a well-known American arms dealer, inventor, playboy, and philanthropist. After the tabloid news ended, the young man finished his breakfast. He stood up, looked around his tavern with satisfaction, took a bundle of firecrackers from behind the bar, walked out the front door, and hung the firecrackers on the tavern sign. "It's been nearly a week since I arrived here. I've been busy with the shop and haven't greeted the neighbors. Well, I might as well use the opening to say hello." The young man finished speaking, and the firecrackers spontaneously ignited, emitting a crackling sound. At Camartage, a group of sorcerers dedicated to protecting Earth from magical threats were conducting their morning exercises. A bald woman in a beige robe watched them with a calm expression, observing these vibrant future guardians of Earth. This was the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, who had protected Earth for millennia. Just as the Sorcerer Supreme was about to offer some guidance to her disciples, a crackling sound, like firecrackers igniting, reached her ears. The Ancient One's expression remained unchanged. She casually nodded for the sorcerers to continue their training and walked out. Returning to her quarters, the Ancient One closed her eyes and quietly sensed. Soon she traced the strange sound to a tavern on Wilson Avenue in New York. Having lived for so long and learned many things, she naturally recognized the 4 characters on the sign. Yu Jian Zhuguan. What is this all about? Puzzled, the Ancient One tried to probe deeper into the tavern, but a gentle force blocked her perception. Not persisting, she rose and left Camartage, appearing in front of the tavern the next second. Looking at the seemingly ordinary tavern, the Ancient One felt a slight oppression. Turning her head, she saw through the bright window a strange animal lying on a purple cushion, which seemed to have been staring at her. The Ancient One smiled. Having lived so long, she viewed any unknown as both a challenge and a delight in life. Despite the subtle pressure, she remained composed and stepped into the tavern. Stepping inside, the Ancient One instinctively glanced at the cat-like creature, only to find the oppressive feeling had vanished. She then carefully surveyed the interior, noticing that aside from the unusual arrangement of tables mimicking the Big Dipper and Polaris, the tavern seemed ordinary. "Welcome, Sorcerer Supreme," a voice suddenly interrupted her. She was surprised to realize that the young man who had been standing at the bar had been completely overlooked by her, as if he didn't exist. "Who are you? What is your purpose on Earth?" the Ancient One asked warily. Though without the young man's greeting, she might not have noticed him. The Ancient One considered it her duty to protect Earth. She had even wielded the most dangerous powers, so she feared no crisis. "My name is Zhang Xiao, and am the owner of this tavern. Actually, I have no special reason for coming to Earth. It's just that this place reminds me of my former home, and I simply want to enjoy life here. That's all." "Are you from another universe?" the Ancient One asked. "Yes, but I can't go back to that Earth, nor do I want to. So I plan to settle here. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions." As he spoke, Zhang Xiao skillfully took a glass and some bartending tools, mixed a drink, and handed it to the Ancient One. The Ancient One studied Jiang Zhou's face, but found nothing readable, which was not surprising given his evident power. She then shifted her gaze to the glass in front of her, sensing a faint special energy within it that seemed beneficial to her. I will observe you here for a few days. Once I confirm you pose no threat to Earth, I will leave, the Ancient One said after some thought. In response to Gu Yi's so-called surveillance, Jiang Zhou made no reply, but merely introduced the rules of the Yujian Tavern. First, the seat on the left side of the main entrance belongs to Jiang Zhou. No creature may sit there without permission. Second, the wine that Jiang Zhou brews is limited to 1 cup per person per day, and no objections are accepted. Third, fighting is forbidden in the tavern. Violators will be punished. Fourth, the daily number of guests in the tavern cannot exceed 14. Any excess will be turned away. Fifth, Jiang Zhou's bartending depends on his mood. Sixth, do not provoke Xiaohei if you wish to live. Any reckless behavior is at your own risk. Seventh, guests are allowed to trade among themselves, but the tavern shall take 30% of the transaction and no objections are allowed. Eighth, a warm welcome to all patrons to taste the cuisine made by Jiang Zhou. Truly no deception. Ninth, the final interpretation of the above terms belongs solely to Jiang Zhou and no objections are allowed. As Jiang Zhou spoke these rules, 2 electronic screens appeared on the wall opposite the main entrance, flanking a television. The left screen displayed the precautions while the right showed the name of today's wine brewed by Jiang Zhou, though only one was listed. It seems you really enjoy making cuisine. Gu Yi looked at the screen where the 8th rule was specially highlighted in red and spoke with a curious tone. Of course, only food and wine are joys that can be shared. I love watching people wear expressions of bliss and happiness after tasting my cooking or drinking my brews. At that moment, Jiang Zhou seemed to transform into an evangelist, a faint golden light emanating from his entire being. Looks like this cup is free. Gu Yi looked at the glass before her. The wine inside was utterly colorless, transparent, as if it were a wisp of air. Consider this an entry fee I pay to you, the guardian of Earth. You may taste it. I learned this from a single teardrop of a deity. A faint smile played on Jiang Zhou's lips, as if he had full confidence in his wine. He seems more real than before, Gu Yi mused silently in her heart. Then she picked up the glass and took a sip. The wine had a slight bitterness on entry, but not too strong, leaving an endless aftertaste. What astonished Gu Yi most was that the cup of wine made her recall the most wonderful moments of her past, when she was not yet the sorcerer supreme, when the burden on her shoulders was not so heavy, just beginning to touch magic. Gu Yi closed her eyes, savoring the sensation. A single tear slipped from the corner of her eye, but Jiang Zhou swiftly caught it. It was a teardrop gleaming with golden light. Throughout the entire process, Gu Yi was unaware of what had happened. She was completely immersed in memories with no awareness of the outside world, something that was highly improbable for her, yet it happened. But to Jiang Zhou this seemed quite ordinary. He walked out from behind the bar, crossed to the bookshelf opposite, pulled out a manga, and sat reading peacefully in the chair before the floor-to-ceiling window. The little creature, named Xiaohei, looked up at Jiang Zhou, then grabbed a short emerald green bamboo shoot from the dish on the purple cushion, munching away happily. But before he could finish the bamboo, a manga book smacked him on the head. If you're eating, can you please not make so much noise? You're really annoying. When Xiaohei looked up, Jiang Zhou stood before him, still complaining. Isn't eating, when hungry, only natural? Xiaohei hurriedly gnawed the remaining bamboo in his paw and replied lazily. I'm not telling you not to eat. I'm just asking you not to make noise. It's so loud, and I was at the most exciting part of the manga. Jiang Zhou glared at Xiaohei, speaking angrily. One should never be timid when enjoying delicious food. You should eat freely like me. Xiaohei ignored Jiang Zhou entirely, stretched out a tiny paw, grabbed another bit of bamboo, and continued gnawing. Just as Jiang Zhou was about to reason with Xiaohei, the wooden door by the bookshelf suddenly opened. A young man dressed as a martial arts hero with a veil over his face entered, holding a sword in one hand and a child's hand in the other, followed by a middle-aged woman and a rather shabbily dressed man. What is this place? The young hero seemed startled by the strange scene before him, pointing his sword at the oddly dressed Jiang Zhou and demanding. This is the Yujian Tavern. Relax. No matter what crisis lies behind you, the moment you step into this tavern, you are absolutely safe. Jiang Zhou smiled slightly, reached out, and took the young man's sword, examining it. Am I drunk? We were flying in the sky just now. How did we end up here? The sloppily dressed man held a wine gourd in his hand. He glanced at the sword now in Jiang Zhou's grasp, burped, and spoke. Jiang Zhou noted the little movements of the other party, but did not expose them. He casually returned the sword to the young man and asked them to sit and rest over there. Perhaps because Jiang Zhou had disarmed him, the young man was wary and did not act rashly. Big brother, is this the celestial realm? The little girl, who had been hiding behind the young man and quietly observing the world, looked up and asked after seeing the television. Of course not. This place is just like your world, an ordinary world, not the celestial realm. Jiang Zhou chuckled, then turned to the young man. Your arrival at the Yujian Tavern is a kind of fate. Let me prepare a few cups of wine for you. And you little sister, you are still so young. Try this glass of juice. Seeing the juice suddenly appear in Zhang Jiu's hand, the three adults were once again shocked. But when the little girl looked at her guardian with questioning eyes, the veiled young man gave a slight nod, allowing her to joyfully accept the juice from Zhang Jiu. Zhang Jiu smiled and walked back to the bar while the three adults temporarily lowered their guard. But clearly arriving in such a strange place would inevitably raise countless questions. However, since Zhang Jiu said nothing, they could only restrain their curiosity and watch his bartending performance. This time Zhang Jiu did not prepare anything special. He simply placed 3 transparent cups, each filled with equally transparent wine, and set them before the 3 individuals. Does your world have the legend of guanyin? Zhang Jiu explained. I learned this from another world where guanyin also exists. I call it the wine of the heart. It best dissolves sorrow. A divine wine. He'll have to savor it properly. The middle-aged man set aside his gourd, picked up the glass, and poured it into his mouth in one gulp. The movement was free and easy, but such nonchalance could not last long. His head tilted, and he collapsed onto the table. Senior drunken sword immortal. The masked man called out anxiously. After all, the one who had just fallen before him was his beloved master. How could he maintain any semblance of composure? Don't worry, he's just drunk. The wine of the heart. The more sorrow in the heart, the quicker the intoxication. Zhang Jiu gestured for the young man to calm down and casually explained the effect of the wine. The young man's name was Xiao. He had lived a fairly joyful life until he encountered certain individuals which turned his world upside down. He vaguely married someone, was tricked into drinking an amnesia potion, and forgot everything. Later he ventured out for various reasons and made new friends, but in the end these friends were either killed or wounded because of him. Even the woman he loved most died to fulfill the wishes of another woman who also loved him deeply. After enduring these hardships, a chance encounter allowed him to return to the past, intending to rewrite the fates of the 2 women he cherished. However, during his escape his vision blurred, and he found himself in a strange place while his future master collapsed after drinking a cup of wine. Xiao watched his master fall, momentarily forgetting that the tavern owner was exceedingly formidable. He formed a hand seal, and the sword on his back flew into the air with a clang. But before he could attack, he found himself unable to move. Such an impatient one. After all you've been through, you're still so hasty. Zhang Jiu shook his head slightly and said to them, Don't worry, the drunken sword immortal is merely drunk. Nonsense. My master, the drunken sword immortal, could never be felled by a single cup of wine. Xiao retorted coldly. If you don't believe me, check if he's been poisoned. I'm just a wine seller. I have no reason to ambush anyone. Zhang Jiu waved his hand lightly, and Xiao found he could move again. This time, however, he refrained from acting rashly. His earlier impulse had been born from concern. What kind of wine is this? Asked the middle-aged woman. This wine is called heart wine. It tastes slightly astringent at first, but leaves a lingering aftertaste, evoking one's happiest or most blissful moments. Zhang Jiu said calmly. As he spoke, the drunken sword immortal finally awoke. But he no longer bore the half-drunken look from before. Instead, he seemed more spirited, as if the heart wine had sobered him. Heart wine. A fitting name. It's a pity I dare not drink more. The drunken sword immortal sighed. Senior, are you all right? Xiao immediately asked, and the middle-aged woman also looked at him with concern. Haha, don't worry about me. This wine is truly excellent. You should try it. The drunken sword immortal stood up and bowed to Zhang Jiu, saying, Thank you, senior. Zhang Jiu knew that the man had likely resolved some inner turmoil through the heart wine. He admired the man's talent, but said bluntly, Don't thank me. That'll be 60 taels of silver. No credit in this tavern. 3 cups for 60 taels. A bit pricey, but worth it. The drunken sword immortal laughed heartily and pulled out some silver from his pocket, placing it on the table. It's 60 taels per cup, and I don't accept anything other than money. Zhang Jiu picked up the silver, weighed it, and smiled. Hey, 3 cups cost 18 taels of gold. The drunken sword immortal, who had never been troubled by money in his life, was stunned. And we never agreed to drink any wine. So you're trying to welch on the payment. Zhang Jiu's voice was flat, but the drunken sword immortal felt as if he were standing before the king of hell himself. He'll pay for the 3 cups. Xiao took out 2 gold bars from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Jiu. This should be enough. Okay, that's enough. Oh, and hey, raise your change. Zhang Jiu's expression shifted instantly. He disdainfully tossed the silver back to the drunken sword immortal and returned 2 taels of gold to Xiao. He didn't allow credit, but he wouldn't overcharge his customers either. After this farce ended, Xiao decided to try a cup of wine on a whim. Seeing that both the drunken sword immortal and Xiao had partaken, the middle-aged woman also took a sip and soon became immersed in a dreamlike sweet memory. The dream shattered and Xiao awoke. He wiped a tear from his eye, looked at his grandmother still lost in the beautiful dream, and the drunken sword immortal who was examining his surroundings. He stood up and walked over to Zhang Jiu at the bar. Senior, from your tone earlier, it seems you know us. Xiao asked. I've heard a few things about you. What's on your mind? Jiang Jiu looked at Li Xiaoyao, thinking to himself, he's really handsome. Though not as much as me. Senior mentioned earlier that this seems to be another world. Li Xiaoyao paused, then continued. If that's the case, can they stay in this world? Are you sure? You must understand, if you truly change the past, your future will also change. Once you step out of this tavern, you will cease to exist. Jiang Jiu said seriously. And if this child's future is altered, what about the people of that world? The water demon was merely sealed, not completely destroyed. This is the mission of the Nuwa clan's descendants. Without Linger, Lord Moon worship would not resurrect the water demon. As for other matters, I will find a way to resolve them. Li Xiaoyao smiled resolutely. I will make arrangements before sending Linger here, so there will be no need to worry about the water demon. Speaking of which, Ancient One, would you like to take this child as your disciple? Jiang Jiu turned to look at the Ancient One, who had just awakened. Mr. Jiang Jiu, you truly put me in a difficult position. The Ancient One sighed. In truth, she had woken up shortly after Li Xiaoyao and his companions entered and had realized they were from another world. She was quite enticed by Linger's talent, but she hadn't expected Jiang Jiu to see through her thoughts. Jiang Jiu smiled and introduced the Ancient One to Li Xiaoyao. When Li Xiaoyao learned that the Ancient One could be considered a terrestrial immortal, he was deeply astonished. Jiang Jiu also briefly informed the Ancient One of Li Xiaoyao's origins through a special method, which temporarily set her mind at ease. She admitted her intention to take Linger as a disciple. But since they had only just met, Li Xiaoyao couldn't yet gauge the Ancient One's character. As for Jiang Jiu, Li Xiaoyao suddenly realized that he had never doubted him, instinctively feeling that Jiang Jiu was trustworthy. When had this feeling started? Li Xiaoyao thought back carefully and found it both amusing and exasperating. It had apparently begun when he handed Jiang Jiu the 2 gold bars. He wondered, is this what buying trust feels like? Perhaps you should go back and think it over. If you decide, you can use this business card to return to the Tavern of Moments. Seeing Li Xiaoyao's hesitation, Jiang Jiu knew he wouldn't make a hasty decision, so he handed him a card. That sounds good. Well, wait for grandmother to wake up, head back, and return in a few days to trouble you again, boss Jiang. In the end, Li Xiaoyao departed with a few others. Apart from Linger, who seemed reluctant to leave the place. Especially Xiao the black cat perched on the cat tree. The rest showed little emotion, even displaying a hint of eagerness to leave swiftly. It seems you frightened them, Jiang Jiu remarked, approaching the cat tree and addressing Xiao. Frightened my ass. Even if they were scared, it shouldn't be because of me, an adorable panda, but because of you. Xiao, who claimed to be a panda, huffed indignantly. It's a red panda, not a panda, got it. Panda generally refers to the giant panda. Where do you have any semblance of a national treasure? Jiang Jiu rolled his eyes and retorted. Isn't a second-class protected species still a national treasure? Xiao snorted coldly, leaped off the cat tree, and left the tavern's hall. Gui chuckled at the sight and said, it seems you two have a wonderful bond. After all, he's the only companion who accompanied me from that world. Jiang Jiu gestured for Gui to sit down and said, I want to discuss that child with you. You mean Linger, right? As a sorceress who had lived for eons, language was never an obstacle for Gui. Yes, I can tell you genuinely wish to take her as your apprentice. Jiang Jiu thrust his arm into the air, retrieved 2 steaming cups of coffee, and placed them before himself and Gui. Delicious coffee. Gui glanced at Jiang Jiu's hand, and then said, yes, that child possesses extraordinary talent. Moreover, I can sense immense power hidden within her. If she can fully harness it, she might even surpass me. She is a descendant of one of the creators of that world. Though her bloodline may be diluted, it should not be underestimated, Jiang Jiu explained. No wonder, Gui murmured, taking a sip of coffee. She looked up and asked, Mr. Jiang Jiu, will your tavern continue to host such individuals in the future? Since I'm running a business, all are welcome from every corner of the world. My tavern turns no one away. Jiang Jiu smiled and added, but rest assured, without my permission or an invitation from the natives of this world, they cannot leave the tavern to enter the outside world. I guarantee that. I trust your word, Mr. Jiang Jiu. Gui nodded slightly. She had faith in his strength, though its extent was unknown. One thing was certain, Jiang Jiu far surpassed her. So you agree to let me continue operating here, Jiang Jiu said with a smile, seemingly delighted by this outcome. Can I refuse, eh? Gui barely suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, but couldn't help quipping. Of course not, because this tavern is already connected to countless times and spaces. Even I cannot sever those links so quickly. Jiang Jiu stated flatly, then sensing his tone had turned cold, quickly added, besides, I have no desire to leave this world. There are so many amusing things here. Gui fell silent. Faced with such a being of immense power and such human capriciousness, even she, the Sorcerer Supreme, was powerless. Indeed, when that little girl arrived, nurturing her well to become the next Sorcerer Supreme seemed an excellent choice. May I ask one more question? Gui glanced at her empty coffee cup, noting that her companion showed no intention of refilling it. Haven't you already asked? Jiang Jiao sipped his coffee, which like his cup replenished itself automatically after each sip. Gu struggled to maintain her composure as the sorcerer supreme. She took a deep breath and asked, "Why do you only accept money and nothing else?" "First, I am not a demon from your Western tales." Jiang Jiao pulled a pastry from thin air, took a delightful bite, and said, "As for the second reason, money is humanity's unchanging faith. It harbors immense power which helps sustain my tavern's daily energy consumption." "Very well, thank you for your explanation, Mr. Jiang Jiao." Gu nodded slightly. His words befitted a wise master, provided that master wasn't eating while speaking like the one before her. "No problem. Would you like more coffee?" Jiang Jiao asked. "No thank you, Mr. Jiang Jiao. It's getting late, and I should take my leave." Gu sensed his desire for her to depart. Having never encountered such treatment since becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, she felt a strange pang, but unable to overpower him, could only rise and leave the tavern. Jiang Jiao watched Gu exit and open a portal to leave. He stood, hung a closed sign on the door, hummed a tune from some unknown place, conjured a broom and cloth, and began cleaning. "Xiaohei, damn it, your fur is everywhere. Get out here." Soon the tavern echoed with Jiang Jiao's roar, followed by the pained squeaks of a certain red panda. The next day, as the sun just rose, Jiang Jiao emerged from the tavern in a tracksuit, earphones in. He selected music on his phone and began jogging along the sidewalk. Jiang Jiao ran, without purpose, merely unwilling to sleep. He wandered aimlessly until he reached a breakfast cart. Seeing a long queue, he joined the line spontaneously. The taste seems rather ordinary," Jiang Jiao muttered after biting into a hot dog. Disappointed, he stared at the food, tempted to discard it, but ultimately ate it with a look of grim resolve. "Hey, what's with that expression?" "Sorry, my food isn't gourmet." The cart owner, irritated by Jiang Jiao's conflicted and determined face, snapped. "But so many people were in line." Jiang Jiao mumbled, wolfing down the hot dog. Enough. Don't make that face here, or people will think my food is terrible." The owner, losing patience, said, "They're just grabbing a bite because they skipped breakfast. If you want gourmet food, go to a Michelin-starred restaurant." "That makes sense. Street food in this country isn't gourmet." Jiang Jiao nodded in realization and walked away. With that, he lost interest in wandering further. After picking up some daily necessities at a supermarket, he returned to his tavern. Indeed, home is the most comfortable. Of course, it would be better without that wretched cat, Jiang Jiao thought, silently watching Xiaohei roam about. After a flurry of chaos, Jiang Jiao and Xiaohei were both exhausted. Jiang Jiao ignored Xiaohei's provocations, snapped his fingers, and the entire tavern instantly became clean, with the tables they had disarranged returning to their original positions. "I'm so exhausted, you rascal. It seems I need to cast a spell to fix your fur in place." Jiang Jiao pulled out a bottle of cola from thin air and sipped while speaking. "Are you trying to make me overheat?" Xiaohei, the little panda, replied irritably. "Then you can clean the tavern yourself in the future," Jiang Jiao said, glancing sideways at Xiaohei. "Do you know how tiring it is to clean a tavern?" Hee. Xiaohei couldn't be bothered to respond further to Jiang Jiao's complaints. Jiang Jiao snorted and ignored the rascal, sitting in his exclusive chair, pondering what kind of drink he should concoct today. The heart wine was already placed on the shelf, so he didn't need to mix it himself, but he still needed to think about what kind of drink to create. How about just throwing something together? Jiang Jiao turned to Xiaohei and said, Hey, is that what a tavern owner should say?" Xiaohei said speechlessly, "That's true. Such an attitude won't do. I will strive to do better." Jiang Jiao nodded slightly, seemingly reflecting on his earlier words. "You silly fool," Xiaohei remarked, turning around and lying on a purple cushion, basking in the sun, drifting off to sleep. Jiang Jiao seemed not to hear and continued to daydream until the door was violently swung open by a one-eyed man in golden armor, wielding a long spear as he entered the tavern. "Welcome." Jiang Jiao was just about to speak when the stranger aimed his spear, unleashing a beam of scorching light towards Jiang Jiao. Jiang Jiao rolled his eyes, allowing the startled Xiaohei to continue sleeping as he slowly dodged the energy beam that had inexplicably frozen in midair, making his way to the astonished one-eyed man. "What a rude person. You weren't doing something indecent when I set off fireworks, were you?" Jiang Jiao was not angry. Instead, he took out a crayon and drew a large turtle on the man's face. The one-eyed man could clearly feel Jiang Jiao's actions, but he was frozen in place and unable to move, watching helplessly as Jiang Jiao doodled on his face. The most infuriating part was when Jiang Jiao pulled out his phone and posed with a peace sign for a photo with him. Hey, don't get too excited. If you have a heart attack from excitement, I won't be responsible. After all, you attacked me first." Jiang Jiao shrugged, admiring his masterpiece. Boss Jiang is really in a good mood today. Unbeknownst to them, he had entered the tavern at some point, smiling as he looked at the frozen man. "Oh, here to keep an eye on me." Jiang Jiao chuckled and asked, "Are you here to brew a drink with me or continue with the heart wine?" Gu clearly recognized the one-eyed man. "Since you know him, you can explain to him. I don't want to fight, but it's too tiring. He'll go mix you a drink that's just right for your age group." Jiao said as he snapped his fingers and walked to the bar. The man found he could move again while his weapon was placed on the umbrella stand by Jiao. The one-eyed man looked very angry, but after witnessing the earlier scene, he knew he was no match for this young man. He angrily sat down across from Gu Yi, who burst out laughing as the drawing on the man's face was simply too funny. I didn't expect the mighty king of Asgard to have such a side, Gu Yi said, pulling out a mirror from somewhere and handing it to the one-eyed man who was Odin of Asgard. Odin looked into the mirror, his mouth twitching slightly. His face was adorned with two rather ugly turtles inscribed with characters in a language he did not recognize, while his forehead bore an intricately drawn family portrait featuring a cartoonish depiction of Odin's family, 2 wives and 3 children totaling 6. Who is he? Odin asked. I'm not sure. I think you must have heard the noise that brought you here, Gu Yi replied with a hint of helplessness. He only mentioned coming from another world intending to open a tavern here. As for the rest, I don't know. The only thing I do know is that his power is immense, possibly beyond my imagination. I wonder if his presence here is a blessing or a curse. After all 2 infinity stones are on Earth, perhaps he came for the infinity stones, Odin remarked, looking at Gu Yi. This tavern can connect countless timelines, not parallel worlds, but completely different realms, Gu Yi stated. Do you think such a character needs the infinity stones? Gu Yi shook his head slightly. That's hard to say, Odin replied, feeling a bit stubborn after being played by Jiao. Are these the infinity stones you all speak of? Jiao held up a tray with 2 vials radiating a faint green glow in one hand, while the other hand held a cube emitting a blue light. The cosmic cube. Odin stood up, gazing at the cube in Jiao's hand. If he weren't truly outmatched, he would have been unable to resist attacking. I found this thing with a one-eyed man like you. They seem to be trying to harness the energy within, not realizing this is the true treasure, Jiao explained. Jiao gently squeezed the cube, now referred to as the cosmic cube, causing it to shatter instantly. A blue gem quietly floated in Jiao's hand. You? Odin clearly did not expect Jiao to act this way. Staring at the space gem floating quietly, he was left speechless. My mother taught me not to take without permission. After all, it's someone else's property, so I should return it, Jiao said, transforming the space gem back into the cosmic cube, which then vanished. Now both Gu Yi and Odin were stunned. If all of this wasn't an illusion, then Jiao had just demonstrated his abilities in space and time. Gu Yi had always known Jiao could utilize spatial powers, but today he witnessed the other party using time abilities. Jiao, seemingly having done something trivial, placed the tray on the table and handed 2 glasses of wine to Gu Yi and Odin. This is a drink I specifically concocted for you today called the Elixir of Life, Jiao said with a slight smile infused with confidence. It can restore your lost life energy. Remember, it's a restoration. Oh, and by the way, it costs 100 gold coins. Odin had just processed that the young man before him might be a powerhouse even greater than himself when the latter suddenly revealed a merchant's demeanor, instantly lowering the towering image in his mind. However, his attention was soon captivated by the wine before him. Not to mention Jiao had claimed it was a brew that restored vitality. The faint glow and fragrance emanating from the glass alone had already eased Odin's burdens. Clearly Jiao had not deceived him. Still, 100 gold coins is rather cheap. As a king, Odin found 100 gold coins to be a paltry sum. Only you could say that. The Ancient One's lips twitched slightly. 100 gold coins were not really an issue for the Ancient One either, but Jiao would not accept the ancient currency that was no longer in circulation, and in the magical world 100 gold coins were not something one could casually produce. Nevertheless, the Ancient One still handed over 100 gold coins to Jiao. After all, the ability to restore vitality without any side effects was a fatal temptation for her. Since she had yet to find an apprentice worthy of entrusting the world to, she had been siphoning energy from the dark dimension to sustain her life. If this wine could help her now, perhaps she could live to see her apprentice's growth. Odin and the Ancient One picked up their glasses and drank eagerly. Though the brew was called Dew of Life, it was still wine. Seeing them guzzle it down like that, Jiao shook his head in exasperation, resolving never to personally mix drinks for these 2 again. But Odin and the Ancient One cared for nothing else at that moment. As they finished the last drop, their bodies began to emit a dark green glow, and a faint wisp of black mist drifted away from their heads. Both of them wore expressions of relief, feeling as though they had shed years in that instant. Boss Jiang's wine is truly remarkable, the Ancient One said with a smile. Of course, when it comes to mixing drinks, I have absolute confidence. Jiao replied cheerfully. It's just that the quantity is a bit small. Odin belched, releasing a foul breath from his mouth, causing the Ancient One to frown and step away from him. If you think it's too little, you can buy more tomorrow. Rest assured, as long as you have the coin, I'll have plenty for you to drink, Jiao said with a shrug. What's the difference between this and the wine you personally mix? The Ancient One asked, eyeing a bottle on the shelf labeled Heart Wine. Jiao said, looking at the Ancient One with an expression that screamed, "Aren't I amazing?" This left the Ancient One speechless, feeling that just as she had begun to regard Jiao as a true powerhouse, he would do something to shatter that image. Jiao said, looking at the Ancient One with an expression that screamed, "Aren't I amazing?" This left the Ancient One speechless, feeling that just as she had begun to regard Jiao as a true powerhouse, he would do something to shatter that image. "By the way, the price won't change," Jiao added, making the Ancient One even more exasperated. "So that means we can't have the dew of life today," Odin said with some regret. "Of course not. And if you want other drinks, I can only recommend the heart wine for now. I'm curious to see whom you'll encounter," Jiao said with a mischievous tone. "Heart wine." Odin glanced at the Ancient One, who remained silent, so he walked to the shelf himself, paid, and took a glass of transparent wine. "Are you sure this is wine?" He frowned as the heart wine had no fragrance, resembling plain water. "You'll know once you drink it." "All right, my guests have arrived." Jiao casually dismissed Odin and turned his gaze toward the tavern's wooden door. Just then the wooden door on Xiao's side swung open, and Xiao emerged with Linger and her grandmother. The drunken sword immortal had apparently not come along this time. Seeing the luggage carried by Linger and her grandmother, Jang knew Xiao had finally made up his mind. "Long time no see, boss." Xiao greeted Jang with a smile. "For me, we only met yesterday." Jang shrugged, but didn't dwell on the subject, gesturing for the three to sit down. Xiao, the grandmother, and Linger greeted the Ancient One. Seeing Odin asleep after drinking the heart wine, they decided there was no need to greet him since he was already unconscious. "It seems you've made up your minds," Jang said, standing beside Linger. He teased the shy little girl, asking, "Would you like something to drink? Today's wine isn't suitable for you." Then we'll have the same juice as before and some pastries." Xiao, unfamiliar with this world's offerings, didn't know what else to order. "Okay, enjoy." Jang waved his right hand, and 3 glasses of juice and several cakes appeared on the table. Little Linger happily began to eat. Watching the joyful Linger, Xiao recounted his story, what had happened after he left. Since leaving, he had been haunted by Jiang's words. If he kept Linger in this world, he would vanish. If Jiang's words were true, and Xiao believed a powerhouse wouldn't deceive him, then it seemed he had not broken fate after all. So after sending Linger and her grandmother to an overseas island, Xiao, with his fully restored memory from drinking the heart wine, returned to his former home. All of this pointed to one thing: in his attempt to change Linger's fate, he had deliberately flown westward only to somehow end up back at the starting point, the immortal spirit island. If he left like this, he couldn't change what was to come. "So you've decided to leave Linger in this world?" Jang asked. "Yes, I want her to escape her destiny. I hope Linger never meets me," Xiao said softly. "Are you truly certain? Can you really bear it?" Jang asked seriously. "I've heard a saying, sometimes loving someone doesn't mean holding on. A letting go can also be a form of love." Xiao smiled, faintly glancing at Linger, whose mouth was covered in cream from the cake. "Very well, then let Linger become the disciple of Master Ancient One," Jang said. The grandmother had been listening all along, but remained silent. Though much of the conversation was beyond her, she was sharp enough to understand that her savior seemed to come from the future. Someone with such power could only be the goddess Nuwa, so she believed this might be Nuwa's arrangement and felt no resistance to staying in this world. "For the two of them to stay here, you'll have to pay a price," Jang said to Xiao. Xiao smiled nonchalantly, clearly prepared. Jang looked at him, placed his right hand on the young man's forehead, and gently drew out a beam of light. In his hand, it transformed into a card with the words "Sword Control Art" on the back and a flying sword depicted on the front. "I've copied your ability. Consider this the payment," Jang said calmly. "All right, then let Linger take you as her master." Xiao smiled. "But I don't want to vanish in front of Linger. Perhaps I can go back first." "Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you or Linger be sad," Jang said with great confidence, then turned to the silent Ancient One. "Do you have any rituals for taking on disciples?" "As long as this young lady agrees, we don't care much about formalities," the Ancient One said, then looked at Linger and asked, "Linger, would you like to become my disciple?" "Will my grandmother come with me?" Linger asked. Of course, Xiao and her grandmother had already discussed this, but she asked instinctively. "Of course we can't leave Linger here alone," Jiang said. "Then what about brother Xiao?" Linger turned to look at Xiao. "Be good, Linger. Here, take this. When this seed sprouts, he'll come back for you." Xiao's eyes were filled with love as he smiled and handed a brown stone to Linger. "Pinky promise. Pinky promise." Their fingers intertwined, one large, one small. Linger smiled happily. Xiao seemed a bit uncomfortable due to Xiao's fur in the tavern. He watched as Linger happily bowed to the Ancient One and sweetly called her master. Satisfied, he opened the tavern door. As he stepped out, his entire body dissolved into golden specks of light and vanished. Linger remained in this world, altering her own destiny. Yet as Xiao vanished, she seemed to sense it, gazing at the wooden door with a hint of bewilderment. Has brother Xiao left? Zhao Linger looked at Jiao and asked in a low voice. Yes, your brother Xiao is a great hero. There are many others like Linger who need his help. Jiao crouched down and spoke tenderly. All right, since brother Xiao has matters to attend to, I forgive him. Zhao Linger chuckled softly, but still inquired, will brother Xiao return? Of course he will. Didn't he give you a seed? Grandmother probably guessed that Li Xiao might never reappear, but for Linger's sake she told a lie. If he doesn't come when you grow up and master your teacher's skills, you can go find him yourself. Jiao patted Zhao Linger's head and said with a smile, when the time comes, just step through that door and you'll find your brother Xiao. Really, teacher? Zhao Linger was overjoyed upon hearing this, but she still looked at her master, seeking his approval. Of course you may. But this requires you to learn all the skills, Gu Yi replied, perceiving the underlying complexities. Moreover, Camartage was not a monastery that demanded its mages to renounce all emotions. I will work hard. Zhao Linger nodded firmly. Gu Yi smiled, thinking that giving Linger a goal was beneficial. However, judging by their attire, which resembled the ancient Eastern dynasties of this world, he realized that Linger and her grandmother needed to receive a modern education first. And what's this? Gu Yi, who is this child? At that moment, Odin, who had been asleep, awoke. He wiped away tears of uncertain joy or sorrow before noticing Gu Yi, little Linger, and the others. My new apprentice, the future sorcerer supreme, Gu Yi said with a hint of pride. And rightfully so, for the child's aptitude was exceptional, even surpassing that of his future student Strange. You found your successor. How fortunate, Odin sighed. Clearly, after drinking the heart wine, his state of mind had been somewhat affected. What a strange old man. Zhao Linger laughed upon seeing Odin, but when he looked at her, she quickly hid behind Gu Yi. Hey boss, can I wash off these things on my forehead? Odin asked Jiao helplessly. Of course not. This is your punishment for attacking me. Jiao shook his head and said, this is only because you once protected Earth. Odin was left speechless. Earlier, while resting in Asgard, he had heard the sound of firecrackers and miraculously sensed the location of the tavern. He ordered the Asgardian gatekeeper to investigate, but Heimdall could find no sign of it anywhere in the 9 realms, which perplexed him greatly. Thus he had to come to Earth himself. When Odin entered the tavern, he suddenly felt an extremely formidable aura and attacked on instinct. He distinctly remembered aiming at the chubby cat lounging on the cat tree, but what happened next defied his expectations. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. If he couldn't remove the markings from his face, he would become a laughingstock across the 9 realms. Unable to win by force, what else could he do but concede? Boss, how long until this washes off? Odin asked. 9 days. I rather like the number 9, so I think 9 days is fitting. Jiao pondered for a moment before saying, and don't try to conceal it with magic or it will never wash off. All right, boss Jang, do you have any rooms for lodging? Odin, obviously unwilling to return to Asgard in this state, asked somewhat dejectedly. Of course not. This is a tavern, not a hotel. Jiao rolled his eyes as if mocking Odin. If you wish, you can rest at Camartage for a few days. Gu Yi struggled to suppress a smile, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his amusement. I suppose that's the only option. Odin heaved a heavy sigh, but no matter how furious he was, he couldn't strike out. After all, he had just aimed at that chubby cat and ended up being pranked by Jiao. If he were to directly attack Jiao now, he dreaded to think what might become of him. Gu Yi and Odin bid farewell to Jiao, taking Zhao Linger and her grandmother as they left the tavern. Jiao waved goodbye to Zhao Linger and returned to his seat, quietly reading a book. Currently, the tavern's reputation was modest. Neither individuals from other dimensions nor people from this world paid much attention to it. Thus, for the time being, Jiao was relatively at ease. In the morning, Odin, Gu Yi, Xiao, and others had arrived. In the afternoon, aside from a few office workers from nearby who stopped by, nothing noteworthy occurred. Around 4 in the afternoon, Jiao stood up and was about to close the shop for dinner when he suddenly detected a strange energy fluctuation nearby. A red figure shot out of a small temporal wormhole. An uninvited guest arrives. Thinking this, Jiao snapped his fingers. A person clad in a red bodysuit with golden lightning patterns abruptly appeared inside the tavern, then promptly passed out. Jiao scratched his head. He had merely teleported the person to avoid them harming anyone nearby with their speed, but the fellow had fainted. How disappointing. Oh, isn't this the one you like so much? It seems coming to this world was the right choice. Little Black appeared beside the unconscious figure, using its paw to check for breath. Still alive. Obviously, I know he's not dead. Jiao gave Little Black a half-hearted kick, but the cat nimbly dodged. Jiao waved his right hand, and the figure levitated and moved to a chair. He then dripped a drop of wine into the man's mouth, causing him to slowly awaken and open his eyes weakly. Where am I? He asked. My tavern. A place where you can relax. Here, drink this wine. Jiao handed the cup to the man. The man took it instinctively, perhaps truly parched, and drank directly. After finishing it completely, he finally came to his senses. Thank you. I'm in the flash. Nice to meet you. The man looked around the room before speaking to Zhang Jiao. Unaware of how he had fainted, he instinctively assumed that Zhang Jiao had found him unconscious and brought him to the tavern. Well, no need to thank me. Perhaps it's because of me that you passed out, Zhang Jiao said, scratching his head somewhat awkwardly. This left the Flash puzzled as he asked, "Are you a metahuman?" "No, of course not. It seems you don't yet know what you just did," Zhang Jiao asked with a hint of curiosity. "Just now." The Flash thought about it in confusion, then his pupils constricted sharply as he finally recalled what had happened earlier. Previously, to protect the people of Central City, he had been running back and forth along the coastline attempting to stop a massive tsunami created by a villain, only to inexplicably find himself here. Eager to know if he had succeeded, he immediately stood up to leave, only to discover he couldn't move at all. "Calm down, Barry Allen. Sometimes you're far too impulsive." Zhang Jiao shook his head slightly, finding it a bit exasperating to see the superhero he had admired in his youth. "Who are you?" The Flash Barry Allen looked at Zhang Jiao in shock, clearly baffled as to how his identity had been revealed. "As you can see, I'm the owner of this tavern," Zhang Jiao said, gesturing for him to stay calm, but the man was far from composed. "I don't know why you've captured me, but please let me go. The tsunami is coming." Barry Allen, seemingly unaware he had crossed into another world, prepared to use his persuasive words to convince his captor. "As a CSI, I think you should trust what your own eyes see. To be safe, I've temporarily sealed your abilities." Zhang Jiao didn't want to waste words explaining, better to let him see for himself. "Are you sure he can go out like this?" Little Black asked. "Oh right, and your clothes." "There's no Flash here," Zhang Jiao said, reaching into the air and pulling out a loose garment. "Since I don't know your measurements, make do with this for now." Barry Allen found he could move freely, but he felt no trace of the speed force. He had no choice but to put on the clothes Zhang Jiao handed him and leave the tavern together, wandering aimlessly through the streets of Manhattan. "Is this Metropolis?" Barry Allen asked. "Metropolis. The city does have that name, but most people call it New York City. This is Manhattan," Zhang Jiao replied, leading Barry Allen to a newsstand and buying him a map of New York City along with several recent newspapers. Through the newspapers, the map, and unfamiliar names in the news, especially the date, Barry Allen came to believe he might have arrived in another world. He just couldn't fathom how the speed force could be so unscientific. "It seems you believe me now," Zhang Jiao said. "I don't think you'd go to all this trouble just to deceive me," Barry Allen replied. "That's not certain." "Enough joking around," Zhang Jiao said, looking at him. "What do you plan to do now, eh?" "I have to go back. Iris and everyone else need my help." Despite the shock of being in another world, Barry Allen hadn't forgotten his mission. Iris, huh? Zhang Jiao felt conflicted. When he was still an ordinary person, he loved American TV shows, and The Flash was his favorite. But that love had been gradually worn away by a certain bathroom company with Iris' black skin and affected personality being the main culprits. "By the way, I still don't know how you found out my identity," Barry Allen asked curiously. "Probably because I'm a god," Zhang Jiao replied after a long pause, leaving Barry Allen speechless. Then he added, "Haha, just kidding. How could I possibly be a god?" Barry Allen didn't respond. He was lost in thought about how to return, and how he had ended up in this world, given his speed at the time, shouldn't have made such a thing possible. "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Jiao asked, noticing Barry's expression. "I'm wondering how I got to this world," Barry Allen said with a frown. "All I remember is trying to stop the tsunami, then I blacked out." "Let's head back to the tavern first," Zhang Jiao suggested. Zhang Jiao noticed people around them staring. Their striking looks naturally drew the attention of young women, making it hard to talk freely. Barry Allen also noticed them. A few bold ones were even approaching, likely to ask for contact information. In normal times, Barry might have been slightly pleased, but he was in no mood now. They fled back to the tavern, exchanging a wry smile at the strange experience. Then, sitting at the bar and eating burgers, Zhang Jiao explained why Barry had come to this world. "This might really be my fault," Zhang Jiao said, eating fries. "Since my tavern just opened, I used some special methods to notify infinite dimensions. You might have been running desperately from the tsunami, just as your path intersected with the tavern's special energy, breaching the dimensional barrier and bringing you here." "Infinite dimensions?" Barry Allen asked. "Like parallel universes?" "No, not parallel universes. Those belong to the same cosmos, but different worlds. Infinite dimensions are entirely different worlds. For instance, one might be the universe where Star Wars happens, another the universe of Harry Potter, and so on," Zhang Jiao explained in simple terms. "Are there really universes based on stories from books or movies?" Barry Allen asked, intrigued. "You and the world you're in now are exactly such a universe," Zhang Jiao thought silently, then smiled. "Of course. That's the most fascinating thing about infinite dimensions and infinite universes. You mean your tavern can connect these worlds, linking those that were never meant to intersect through this medium?" Barry Allen said in realization. "Exactly. With luck, you might encounter your favorite characters or moments before certain plots from books or films unfold, allowing us to change some tragedies." Zhang Jiao looked at Barry Allen, thinking to himself, "I will definitely change your tragedy, Barry." Your arrival might have been an accident, but to me it's a wonderful surprise. After learning about the special abilities of the in-between worlds, Barry was eager to return, as in his world, his adoptive father had been captured by the metahumans and Central City was on the brink of destruction, nearly engulfed by a massive tsunami. He couldn't remain calm and do nothing. Since this tavern can connect to countless worlds, Xiao, can you help me go back? Barry asked with a hint of anticipation. Sorry, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Though I possess considerable power, I cannot casually traverse the cosmos. If it were merely a parallel world within this universe, it would be simple, but we are speaking of two different universes. Xiao shook his head and explained, because you came to this world illegally. Unless someone in your world can reach this tavern through proper channels, or you can run fast enough to breach the cosmic barrier, you cannot leave this world for now. No, it can't be like this. If I don't return, Central City will be destroyed by the tsunami, Barry said, growing agitated. You can rest assured on that point. While you were accelerating along the coast, you broke the limits of time and returned to a day earlier. That is precisely why you ended up in this world. Xiao said. I traveled through time. Barry asked, puzzled. Yes, you have residual time energy on you. Let's see what clues we can find. As Xiao spoke, he extracted a strand of energy shimmering with a golden light from Barry. Is this the residual time energy? Barry asked, curiosity mingled with surprise. Yes. Normally, time energy manifests as an emerald green light in this world, but because of the speed force energy within you, it appears golden. Xiao explained, then rolled the strand of energy into a ball and gently blew on it. The golden energy formed a semi-transparent screen in midair, displaying the image of the Flash Barry Allen just before he crossed into this world. As Xiao had said, after Barry traveled through time and overtook his past self, a temporal wormhole suddenly opened on the ground as he tried to stop, and he was sucked in before he could react. This scene, I remember seeing a strange figure yesterday, Barry Allen said, somewhat astonished. I thought I was just too tired and hallucinating. Your speed force is quite extraordinary, one of the most formidable powers across these universes. Xiao looked at Barry and said, if you can fully master the speed force, traveling back in time to change certain events is entirely possible. Change the past. Is that really possible? Barry immediately asked. Of course, but the price of altering the past is not easy to bear. Xiao said, gazing outside, lost in thought. Barry didn't heed Xiao's words. His mind was consumed by a single thought, accelerating his mastery of the speed force. But in this other world, there was no Dr. Wells or the members of Team Flash. Thinking of his team, Barry realized he was hungry again. It was inevitable. After gaining his powers, he required far more energy, and the only way to replenish it was by constantly eating. If he were still in Central City, he wouldn't have to worry. As a collaborator with S.H.I.E.L.D. Labs or a special test subject undergoing experiments, Cisco could always help him with food issues while Dr. Harrison Wells handled covering the Flash's expenses. But in this world, he had to rely on himself. What are you thinking? Xiao asked curiously. Well, I don't seem to have any identity in this world. Barry shrugged and said, I'm figuring out how to survive here until I find a way back. Don't be so gloomy. I'm sure your companions will do everything they can to find you once they realize you're missing. You just need to get through this period. Xiao said reassuringly. That's the problem. You can't imagine how much energy I burn through in a day. I need a job to support myself, but without any records in this world, I can't even become a cop. Barry said helplessly, aside from being a cop, I don't know what else I can do. Maybe you could try working as a courier or food delivery guy. Xiao suppressed a smile and joked, your speed is perfect for that job. Hey, that's not a bad idea. It solves the identity problem and lets me train my speed force. 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiao hadn't expected his casual suggestion to be taken seriously by Barry. You really want to do that? Xiao asked, somewhat surprised. You can just stay at the tavern. Oh, I have a few empty rooms on the 2nd floor. I can't freeload off you. I'm already grateful you're taking me in, Barry said earnestly. Of course, that's no problem. Xiao said without hesitation, I'd welcome you anytime. How could I charge you? But I don't want that. Barry smiled and said, if you want to take money, I might have to leave even though I'm not sure I can get past you. Alright, I have to say you can be pretty stubborn sometimes. Xiao rolled his eyes and said, fine, then the market rate is $20 a night. This tavern of yours is no cheap motel. Barry, though grateful to Xiao, stuck to his point. Let me check the local rates tomorrow and pay accordingly. We'll talk about money once you find a job. Xiao didn't press further, knowing he had been a bit too excited about Barry Allen's arrival. By the way, do you have a computer here? I need to look something up, Barry asked. Come on, I'll show you to your room. It's fully equipped. Xiao stood up and led Barry Allen through the wooden door by the bar counter, then up to the 2nd floor. And so Barry Allen had to stay at the tavern, unable to return. As for when someone from the Arrowverse would arrive at this tavern, even Xiao couldn't be sure. When he established the tavern, he set the arrival of people from other times and spaces to be completely random, a rule even he couldn't change. Given his current state, this was the only way to maintain some anticipation for the future. Otherwise, building this tavern would be utterly pointless, and he might as well hide in some corner of the universe and sleep for another few million years. Only when life is filled with surprises and random events do I feel like I'm still alive, Xiao said. Emily was a game streamer with over 500,000 followers from around the world on YouTube. Due to her passion for gaming, she often forgot to eat when busy, and she was not adept at cooking, nor did she have the inclination or time to learn. Thus, ordering takeout became her go-to option. However, she usually chose familiar restaurants she had visited before, as it gave her peace of mind, and some distant places either didn't offer delivery or charged exorbitant fees. In Emily's words, eating was merely to fill the stomach. Why bother fussing? With that spare cash, she might as well spend it on in-game purchases. Today, Emily was rather irritable. She had been harassed in the game, leaving her unwilling to continue playing. She closed the game and pondered where to have lunch. Though she believed eating was just about sustenance, having the same thing every day would drive anyone crazy. I really don't want to go out, Emily thought, and indeed, she had no desire to step outside. The sun was scorching, and as a fair-skinned, delicate young woman, she might return a different race altogether. After lying in bed and agonizing for about 10 minutes, Emily decided that takeout was still her best match. But this time she didn't want food from nearby places as she craved something new. So she scrolled idly on her phone and finally settled on Mexican cuisine. On the writer's page, she noticed a photo of a handsome guy. Could that be a stolen image? And he's a newbie too. Flash delivery. What a tacky name. But the delivery fee is pretty reasonable, Emily mused, yet her finger uncontrollably tapped the screen. Now it's just a waiting game, Emily thought. The restaurant I ordered from is quite far, but should take about 20 minutes to arrive. Tap, tap, tap. A knock came at the door. Frowning, Emily wondered who it could be. She dragged herself out of bed, approached the door, and peered through the peephole to see a peculiar figure, someone dressed in a costume resembling a superhero cosplay, holding a lunchbox at the doorstep. Who are you? I'm not buying insurance, Emily said gloomily. Hello, Flash Delivery. Your takeout has arrived. A cheerful male voice came from outside. Takeout? How is that possible? How did you know I ordered food? Emily's first reaction was disbelief. She had placed the order less than 5 minutes ago. Even if it was fast food, it should have just been cooked. The person at the door was none other than the Flash, who was currently stranded in this timeline. He had initially planned to partner with a restaurant, but Jang suggested he first register as a freelance writer. After a few deliveries, his reputation would grow, and he could then set up his own page to accept orders online. Today marked the 5th time he had been doubted. But for the sake of future business, Barry didn't lose heart. Once again, he demonstrated his ability to a customer. Of course, such moments often came with surprises, like some more traditional folks getting scared, or even calling the police, forcing Barry to leave. This time things went better. After he performed his stunt of circling with sparks of electricity, the door before him finally opened. A young woman in a pink pajama set stood there, phone in hand, recording. Your takeout has arrived. Please check it, Barry said, opening the insulated box and handing over the food. How did you do that? The girl asked, instinctively taking the takeout while continuing to film with her other hand. A bit of an accident. Barry shrugged, waiting for payment. Wow, your ability is so cool. Why don't you become a superhero? The girl pressed on like a reporter. Being a superhero is my side gig. This is my main job, Barry said with a chuckle, recalling Jiang's teasing remark. All right, miss, can you pay now? Oh, sure. Emily replied, a bit adorably clueless, and paid. The moment he got the money, he vanished instantly. A superhero delivering takeout. That's absolutely epic. I have to upload this online, Emily thought, and she did just that. At the tavern, Jang sat in a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. This time, he wasn't reading, but browsing Barry's page. Xiaohei had already set up Barry's website, whose main services were courier and food delivery. Among them, the food delivery category was particularly impressive, boasting direct purchases from the place of origin. Aren't you being a bit hard on him? Jang turned to Xiaohei, who was watching a show on the tavern's TV. Do you even know his speed? If Superman can do it, why can't the Flash? Xiaohei said flatly. Fine, you explain it to him yourself. Jang continued, looking at his phone. Too bad the views are still low and most people think he's a fraud. Everything is hard at the start. Can't you be a little more patient? You weren't this excited when you met Li Xiao, Xiaohei retorted, turning its head. If I met Hugo, of course I'd be excited. The Flash I like is the one played by Grant Gustin. Li Xiao, I like Hugo himself. Jang spread his hands. Too bad Hugo can never come here. Fine, you're the boss, you call the shots. Xiaohei huffed and turned back to the TV, only to see a news report of the Flash saving someone. Looks like you don't need to do anything else. It said. Another fire. Truly disaster-prone New York City, Jang remarked, putting down his phone to watch. The TV was reporting on a fire where, with firefighters unable to rescue due to the intense blaze, a man in a red suit with a golden lightning bolt on his chest rushed in and saved over a dozen people. Then they played a video captured by a netizen of him delivering takeout. This should cause quite a stir in this world, Xiao said with a smile. Indeed, and it's also caught the attention of a certain bald man. I bet he's already investigating Barry, and soon he'll pinpoint our tavern. Xiaoing grumbled, clearly not fond of that particular bald man, who was far too dark. He's actually a very righteous man doing everything for Earth. It's just that his organization was rotten from the roots by Hydra. Xiao for once spoke a kind word for that bald man. In Washington, the Trident building stood as a visible headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Though it was public-facing, those unaffiliated remained oblivious to its true purpose. At that moment, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a cat enthusiast who had lost an eye to feline affection, was reviewing news about the Flash alongside videos of Lightning Express deliveries uploaded by netizens like Emily. These videos have been verified as authentic, not fabricated imagery, reported a beautiful agent in a S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform briefing the bald-headed leader. Also, a superhero has sprouted right under our noses, and he's a deliver man no less. Nick Fury remarked with a hint of sarcasm, I need every piece of information on this person. Find him as soon as possible. His speed is too great, sir. Beyond the videos and photos taken by netizens, we have scan information. The female agent sighed helplessly. Moreover, he is exceedingly cautious, entering and exiting from different directions each time. Based on current data, we cannot pinpoint his whereabouts. Have you tried ordering takeout? Nick Fury asked, somewhat annoyed. We did, but individual orders cannot secure his delivery. He's too popular now. And his website security is impenetrable. We can't crack any vulnerabilities, the agent added with resignation. Then assign dedicated personnel to monitor him. I don't care how you do it, I need at least his name and place of residence. Nick Fury grumbled. Understood, sir. The female agent saluted and departed. Meanwhile, certain interested organizations also sought to locate the Flash, but their efforts yielded nothing. As for the Flash's ordering page, automated orders led to account bans, while manual orders failed to outpace ordinary people, leaving these groups deeply frustrated. At the tavern, Ancient One arrived once more alone. Little Linger and her grandmother had not come. They remained in Camartage, where Linger studied magic under her grandmother's care. This Flash, another one of your creations? Ancient One asked, somewhat exasperated. As the Sorcerer Supreme guarding Earth, though her domain was magic, she could still sense occurrences from other universes. After all, not everyone was Xiao. It was merely an accident, Xiao explained Barry's situation. I suppose he'll stay here for now. It seems Earth will grow even livelier, Ancient One sighed. Isn't liveliness better? Xiao smiled. Monotonous days are far too dull. Ancient One fell silent, savoring the revitalizing sensation of the dew of life. Though 100 gold coins per glass was steep, as the benefactor of Camartage, she could well afford it. Just then the wooden door opened from within, revealing a pale, long-haired man in black trousers, a black turtleneck, and a green vest. Spotting Xiao, he greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, Boss Jiang. Any special drinks today? The man took a seat at a table near the bar, nodding politely to Ancient One. Orochimaru back again. Xiao rose, returned to the bar, and deftly prepared a drink of red and blue hues, setting it before the man. This drink? Orochimaru inquired curiously. It's a mead, but not overly sweet, suited to your palate. As for its special properties, you'll have to taste it, Xiao said with a smile, urging him to drink. Orochimaru had arrived a few days prior. True to a shinobi's caution, he had neither shouted nor attacked Xiao. After calmly listening to the introduction, he tentatively accepted his surroundings, though Xiao could still sense his astonishment. From his attire and a few queries, Xiao deduced that Orochimaru hailed from the Second Shinobi World War era and had already attained the title of Legendary Sannin. Yet Xiao could tell Orochimaru held little fondness for the moniker. To him, it was not glory, but a burden he might carry for life. My chakra reserves have increased, Orochimaru remarked, staring at Xiao. Though he had sampled the tavern's drinks before, the effect still amazed him. 36500 taels. I'll give you a discount, make it 3600, Xiao said flatly. Orochimaru produced 36 bills from his pocket and handed them over. Closing his eyes, he sensed the change within his chakra had surged nearly 5 or 6 times, an invaluable boon for a shinobi of humble origins. In technique, Orochimaru was already highly proficient, and further refinement could be achieved through effort. But chakra volume was a different matter. No amount of hard work could rival the reserves of the Uzumaki clan. My deepest gratitude, Boss Jiang, Orochimaru said, rising to bow, but Xiao sidestepped. Don't mention it. I took your money. Xiao waved the bills with a grin. This drink can only be had 3 times in a lifetime, but for you it's just the cost of a few missions. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Not because he felt payment absolved him of gratitude, but because he silently treasured the favor. Later, seeing Xiao converse with the bald woman, Orochimaru fetched a soda from the shelf, pulled a book on Marvel's modern history, and retreated to his seat to read. He understood that the tavern's greatest treasures were not merely its array of drinks but the books from myriad worlds and the collision of ideas they offered. A remarkably astute man, Ancient One remarked, observing Orochimaru's actions. The books in Jiang's tavern, as Ancient One had noted on her first visit, spanned science, magic, and bizarre oddities, second only to Jiang's concoctions in value. Orochimaru had clearly discerned this. Indeed, he's a man born into the wrong era. Had he been of this world, he might have become a scientist on par with Tony Stark, Jiang mused. After all, in a world where the tech tree had gone awry, achieving such eminence as a commoner, even with the Hokage as mentor, was no small feat. One could say the Hokage merely opened the door. Orochimaru had walked the path alone. Orochimaru sat quietly by the side reading a book. Needing to understand the affairs of this world, he refrained from immediately seizing the tempting tomes that caught his eye. Suppressing the impulse and excitement within, he selected a book on history. Jiang, having no customers for the moment, lounged in his seat, basking in the sun, while reading a manga. Yet he felt an overwhelming urge to sleep, for the sunlight was so pleasantly warm. No wonder that little black fellow loves to sunbathe all day. It's just too comfortable, isn't it? Jiang sighed inwardly with contentment. Just then the tavern door swung open, and Barry trudged in, looking weary. Catching sight of Orochimaru, he gave a wave, then strode to the shelf of spirits, picked up a bottle of energy-restoring brew, and gulped it down in several hearty swallows. Finally alive again, Barry sighed, slumping into a chair. Glancing at the dozing Jiang, he asked Orochimaru, "Mr. Orochimaru, what's wrong with the boss?" "Probably just bored," Orochimaru replied, studying the sunny young man before him, yet his mind drifted to an old friend. Perhaps he should bring them along next time. Orochimaru and Barry were acquainted after all. Barry currently lodged at the tavern, and since Orochimaru visited almost daily to read and drink, it was hard for Barry not to know him. Though Orochimaru was a man of few words in Barry's view, Barry still considered him exceptionally formidable, especially in biology. While some of Orochimaru's explanations eluded Barry, certain insights compelled even him to mutter an awestruck curse. "Yo, back already?" Jiang, roused perhaps by Barry's voice or simply because he had slept enough, stood up, yawned, and offered a casual greeting. Nearly 10,000 orders completed. Though most seemed to be people just wanting to catch a glimpse of me. Barry Allen picked up the menu on the counter, tapped a few buttons, and a spread of high-calorie delicacies materialized on the table before him. Jiang frowned slightly at the sight. "Looks like you've made quite a fortune," Jiang remarked, walking over to collect the payment. 10,000 orders in a day, and that was with Barry exercising restraint. It was undeniable. The flash delivering packages made money astonishingly fast. Given Barry's current pricing of $5 to $50 per delivery plus tips from some customers, his daily income approached nearly $100,000. "By the way, do you know an organization called—" "Damn, the name's too long, I've forgotten it. Seems to be some government agency. They left a message on my homepage saying they want to talk." Barry Allen continued. "Using the first letters of that long name, we can call them S.H.I.E.L.D. Jiang explained. "It's a global intelligence agency." "An intelligence agency? Well, I'm not fond of those kinds of organizations," Barry shrugged. In this world, or his own, he preferred not to have too many people know his identity. "No worries. With Little Blacks, help those people won't get a hold of your info. As for the rest, you need to learn to use your speed." Jiang spoke with a hint of exasperation. "Barry, your speed is immense. And I don't just mean how fast you run. It's your overall velocity, your actions, your thoughts. You need to make full use of it." "He lacks the heart of a warrior," Orochimaru interjected coolly, having evidently been listening to the conversation all along. "A warrior? I'm just a small-town cop. Ooh, I don't even carry a gun," Barry said a bit dejectedly. "With your current speed, if properly utilized, you'd be a killing machine," Orochimaru remarked in a sinister tone. "Come on, I'm just telling him that when danger strikes, he shouldn't only think about running. He should use his speed to assess his surroundings. Not turn him into an executioner," Jiang retorted, rolling his eyes at Orochimaru. "He's different from you. You're a ninja, he's a cop. I still believe that if someone is an enemy, the best course is to kill them," Orochimaru stated flatly. "Killing is out of the question. It's against the law. As the Flash, I'm not even a real cop, just a vigilante. I have no right to take a life." Barry shook his head. "Well then, what about those who have killed? Shouldn't they pay the price?" Orochimaru asked coolly. "That's for the judges to decide. Cops gather evidence and make arrests. Judges pass sentences. That's the rule in my world. Sure, there are loopholes, but this system protects countless ordinary people," Barry said with utmost seriousness. "Very well. You keep your opinion and I'll keep mine," Orochimaru replied, clearly unconvinced by Barry's words, shaped as he was by a life lived in wartime. Barry shrugged and let the matter drop. He knew arguing with Orochimaru was pointless. They were from different worlds with incomplete understandings of each other's realities. Perhaps Orochimaru's views suited his own world, and Barry had no intention of changing him. Hey, you two are veering way off topic. Xiao rapped the table annoyed. Barry, did you go out as the Flash again today? Again? I am the Flash, Barry shrugged innocently. Alright, but be careful. This world isn't exactly peaceful. There are countless schemers lurking in the shadows. Your abilities might draw unwanted attention, Jiangjiu warned. Well, thanks. They'll keep that in mind, Barry replied promptly. But Jiangjiu knew Barry probably hadn't taken it to heart. He could only hope that Little Black's special abilities would continue to protect Barry. Otherwise, he'd have to step in personally. But that felt like an adult, especially a martial arts master meddling in a children's squabble. Jiangjiu disliked that notion. I hope you remember, Jiangjiu said with a roll of his eyes, but he didn't press further. Though the Flash was a character he liked, Barry was still an individual. Jiangjiu detested forcing his will upon others, and he strove to avoid becoming that kind of person. Boss, it's getting late. I should be going, Orochimaru said, having apparently finished the book in his hands. He rose and addressed both Jiangjiu and Barry. I hope we meet again. But can't you come to the tavern anytime? Barry asked, puzzled. Why say something so strange? Because our world is still at war. When I return, I'll be heading to the battlefield tomorrow, Orochimaru said quietly. Upon suddenly hearing that Orochimaru would be participating in a war, Barry was evidently taken aback and astonished. Although he knew Orochimaru hailed from another world, he had never imagined that world was embroiled in conflict. Mr. Orochimaru, please take care of yourself, was all Barry could utter. What else could he say? War is an unavoidable existence for humanity. As long as humans harbor desires, war will never cease. Jiangjiu remarked coolly. Can't even you, boss, put an end to war? Is there no world without war? Though Barry was a police officer and an adult, he had lived in a peaceful world. The greatest crisis in his realm came from metahumans empowered by technology, so he still harbored hope for certain ideals. Yes, there are many planets and worlds devoid of war and death, Jiangjiu stated flatly, then amid Orochimaru's faint hope and Barry's cheerful expression delivered a dampening remark. But those planets and worlds have no living beings. Orochimaru let out a soft laugh as if mocking himself, a ninja who had actually entertained hopes of a war-free world. As for Barry, he stood frozen in shock. Jiangjiu extracted a glass of juice from thin air and took a sip. War and peace are a cycle. There is no infinite peace or unending war. From birth, humans possess an instinct for plunder. It is only through moral learning and cultivation that they become human. Yet this acquired moral fiber can at times fail to overcome the innate predatory instinct, leading to crime and even war in society. Jiangjiu elaborated on his view of war and peace. A truly unique interpretation, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. I hope to hear more of Boss Jiang's insights next time. Given your strength, that seems entirely possible. Jiangjiu shrugged. Your chakra has grown. Have come by for a drink when you have time. Orochimaru smiled, bid farewell to Jiangjiu and Barry, and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to open the door to his world, he was stopped by Xiaohe. Hey, can you give this to Princess Tsunade's brother? Xiaohe produced a seed from somewhere and handed it to Orochimaru. Give it to Nawaki. Orochimaru was puzzled, not by Xiaohe's ability to speak, but by how this little panda, seemingly Jiangjiu's pet, knew of Nawaki's existence. Is there a problem? Xiaohe asked flatly. Of course not. I will deliver it personally. A bead of sweat trickled down Orochimaru's forehead as he forced himself to say. Yet inwardly he was deeply shaken by the aura Xiaohe had just emitted. It had actually instilled fear in him. Truly, the pet of an eccentric was equally eccentric. I feel like you're thinking something disrespectful, Xiaohe said, narrowing his eyes. No, I'm not. Don't make false accusations. Well, goodbye. Orochimaru spoke rapidly and fled the tavern as if escaping. Jiangjiu burst into laughter at the sight. Though he didn't know what Xiaohe was up to, seeing Orochimaru in such a state was indeed a delightful spectacle. Xiaohe, you're amazing. Jiangjiu walked over, ruffled his fur, and hugged him affectionately. He'll cook tonight to celebrate. Xiaohe, who had been basking in comfort from Jiangjiu's massage, shuddered at those words. He looked up at Jiangjiu's beaming face. Oh, Jiu, you've had a long day. How about we skip dinner at home? Isn't there a Turkish kebab place nearby? Let's give it a try. Xiaohe employed the special puppy dog eyes technique learned from a certain puss in boots, whispering to Jiangjiu. What's so great about Turkish kebabs? Don't worry, I've personally learned from Stephen Xiao, Jiangjiu said proudly. Stephen Xiao, when did the god of cookery come to our tavern? How come I didn't know? Xiaohe immediately asked. A few days ago. You were still sleeping upstairs and missed him. As soon as I saw it was the god of cookery, I asked him to teach me. He was really easygoing. I waved his tab and he taught me how to make glowing fried rice. Jiangjiu grinned triumphantly. Boss, are you going to cook? Barry asked curiously. You've never tried my cooking. I've been practicing hard lately. Jiangjiu nodded slightly. Glowing fried rice. I can't even imagine what that would look like. Xiaohe's mouth began to water, and he hastily wiped it away. Seeing Mr. Xiaohe's reaction, I'm really looking forward to your cooking too, Barry said, startled by Xiaohei's expression. But then he reasoned that since Jiang Jiao was such an extraordinary person, a meal should be no challenge. Haha, I'll go cook then. Jiang Jiao was delighted. In the past, Xiaohei had always turned up his nose at his cooking, finding every excuse not to eat. Sometimes when Jiang Jiao cooked, Xiaohei would sneak out for a feast. But now everything seemed to have changed. Next time I meet Stephen Chow, he'll wave his tab 3 times, he thought cheerfully as he entered the kitchen on the 2nd floor. Downstairs, Xiaohei and Barry sat at the table quietly, awaiting Jiang Jiao's arrival. Xiaohei regaled Barry with tales of the god of cookery, passionately expressing his desire to taste the steaming meatballs and the soul-stirring rice. You know, before he became the true god of cookery, Stephen Chow invented the steaming meatballs. They looked absolutely divine. And the soul-stirring rice after he attained his title. Every time I think of it, even these South Sea purple bamboos taste bland. Xiaohei picked up a peculiar piece of bamboo that resembled purple crystal and crunched on it like chocolate, looking utterly blissful. Though Barry didn't fully grasp Xiaohei's reverence for the god of cookery, watching him eat, even after having just had a glass of energy-boosting wine, made him feel hungry again. He too began to anticipate Jiang Jiao's culinary skills. Fried rice is here. I'm sure I've nailed it this time. I saw a golden glow while cooking. Jiang Jiao emerged from the door beside the counter, beaming, and placed the tray on the table. Then let's dig in. Xiaohei declared with a burst of childish enthusiasm, ready to savor the delicacy Jiang Jiao had prepared. Jiang Jiao placed semicircular metal lids over the 2 bowls of egg-fried rice, as if to contain the brilliance about to burst forth. When Xiaohei stood on his chair and lifted the metal lid, a dazzling golden radiance erupted from within. It really can glow. Barry gazed at the egg-fried rice before Xiaohei noticing its exquisite appearance and the faint golden light it emitted. Xiaohei seemed hesitant before the shimmering golden egg-fried rice, while Barry eagerly removed his own metal cover, momentarily dazzled by the golden light. Yet he still noticed that only 2 bowls of egg-fried rice sat on the table. Boss, where's yours? Barry picked up a spoon and plunged it into the rice, immediately catching a tantalizing aroma. He only likes cooking, but never eats his own food. He's tricked me many times before. Xiaohei sniffed the rice, and finding no strange odor, he cautiously picked up his spoon, scooped a mouthful, and ate it. After hearing this, Barry couldn't resist taking a bite as well. Then almost simultaneously, both Xiaohei and Barry stiffened, their skin visibly turning gold. While Xiaohei, being a red panda, naturally had a furry face, unbothered by the change, Barry looked peculiar, as if he had practiced the indestructible diamond art, his entire body gleaming like gold. That wasn't all. Barry now vibrated rapidly like a high-frequency blade, golden lightning crackling across his form. Meanwhile, every strand of Xiaohei's fur stood on end, each one shimmering with an eerie light. You treacherous fool. I've fallen for your trick again. Xiaohei barely managed to utter these words before his fur shot out in all directions, wreaking havoc throughout the tavern. Left with only his bare, flesh-colored body, he flickered and vanished. Huh, how can this be? I just tasted it, and there was no problem. Jiang Jiao was baffled, but soon his thoughts were interrupted as Barry entered a new crisis. Barry, who had been vibrating at high frequency, now stood rigid and began crashing around the tavern, demolishing everything in its layout. In an instant, only the wooden door to the 2nd floor and the doors connecting to other worlds remained intact. Everything else was destroyed. Shit, this is out of hand. Jiang Jiao snapped his fingers. Barry shuddered, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Instantly, the tavern interior restored itself to its former state. Jiang Jiao examined the unconscious Barry, checked his faint breathing, sighed in relief, and patted his chest, feeling a lingering fear. It would be absurd if a single meal had killed Barry. Should I erase his memory? Jiang Jiao mused, stroking his chin. But he refrained, knowing that a person's memory should not be tampered with lightly. Not because it would harm the individual, but because memory is a person's most precious possession, not to be touched by outsiders. Finally, Jiang Jiao carried Barry to his bedroom. Glancing at the glittering nightscape of New York outside, he yawned, locked the tavern door, and returned to sleep. After all, lack of sleep accelerates aging, and Jiang Jiao didn't want wrinkles on his face. That would be too dreadful. The next morning, Jiang Jiao was awakened by Xiaohei pinching him. No matter how much he begged for mercy, Xiaohei refused to let go. Jiang Jiao used his abilities to escape Xiaohei's black hand, only to step on a bar of soap that had mysteriously appeared in the bathroom, crashing to the floor with a thud. Jiang Xiaohei, are you tired of living? Jiang Jiao fumed. I'm not your son, don't call me Jiang Xiaohei. Xiaohei appeared at the bathroom door, equally angry. You deceived my feelings. I won't easily forgive you. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Jiao forgot about washing his face and came out to confront Xiaohei. You can say I accidentally tricked you, but you absolutely cannot say I deceived you. You're nothing but a liar. Xiaohei persisted. You clearly said your egg-fried rice was taught by the god of cookery. Yes, it was taught by Stephen Zhou. I even got my tab waived because of it. Jiang Jiao nodded. But what kind of garbage did you make? It almost killed someone you know. Xiaohei fumed. I already saved Barry, no one died. Knowing he was wrong, Jiang Jiu muttered in defense. I'm talking about my problem. You nearly killed me. Xiao roared, his eyes suddenly brimming with tears. He widened his watery eyes and spoke in a sorrowful tone. Or do you plan to finish me off and let some other spirit into our home? First, you're a red panda, not a human, so it wouldn't be a human life. At most, a red panda's life. Second, Jiang Jiu said, flatly unmoved by Xiao grief. Aren't you going to stop with those misleading remarks? Barry's at the door, utterly stunned. Xiao turned and saw Barry staring at them in shock. Remembering the expressions and gestures he had made to annoy Jiang Jiu, his fur bristled again in evident embarrassment. I didn't misunderstand your relationship, Barry explained instinctively as both looked at him. Divine punishment. Xiao was about to lose it, but Jiang Jiu grabbed him by the neck and tossed him onto the bed. Barry, are you okay? Sorry, I have no idea what happened. Jiang Jiu apologized. Oh, it's fine. Actually, I blacked out after the first bite and don't remember anything after that. Barry scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Did something else happen? No, nothing. It's good you don't remember. Jiang Jiu shook his head vigorously as if he had eaten something strange. All right, then I'm off to work. Breakfast is already on the table. Barry waved and left. Jiang Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. Whether or not Barry was telling the truth, the matter seemed resolved. Well, except for Xiao. Hey Jiang Jiu, did the god of cookery really come? Xiao asked again. Receiving the same answer as before, he broke down. You really have no talent for cooking. Damn it, I should never have let the god of cookery teach you. Before I could tell your cooking by its appearance and taste, but now it's completely unpredictable. What a disaster. The farce sparked by a plate of egg-fried rice finally came to an end. Jiang Jiu and Xiao went to the kitchen, ate the simple breakfast Barry had bought, then headed downstairs to the tavern. Though Jiang Jiu could wave a hand to make the tavern spotless or grant it the power of self-cleaning, he felt that would strip away all traces of life. So unless something went wrong or he was feeling lazy, he always cleaned the tavern himself. Barry's been making headlines on social media lately, Xiao said after picking up the tablet and reading for a while. That's a good thing, isn't it? Jiang Jiu, wearing a mask and wiping the table with a cloth, replied, but isn't this too flashy? Your idea was clearly not very reliable. Xiao said with irritation, the program I wrote is almost being cracked by S.H.I.E.L.D. Then don't slack off and help out properly, Jiang Jiu said casually. Do you think he could have run safely through New York City without my help? Xiao huffed angrily. That's why I specially made you a meal, Jiang Jiu said, sounding a bit aggrieved. You dare bring up that meal? Xiao was left speechless. Clearly this guy had no sense of remorse. I really did follow his instructions. Jiang Jiu's voice grew faint as he suddenly recalled adding some extra ingredients to make the egg-fried rice look like it came from an anime. It shouldn't have been lethal, though. When the food god comes, he'll make him cook me a meal personally. You have to help me, or he'll go on strike, Xiao said. Strike? Are you working for someone? Is your job providing me with an endless supply of shed fur? Jiang Jiu teased. Xiao snorted and ignored Jiang Jiu, knowing that if he gave him any attention, had become insufferable. This was a rule Xiao had learned from years of being with him. After finishing his cleaning, Jiang Jiu returned to his throne and gazed blankly at the bustling streets outside. The flowing traffic was a beautiful sight to him, a vibrant city he loved observing quietly from the tavern. The door by the bookshelf opened and a man in a simple black suit walked in. Glancing around, he went straight to the bar and pressed the bell. Welcome, Mr. Zhou, Jiang Jiu said, surprised to see him, and walked over to greet him. Hey boss Jiang, is that wine from the other day still here? It's on the shelf over there. Pay and you can drink. Jiang Jiu pointed to the wine rack near the TV. I have to pay. How about I teach you to cook instead? Teach me to cook. Jiang Jiu's attitude did a complete 180 and he nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, I'll teach you first, then we drink. Hey, your wine here is incredible, Mr. Zhou said, flashing a very masculine grin. Jiang Jiu wasn't interested in that topic. His mind was full of cooking. He immediately dragged Mr. Zhou to the kitchen on the second floor. Mr. Zhou walked straight to the fridge, opened it, and let out an envious whistle. I have to say, every time I see your fridge, boss Jiang, I'm filled with envy and jealousy, Mr. Zhou said dramatically. Glad you like it, Jiang Jiu laughed, scratching the back of his head. What are we learning today? Have you mastered the egg-fried rice from last time? Mr. Zhou asked. Of course. There's nothing I can't learn in this world, Jiang Jiu said, boastfully patting his chest, completely forgetting the previous day's disaster. So impressive. Why don't you fly? Mr. Zhou teased, pulling out a cigarette to light it, but found he couldn't. No smoking in the kitchen, Mr. Zhou, Jiang Jiu said calmly. Oh, it's been almost a year, and I've forgotten the rules here. Mr. Zhou tossed the cigarette away and turned to Jiang Jiu. Today we'll learn the simplest dish, French steak. But I wanted to learn Chinese cuisine, Jiang Jiu said, looking at him. Don't tell me you forgot again. I've forgotten everything from a year ago, damn it, Mr. Zhou said, slapping his forehead. Lately, he had been tasting all kinds of food, transforming from a cook into someone who sets the rules. Xiaoing Rosi, I really want to learn how chicken can taste like fish in the hands of a top chef, Xiao said, looking at Mr. Zhou expectantly. Well, okay. Xiaoing Rosi isn't that hard, Mr. Zhou said, recalling his old skills before gathering ingredients and teaching Zhang. About 2 hours later, Mr. Zhou finally got to drink the wine had been craving and bid Zhang farewell, leaving the tavern. Just after Mr. Zhou left, Xiao who had been sleeping soundly, yawned and stretched, standing up from the cat bed. How did someone just come? Xiao asked. Yeah, Mr. Zhou came by again, Zhang said, then looked at Xiao curiously. Strangely, you slept all morning. That's because of your meal yesterday, Xiao said irritably. Mr. Zhou. Which Mr. Zhou? Zhou you. Stephen Zhou Xingxing, Zhang said happily. I learned another dish today, Xiaoing Rosi. Want to try it? Stephen Zhou. The food god came. Xiao bristled angrily. And you didn't wake me up. What food god? It's Stephen Zhou. His cooking is good, but he's far from being a food god, Zhang shook his head. Stephen Zhou, can you show me? Xiao didn't want to argue and asked Zhang to replay the scene. Fine, you're so demanding, Zhang said, using magic to replay Stephen Zhou's visit for Xiao to see. This appearance. Shit, it's the young version of Stephen Zhou, Xiao said, disappointed. I thought it was the final version. I got my hopes up for nothing, and you tricked me again. Next time he comes, I'll beat him up. Oh, so that's what you meant. The Stephen Zhou after becoming the food god. Was his cooking good? Zhang asked curiously. And when did we watch that movie? I don't remember. Not long after you awakened me, you went out once, and I watched it alone. Xiao rolled his eyes and said seriously, the issue isn't whether his food tastes good, it's the feeling you know. Like how happy you were when you saw Barry, or the frustration when you secretly checked Tony Stark's news. What do you mean by frustration? I'm not his father. Zhang stood up and walked to the bar. Since you like the post-food god version of him so much, just wait. Time is a great sculptor. The person you want to meet will appear. On the cliffside of Malibu in the city of fallen angels, there stood a luxurious mansion home to a man renowned worldwide. Of course, though this man was famous across the globe, perceptions of him varied greatly from place to place. A black business van pulled up before the opulent villa. A blonde beauty in a gray professional suit stepped out, tidied her attire, walked to the driver's side, and tapped on the window. Happy, give me half an hour, the blonde woman said. I doubt half an hour will be enough, Pepper. You know, since he didn't show up this morning, he's definitely still in the lab. The slightly stout driver, Happy, replied with some exasperation. I only meant half an hour to clear out the trash in there. The blonde beauty, Pepper stated flatly. All right, but what kind of trash do you think we'll find this time? Happy asked playfully. Knowing our boss, those are all one-time use items, so definitely non-recyclable waste. Pepper left behind a commanding remark and turned to enter the villa. As Pepper reached the villa's entrance, the door swung open automatically. She walked in with practiced ease, surveyed the somewhat disheveled living room side, and began tidying up. Spotting some torn fabric, she raised an eyebrow, musing on the intensity of the previous night's activities, then retrieved spare clothes from a nearby cabinet. Hey, I thought I was the only one here last night, came a slightly husky voice. Without turning, Pepper could deduce the speaker's dire state. Sure enough, when Pepper turned around, she saw a dark-haired woman wrapped in a bedsheet, rubbing her messy hair and leaning weakly against the wall while yawning incessantly. Judging by her bloodshot eyes and smudged makeup, she had clearly drunk heavily and slept quite late. You were indeed the only one last night. I'm his personal assistant, Pepper said with a professional smile. You can freshen up first. There's a full set of clothes here, and if you wish to leave, a car is waiting by the door. Personal assistant. Well, sorry, I misunderstood, the woman said, rubbing her forehead. Drank a bit too much, my head is splitting. Pepper shrugged. The woman was a rising model, inevitably caught up in social obligations. Of course, if the target was Tony Stark, Pepper could confidently say most people were willing participants. The woman took the hint, gracefully showered, changed, ate a simple breakfast, and left without needing Pepper to explicitly dismiss her. Pepper had even prepared the breakfast herself, a small gesture for the woman's agreeable attitude. After seeing the model off, Pepper went to the kitchen, picked up a tray laden with coffee sandwiches, fried eggs, and bacon, a simple breakfast, and headed to the underground lab without asking the mansion's AI butler Jarvis. Pushing open the door, she found her boss tinkering with a robotic arm. Good morning, Pepper. Her boss, Tony Stark, the world-famous arms dealer, playboy, philanthropist, and genius inventor, said casually upon hearing the door. It's already noon, Tony, Pepper said with exasperation. Have something to eat. Wow, is this the legendary breakfast made with love? Tony turned, chuckled, and picked up the coffee cup to drink. What are you working on? Pepper ignored her boss' flirtation and eyed the mechanical arm he was adjusting. There's a board meeting today. You didn't attend. I hate talking to those old folks. They just need to shut up and count their money. I can handle the company myself, Tony said indistinctly while biting into a sandwich. They say you've been spending a lot lately without unveiling any new products. Pepper shrugged. Clearly they're a bunch of amnesiacs who've forgotten how I've proved them wrong before. Tony shook his head slightly, then said, Jarvis, send the Jericho project I developed a few years ago to the company's server and instruct the production division to start manufacturing. Understood, sir, came a mature, steady voice. Jarvis, the AI butler Tony had created. See, problem solved. Tony smiled at Pepper, seemingly expecting words of praise. So can we start the afternoon schedule now? Pepper asked calmly. She had brought up the board meeting precisely to steer Tony toward the afternoon engagement. If she had mentioned it directly, he would likely have used the excuse of being at a critical stage of weapon development. Tomorrow, New York Empire University has invited you to give a speech. You've already agreed, Pepper said, checking the schedule. Plus, there are matters at the New York office. You need to head to New York early. I agreed. When? Where? Tony asked, bewildered. At some cocktail party a month ago on the bed in a second-floor lounge. Pepper stated flatly. Tony's face reddened. He rubbed his nose awkwardly, clearly embarrassed by some of his more reckless antics. Of course, such moments rarely occurred in public. Only around those close to him did Tony relax, leading to these amusing situations. All right, I was planning to go to New York anyway to try the Flash's delivery service, Tony said, changing the subject and effectively agreeing to visit New York Empire University. The Flash? That new superhero. You're interested in him? Pepper asked curiously. Of course. I really want to know how he does it. Tony had Jarvis project footage of the Flash's rescues and continued. I noticed the Flash and analyzed his speed. He's incredibly fast, sometimes even surpassing the speed of sound. So? Pepper turned to ask. I just want to understand how at such incredible speeds the people he rescues remain completely unchanged. Tony zoomed in on a specific frame, pointing at a figure who suddenly appeared. Their hair clothes. Nothing is out of place, as if they hadn't just experienced high-speed movement. Logically, going from zero to such velocity instantly should be unbearable for the human body, but clearly it isn't. So I say all of this is extremely unscientific. After stepping out of the tavern, the Flash, unaware that he had caught the attention of a certain playboy, continued to follow the system set by Xiaoing, selecting orders based on the prompts displayed on the interface. How can I take a little break? Barry muttered as he sped along the delivery route in his battle suit. Without the help of the Flash team, his uniform had already sustained some damage. Though that thought crossed his mind, you must understand that having temporarily escaped all troubles, emotional entanglements, and metahuman crises, Barry felt utterly at ease. If not for the kindness and sense of justice instilled in him by his parents and foster father since childhood, he might have chosen to stay here. I wonder how the doctor and the others are doing now, Barry said, quietly standing atop the Empire State Building in New York, gazing into the distance. In the city of the Arrowverse, a gust of wind swept by, sending a discarded newspaper fluttering into the air. On its pages, a photo of the Flash was faintly visible, accompanied by bold letters, Flash vanishes. The date on the newspaper was 3 months ago. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Labs, a pale young man with bloodshot eyes and a greasy mane of long hair sat hunched before a computer, his fingers tapping incessantly on the keyboard. On the desk lay half-eaten boxed lunches, pizza, and a cup of coffee. Cisco, you should get some rest, a slightly hoarse, weary voice said. It belonged to a young woman in casual clothes, her face devoid of makeup, bearing the same exhaustion and sorrow. You rest first. They'll run a few more calculations, the man named Cisco replied, downing a cup of black coffee. The bitterness sharpened his senses, and he forced a smile. Caitlin, trust me, I feel it this time. I can uncover the secret of Barry and the doctor's disappearance and bring them back. Caitlin let out a soft sigh, but offered him encouragement nonetheless. After all, he seemed to be the only one still holding on. She herself had given up after several failed attempts, yet seeing Cisco persist, she chose to stay at the lab looking after him. 3 months ago, the Flash had vanished without a trace. They were all frantic, and Harrison Wells was furious and anxious. But the unthinkable happened the next day, just as they discovered that Barry might have disappeared. Due to time travel, Harrison Wells vanished too, right before their eyes, abruptly and without warning. Everyone was consumed by worry and grief. Yet as time passed, the only ones who still mentioned Barry were Caitlin, Cisco, Ronnie, and Dr. Stein, and perhaps Joe West. Time, it seemed, could change things. Officially, they claimed Barry Allen had gone abroad to study. During this period, when news of the Flash's disappearance spread, a wave of metahuman criminals began terrorizing Central City. Fortunately, Dr. Stein and Caitlin's fiancé Ronnie, who had been away to control their powers, returned upon hearing the news. Later, a superhero calling himself the Atom stepped in to help combat the metahuman threats, and order was somewhat restored in Central City. Thus, the people of Central City gradually forgot the Flash and embraced the newly emerged heroes Firestorm and the Atom. The Atom's true identity astonished many. He was Ray Palmer, the CEO of Palmer Technologies in Star City. This revelation further erased the memory of the red streak that once raced through the city. Yes, I'm a genius. Cisco's shout snapped Caitlin back to reality. What happened? She asked. I did it, Caitlin. Can you believe it? I've done it. Cisco exclaimed joyfully, but then his body swayed, and he collapsed onto the desk unconscious. Caitlin rushed over to check on him, and found he had merely passed out from exhaustion. Relieved, she called Joe, for a new metahuman criminal had appeared, and Dr. Stein and the others were out investigating. The only person she could turn to now was Barry's foster father. Just as Caitlin finished setting up and 4-drip, Joe West, a tall, balding African-American man in his middle years, stepped out of the elevator. Spotting Caitlin, he hurried over. "How's Cisco?" he asked, though his heart burned with the need to know about Barry. Seeing Cisco unconscious, he couldn't help but worry about the young man's health. Among those he knew, Cisco seemed to be the only one who could find Barry. "Just exhaustion, nothing life-threatening," Caitlin replied with a faint smile. "Thank you for coming. Let me help you get him to bed," Joe said, nodding slightly. He lifted Cisco in his arms and carried him into the medical room, laying him on the bed. Though a policeman accustomed to physical training, age had taken its toll. After setting Cisco down, Joe had to catch his breath in a nearby chair. Accepting the coffee Caitlin offered, he thanked her and asked for the full story. He hasn't been resting much lately, but before he collapsed, he said had succeeded. "Maybe he found a clue," Caitlin explained. "In that case, you haven't rested in a while either. Go home and get some sleep. He'll watch over Cisco," Joe said, glancing at the unconscious man. He knew they could only wait until Cisco woke up to learn more. Caitlin didn't refuse, for she was exhausted, not just physically, but emotionally. Though Ronnie had returned, his strong sense of justice meant he was always rushing off with Dr. Stein to deal with crises, leaving Caitlin feeling somewhat neglected. Combined with the stress of Barry's disappearance, she was utterly drained. Instead of going home, since Ronnie had mentioned he might not be back, Caitlin retreated to her old bedroom and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Joe, already tired from his police work, dozed off on the sofa. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, everyone sprang into action. Cisco and Dr. Stein, who had returned upon hearing the news, immediately set to work building a device that Cisco had envisioned. It looked like a crude energy weapon designed to blast a temporal rift in the area where Barry had vanished, while another instrument would lock onto Barry's location. Location: the alley where Barry Allen and Harrison Wells vanished. Characters: S.H.I.E.L.D. Labs team. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. Labs team, essentially just Cisco, Ronnie, and Caitlin, along with Dr. Martin Stein and Barry's adoptive father, Joe West. Even after 3 months, Joe had not revealed the secret of Barry being the Flash to his woman, despite his daughter moving out to live with her boyfriend, who was also his partner. Joe still refused to divulge the truth. "If you want me to come back, tell me Barry's secret." That was what Joe's daughter said, but Joe felt his daughter was being self-centered. How could he casually reveal Barry's secret? Not only was it a personal matter, but considering the danger his daughter would face if she knew the Flash's identity, Joe would never tell her. "Dr. Stein, what do we need to do now?" Joe looked around. They had come here under the cover of night, and the streets were empty except for them. "Cisco and I have calculated multiple times. I believe we will succeed, but there is one issue we need to consider." Dr. Stein watched Cisco adjusting the equipment, speaking hesitantly. "What is it? Is it more important than finding Barry?" Caitlin's fiancé Ronnie asked curiously. "Barry vanished because he might have traveled through time. But what about Dr. Wells?" Dr. Stein said calmly. "Dr. Wells, what exactly are you trying to say?" Joe frowned, looking at Dr. Stein with confusion. "I've heard the whole story from Caitlin and Cisco." Dr. Stein explained. "When Barry disappeared, everyone knew it was because of time travel. But since our world hasn't changed, it means either Barry is trapped in the time stream or he didn't go back to the past." Ronnie and the others nodded slightly. Logically, Dr. Stein's analysis was correct. But what exactly was he trying to say? Among those present, only one person understood. Dr. Stein means that according to this logic, none of you here were affected by the Flash's disappearance. Except for one person. Cisco silently set aside the assembled dark matter spacetime cannon, as he named it, and activated the power supply to charge the energy weapon. Dr. Harrison, you mean Dr. Wells isn't from this timeline? Ronnie and Caitlin immediately caught on, saying in surprise, "And you anticipated this too, Cisco?" "Wait, if Wells isn't from this timeline, then who is he?" Joe asked in confusion. "The Reverse Flash," Cisco said with pain but firm conviction. "Dr. Harrison Wells is very likely the Reverse Flash." "How is that possible? We've seen them appear together before." Caitlin was clearly incredulous. "There's no other reason to explain why he vanished after Barry disappeared." Cisco looked up at the stars and said, "He's from the future. The yellow figure Barry saw as a child was the Reverse Flash who had just returned to this world from the future. He killed Barry's mother and altered the timeline. If he really is the Reverse Flash, why did he help Barry become the Flash?" Although Joe had long suspected Harrison Wells, he still didn't understand his motives. "I think it's because without the Flash there would be no Harrison Wells. No, the Reverse Flash would lose his powers too. He's trapped here." Cisco lowered his head. Most of what he had just said came from his own analysis, but some of it came from information gleaned from nightmares. Nightmares where he was killed by the Reverse Flash. Once we find clues to Barry, he will likely return to this world again. But soon he will realize we know his identity. Before we rescue Barry, I hope everyone can exercise restraint. Dr. Stein said, looking at the group. Everyone fell silent, then nodded slightly. They knew they couldn't refuse to save Barry just because they had discovered Harrison Wells was the Reverse Flash. So they had to control their emotions as best they could and begin today's experiment. Cisco looked at the fully charged energy cannon. Dr. Stein was using the computer to calculate the required energy. The others stood aside, unfamiliar with these fields and unable to help. Whoosh. The fully charged cannon fired a beam of energy. Miraculously, it didn't strike the building opposite, but was neutralized in midair by a mysterious energy field. The first attempt seemed to have failed. Our guess was right. Increase the output, Cisco said excitedly. Dr. Stein nodded slightly, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he adjusted the output parameters. After about a minute of charging, Cisco fired again. This time, the energy beam pierced through the mysterious energy mass. But before they could celebrate, the temporal wormhole vanished once more. Still, no one was discouraged, as it meant they were succeeding. After 5 consecutive attempts, the wormhole finally couldn't recover in time. Then the previously vanished Dr. Harrison Wells appeared on the ground not far away. It seems you've temporarily broken through the barrier of temporal energy. Harrison Wells, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up. Seeing the unastonished expressions on their faces, he smiled and said, "It seems you've guessed a few things during this time." Everyone looked at Harrison Wells warily. Joe even drew his gun and aimed it at him, though everyone knew a pistol was useless against the Reverse Flash. Dr. Harrison Wells chuckled softly, clenched his right fist, and held it horizontally. The yellow suit hidden in his ring shot out, and in an instant Dr. Wells had resumed his identity as the Reverse Flash. No need to be tense. Without Barry Allen, I can't go home either. So our goals are temporarily aligned. The Reverse Flash spoke in his distinctive voice. What are you going to do? Joe asked, though he already knew the answer. He couldn't help blurting it out. Bring back a lost little boy, of course. What a troublesome fellow. I hadn't planned to reveal myself to you so soon. The Reverse Flash looked at the shrinking temporal wormhole and said, next time we meet, we'll be enemies. What a pity, Cisco. I always thought of you as a son. Harrison Wells discovered that his memories had suddenly developed gaps. Moments ago, he was seething with rage over the Flash's abrupt disappearance, yet since nothing had happened to him personally, he decided to join the rest of the lab in locating the Flash before his existence could be overwritten by the timeline. He had once killed Barry Allen's mother, but that did not erase him, for young Barry Allen still existed. However, by traversing time and resetting the timeline, he temporarily lost his speed force. Ultimately, he resolved to make Barry Allen the Flash, altering parts of history and accelerating certain events, all in pursuit of returning to his own timeline. Everything had been proceeding according to his plan until this incident occurred. How could it not ignite his fury? Yet the events that followed were lost to his memory. A void had formed there. When he came to, he found himself not in his wheelchair, but slumped on the floor with Dr. Stein and Ronnie present. Everything seemed to indicate something. He rose to his feet and confessed his identity outright. Gazing at the temporal wormhole that Cisco and the others had created and the residual speed force within it, belonging to Barry Allen, he dashed inside. Some lost wanderer needed him, the guide, to be chased back. Harrison Wells sprinted through the temporal wormhole, accelerating by following the remnants of Barry's speed force energy. Yet he beheld something utterly astonishing, a wooden door. Within the temporal wormhole stood a door, and a wooden one at that. Harrison Wells intended to halt, but having just accelerated, he found himself unable to stop and slammed directly into the wooden door. Then he discovered himself suddenly appearing in a peculiar bar, within which sat a bald man in a yellow robe, a one-eyed old man in a gray suit, and several Asians who seemed to have stepped out of a television series. While the famous Reverse Flash welcomed to the tavern, Jang, seeing the man in the yellow uniform, broke into a smile. This way Barry could go home. It wasn't that Jang didn't want Barry to stay longer. Barry was actually quite happy here. But Jang knew that Barry Allen still harbored certain inner demons, such as the one who killed his mother, the very man before Jang. If the Reverse Flash remained uncaptured, Barry could never clear his father's name. Who are you? Asked Harrison Wells. Me. I'm the owner of the tavern, Jang. You may call me Boss Jiang. Jang chuckled and said, oh, by the way, aren't you going to change out of your suit? If Barry returns soon, you two might start fighting here, and the last thing I want is anyone brawling in my tavern. What exactly is this place? Harrison Wells frowned, realizing he could not use his abilities. He had just been about to threaten Jang. All right, let me put it this way, another universe. And remember, not another parallel world, but another universe. Jang shrugged. Are you really not going to change clothes? Oh, you can use your abilities now. Harrison Wells' expression shifted slightly, though fortunately, no one noticed behind his mask, for he found he could once again wield his powers. Clearly all of this was the doing of the seemingly harmless young man before him. Harrison Wells had no desire to test it again, as he was not one to bite the hand that fed him. "Do you have any clothes here?" asked Harrison Wells. His previous attire was nowhere to be found. He couldn't very well wear his uniform over his old clothes. Of course. Jiang thrust his arm into the air and pulled out a set of clothes and a wheelchair. "This looks like my own belongings." Harrison Wells narrowed his eyes, slightly masking his astonishment. Jiang shrugged. This was all he could do for now. He knew Harrison Wells was a villain, but he also understood that Barry needed Harrison Wells' training. Because of Harrison Wells, the metahumans had emerged years ahead of schedule, yet the Flash's abilities had not kept pace. Harrison Wells used his speed to change clothes. He briefly considered taking someone hostage, only to find the bald woman and the white-haired, one-eyed old man smiling at him, as if they could see through him. "You really aren't honest," Jiang said crossly. "What would you like to drink?" "Of course, since I don't particularly like you, I won't mix anything for you. A glass of soda water will do." Having changed, Harrison Wells settled into his wheelchair and moved to a secluded table. Jiang casually conjured a glass of soda water with ice from some unknown world, then sat down across from Harrison Wells. "After Barry left, what happened over there?" asked Jiang. "I'd like to know how Barry ended up in this world." Out of his costume, Harrison Wells appeared far more refined, like a learned professor. "Can you not pressure me?" Jiang gazed at Harrison Wells and said calmly. "All right, to be honest, I don't know how much time passed. After Barry vanished, I seemed to disappear too. Cisco and the others found the temporal wormhole energy from Barry's disappearance opened a breach, and then I reappeared." Harrison Wells recounted the situation, choosing to comply when he sensed a threat that could kill him. "So your identity was exposed to Team Flash?" Jiang asked, somewhat frustrated. "Yes," Harrison Wells replied, sipping his soda water with some resignation, as this incident had ruined years of planning. "Damn it." Jiang stood up angrily, then noticed everyone staring at him. He shrugged. "Sorry, got a bit worked up." "You seem very concerned about Barry," Harrison Wells remarked, as if casually. "Yes, I am." Jiang reached out and grasped Harrison Wells' forehead. As the latter looked on in terror, the reverse speed force within him gradually dissipated until he could no longer sense the speed force at all. "What did you do to me?" Harrison Wells screamed. "Compensation for breaking my door," Jiang said, flatly glancing at the card in his hand, which had turned a golden red. Just then Barry walked in from outside. He was about to greet Jiang when he spotted Harrison Wells standing behind him. Overjoyed, he strode over for according to what Jiang had said before he could now go home. "Today is a day worth celebrating, Barry. I have a gift for you." While delivering takeout today, Barry unexpectedly encountered the legendary playboy Tony Stark. After learning about this world, Barry was not particularly interested in someone like Tony, even feeling a sense of aversion. However, since the other party had offered $100,000, it seemed unreasonable not to take advantage of such an easy target. Barry arrived at Empire University in New York. The legendary playboy was scheduled to address the students here today, as Barry had seen on television yesterday. He held a box of takeout, freshly purchased Mexican burritos from Mexico. Thanks to the protection of the Speed Force and the swift passage of time, they remained warm. "Where exactly is this guy?" He only said he'd be at the venue without giving me a specific location. "If it weren't for the $10,000, I wouldn't have come at all." Barry stood silently before a nearby building, lost in thought. Just then he saw students streaming out from all directions, gradually filling the temporary open-air venue. Barry smiled faintly. This meant Tony Stark would appear soon, so there was no need to rush. However, events took an unexpected turn. As Tony, dressed in a flamboyant, yet tasteful purple suit, stepped onto the stage and prepared to speak, Barry was about to move when a sudden gunshot rang out. Barry's entire body shimmered with golden lightning. Empowered by the Speed Force, he spotted the sniper rifle bullet nearing the podium. He grabbed the takeout box, darted past the bullet, caught it, and came to a halt beside Tony Stark. "Wow, this is my takeout," Tony said with a smile to the Flash. "Yes, and it seems there's more than one person delivering it to you," Barry replied irritably, placing the takeout box and the bullet in Tony's hands. "There's a sniper here. You need to leave." "Compared to the sniper, I'm far more interested in you," Tony said, his expression shifting slightly, but remaining composed as he looked at the bullet on the box. Another gunshot rang out, and Barry caught the bullet, once more scanning the surroundings. Without the aid of the Flash's team, even he couldn't immediately locate the sniper, especially if the assailant was far from the school. "If you don't leave, the sniper won't stop," Barry said to Tony. "You can't gamble with everyone's lives here." "Yes, I think you're right," Tony replied, realizing the sniper's relentless nature. He dared not stake his own life on it. Looking at the red-clad figure, he asked, "Will you escort me out?" "They'll take you somewhere safe from sniping." "I'm worried the sniper might target the students," Barry said. "Okay, thank you, red-clad young man." Tony's mischievous nature made even his expressions of gratitude feel grating to others. The Flash paid no heed to Tony's remarks. He scooped up Tony and instantly transported him to the school's administrative building, then vanished again. Tony felt the scenery shift abruptly, from the open venue to an indoor space. The sudden change in perspective nearly made him vomit. Shit, that was way too fast, Tony muttered, steadying himself against a wall. Jarvis, can you receive the signal? Yes, the tracker signal is unaffected, Jarvis responded immediately. Now you can't escape. Tony smiled faintly. Although it might seem improper to do this to his savior as a scientist, he was intensely curious about the Flash and wanted to understand him. By the way, notify Happy to arrange a pickup. Also look into the sniper situation. Once the excitement of successfully planting a tracker on the Flash subsided, Tony's expression turned cold as he recalled the sniper. After all, Tony Stark was first an inventor and arms dealer before any of his other titles. Understood, Jarvis said. It's unpleasant to have one's life under someone else's control. Tony frowned deep in thought. He felt he could create something, not just for defense, but also for counterattack. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a building a block away from the school, a tall man silently disassembled the sniper rifle into components, packed them in a case, and dialed a number. Did it succeed? A slightly authoritative voice asked from the phone. Failed. The Flash appeared. That guy can even catch bullets. The sniper's voice wavered even now, as if he couldn't believe what he had witnessed. The Flash, huh? Fine. He'll watch the news. If I find out you lied to me, you'll know my methods. The caller hung up immediately after speaking. The sniper tossed his phone aside, picked up his briefcase, and left the rooftop. The Flash's appearance had shaken him. Recalling an invitation he had received days ago, he gritted his teeth and took a decisive step forward. On the other side, the sudden appearance of the Flash and Tony's disappearance startled everyone. Those with sharp ears heard the gunshots and chaos erupted at the venue. Fortunately, Barry quickly helped several unfortunate individuals escape, danger preventing headlines about a stampede caused by the Flash's appearance at the school. Once Tony Stark's bodyguards arrived, Barry left. As for Tony's $10,000 delivery fee, it was likely lost. But before Barry could dwell on his disappointment, he spotted Dr. Harrison Wells inside the tavern. This instantly lifted his spirits, as it meant he could return home. Barry, I'm planning to give you a gift, Xiao said with a smile, as Barry rejoiced. Xiao, are you talking about the doctor? I really didn't expect to see the doctor again, Barry said with a grin, eager to have a proper conversation with Dr. Harrison Wells. However, when Xiao produced a ring bearing the Reverse Flash emblem and the yellow suit Barry so dearly missed, his good mood evaporated. He stared at Xiao in disbelief. What do you think? Shocked, right? Let me tell you. Xiao began, but Barry interrupted. That's the Reverse Flash's suit. How did you get it? Are you the Reverse Flash, Xiao? Barry's eyes turned red. He couldn't believe that his friend, someone he trusted deeply, had been deceiving him. Xiao was stunned. Just what kind of absurdity could lead someone to utter such words? He couldn't help but glance around. That bald woman was laughing. Perhaps he should consider withdrawing her discount in the future. That lazy cat seemed utterly beside itself with mirth. Maybe he ought to prepare a few delicious meals, pin it down, and shove food into its mouth relentlessly. You actually suspect me of being the Reverse Flash? Xiao said, utterly speechless. In truth, Barry regretted his words the moment he spoke them. Through their recent interactions, he had come to grasp the other's character and abilities. His outburst was merely an instinctive reaction, for his hatred of the Reverse Flash burned far too fiercely. Sorry, Xiao, I got too worked up just now, Barry apologized to Xiao. I even prepared a gift for you out of goodwill, and you still doubted me. By now, Xiao's expression betrayed neither joy nor sorrow as he handed the ring to Barry. Barry looked at Xiao. The situation was clear enough for him to see that Xiao seemed somewhat upset. He could only turn his pleading gaze toward Harrison Wells, who in Barry's eyes at that moment was a figure both mentor and friend. Oh, come on, you're still looking at him. Xiao could no longer hold back. Don't you even ask where all this came from. Oh, where did it come from? Didn't Cisco and the doctor catch the Reverse Flash? Barry asked, somewhat puzzled. How you suspect me, someone who's never even been to that world, yet you don't doubt the people right beside you? Xiao felt he was about to explode with anger. If you weren't my friend, I'd throw you all the way to the moon. What is going on here? Barry's expression shifted again as he looked at the Harrison Wells he so respected. This time I've lost. I never imagined there would be something beyond my control. Perhaps realizing there was no way back, Harrison Wells simply gave up resistance. You are the Reverse Flash, the one who killed my mother. Barry's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he grabbed Harrison Wells by the collar and slammed him into the bookshelf behind. That's right, it was me. I am the nightmare you can never escape, Flash. Though you've found friends here, I know you'll never be happy. Harrison Wells laughed heartily. Why did you do it? Why did you kill my mother? Barry demanded, his voice trembling with emotion. Because of you. My goal all along has been you, Harrison Wells sneered. Back then I meant to kill you, but your future self stopped me, so I killed her instead. Barry, furious and ready to strike, was stopped by Xiao, who had previously stated that fighting was forbidden in his tavern. All right, Barry, I've said nothing about your outburst just now. If it were anyone else, I would strip them of their most prized ability to ensure they can no longer fight in my establishment. Xiao said calmly. This bastard killed my mother Jiang Jiu, this monster. Barry tried to break free, but found it futile. Finally, he let his hands drop, tears streaming uncontrollably. He had treated his mother's murderer like a father figure. What an insult to his wrongfully imprisoned father. Sorry for ruining everyone's mood. Today's drinks are on me, Jiang Jiu said with a shrug, turning to address the others. After all, he had once had a fondness for the Flash. The others had no objections. From the scattered bits of information, they could discern how despicable Harrison Wells was. Particularly the two young men in ancient Chinese attire. After piecing together Barry's story, drank with grim expressions, while the two women beside them offered soft words of comfort, clearly empathizing deeply with Barry's plight. It's all right, it's all in the past, one of the women whispered to the pale, yet strikingly handsome man beside her. Yes, it's all behind us now, the man said, looking at the woman beside him and his brother across the table, a tender smile gracing his lips. Though their experiences bore some resemblance, they had broken free from fate, left the tumultuous world of martial arts behind, and lived a blissful life. If not for the sudden appearance of a strange door in their valley, they might have remained there forever. The handsome man's brother, who looked mischievous by nature, patted his wife's hand, picked up a glass of wine, and walked over to Barry. Actually, you should be glad right now. You no longer have to be deceived by this man, and you ought to thank our boss Jang here. He handed the glass to Barry. Life is full of setbacks, but you're luckier than us. You met Boss Jiang at this moment. Barry was bewildered, unsure why this man offered him a drink, yet he could sense the goodwill in his words. All conversations in this tavern were translated by some mysterious power into a language everyone could understand, so there was no communication barrier. Thanks for the comfort, Barry said awkwardly. Jiang Jiu had to pat his head and explain the cultural difference to the man, who smiled and turned away. His story isn't so different from yours. When he was a child, his parents were murdered and the killer abducted his younger brother, raising him personally with the intent to pit the brothers against each other. Fortunately, things took a turn and they found their own lives. Jiang Jiu sighed softly as he watched the departing man, using a special method to explain to Barry. Barry then understood why the man had come to console him. He drank the wine in his hand, unsure how to express his gratitude, but Jiang Jiu assured him that the man had moved on, living a happy and fulfilling life, and was not bothered by Barry's lack of manners. Next time you return after you've dealt with your father and Harrison Wells, you can thank him in person, Jiang Jiu said. Now it's time to deal with this guy. This isn't his true form. I actually like Dr. Harrison, so let him face his punishment in his original appearance. Jiang Jiu rattled off a string of words. Before Barry could react, he reached his right hand toward Harrison Wells and gently twisted his wrist, as if turning a valve. Harrison Wells' body underwent a grotesque transformation, eventually revealing a sinister-looking blonde man, the true face of the Reverse Flash Eobard Thawne. Who is he? Barry Allen asked curiously. The real murderer of your parents, a madman from the future of your world, Jiang Jiu said flatly. Here'll give you a wine that makes him speak the truth, but it will only reveal the part about killing your mother, nothing else. That's my method. Barry didn't quite understand why Jiang Jiu would do this, but it was a good thing for him. If the Reverse Flash spilled everything, it wouldn't be ideal, as he needed to keep his identity as the Flash a secret. Oh, and a friendly warning: stay away from your childhood sweetheart. Otherwise, because of you, shall die at your own hands in about 3 years. Jiang Jiu took out a small gourd no bigger than a thumb and handed it to Barry. Thank you so much, Jiang Jiu. I misjudged you, and you've still helped me. Barry said, a note of guilt in his voice. It's nothing. Helping you is a way to settle things with my past self. After this, we're even. Next time you return, you'll be just another face in the crowd to me. Also tell my past self I really liked your smile. I hope you keep it. With that, Jiang Jiu waved his right hand, and Barry Allen and Eobard Thawne vanished from the tavern. Boss Jiang, are you alright? Gu Yi asked, concern in her voice. Of course I am. I'm just saying goodbye to my past self, Jiang Jiu said with a faint smile. Barry Allen departed, taking the Reverse Flash and a trace of regret with him, and also carrying away an old obsession of Jiang Jiu's. While Odin and the Ancient One worried about Jiang Jiu, he simply smiled and said there was nothing wrong with him. Afterward, 4 individuals from ancient China also left together. They seemed quite satisfied with the tavern, saying they would visit often whenever they had nothing else to do. Jiang Jiu warmly welcomed them, as their frequent visits would surely bring in a good income. I still don't quite understand. Why did you do that, Boss Jiang? Odin frowned, fixing his remaining eye on Jiang Jiu. The dignity of a god must not be violated, even unintentionally, Jiang Jiu said calmly. Besides, the one who loved the Flash was the human I used to be, not the current tavern owner, Jiang Jiu. So he was an obsession from your past, and you've now severed that obsession, the Ancient One, a mage who had lived in China, asked, familiar with some Taoist concepts. I still don't quite understand. Why did you do that, Boss Jiang? Odin frowned, fixing his remaining eye on Jiang Jiu. Jiang Jiu smiled and said, he's lying through his teeth. Little Black, unable to bear it any longer, exposed Jiang Jiu's lie. The Flash is indeed his obsession, but he didn't sever it. He's just afraid Barry might unintentionally offend a god's dignity and suffer backlash, so he said those words. I'll be fine after some time. Little Black, I've noticed you've been talking a lot lately. Is it your breeding season? Need me to perform a neutering surgery on you? Jiang Jiu, his face dark, approached Little Black, grabbed his ears, and tossed him around. Seeing this, the Ancient One let out a soft sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not true. Yes, this is the boss we remember, not the one from just now. Though he hadn't known Jiang Jiu long, Odin felt the same. Are you implying that I can only be a goof? Jiang Jiu released Little Black's ears, walked over to Odin, and asked coolly. I never said that. Odin swallowed hard. Only in front of Jiang Jiu did he lose all trace of his authority as the king of Asgard, let alone any dignity as a god. Go on, go on. We're closed. Closed? Jiang Jiu said irritably. The Ancient One and Odin exchanged glances, rising helplessly. Odin produced a wine barrel and a sack of gold coins, heading straight for the shelves. The moment the money-grubbing tavern owner saw this, he forgot his earlier words and rushed over. Your Majesty, King of Asgard, what wine would you like? He asked. Boss, fill a barrel with the dew of life. Odin said without hesitation. The dew of life can only be drunk here. Taking it away is useless. The magic of this drink lies in me personally. Jiang Jiu promptly recommended other wines. What about the sun water I gave you last time? It can slowly heal injuries no matter how severe and bring you back. That's just a temporary fix, Odin said, somewhat frustrated. If you want your wife or other family to drink the dew of life, you can bring them here. I never said you couldn't bring relatives. Jiang Jiu quickly added. Asgard was a fat sheep he had to fleece thoroughly. In that case, I'll hold off on buying for now. Odin put away the barrel and looked at the bag in Jiang Jiu's hand. What are you doing? That's mine. Jiang Jiu frowned. No way, Boss Jiang. Are you trying to force a sale? Odin asked, looking at him. You really won't buy anything else. This blue enchantress I brewed last time is excellent. It can make your wife younger and more beautiful. And this? Jiang Jiu persisted in peddling his wines to Odin, but the latter simply wouldn't buy. TCH cheapskate. Jiang Jiu tossed the gold coins back and sat off to the side, sulking without seeing them out. The Ancient One and Odin exchanged a glance, then left helplessly. The Ancient One exited through the front door and opened a portal outside the tavern to leave, while Odin used the guest portal he had paid Jiang Jiu to record Asgard's coordinates, saving him the trouble of coming via the Bifrost every time. Jiang Jiu hung up the closed sign, sat on his throne, and brooded. In truth, not everything he said was a lie. He had indeed bid farewell to his past. Meeting Barry Allen and helping him had fulfilled a dream from his human days. Only the words, "From now on we are no longer friends," were false. But as Little Black had said, if he hadn't said that, Barry Allen would face misfortune. After all, no matter what, Jiang Jiu was now a god. Tap, tap, tap. A knock came at the door, but Jiang Jiu didn't want to open it. He was closed. Yet the knockers seemed to ignore the sign, pounding incessantly. One even came around to rap on the window opposite him. Jiang Jiu looked up silently to see several men in black suits, clearly either gangsters or bodyguards, outside, along with a black car parked right in front of his tavern, completely disregarding the no parking sign nearby. Want me to go deal with them? Little Black asked, also quite annoyed as he had been napping and dreaming of chatting with a giant panda. Forget it. Go back to sleep. This is trouble. Barry left me. The village chief of Marvel's starting town has arrived. Jiang Jiu got up, walked over expressionlessly, and opened the tavern door. The bodyguards outside tried to enter, but he blocked them. Tell your boss to come in himself. Not just anyone can enter my place. And right now I'm in a very bad mood. If you try anything, I won't hesitate to fight back. Jiang Jiu said coolly. The bodyguards, disciplined enough not to force their way, and went to inform Tony Stark in the black car. This guy, despite being sniped, hadn't immediately returned home. Instead, after dealing with the police and FBI head, followed the tracker on Barry to this place. What utterly tasteless decor, Tony remarked, looking at the tavern's exterior and interior, criticizing without restraint. May I kill you by dropping a moon on you? Jiang Jiu asked very politely. Huh? Tony was taken aback. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic retort, he found his surroundings had changed. Looking up, he saw the moon growing larger and larger in the sky until he could only watch helplessly as it crashed down upon him. For a total of 9 times, Tony was struck in the face by various planets, and he couldn't move at all, forced to watch helplessly as he was hit. Fortunately, Jiang Jiu showed some mercy, leaving Tony's bodily functions aside from his thoughts forgotten by time. Otherwise, we might have seen tomorrow's headline news. The famous playboy Tony Stark urinated in front of a bar. From an American's perspective, thinking about such a thing is quite thrilling, but after all, he is the great hero who loves you 3,000 times. Even though it only happened in the future, it made the past Jiang Jiu shed tears. After punishing him 9 times, he had no intention of continuing. While the renowned Mr. Tony Stark, what brings you to my humble establishment? Jiang Jiu asked with an innocent demeanor. Who exactly are you? Tony asked, somewhat terrified. After all, getting struck in the face by a satellite 9 times would make anyone fearful. I'm just the owner of a tavern, Jiao replied innocently. Of course Tony didn't believe Jiao's lie. However, his emotions were unstable at the moment. He gave Jiao a deep look before turning and leaving the tavern with his bodyguards. He had completely forgotten the purpose of his visit, but it was no wonder if Jiao hadn't shown mercy, anyone else would have gone insane by now. You really are as nasty as ever, Xiaohe remarked lazily after watching. The current Tony is truly unlikable. Jiao shrugged. Isn't it just a comment on your terrible decoration style? Xiaohe squinted up at the sun, casually spouting out lines that could lead to trouble. Oh, do you really think the tavern's decoration style is that bad? Jiao's face darkened, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, and a twisted smile formed on his lips, emanating an aura of darkness. Ah, has the sun set? Why is it so chilly? Xiaohe noticed he was enveloped in a dark shadow. Yawned, opened his eyes, and was immediately startled. However, Xiaohe was no match for Jiao, especially since Jiao was cheating by using his time control ability. Although Xiaohe was trying his hardest, his time had slowed down significantly, and due to the regional time control, his movements appeared in slow motion. Hey Jiao, don't go too far. Xiaohe's voice was elongated due to the time dilation. What? I can't understand what you're saying. Do you need my massage? Xiaohe in his darkened mode grinned as Jiao grabbed him, squeezing firmly to give the reckless little panda a massage to loosen up his muscles. I wouldn't dare. Your taste is the best in the world, no, the entire multiverse, bar none. Xiaohe used all his strength to finish this sentence, only to realize that time around him had finally returned to normal. Although what you said sounds incredibly fake, who told you to be my only partner? They'll forgive you this time. Jiao whistled, gently smoothing back his disheveled hair, patted Xiaohe's head, and carefully placed him on the cat tree. I knew you were the best brother, Jiao. Xiaohe showed an expression of enjoyment, and immediately spoke, although inside, he was silently cursing Jiao. Since you said that, Xiaohe, I'll cook for you today. I've learned a new dish from Stephen Zhou. Are you sure? Xiaohe, knowing he couldn't refute at that moment, asked with a hint of fear. Of course. I secretly practiced for a long time just to make you a delicious meal, Jiao said, looking as if he was saying praise me to Xiaohe. Xiaohe felt a bit desperate at that moment. With Jiao saying this, what could he possibly say? To rebut, or otherwise under normal circumstances, he could change Jiao's attention to something else, but right now Xiaohe didn't dare. I'm so moved, Jiao, you are just too good to me. Xiaohe excitedly shed happy tears. Ha, don't worry, Xiaohe, I will definitely let you savor the taste of happiness. Jiao, seemingly encouraged, took out a red cloth strip from who knows where and wrapped it around his forehead. If I die, I die. It's not the first time eating. Xiaohe silently watched Jiao, filled with fighting spirit, sighed inwardly, then immediately shouted, Jiao, I believe in you. You can do it. Leave it to me. Jiao turned back handsomely, the red cloth strip on his head fluttering in the wind with the word struggle written in big letters, adding a touch of silliness. Go ahead, Jiao. Xiaohe raised his short right hand, clenched his claws into a fist, and said seriously, I won't let you run away like last time. Jiao, seeing Xiaohe's actions, instantly snapped out of his hot-blooded idiot state and said lightly, hey, I've already accepted my fate, all right. Xiaohe felt somewhat helpless, but still acted cute, saying, I'm being sincere. Is that so? You said the same last time. Jiao stared at Xiaohe with dead fish eyes, almost saying, start your performance. Did I mention it last time? Shit, it seems I need a new way to escape in the future. This guy really holds a grudge. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohe said, why don't you just take me along? That's right. How could I not think of such a simple thing? Jiao stroked his chin, looking at Xiaohe, and said, it's all your fault. I feel like your intelligence has run out. Your IQ has always been on a subscription plan, all right. Xiaohe continued to complain, but as a panda with aspirations for an Oscar, he apologized without changing his expression. Are you apologizing by saying my intelligence is lacking? Jiao glared at Xiaohe with dead fish eyes. I swear, Jiao, don't bully me too much, okay? I've already admitted my fault and am begging for forgiveness. What more do you want from me? Xiaohe was immediately infuriated, his fur standing on end. How you really have no awareness of your own mistakes. Jiao laughed heartily, pointing at Xiaohe and saying, I knew you were just tricking me. Just kill me already. I don't want to live anymore. Little did the frolicking Jiao and Xiaohe know that the entire sequence of events surrounding Tony Stark's visit to the tavern had long been noticed by a certain cat-loving Nick Fury. Through conjecture analysis and evidence gathering, he had finally uncovered some clues. It seems we need to look into this bar, Nick Fury remarked casually to his beautiful assistant. Do you really think the Flash has any connection to this bar? The beautiful assistant inquired curiously. You know, Agent Hill, the illustrious Tony Stark, wouldn't take an interest in just any bar. Nick said calmly, especially right after he was sniped. He'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on the bar, Agent Hill nodded. Also monitor the bar's patrons and retrieve surveillance footage from the vicinity. I'm beginning to find this bar intriguing. Nick glanced at the screen before him, which only showed Tony arriving at the bar, knocking on the door, and being turned away. Seeing that Nick was preoccupied, Agent Hill left to carry out his orders. She had anticipated some difficulties, but discovered that the bar's information was utterly unremarkable, just a completely insignificant nobody, utterly harmless. Zhang is not a particularly notable name with no criminal record, just an ordinary person. Gazing at the information on Zhang retrieved directly from the police and tax authorities, Agent Hill felt her superior might be embarking on a wild goose chase. Sir, should we continue the investigation? Or perhaps we should take him into direct custody, the agent assigned by Hill immediately suggested, having also seen Zhang file. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. claimed to protect the Earth and indeed did so, it was after all a global intelligence organization. Thus, unless a person had connections or a special status, they habitually employed the most expedient methods. In the original narrative, when dealing with the super-wealthy Tony Stark, they opted to schedule appointments and repeatedly assist him, gradually earning his favor. Yet when confronting Thor's girlfriend Jane and her companions, they seized research materials like bandits, not forgetting to issue threats. Hill, as the leader of these agents, was well aware of certain practices, having employed them herself. She appreciated subordinates who worked efficiently. However, this time she felt she might trust her boss, that one-eyed cat-stroking bald-headed big shot. "You may go. I need to report this to the director," Hill said to the agent, picking up the documents. When Hill returned to the bald man's office, she found her boss still watching the footage of Tony Stark's visit to the bar, which struck her as odd, as the scene seemed unremarkable. "Any news, Agent Hill?" Nick looked up and asked. Hay raced the information on the bar owner, a very ordinary person. Hill handed the documents to Nick Fury. "Very ordinary indeed. Quite ordinary." Nick Fury casually glanced through the documents, noting that Zhang file was quite detailed, from his birth certificate, through high school, to leaving his home country for the United States, inheriting his uncle's coffee shop, and converting it into a bar. "Is there something wrong?" Agent Hill asked. "No problem, or rather everything is too complete." Nick frowned. His agent's intuition told him Zhang was no ordinary person, but the data and evidence indicated he was just a lucky newcomer who had recently arrived in New York. "Should we continue surveillance?" Agent Hill asked. She hadn't assigned anyone yet. "Deploy a few people to watch him, but don't make contact. Just observe for now." Due to his lingering doubts, he felt it prudent to be cautious. "All right, I still don't see the point." Agent Hill nodded, then asked curiously. "I also don't understand why he turned Tony away." Nick looked at Hill and asked, and he succeeded. Hill found it odd. What was so strange about it? Not everyone in the world liked Tony Stark after all. He was a world-renowned arms dealer, and it made sense that someone from a red country might dislike him. "What do you think of Tony's temper?" Nick asked, seeing Hill still didn't understand. "Is he the type to stop just because someone tells him to?" "No, of course not." Yet after being refused entry, he simply turned and left. "All right, I'll assign some cautious people." Hearing Nick's reasoning, Hill nodded, though she felt it might be an overreaction. "Okay, get moving." Nick gave a slight nod and continued watching the video. Meanwhile, Tony returned to his residence in New York. He naturally had a home and company in New York, although most of his factories and main corporation were in Los Angeles and other cities. Stark Industries had a subsidiary in New York handling other affairs. "My God, Tony, I heard you were sniped." "I thought you'd come straight back," Tony's personal assistant Pepper Potts said with concern. "Sorry, I'm fine, but I need to go back immediately." Tony's mind was a jumble. He didn't understand what had just happened to him, so he decided to return to his lab for a thorough investigation. "Indeed, we should go back. I've already arranged the plane. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stain just called to inquire about your condition." Pepper quickly said. "Okay, call him back. I need some time off. Let him deal with those guys himself." Tony rubbed his temples. Being hit in the face 9 times by a planet was an extremely unpleasant sensation. "My goodness, you look terrible. What's wrong, Tony?" Pepper, having finished arranging other matters, turned to see Tony's ghastly pallor. Probably because of the sniper. Seeing Pepper's worried face, Tony lied to avoid alarming her further. "No, we need to go to the hospital for a checkup first." Pepper insisted. She had heard Tony went to a bar after being sniped and thought he was fine, but now he seemed unwell. Tony had completely lost his usual luster. He looked exhausted, with remnants of fear lingering on his face. Pepper had never seen Tony like this. "Yes, I need a thorough checkup, but not at the hospital. I need to go home," Tony said calmly. "I've already had Jarvis arrange it. Let's go, Pepper. We need to get out of here. I don't want to stay a moment longer." In a tavern, Xiaoing staggered down from the 2nd floor, looking utterly exhausted, his 4 legs trembling as he walked. He approached the cat climbing frame, gazing up at the tall structure, a wave of despair washing over him. A slightly hoarse voice called out, "Oh, isn't this Mr. Xiaoing? What happened to you?" Xiaoing turned to see Orochimaru had returned. "It was too hot up there. I just wanted to cool off for a moment," Xiaoing replied defiantly. Orochimaru chuckled, picked Xiaoing up, and placed him on the purple cushion atop the cat frame. He pulled a book from the bookshelf and started reading. "Has the war ended?" Xiaohei comfortably lay on the purple cushion, asking Orochimaru. Not yet. Some minor issues came up, so I temporarily retreated from the front lines. Oh, by the way, has Jiraiya encountered those 3 kids yet? Xiaohei suddenly inquired. Senior Xiaohei is truly impressive knowing even these matters. Orochimaru looked at Xiaohei with a hint of surprise. Of course, I am the divine beast, the god panda, who governs destiny. Nothing can hide from my eyes. Xiaohei proudly lifted his head, but had to fall back down due to the pain. By the way, where's the boss? Where did he go? Orochimaru asked curiously, as he had much he wanted to discuss with Jiang. Who knows where he is messing around? Xiaohei retorted angrily. Just then Jiang entered carrying a plastic bag of food, smiled at Orochimaru, and placed the items on the bar. Xiaohei immediately closed his eyes pretending to sleep, and neither Jiang nor Orochimaru called him out. You seem a bit confused, Jiang remarked. I've seen a lot of deaths recently, so. Orochimaru said solemnly. I've realized that human life is truly fragile. Indeed, human life is fragile, but the human heart is incredibly strong. Jiang responded, looking at Orochimaru. Humans are the most fragile, intelligent beings in the universe. They lack the innate constitution of gods and the capacity to awaken divine powers, and they don't possess the longevity of the Titans. Their lives are but a fleeting 100 years, yet the legends, will, and beliefs they leave behind are eternal and immortal. Orochimaru fell silent knowing these truths. Yet sometimes people enjoy nitpicking, and most people only speak of these truths when it doesn't concern them. It's only in such moments that people preach wisdom and comfort others. Thus, Jiang understood that some things needed to be realized by Orochimaru himself. I want to change that. I don't want to suddenly die one day. There are many things I haven't done, many worlds I haven't set foot in, and much that I still need to learn, Orochimaru said, somewhat excited. If you want to change all this, then work hard. I believe you are not the type to give up easily, Jiang replied with a smile, walking over to the bar, taking a cup, adding some ice, and then performing a visually appealing maneuver before pouring a mysterious purple liquid into the cup, now devoid of ice. Orochimaru pondered over Jiang's words as Jiang placed the wine glass in front of him. Here, this drink is called introspection. It doesn't have any special powers, but will help you calm down. As for the price, it's 78000 taels considering the worthlessness of your paper currency, Jiang stated. Thank you for your concern, boss, Orochimaru replied. At that moment, Orochimaru felt a bit touched. After all, he was still human, and now a young man passionate about research, displaying the traits typical of his age. Enough with the small talk, drink it, and keep pushing forward. Jiang patted Orochimaru's shoulder, then went to the bar to find some items he had just bought for Xiaohei and tossed them to him. With a series of sounds, several plastic containers landed on Xiaohei's head, making it impossible for him to maintain his act of sleeping. He wanted to get up and argue, but the conditions simply wouldn't allow it, so he could only endure silently. Hey, isn't this Xiaohei the Great? Why are you lying here, unable to avoid even plastic boxes? Jiang said, triumphantly looking at Xiaohei. I ended up like this because of you. If it weren't for you constantly making so-called delicacies for me, would I be like this? Xiaohei exclaimed in frustration. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it, Jiang whistled, and said, some people say they don't want it, but their bodies are quite honest. They'll tell you, how dare you say that. Xiaohei could no longer tolerate it, leaping up to point at Jiang and scolding. If it weren't for you misusing your abilities, would I obediently eat those things you made? If you have the ability, then use your magic. Jiang chuckled, teasingly replied. I'm going to sleep. Xiaohei looked at the shameless person before him, and in a fit of anger could only leave behind one phrase before heading off to sleep. Jiang saw this and grinned victoriously. Orochimaru observed everything while having just finished his drink. For some reason, he recalled that white-haired fool and the fortunate girl Tsunade. It turns out I'm not alone anymore. Orochimaru reflected, although he had cherished his teammates in the past, it was merely the bond between comrades, not the familial feeling shared by Jiang and Xiaohei. Now he seemed to have grown accustomed to the constant chatter of a certain fool beside him, only to be punched away by the furious Tsunade. Hey Orochimaru, you're smiling. Jiang appeared in front of Orochimaru holding a phone that displayed Orochimaru's smiling face. Regarding the matter with Shinjiro, I thank you on behalf of Tsunade. Orochimaru promptly changed the topic, saying he actually awakened would release at the crucial moment, not only killing those who attacked him, but also holding on until I got there. Oh, Shinjiro can finally be called Shinjiro. He not bad at all, Jiang chuckled. I originally intended to bring Tsunade and Shinjiro along, but they have already been called away by the teacher, so I can only come another time, Orochimaru told Jiang. That's fine, I didn't do it for their gratitude. I just feel that since he is the last man of the Senju clan, he should restore the glory of the first Hokage and bring some changes to this world, Jiang replied. Jiang genuinely hoped to bring some change to the world of Naruto. After all, not everything could revolve around the Uchiha clan. where they were the ones seeking to destroy the world only to be redeemed and save it through their own efforts. Such absurdity Xiao found rather distasteful. Bring change to the ninja world. Orochimaru gazed at Xiao and nodded slightly. Perhaps you, boss, could truly succeed in bringing genuine peace to the ninja world. I want meddle in the affairs of other worlds, merely offer a bit of guidance. Ultimately, it relies on people like you who belong to that world. Xiao shook his head. Can someone who fears death truly bring change to a world? Orochimaru sighed softly. It is precisely because you fear death that you will strive to overcome it. Of course, if you hadn't met me, you might have walked a different path, one entirely your own. But now your future has already changed. Xiao said with a smile. Orochimaru fell into deep thought after hearing this. Xiao did not disturb him, instead sitting alone reading a comic. Although this was a world themed around superheroes, it was still a complete world filled with many famous comics and movies. Xiao simply enjoyed perusing them. Just then the portal within the tavern swung open, and a handsome young man stepped through the wooden door. He was clad in a green robe resembling an ancient Chinese swordsman, and what drew the most attention were his 4 eyebrows. Excuse me, what place is this? The young man glanced at Orochimaru, who looked like a Japanese man, then at Xiao reading a comic, and directly addressed Xiao. Oh, how did you know I'm the owner of this tavern? Xiao asked with keen interest. Well, I didn't actually recognize you as the owner. It's just that he seemed lost in thought, and you were watching me since I entered, so I had to ask you. The young man couldn't help but chuckle. You seem to recognize me, Lu Xiaofeng. TCH boring. Ah, of course I know the 4-browed Lu Xiaofeng. Xiao, realizing his blunder, said indignantly. Can you tell me what this place is? I was trailing a woman when suddenly everything blurred, and the next moment I was here. Lu Xiaofeng said, crossing countless universes, shattering fate, and creating new miracles. This is the Tavern of Wonders. Xiao stated calmly. In short, this is not your original world. What an intriguing place, Lu Xiaofeng remarked with interest, then walked to the street-facing glass window, gazing at the bustling traffic outside, and felt that Xiao might be telling the truth. By the way, Lu Xiaofeng, do you know Yi Guqing and Shimen Shueishue? Xiao asked curiously. Though he could discern certain things with his abilities, doing so would rob life of its joy. Unless there was something he absolutely needed to know, Xiao refrained from casually using his power to probe others' memories. I've heard of them. Yi Guqing, the Lord of White Cloud City, and Shimen Shueishue, the Sword God. Both are renowned swordsmen of late. Lu Xiaofeng shook his head. But I only know them by reputation, we've never met. And Hua Manlu? Xiao asked. Never heard of him. Boss, must I know these people? Lu Xiaofeng inquired curiously. Just asking on a whim, Xiao shrugged. Since I've met you today, I'll give you a treasure, so you won't keep getting drugged unconscious. Before Lu Xiaofeng could ask, Xiao dashed over to mix a drink. With a flamboyant technique and dazzling light effects, even the uninitiated Lu Xiaofeng was mesmerized, silently admiring the tavern's owner, Xiao. Here, colorless and odorless. I call it instant because it can instantly transform any negative effect liquor you drink into pure energy that nourishes your body. Xiao placed the transparent liquid before Lu Xiaofeng and explained its special property. Such a drink exists. Though young Lu Xiaofeng had roamed the martial world for years and had encountered various underhanded tricks, he had relied on his profound inner strength, luck, and wits to survive, but that didn't mean he had no use for this drink. Boss, this drink is far too precious. Lu Xiaofeng hesitated, being an upright gentleman who knew that nothing good came for free. It's not free. This drink costs 1,000 taels of gold. Xiao rolled his eyes. This is a tavern, after all, a place to sell drinks. Given its properties, 1,000 taels of gold is actually a bargain, but I left in a hurry. Who carries that much money on the road? Lu Xiaofeng said helplessly. No worries, I trust you won't renege on the debt, Xiao said. Just as Lu Xiaofeng was moved to respond, the other added, besides, I have plenty of ways to collect from you. Don't think that once you leave this tavern I can't find you. Lu Xiaofeng's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't quite figure Xiao out, but then he noticed something. No matter how they talked, the Japanese man remained motionless, unchanged. What's wrong with him? Lu Xiaofeng's curiosity, which he often lamented would one day be his undoing, was utterly uncontrollable. He's probably searching for his own future, and also under a genjutsu, Xiao said offhandedly. He's from another world, not yours, a world equally fascinating. People from other worlds, Lu Xiaofeng nodded. Can they enter my world? If you invite them, or if someone else in your world is lucky enough to find the tavern and extend an invitation, then yes, Xiao said, somewhat annoyed. Hey, I'm not asking for payment now. Drink up. This thing has an expiration date. Then he'll gladly oblige. Lu Xiaofeng, seeing Xiao's insistence, picked up the glass and drank. True to Xiao's description, the drink was utterly tasteless. If not for the ice cubes, he wouldn't have known if had consumed anything at all. Okay, haha, I can't wait to see the expressions on those who try to drug or poison Lu Xiaofeng. when they realize he's completely unaffected. Lu Xiaofeng gazed at Zhang Jiu's demeanor, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Was the man before him a fool? Yet upon noticing the vanished bloodline on his own arm and the sudden surge in his inner strength, Lu Xiaofeng realized that this seemingly unreliable proprietor might have spoken nothing but the truth. Thank you, boss. This cup of wine of yours is truly extraordinary. Lu Xiaofeng clasped his hands in gratitude. Of course it is. Running a tavern is my serious endeavor, Zhang Jiu declared with utmost confidence. 1,000 taels of gold seems to have been a worthy investment. Lu Xiaofeng rose to his feet and addressed Zhang Jiu. However, I am currently investigating a case. Perhaps once it concludes, I shall have the means to settle my tab. Very well, you are always welcome here. The tavern's benefits extend far beyond its beverages. Zhang Jiu made no attempt to detain him, confident that Lu Xiaofeng's curiosity, having witnessed the marvels of the tavern, would inevitably draw him back. But before that, there was a matter to attend to. Zhang Jiu glanced at Orochimaru, still ensnared in the illusion, and let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, Orochimaru could never escape the torment of being ensnared by illusions. It seems I must trouble you once more, boss. Orochimaru emerged from the illusion with a wry smile. I was utterly immersed in the world of the illusion. After all, that illusion was crafted by Zhang Jiu. If you could break free so easily, it would imply his skills are lacking. Xiaohei interjected, seemingly offering comfort to Orochimaru. You talk too much, Zhang Jiu retorted with mild annoyance. Orochimaru chuckled, the familiarity of the scene growing stronger. He had been here for barely a few hours, yet he already found himself missing that fool Jiraiya. By the way, Boss Zhang, may I mention the existence of this tavern to others? Orochimaru voiced a question he had long harbored. Before arriving, he had intended to invite Tsunade and Nawaki. Of course you may. I welcome any guest with open arms. Zhang Jiu smiled. And I hope to meet more people. After all, life is but a tapestry woven from meeting and forgetting. Orochimaru nodded slightly, bid farewell to Zhang Jiu and Xiaohei, and departed the tavern. He had experienced far too much within the illusionary world and needed rest to restore his spirit. Though Zhang Jiu's assistance had prevented the illusion from overriding his memories, rest was still essential. What did you show him? Xiaohei inquired curiously after Orochimaru had left. Naruto. I turned the anime up to Shippuden into an illusion for him to experience. Zhang Jiu replied with a grin. Damn, isn't that a spoiler? Naruto fans would kill you. Xiaohei looked at Zhang Jiu with exasperation. Let them break the fourth wall first, ha. Zhang Jiu laughed like a fool. What a simpleton. Xiaohei muttered before asking, so what do you plan to do about those guys across the street? Let them keep watching. What else can I do? I must admit, Nick Fury truly is the spy master. He noticed us over such trivial matters. Zhang Jiu glanced out the window. Across the street, a middle-aged woman sat yawning in a newsstand, appearing listless and unremarkable. Yet, Zhang Jiu knew that beyond the newspapers on display, that so-called newsstand concealed a cache of weapons, espionage devices, and surveillance equipment. A miniature monitoring station, its target being none other than the tavern. Regrettably for agents unacquainted with supernatural occurrences, surveilling the tavern was futile. No matter how they watched, they could only see what Zhang Jiu permitted. The tavern's patrons appeared to be ordinary customers from nearby offices or occasional visitors who themselves could not perceive the tavern's true nature, let alone these agents stationed across the street. To outsiders, the tavern seemed like a lackluster bar. Thus, Nick's attempt to glean information from its customers was fundamentally flawed. Any investigation would reveal that the bar's patrons were perfectly ordinary people. But doesn't it annoy you? Xiaohei yawned. Every time I wake up and see those guys, my good mood evaporates. What else can I do? This world is too dull right now. Even organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. have almost nothing to do. Zhang Jiu shrugged. Then give them something to do. Xiaohei's eyes lit up. Though we're in a universe derived from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, we can spice it up, like a low-budget version of the X-Men. No too boring. Besides, there's an X-Men right at the door, the Magneto you like so much. Zhang Jiu pointed toward the dimensional gate. As if on cue, the wooden door swung open, and an elderly man in a white prison uniform, looking haggard, stepped through. Welcome to the tavern. Zhang Jiu smiled. Where is this place? The old man surveyed the surroundings, a glimmer of delight appearing in his eyes. Though I'm pleased you've escaped prison, please refrain from trying to control the metal in my establishment, Zhang Jiu said with a hint of exasperation. The old man found his powers failing once more. He looked at Zhang Jiu with astonishment, but as the leader of the mutants, he was not one to give up easily. He attempted once again to exert his full strength to manipulate the surrounding metal. Really, must I explain the tavern's origins every single time? Zhang Jiu said, rubbing his temples in frustration. I told you we could transfer the tavern's knowledge directly into their minds the moment they enter. Xiaohei remarked nonchalantly, gazing at the immobilized elderly Magneto. But that would mean we can invade people's minds at will. Anyone with sense would realize we could read their memories. Though we can indeed do so, it would prevent us from communicating with them on equal footing. Jiang Jiu explained. And you think we're on equal footing now? Xiaohei pointed at the immobilized Magneto. Though not absolute equality, there is still some. Jiang Jiu shrugged, ignoring Xiaohei, and turned to Magneto. It seems you could use a drink to relax. Magneto was now perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend the turn of events. He had once been the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, driven by a singular ambition to overthrow human dominion and allow mutants to live freely in this world. To this end, he had even devised a peculiar device harnessing the power of a special mutant to transform all of humanity into mutants. Of course, his plan carried inherent risks. Latent mutants might awaken directly, while humans devoid of any mutant gene could perish from genetic collapse. Yet Magneto believed that for the sake of everyone's future, some sacrifices were inevitable. Ultimately, he was thwarted by his friend, his lifelong nemesis, and the most powerful mind on Earth, Professor X. Consequently, he was incarcerated in a special prison, completely isolated from metal, subjected to relentless torment and study, along with other sordid indignities that deepened his loathing for humanity. Until one day, a wooden door materialized within his cell. He assumed it was a rescue from the Brotherhood of Mutants, but upon entering, he found himself in an utterly alien place. However, he also sensed countless metallic objects, a welcome discovery for Magneto. Yet soon a far graver problem emerged. The young man before him, who introduced himself as the tavern owner, seemed immensely powerful, capable of neutralizing his abilities with a mere glance. This realization struck Magneto. He might have stumbled into an even more perilous realm. Relax, Mr. Linger. I mean you no harm. Besides, you entered this tavern of your own accord. Jiang Jiu shrugged, duplicated the drink he had previously prepared for Orochimaru, and handed it over. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. That I can believe. Linger remarked, then took the glass and drank. To his astonishment, he found himself completely calm, his mind sharper and more agile than ever before. Truly miraculous liquor, he said. Of course, why else would I run a tavern? Jiang Jiu chuckled, delighted as always by a guest's praise for his brew. What is this place? Linger asked. A tavern, a nexus connecting countless worlds. By countless worlds, I mean infinite universes. Jiang Jiu explained. Simply put, you are no longer on your Earth. Another universe. I've heard of such theories. Magneto nodded slightly. After all, besides being a mutant leader, he was also something of a scientist. Judging by your appearance, you seem to have just escaped from prison, Xiaohei remarked, hopping onto the table and studying Magneto. A red panda. One that talks. Magneto regarded Xiaohei with curiosity, finally convinced of the existence of other worlds. This is my family, Xiaohei, Jiang Jiu introduced with a smile. Hey, while I appreciate being called family, don't go sticking a surname on me, Xiaohei retorted indignantly. As you can see, it's under a red panda, Jiang Jiu laughed. You two have a good relationship, Magneto observed with a faint smile, perhaps reminded of his own old friend and foe. Back to my earlier question. Were you imprisoned? Xiaohei pressed on. Yes, for certain reasons I was locked away. Magneto refrained from elaborating, uncertain of the nature of the two beings before him. Jiang Jiu did not press further. Even without Magneto's confession, they knew the circumstances of his imprisonment. From what they could gather, the timeline of that world seemed to align with the second film. A critical juncture when relations between humans and mutants began to deteriorate severely. May I step outside to have a look? Magneto gazed at the scene beyond the window. He had been confined for over a year. I'm afraid not. Without an invitation from someone in this world, you cannot leave the tavern, Jiang Jiu shrugged. However, now that you've entered, you can return anytime, anywhere. It might even save your life someday. Magneto nodded, then noticed the 9 rules posted on the wall. Soon several other patrons entered, each exuding a distinctly unique aura. What astonished him most was the sight of an old man dressed like a medieval wizard, bearing a striking resemblance to himself. This marvel made him temporarily forget his imprisonment. The old man also noticed him, offering a casual greeting before approaching another elderly figure, one with silver-white hair cascading to his waist, an aquiline nose, and half-moon spectacles, clad in an opulent dark green robe embroidered with stars and moons. Those two are wizards, though the one who looks like you is more of a demigod, Xiaohei explained, noticing Magneto's interest. As an ardent fan, he eagerly narrated, the silver-haired old man is the headmaster of a magic school. Both are formidable wizards. What an extraordinary tavern, Magneto marveled. Indeed. Oh, by the way, everything here costs money. For now, I'm covering your expenses. You can repay me once you're out of prison, Xiaohei informed him. Thank you for your kindness. Magneto expressed his gratitude, feeling like a fallen titan. Oh, and this one's on me, Xiaohei said with a sly grin, producing a metal sphere the size of a fist from somewhere. I reckon this is what you need most right now. Magneto took the sphere, using his power to transform it into several smaller orbs that spun rapidly around his hand. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Anyone who had once possessed power and lost it knew the gnawing anxiety of powerlessness. Confined in a prison of plastic and glass, Magneto had indeed been stripped of his abilities. "Why are you helping me? We've only just met," Magneto asked Xiaohei. After all, no one helps another without reason, especially a villain like him, who even in his own eyes was a villain to ordinary people. "I just like you. As for the rest, I couldn't care less. Oh, and if you truly want to save your mutant race, it's a good idea to seek advice from people from various worlds here. Even better if you can get Jang to help you," Xiaohei offered advice to his idol. Magneto lingered in the tavern until nearly nightfall, witnessing a multitude of peculiar individuals, some of whom were not even human, a revelation that filled him with profound astonishment. With the devoted Xiaohei by his side, he gleaned a few insights. "I must take my leave now. Thank you for your assistance." Before departing, Magneto expressed his gratitude to Xiaohei and Jang. "Best of luck to you. I suspect you'll be preoccupied for some time." Jang remarked coolly, for the current timeline coincided with Stryker's imminent assault on Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. After bidding them farewell, Magneto pushed open the door and stepped out, only to discover a tattoo resembling a wooden door on his arm, which soon vanished. Recalling Xiaohei's words, he understood that this door would manifest whenever he needed it, granting him passage to the tavern at will. "What an extraordinary phenomenon," Magneto murmured in awe. Magneto opened his hand, revealing the special metal in his palm, a tangible proof that his recent experience was no dream. This, more than the fleeting tattoo, convinced him of the tavern's reality, for the world held many mutants capable of subtly altering memories. Magneto touched the base of his skull, where a peculiar scar marked the spot where the military scientist Stryker had injected a serum to control his mind. He had divulged much to that man, and Magneto had every reason to believe Stryker was plotting a new scheme against mutant kind. "Where have you been, Linger?" A portly white guard Rory stormed in, fuming. He had checked the surveillance footage and discovered Magneto had vanished for nearly an entire day without his notice. No, it wasn't that he hadn't noticed, or rather he had slacked off, choosing not to monitor Magneto, confident that the mutant was powerless in the glass cell and that the fortress-like security deterred any rescue attempts. Habitually switching off the cameras, he only realized Magneto's absence when he noticed the prisoner's unusual docility. "Mr. Rory, it seems you've been derelict in your duties today," Magneto said calmly. "Tell me the truth, Linger. Where did you go, and how did you escape?" The enraged guard Rory seemed oblivious to Magneto's transformation, or perhaps he had never truly observed him at all. "You've been diligently looking after me all these days. I haven't even thanked you yet." Magneto uttered these words softly, then as Rory's eyes widened in terror, he brandished a metallic sphere and riddled the man who had tormented him with holes. These guards carried internal alarm devices. Rory's death instantly triggered the security system. Yet armed with his metal sphere, Magneto proved more than a match for them. With a mere thought, he shattered his glass prison and strode out of the facility with the commanding presence of a king. What? Magneto escaped. In a secret laboratory, Stryker, who had been planning an assault on Xavier's school, flew into a rage upon hearing the news. How did this happen? The surveillance system was offline during the day. All we know is that Magneto somehow obtained metal and broke out, the subordinate reported. Useless fools. Stryker spat. After a moment's thought, he ordered, "Notify Professor X. Once they arrive, capture them." "But General, we haven't yet prepared a way to disable the school's defenses," one of Stryker's men voiced his concern. "Once we have Professor X, we can obtain what we need," Stryker retorted impatiently. He couldn't risk Magneto meeting with Xavier, for their collaboration would spell doom for his plans. "Send your eco to the prison. The rest of you return to the lab." "I'm going to the Pentagon," Stryker declared, turning on his heel and leaving. Meanwhile, at Xavier's school, they faced their own crisis. A teleporting mutant had attacked the President of the United States, igniting a firestorm of public opinion and thrusting the mutant issue into the spotlight once more. "Professor, can you locate him?" asked a red-haired, intelligent-looking woman, addressing the bald man in the wheelchair. "I can only pinpoint his general location. Jean and Aurora will bring him back," instructed the professor, the leader of the X-Men. "Understood." Jean Grey nodded, and she left the school with the white-haired Aurora. Professor X furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. This modus operandi didn't match his old friend Mystique, who should be solely focused on rescuing Magneto. "Scott, it seems we need to pay an old friend a visit," Professor X said to the last man in the room, who wore an X-Men uniform and a pair of futuristic red-tinted glasses. The man named Scott nodded silently. Unable to control his mutant ability, he relied on the specialized glasses, making him more sensitive than others. Fortunately, his strong sense of justice had led Professor X to keep him close, grooming him as a potential leader, though he had yet to fully mature. Just as they prepared to depart, the phone rang. Professor X answered, his expression shifting slightly as he spoke a few words before hanging up. "Professor, are you all right?" Scott asked with concern. "I'm fine. Some things have taken an unexpected turn," Professor X replied calmly, though his thoughts remained a mystery. "Are we still going to the prison?" Scott inquired curiously. "Wait. I'm expecting a call." If it comes then, well, head to the prison, Professor X stated flatly. Scott nodded, accustomed to following the professor's directives. He believed that the most brilliant mind on Earth could not err, a conviction he held steadfastly. The phone rang again. Professor X answered, his expression, this time unreadable. He spoke briefly, "They'll be there soon," and ended the call. Professor X sat quietly by the window for a long time, having just received 2 phone calls. One was from his old friend Magneto, who revealed Stryker's conspiracy, a plan to use Professor X and Cerebro to exterminate all mutants on Earth. Magneto advised Professor X to wait and see, as Stryker would likely call to lure him into a trap at the prison, leading to his arrest. The second call came from the prison, just as Magneto had predicted. They informed Professor X that Magneto had escaped and requested his presence to investigate for any clues. Had Professor X not received Magneto's warning, he would have rushed to the prison immediately upon hearing the news. "Professor, what's happened?" Scott asked, curiously, noticing the professor lost in thought once more. "Eric has escaped, and he told me that Stryker plans to use me and Cerebro to kill every mutant on Earth." Professor X felt it was time to confide in Scott, whom he intended to groom as the new leader. But Magneto is not to be trusted. Scott shook his head. "Yes, in most cases he is untrustworthy, but I believe he's telling the truth this time," Professor X said. "So what do you plan to do, Professor?" Scott asked, puzzled. "I intend to verify whether Eric's words are true." Professor X turned and said calmly, "If Stryker truly wants to capture me, he'll likely set a trap at the prison. We must prepare in advance." "I understand," Scott nodded. "But that leaves the school's defenses weak with only Logan here." "Ill-informed Hank and Magneto will come to help guard the school," Professor X said. "Magneto? I don't trust him," Scott repeated. Scott once again voiced his distrust of Magneto, but this time Professor X offered no explanation, simply instructing him to summon Logan. "Professor, you wanted to see me." Logan was a burly man with a thick mane of hair that from a distance resembled a wolf's head. Possessing a skeleton and claws made of the world's hardest metal along with a superhuman healing factor, he was known as Wolverine. "The school may come under attack. Prepare the students for the safe room, and ready yourselves for battle." Even the usually gentle Professor X was angered by the news of an attack on the entire mutant population. "You're leaving?" Logan asked curiously. "Yes, to verify something." "Oh, and take this." Professor X suddenly handed Logan a plastic key. "If I haven't returned by tonight, come to this office, press the button behind that painting, and activate the self-destruct sequence." Self-destruct? Logan and Scott were clearly unaware of such a feature in the office. "Cerebro. I've always known its dangers, but I never imagined someone would covet it," Professor X said with a wry smile. "I considered destroying it long ago, but I kept it to accurately locate new mutants." "Looks like a tough night ahead," Logan muttered, producing a cigar from somewhere and clamping it between his teeth. "Yes, a battle that could be a matter of life and death may unfold at this school," Professor X said with some resignation. "By the way, Magneto will be arriving shortly. I hope you two can get along." Logan froze. Get along with Magneto? A man who controls metal and a man made of metal. How could they possibly coexist? Yet lacking a purpose or identity of his own and temporarily residing at the school, Logan had no choice but to comply with Professor X's request. After settling everything, Professor X headed to the prison to uncover Stryker's scheme. Though he could have stayed, he needed to go to convince Scott and the others that Magneto hadn't deceived them. Though an adversary, Professor X knew that Magneto loved the mutant race more than himself. Having suffered persecution in Germany as a child, Magneto harbored an innate hatred and disgust for humanity, a sentiment that had only intensified over time. Their divergence was one of ideology. Both sought a better life for mutants, but through different means. As leaders, they understood each other's intentions, yet the X-Men and the Brotherhood had become bitter enemies through endless conflict. A situation neither Professor X nor Magneto could prevent, for it is human nature to be driven by emotions and thoughts. Scott and Professor X departed together, leaving Logan as the only one in the know at the school. He waited glumly for Magneto's arrival. About an hour later, Magneto and Mystique arrived with several mutants. "This school is as dull as ever," Mystique remarked to Magneto. "Why are we here?" "Waiting for an old friend," Magneto said with a smile, using his powers to open the school's door and stride inside. Stepping into the school once more filled Magneto with nostalgia. They had once walked the same path, but ideological differences had driven them apart. One became a dove leader seeking peaceful integration into humanity, while the other became a hawk leader fighting for the freedom of his kind through power. Yet humanity exploited this rift, pitting them against each other. "It seems Charles still trusts you," Mystique said, observing the empty school. "Because he knows the power of Cerebro," Magneto replied calmly. "Aren't you afraid he'll use Cerebro to kill all humans?" Mystique asked indifferently. "He knows I wouldn't do that," Magneto stated flatly. His targets had always been the military and state representatives who saw mutants as a threat, not innocent civilians. Having suffered under the Nazis, he refused to become like them by harming ordinary people. Moreover, his pride forbade him from stooping to such a level. I never thought we'd join forces against a common enemy, Logan said, eyeing Magneto and Mystique. Logan spoke in a detached tone as he regarded Magneto and Mystique. In the Marvel Universe, there is a tavern. As usual today, occasional visitors from other worlds would come to this realm, casually tapping on the orders engraved on the tables. The drinks they needed would appear on the table, making it exceptionally convenient. Aside from a few familiar faces who had visited several times, most preferred to sit alone. Your suggestion is truly excellent, Mr. Gandalf. Zhang observing how everyone used the tabletop orders, which greatly reduced his workload, grinned as he spoke to the old man in a gray robe who sat nearby, smoking a pipe. That is also because you, the proprietor, possess such capability. The old man, known as Gandalf, exhaled a puff of smoke that vanished into thin air before traveling far. He took a deep drag and said, "It seems Principal Dumbledore won't be coming today. After all, he has a group of mischievous children to look after. If you wish to visit, you could always ask Principal Dumbledore for an invitation," Zhang said with a smile. "I'd better handle my own affairs first. You have no idea how irritable those dwarves are. You just thinking about it gives me a headache." Gandalf shook his head slightly. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, "Oh, I recall that here I can hire people in the form of mercenaries to accompany me to that world, correct?" "Wow, congratulations on discovering that point," Zhang said cheerfully. "But I will also charge a fee. I need to consider this as we are facing a greedy dragon." Gandalf replied, "Unless my ears deceive me, you seem to be discussing a dragon." A stranger's voice interjected. Gandalf and Zhang turned to see a woman in a cyan mage's robe. Her hood obscured her hair. Zhang and Gandalf looked at her. The mage girl seemed embarrassed at being caught eavesdropping. Her face, partially visible under the hood, was as red as a ripe apple. "I didn't mean to pry into your conversation. Oh, I'm just very interested in dragons," the mage girl quickly explained. "Dragons are not easy to deal with." Gandalf took a puff of his pipe. "Oh, you are a dragonborn." Zhang noticed her identity and asked curiously, "You didn't even greet me, the proprietor." "Well, I did say hello before, but you were probably too busy to notice me." The mage girl's voice carried a hint of grievance. Zhang thought to himself, can this girl really save that world? Will she drown Alduin with her tears when he emerges? He was a bit speechless, but knew she was a dragonborn specialized in fighting dragons. "By the way, have you ever been to Winterhold?" Zhang asked the mage girl. "I studied at Winterhold before. During an archaeological expedition, I stumbled upon the tavern's wooden door." "Proprietor, you seem to know the origin of this mage." Gandalf looked at the mage girl with curiosity, especially intrigued by the term dragonborn. "She comes from a world similar to yours. You are in luck, old Gandalf. You were planning to hunt a dragon, and a dragonborn girl has come to you." Zhang briefly introduced the dragonborn's world and said, "A dragonborn is a special warrior who hunts dragons and devours their souls, essentially a humanoid dragon. Killing dragons and devouring souls. It seems I do need such an ally." Gandalf nodded. "Then we won't have to worry about casualties among the humans while driving away the dragon." "So, dragonborn girl, we can't keep calling you that, can we?" Zhang asked her. "Oh, my name is Last-Dovakian, and am currently studying at the College of Winterhold." The dragonborn girl, or rather Last-Dovakian, said. "Last-Dovakian, what a damn good name." Zhang remarked sarcastically. "Oh, is there something wrong with my name? I'm the last dragonborn, so the elders named me that." Last turned to look at Zhang. "No, nothing wrong." Zhang shrugged. "Well, Gandalf, I'll leave the rest to you too. Remember to pay 30% tax." "This still needs Miss Dovakian's consent," Gandalf said. "I'm not sure if the dragons of your world share similarities with those of mine." "Don't worry, the dragons of her world once ruled the entire world. They should be far more formidable than the dragons of your world," Zhang told Gandalf. "In that case, once I've prepared everything over there, I'll come to the tavern to inform you." Gandalf thought for a moment and said, "As for how to notify you, I believe the proprietor will have a way, won't you?" "Of course, why else would I charge you?" Zhang nodded. "Rest assured, when old Gandalf is ready, he'll notify you. When the Crossworld Gate tattoo on your arm glows, you can come over." "In that case, I have no problem," the dragonborn girl said with a smile, as if she was used to accepting commissions. "Okay, when you're both ready, I'll draft the employment contract. We'll discuss the specifics then. Oh, and after signing the contract, you can choose to broadcast your battle live on that TV over there so everyone in the tavern can watch. Don't worry, only the combat footage will be shown. Oh, I have no interest in anything else. This is a legitimate tavern after all," Zhang said to them. "We'll discuss that when the time comes. For now, I need to go back. We'll need some time." Gandalf stood up and said to the dragonborn girl, "I look forward to our cooperation, Miss Dovakian. Just call me Last, Mr. Gandalf," Last said with a smile. "All right, Last." Gandalf chuckled. "Let's toast to our acquaintance." Cheers. The dragonborn girl, perhaps yet to encounter a quest where drinking leads to trouble, drank with great gusto. "And let's also celebrate the official launch of my new business." Jiang Jiu grinned on the side, thinking that an employment contract would net him a pure profit of 30%, with the only cost being lifting the restrictions on the cross-world gate. Jiang Jiu and Gandalf's conversation was naturally overheard by everyone, as Jiang Jiu had no intention of concealing it. Under such circumstances, many wished to sign up for Gandalf's dragon-slaying team, but since Gandalf said he needed to prepare first and left, they could only set the matter aside for the moment. I know that in your respective worlds you are all leaders or formidable figures, but you must still choose to travel to other worlds based on your own abilities. Jiang Jiu noticed everyone was raring to go and said somewhat exasperatedly, for instance, that Brother Wei Xiaobao over there, I think you should master martial arts first before anything else. Oh boss, martial arts are simple. Just a bit of effort, and it's done. A young man who bore a striking resemblance to Stephen Chow, wearing a tiger head hat, and with a cunning glint in his eyes, said with a grin, with your miraculous drinks, you'll soon become the top master in the world. Keep dreaming. What good is being the best in your world? Jiang Jiu retorted dismissively. In the world of the deer and the cauldron, there were no supreme experts. Even Wei Xiaobao, who eventually mastered the Sunflower Manual, was only mediocre. Wei Xiaobao chuckled and said nothing. In truth, he only wanted to visit exotic worlds to bring back some trinkets for Kangxi in his world, then continue climbing the ranks and getting rich. He had just entered Kangxi's favor and become his close friend. If not for the blind eunuch Hai forcing his hand, he wouldn't have bothered learning martial arts at all. Young friends, such an attitude toward martial arts is not good. A single misstep could lead to the danger of chi deviation. A middle-aged man in patched clothes yet showing no trace of inferiority said with a smile, "Hey Chief Xiao, you know I can't sit still for meditation. If only there were some chaotic, effortless way to train." Wei Xiaobao laughed. "See what I mean? This kid's a complete rogue." Jiang Jiu glanced at Xiao Feng, who wore a wry smile, and chuckled. "I must say this state of mind isn't bad either." Xiao Feng sighed, recalling recent events. "Chief Xiao, has something happened with the beggars' sect again?" Wei Xiaobao asked curiously. Although Wei Xiaobao seemed frivolous and often tricked people, he was genuinely good to those he accepted, though mostly that meant women. "Just minor matters. I can handle them." Xiao Feng smiled and didn't elaborate. Though they weren't from the same world and sharing wouldn't matter much, he still felt the beggars' sect's affairs were best handled internally. "Since it's an internal matter, Chief Xiao, needn't trouble yourself." Wei Xiaobao smiled. "Thank you for understanding, Brother Wei." Xiao Feng clasped his hands. "Oh Chief Xiao, you're too formal. Just call me Xiaobao, all my friends do." Wei Xiaobao grinned as he poured cola into a gourd. "In that case, Xiaobao, don't call me Chief either. If you wish, call me Brother Xiao." Xiao Feng, a man of forthrightness, said with a laugh. Wei Xiaobao, ever the opportunist, naturally didn't refuse such a good offer. He immediately started calling him Brother Xiao, though how much was genuine and how much was feigned remained uncertain. However, Jiang Jiu couldn't be bothered with that. As long as customers didn't cause trouble in the tavern, everything else was irrelevant. Whether someone got cheated or not was none of his concern. "Chief Xiao, has your beggar's sect's vice chief died yet?" Jiang Jiu suddenly asked. "Oh boss, how do you know about Vice Chief Ma's death?" Xiao Feng asked in surprise. Though he knew Jiang Jiu's abilities were extraordinary, he had only visited twice and didn't know the full extent of Jiang Jiu's powers. "So you're going back now to meet Murong Fu?" Jiang Jiu looked at Xiao Feng, clearly aware that Xiao Feng was about to face a life-altering event. "Yes, Vice Chief Ma died by his own signature technique. In the martial world, only the southern Murong Fu, who rivals me in fame, could have done this." Xiao Feng nodded. "Not necessarily. You might not know this, but Murong Fu is a descendant of the Yin Kingdom's Murong clan. His name alone reveals his ambitions." Jiang Jiu explained Murong Fu's background. "He wants to rebel." Xiao Feng was stunned, then said angrily. To Murong Fu, he was never a song subject. But the question is, why would someone plotting to restore his kingdom amid the war between the Song and Liao stir up so many murders in the martial world? Jiang Jiu said with a smile. "That's true. Since so many have died by their own signature moves, it seems someone wants to thwart Murong Fu, someone who bears a personal grudge against the Murong family." As the leader of a major sect, Xiao Feng was no fool and quickly deduced the existence of a third party. "Exactly. There is such a person, and he is deeply connected to you, Chief Xiao." Without fear of spoilers, Jiang Jiu revealed everything about Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan, leaving Xiao Feng momentarily stunned. "Boss, if this is a joke, it's too cruel." Wei Xiaobao couldn't help but say, seeing Xiao Feng lost in thought. "I wouldn't spin such a monstrous lie. It's all true. Chief Xiao may be a chitin, but his father's master was from the Central Plains. He made his father swear never to use his martial arts against the Central Plains people. If not for Murong Bo's schemes, Xiao Feng's mother wouldn't have died a violent death." Jiang Jiu said calmly. "Thank you, Tavern Keeper, for telling me all this. But I cannot accept it right now. Let us speak another time." Though Xiao Feng's heart was shaken, he did not forget the teachings of his master and parents. "I'm telling you this not just for amusement, but to change your fate, Chief Xiao. You have lived an honorable life, yet there are still those who wish you harm. Once your chitin identity is exposed, the martial world of the great song will turn against you in an instant, forgetting all you've done for them, remembering only your bloodline and their own prejudices. Jiangju looked at Xiao Feng and continued, but I don't want to see a man like you meet such an end. Right? Does being a song subject really matter? In the end, the great song was destroyed twice. Wei Xiaobao from the Qing dynasty delivered a finishing blow, revealing the Song dynasty's fate to Xiao Feng. You talk too much. Jiang Jiao smacked Wei Xiaobao's head in exasperation. Forget it, Chief Xiao. Go home and rest. If you want to know more, come find me anytime. Not just your origins, but the fate of the great song. I have ways to solve it all. Xiao Feng returned to his world in a daze. Wei Xiaobao, noticing the boss staring at him with a smile, was startled and immediately dropped his money before fleeing, leaving Jiang Jiao feeling rather frustrated. Am I that terrifying? He muttered gloomily. It's because they were scared by what you said. You've already revealed Chief Xiao's background. Wei Xiaobao is afraid you might speak of his matters as well. Xiao He approached Jiang Jiao and said, but speaking of it, spoiling the plot is quite satisfying. Jiang Jiao chuckled. Xiao He couldn't be bothered to complain after hearing that, as it too had spoiled plots a few times. It also understood that if they merely watched these people being toyed by fate without altering their destinies, they would be far too cruel. Moreover, long ago, while browsing the internet, Xiao He had come across a saying, spoiling once is fun, a spoiling always is always fun. Once you try spoiling, it becomes addictive. Oh, by the way, news about the Flash has surfaced online again recently. Xiao He turned to Jiang Jiao. Isn't it another imposter? Jiang Jiao replied with complete disinterest. 3 or 4 of those have already appeared, and it's only been a few days. The worst part is that some people actually fell for it. Regardless, the Flash is in this world because of us. We can't just ignore it, can we? Xiao He looked at Jiang Jiao and asked. Fine, just issue a statement saying the Flash has made enough money and left the United States. Jiang Jiao proposed a lousy idea. Are you sure? Xiao He asked, somewhat exasperated. Of course, or you could find someone, and he'll give them the reverse Flash's abilities. Jiang Jiao shrugged. Forget it, he'll write a statement. At the Trident headquarters, a certain bald man stared at the sudden new post on the Flash's homepage and cursed, what the F? Although the statement Xiao He wrote wasn't as absurd as Jiang Jiao suggested, it wasn't exactly dignified either. It featured large red letters reading, I've joined an organization to protect world peace, don't bother me with trivial matters. Is the Flash on strike? Agent Hill asked curiously. She had originally come to report another matter, but happened upon this incident. Yes, perhaps he sensed we're investigating him. Nick Fury sighed, then asked, how's the investigation on that bar going? No anomalies at all. Everyone coming and going are office workers from nearby companies, Agent Hill replied. She found the bar unremarkable, and the owner Jiang Jiao's rejection of Tony Stark might simply stem from a personal dislike for Tony, as many people loathed or hated him. It seems we need to go inside to learn more. Isn't Natasha on leave? Arrange it in New York, Nick said after a moment of thought. It's just an ordinary bar. Is it necessary to send her? Agent Hill couldn't understand why such a small bar caught Nick's attention. Let it be. Rest is rest no matter where, Nick Fury said without explanation, shifting the topic. I hear some military officials are very interested in Captain America's serum. General Ross has already begun research. I heard that Dr. Bruce Banner, a scientist funded by the military, has taken over the experiment and plans to use gamma rays to unlock the secret of the perfect serum. Agent Hill promptly reported the latest information. Is he still refusing S.H.I.E.L.D's involvement in this experiment? Nick frowned, seemingly displeased with General Ross' stubbornness. Yes, our personnel couldn't get near the experimental area. He's very wary of us. Agent Hill shook her head. Then forget it. Just keep an eye on it. Also tell Coulson to hurry up. If he can truly find that person, General Ross' experiment will be meaningless to us, Nick Fury said calmly. He'll notify him immediately, Agent Hill said before turning and leaving. Nick Fury then transferred all files related to the Flash to a secure server and raised the classification to maximum. At the tavern, see, I told you it was a lousy idea. Xiao He placed the laptop in front of Jiang Jiao, pointing at others' comments. You've ruined the brand we worked so hard to build. We're not some agency. What brand? Let it go. When Barry returns, he can just keep delivering takeout, Jiang Jiao said nonchalantly. You make it sound so easy, Xiao He huffed, feeling upset since it had built the website itself. All right, stop dwelling on it. They'll say it again. If you find someone worth cultivating, I can give them the reverse Flash's abilities, Jiang Jiao said lightly. I've never left the tavern. Who the hell do I know? Xiao He angrily tossed the laptop aside and left. It's not like I forbid you from leaving, Jiang Jiao muttered, returning to his comics. Over an hour later, guests from various worlds began arriving one after another. Some familiar faces, some newcomers, some humanoid, and some bizarre. The place buzzed with activity. Of course, there were troublemakers, but before they could start anything, Jiang Jiao would freeze them and drain their abilities. No matter how many times I come, it's always so lively here. Ancient One remarked as she entered the tavern with a little one wearing jeans and a white sweater. Shopkeeper brother, the little one behind Ancient One greeted Xiao happily. A little Linger came along too. How are you adjusting? Xiao nodded to Ancient One and crouched down to look at the girl. Master is very kind to me, and I'm about to start school, Linger said joyfully. Though she had lost her beloved mother, she was delighted to have met such a kind master and shopkeeper brother in this world. Then work hard, Linger, and become the top dog at school. Jiang joked. Boss, don't corrupt the child, Ancient One said, half amused and half exasperated. What kind of person was this? If only she could defeat him, she'd make him see stars. But alas, she couldn't, and it was infuriating. Sometimes Jiang pondered whether Li Xiaoyao would have amounted to nothing had he never met Zhao Linger. Upon deeper reflection, it seemed otherwise. In fact, without Zhao Linger, he might have lived a happier life. Yet Zhao Linger was different. Without Li Xiaoyao, she might have been captured by the moon worship sect leader from the very beginning, or later in life, by the sect's followers, for her grandmother's strength was not immense. Thus, Zhao Linger remaining in the Marvel world was beneficial for both Li Xiaoyao and herself. Of course, if 10 years later she wished to return to her beloved Li Xiaoyao and recall her duty as a descendant of Nuwa Jiangjiu would not hinder her. By then, Zhao Linger would likely be formidable. Sit here. It seems your friend hasn't arrived yet today. Jiangjiu smiled, faintly guiding Zhao Linger to a table near the dimension gate and offering her juice and pastries. When I woke up this morning, this was glowing. Zhao Linger raised her chubby little hand, revealing a tattoo of the dimension gate. It was now latent, visible only to Jiangjiu. Is that so? Then you can wait a while. Jiangjiu stroked Zhao Linger's hair, silky smooth perhaps. She used head shoulders. I think Yuzu will come, so I asked my master to bring me along, Zhao Linger said with a smile. Jiangjiu chuckled softly and said nothing more. He let Zhao Linger play on her own while he walked to the counter to start the day's business. There was no need to worry about Zhao Linger's safety, for no one dared to make a move here, and no one could harm anyone within these premises. Today, Jiangjiu was slightly busier than usual. There were many newcomers, and some of them were not particularly obedient. Jiangjiu had no choice but to humble himself and put them in their place, then apologize to the other patrons, as such disturbances were, after all, an imposition on others. Haha, I told you, boss, you might as well stick a manual on your dimension gate. A red-haired youth in a straw hat called out. That would rob us of some fun, red-haired brat. Jiangjiu retorted. Besides, isn't this an excellent show? A tall, lean man with horns on his head and red hair, his features unremarkable, remarked indifferently. It's just a pity we can't spar here. Oh, come on, do you think everyone is a battle maniac like you? Jiangjiu said, exasperated. The man silently drank his wine. He too had been one of those who acted rashly upon arrival, but his opponent's abilities were simply too nauseating. Despite his own proficiency in spatial powers, he ended up with a turtle drawn on his face, forcing the esteemed demon lord of the 6 realms to hide in a secluded corner until the drawing faded. I have a feeling you're cursing me in your mind, Chonglu. Jiangjiu looked at him. How dare I? Chonglu immediately denied it. He was a man who enjoyed sparring, but he was not one to seek humiliation. Since he couldn't win, he chose to be pragmatic. Haven't found a worthy opponent yet? Jiangjiu asked. I've fought across the 6 realms. Except for reclusive cultivators and other heavenly emperors, I've dueled nearly everyone. That old heavenly emperor, I suspect he's a cunning fox. Every time I challenge him, he tries to start a war between gods and demons. I'm not afraid of war, but I want to do something that brings me no benefit. Chonglu said gloomily. You could seek out the divine general Fei Peng. He might be a match for you. Jiangjiu dropped another spoiler. Fei Peng, I've heard that name before. Chonglu nodded slightly. When I return, I will certainly seek out this Fei Peng. Anyone remembered by the boss must not be weak. That's where you're wrong. I know many people, not all of them are strong. There are plenty of ordinary folks. I remember their names not for their power, but for who they are, Jiangjiu said with a smile. Just then the wooden door opened. A blonde girl in a princess dress entered, pulling along a black-haired girl with a more androgynous appearance. The blonde girl looked around at the many eyes fixed on her and seemed a bit scared. Although the black-haired girl was also frightened, she instinctively shielded the blonde girl behind her. Yuzu, I'm here. Zhao Linger's voice broke the brief silence caused by the 2 girls' arrival. Linger. The blonde girl immediately brightened up. She pulled the black-haired girl over to Zhao Linger's table and said, Linger, this is my sister Kurosaki Karen. Sister, this is Zhao Linger, the one I told you about. See, I wasn't lying when I mentioned it last time, and you didn't believe me. Kurosaki Karen, Yuzu's sister. Thank you for looking after my sister last time. Kurosaki Karen, the black-haired little girl, said politely. Yuzu and I are friends, Zhao Linger said with a smile. Yuzu's sister is my sister too. Kurosaki Yuzu nodded in agreement. After an accidental visit to this strange shop, she had been terrified until the shopkeeper brother called Zhao Linger to play with her, gradually helping Yuzu regain her spirit and take pride in her incredible adventure. Oh, Yuzu is here again, and she brought her sister along. Zhang Jiao waved to Chonglu and came over to Zhao Linger's table, greeting Kurosaki Yuzu with a smile. Shopkeeper brother. Kurosaki Yuzu immediately beamed. Yes, Karen didn't believe me, so I brought her here. Kurosaki Karen, is it? You seem like a wonderful sister. Zhang Jiao smiled. In that case, I'll reward you both with a glass of juice. Knowing that Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Karen might not have brought money, Zhang Jiao directly served them special juice from a wondrous world and some pastries. All things that would promote healthy growth in children. Thank you for your trouble last time, shopkeeper. Kurosaki Karen said politely. We brought money this time. Good vigilance, but this is my shop, so you'll have to listen to me. Besides, you won't find these treats anywhere else. Zhang Jiao amusedly ruffled Kurosaki Karen's hair, causing the little girl's face to flush crimson before he cheerfully walked away. It seems the shopkeeper brother really likes Karen. Zhao Linger remarked with a smile. Yes, the shopkeeper brother has never patted my head. Kurosaki Yuzu agreed, her little face puffing up like a steamed bun. The whispered exchanges among the three little girls were nothing more than a charming sight to the tavern's patrons. As there were scarcely any true villains present that day, everyone readily embraced the presence of these adorable children. It's been ages since I last saw Odin. I wonder what he's been up to, remarked a blonde man in a gray casual suit, a hint of nostalgia coloring his voice. Who knows? Not everyone is as idle as you, little brother, replied a handsome man with long hair, sipping azure wine with a trace of disdain. Let's just say the Odin of this world is nothing like the one we encountered in ours, the blonde man said. Your way of changing the subject is too blunt. The dark-haired man shook his head and said, How well, I think it's the perfect time to give the young ones a chance. Haven't you already sent your own child to the training camp? The blonde man said calmly, I hope you remember your own words. The dark-haired man shook his head. His younger brother's habit of breaking promises was hardly a rarity. Nearly all of the divine realm knew that Zeus, the king of the gods of Mount Olympus, was a man utterly devoid of integrity. I have a feeling you're thinking something rather disrespectful, Zeus said, teasing his brother. Please don't imitate the tavern owner's manner of speaking. Zeus' brother rolled his eyes, realizing that going out with this fellow was a mistake. While the mighty Poseidon, king of the seas, is acting cute. Zeus pulled out a camera from somewhere and snapped a picture in raging Poseidon, who lunged to grab it. Hey, gentlemen, aren't you getting a little too carried away? Zhang Jiao walked over and stared at the two with a look of exasperation. Oh boss, you have no idea. To uphold the dignity of gods, we've done so many absurd things in our world. Being able to be ourselves here in this tavern, even for a short while, is absolutely wonderful, Zeus said with a laugh. Have you ever heard a saying? Zhang Jiao asked, looking at Zeus. What saying? Zeus inquired curiously. Zeus' mouth a deceiver's truth. That's how some European theologians describe you, Zhang Jiao said flatly. That's slander, boss. You must understand, we had our time of glory, but after that came the twilight of the gods. The newcomers have been slinging mud at us sleeping deities ever since. It's utterly infuriating, Zeus exclaimed passionately. And was lechery also pinned on you by others? Zhang Jiao tilted his head and looked at him. What lechery? It's called romance. Tell me which man isn't romantic. Zeus huffed indignantly. In this infinite universe, there are still many devoted souls. Don't paint all men with the same brush, Zhang Jiao said, looking at Zeus. Take myself, for instance. Men are indeed devoted. They've always been devoted to young women. Zeus shrugged, then grinned at Zhang Jiao. Double the bill. Zhang Jiao tossed out the words and turned away from this frivolous king of the gods. This fellow was simply too incorrigible. At that moment, the realm gate in the tavern opened once more, drawing everyone's attention. Soon Xiaoing, now in a change of clothes, stepped through the doorway. Seeing all eyes on him, Xiaoing clasped his fists in greeting to the crowd before making his way alone to the bar counter to await Zhang Jiao. Chief Xiao has arrived, Zhang Jiao asked, handing Xiaoing a glass of ice water. I am no longer the chief of the beggars sect, Xiaoing said, downing the water in one gulp, letting out a satisfied sigh, and then smiling. Do you truly believe that being a chitin makes you unfit to lead the beggars sect? Zhang Jiao asked with a frown. In truth, as you said, whether I am Xiaoing or Xiaoing, my heart will not change so easily. But to others, whether I am a Song citizen is of utmost importance, Xiaoing, or rather now Xiaoing, said with a hint of resignation. You don't need to pay them any mind, Zhang Jiao said, frowning as he looked at Xiaoing. I am weary. All my life, because my master and foster parents were Song citizens, I killed many chitins for the great Song. But when I learned I was a chitin myself, I suddenly realized that world no longer had a place for me. Xiaoing said, a note of melancholy in his voice. Xiaoing spoke with a touch of loneliness. Zhang Jiao understood at once. As Xiaoing, he had killed countless chitins, and with a clear conscience. But when his identity shifted to that of a chitin, he found he could no longer raise his hand against his own people. Though he had no emotional ties to the chitin tribe, the weight of worldly conventions crushed him. By the way, I have found my father and stopped him from killing further. We plan to go to Shaolin first to expose Muron Bosch's true colors, kill him to avenge my mother, and then leave the great song with my father to settle overseas far from the grudges of the martial world, Xiaoing said with a smile to Jiang Jiao. I'm sorry, but I may not be able to help you with your plan to uplift the great song, Xiaoing continued. I was too simplistic, ignoring your feelings and the thoughts of others, Jiang Jiao sighed. Since you plan to go overseas, Xiaoing, I'd like to ask a favor, Jiang Jiao said. Whatever you command, boss, I will go through fire and water without a second thought, Xiaoing vowed, patting his chest. I hope that before you leave you can find an opportunity to bring the Emperor of the Great Song to this tavern, Jiang Jiao stated his request, looking at Xiaoing. The Emperor of the Great Song. Xiaoing was surprised, but found it reasonable. After all, if one wished to change a nation, starting with the Emperor might be an effective approach. Xiaoing felt it was logical. Changing a country might indeed begin with its Emperor. Exactly that obedient little Emperor Zhaosu. Jiang Jiao nodded slightly. I think this young lad has the makings of a good ruler, so I've decided to give him a hand. Entering the palace isn't difficult, but meeting the Emperor without raising alarm might be a challenge, Xiaoing said after a moment of thought. No worries. Just find the Emperor and bring him here. Leave the rest to me. Manipulating time is a trivial matter for me, Jiang Jiao said with utmost confidence. Then without further delay I'll go back and find my father. With his help we should have a better chance, Xiaoing said, rising to bow to Jiang Jiao before turning and leaving the tavern. Xiaoing rose, offered a respectful bow to Jiang Jiao, and promptly exited the tavern. Why are you suddenly interested in that Emperor? Xiaohe approached Jiang Jiao and asked curiously. Besides, his name sounds so unfamiliar. Of course it's unfamiliar. If I hadn't overheard Xiaoing's plan to leave the Central Plains and searched online, I would never have discovered this Emperor's existence. I must say one remark online was absolutely right. This Emperor is practically the most invisible Emperor in history. Jiang Jiao shrugged and said, do you think this Emperor could alter the fate of the Northern Song dynasty? Xiaohe lay on the counter stretched lazily and said, as far as I recall, the great song in the demigods and semi-devils was doomed to collapse within a few years. If I had known about this figure earlier, I wouldn't have chosen Xiaoing. Jiang Jiao chuckled. But ironically, Xiaoing decided to retire from the martial world and sail overseas due to public opinion and his reluctance to keep fighting his own people. I had to search online to find out who the Emperor was at this time, and that's when I discovered this hidden mastermind. Is Zhaosu really that formidable? Xiaohe asked curiously upon hearing Jiang Jiao praise this person again. Of course he is. He can be considered one of the rare, if not the only, emperors in the Northern Song dynasty who embodied the spirit of the Han and Tang dynasties. After taking charge, he accomplished many remarkable feats, defeated the Western Xia, and reclaimed the lands that his profligate grandmother had ceded. Jiang Jiao took out his phone and showed the search results directly to Xiaohe. Although this world differed from their original one, the history of the Eastern Great Power remained the same, so the search engine existed as well. This wasn't Jiang Jiao's doing. Since he was so capable, why are records about him so scarce? And he died from indulgence, didn't he? Xiaohe looked at the phone and said, such a formidable emperor naturally wouldn't live long, just like his short-lived father. Died inexplicably because of the reform. Historical records won't say much either. After all, the great song belonged to the scholar officials. Jiang Jiao sneered. Since we've encountered him, let me reshape his fate. If he's so fond of women, I can still provide him with some special techniques to prolong his life. I'm also looking forward to seeing what the great song will eventually become. Xiaohe just smiled after hearing this. Time flew by swiftly. Soon most people had eaten and drunk their fill, and since no newcomers arrived, they greeted Jiang Jiao and left the tavern. Little Linger and the others departed in the afternoon. It seemed she had hit it off quite well with the two girls from the Kurosaki family, suggesting that such a beautiful sight might grace the tavern often in the future. After everyone had left, Jiang Jiao cleaned the entire tavern by himself, then took Xiaohe out for a meal, since his own cooking for now could only be looked at, not eaten. In the days that followed, nothing extraordinary happened in the tavern. People from various worlds came and went, clearly testing the waters and observing. Perhaps only after Gandalf's matter was resolved would the tavern truly see a surge of trade. Come on, Gandalf, hurry up. These are all money. Jiang Jiao imagined countless banknotes fluttering in the air, revealing a gleeful smile of anticipation. Boss, any good news? A voice interrupted Jiang Jiao's reverie. As he wiped the drool from his mouth and turned to look at the newcomer, his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, Gandalf, you finally arrived. Jiang Jiao exclaimed joyfully. Can someone tell me what's going on? Gandalf stepped back awkwardly, avoiding Jiang Jiao, and asked those around him. Can't you see his eyes are filled with cash? A spiky-haired youth said casually while happily eating cake. So that's it. I'm the first to break the ground. Gandalf smiled and said, this feeling isn't so bad after all. Oh no, my cake. The spiky-haired youth looked gloomily at the cake on the floor, then turned to Jiang Jiao. Hey boss, you're going back on your word. I already gave you that photo of the Billy Electric girl. A dear guest, do we know each other? Oh my goodness, you dropped your cake on the floor. Does that mean the cake here isn't to your liking? Xiao said in an exaggerated tone to the spiky-haired youth. I'm sorry for calling you out just now. Please forgive me. The spiky-haired youth conceded after hearing that. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Xiao looked at the spiky-haired youth with a bewildered expression. Do we know each other? All right, boss, stop teasing this young man, Gandalf said with a laugh. Everything is ready on my end. He'll go back today to get accustomed to my world, then head to the dragon's lair. For Gandalf Sake, I forgive you, Toma. Xiao waved his right hand, and the cake on the floor vanished instantly. It's not Toma, it's Kamiju. That's Japanese, not Chinese. The pronunciation is completely different. The youth called Toma said exasperatedly. Do you still want a good meal, eh? Xiao narrowed his eyes at Kamiju. Toma. Whatever you say, whether it's Toma or Papa, as long as the boss is happy. Kamiju. Toma instantly surrendered before the delicious food. Our youth is wonderful. Gandalf took a puff of his pipe and said with a smile. You can lament that later. Hasn't that dragonborn girl arrived yet? She couldn't have been held up by some quest, could she? Xiao scanned the tavern. Others were quite interested in Gandalf's commission, but the dragonborn girl Lizette had yet to show up. She might be delayed by something. Let's discuss the mission first, Gandalf said to Xiao. All right, ahem. Everyone listen up. Mr. Gandalf is about to launch the first commission of the tavern. If you choose to join this mission, you'll have one day to settle matters in your own world. When the tattoo of the cross-dimensional gate on your arm glows again, you must depart. If you're late, the consequences are yours to bear, and you'll lose the chance to participate in the next mission. Xiao briefly explained the details of the commission. Of course, after he finished speaking, everything he said appeared on the electronic screen beside the television, so he wouldn't have to repeat himself every time. Oh, and one more thing you must remember, I know many of you wish to travel to other worlds and experience the differences from your own. But I must warn you, take responsibility for your own lives. Don't court death, because you really can die. I won't be responsible for your safety. I can only guarantee that the client won't kill you, beyond that nothing is assured. So think twice before you act. Xiao's warning was hardly effective. Everyone in the tavern was already dazzled by the new world, eager to venture there regardless of their abilities. This time I need 5 people, just 5. And one of them has already been reserved by Miss Rast, so there are only 4 spots left. Gandalf smiled at the enthusiastic crowd. Only 4 spots. The crowd was somewhat disheartened, yet it was expected, as no one would willingly allow strangers into their own world. How will the selection be made? Zeus inquired from the side. Perhaps the king of the gods was truly idle, for he could be seen almost every day. First, consider the energy threshold that world can withstand. Second, the rest depends on your personal affinity. It's quite simple. Xiao chuckled. So the boss decides who can go and Gandalf chooses whom. Poseidon the sea god asked. Good translation, bonus points for you. Xiao pointed casually. Poseidon was left speechless. This boss Xiao could be utterly mischievous at times, much like his elder brother. No, even more so. Let me first outline our mission to drive away or slay a formidable dragon, Smog. I want you to understand that a dragon, especially a fire dragon, is an immensely powerful being. If you lack confidence, do not attempt this commission, for even I cannot guarantee your safety. Gandalf addressed the crowd. And what of the reward? Asked a tall, stalwart, middle-aged man with a grin. A set of weapons forged by dwarves from our world. If weapons are not desired, gold can be offered as payment. Gandalf smiled. All right, you've heard the dangers and the opportunities. Now let me announce those chosen to travel to that world. Xiao surveyed the crowd, waved his hand, and a beam of light enveloped several individuals. Some of the light flew toward the wooden door, striking 2 people who had just emerged. Fear not, Tsunade, no one will harm you here. A hoarse, magnetic voice spoke. It was Orochimaru, clad in a purple kimono, followed by a beautiful woman with a golden ponytail. What is this on us? Asked the woman named Tsunade. It seems we're in for an adventure to another world. Orochimaru, having visited the tavern a few times, quickly noticed the electronic screen. It appears Gandalf is fortunate to have someone with healing abilities. Xiao looked at Tsunade and smiled at Gandalf. I find my luck has improved since coming to this tavern. Gandalf glanced at Xiao lying nearby and chuckled. Xiao remained silent. It wasn't Gandalf himself who had discovered Xiao's unique ability, but a certain script-loving headmaster of a magic school. However, Gandalf and Dumbledore were close, so it was likely Dumbledore had informed him. Orochimaru and Tsunade sat aside, with Orochimaru quietly explaining things to her, while both kept an eye on Gandalf's affairs. Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that Tsunade's gaze toward Orochimaru held something unusual. Could spring be arriving, he muttered, but was distracted by Zeus' loud voice. Why can my son go while his father cannot? Zeus, dressed in modern attire, pointed at a robust, middle-aged man nearby. Though I've confirmed you are Zeus, must you always claim to be my father? The middle-aged man looked at Zeus in exasperation. In his world, there was also a Zeus, and he was indeed his father. Isn't it the same? I am Zeus, and he is Zeus. Zeus chuckled. Enough, say no more. Though your power hasn't reached the peak of that world, you are still a god from another realm. Entering recklessly might be misinterpreted by the gods of Gandalf's world, triggering unnecessary conflict. Jang said calmly. Is that so? Zeus replied disgruntled. If a god suddenly appeared in your world, what would you think? Don't tell me you'd be a gracious host. Jang retorted. In that case, he'll select a few from among these people. Gandalf, seeing no hint from Jang, had to rely on the information he had gathered to choose 4 individuals. Then the Hercules might be willing to see a dragon. Oh, I've seen some books about you here. Mr. Orochimaru's ninjutsu could be very helpful to us and the lady who came with you. We will need her medical abilities. Gandalf looked at Orochimaru. Of course, Tsunade is far more than just a medical ninja. Orochimaru said with great confidence. I look forward to your performance. Gandalf smiled and turned to the last person. Mr. Xiaoing, I believe you would be interested in a dragon. The one Gandalf named was a man in a black robe exuding an overwhelming aura even while seated with jet black hair and a long beard. Though intrigued by the topic, he restrained himself, and upon being addressed, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since Mr. Gandalf invites me, I shall gladly accept, Xiaoing said with a light smile. At this time, Xiaoing had already taken Feng and Yun as disciples and was aggressively expanding the influence of the Society of Conquerors. On his way to find Nye Feng, he discovered a life-changing opportunity, the door to the Tavern between realms. It seems our 4 warriors have been chosen. Jang found Gandalf's choice of Xiaoing somewhat odd, but he chose not to interfere. Yes, we just need to wait for Miss Rast, and then we can set off. Gandalf smiled. You're really going to wait for her? Jang asked curiously. It's been nearly 2 hours since you arrived, and she still hasn't shown up. I trust my instincts, boss. We need that young lady. Gandalf smiled, pointing at someone who had just entered. See, better late than never. We can depart now. I hope I'm not late. I encountered a fire dragon on my way back to Winterhold. Rast, stepping through the portal, noticed everyone's attention on her and spoke instinctively. You encountered a dragon? Someone asked curiously. From my experience, it was just an ordinary fire dragon, not an ancient one. Rast explained, but those who had never seen a Western dragon couldn't grasp her words. It seems your world has many more dragon-like creatures. Xiaoing looked at Rast, remembering that Jang had once called her a humanoid dragon. Well, if you're interested, I can show you. I have a book about dragons. The young girl smiled, taking a book from her bag and handing it to Xiaoing. No time for reading now, ladies and gentlemen. My companions are waiting for me in another world. Gandalf approached, smiling. You can read on the way, though it might differ from the dragons I know. I suppose so. Now sign this contract, and it'll grant you permission to travel between worlds. As compensation, your battles will be broadcast live, so do your best. Jang snapped his fingers. You have 1 day to prepare. When the portal tattoo on your bodies flickers tomorrow, you'll be forcibly transported to Gandalf's side. Take note. Understood. The 5 nodded and signed their names on the contract Jang produced. After selecting his companions, Gandalf departed in haste, for he still needed to find a crucial piece of his plan, a hobbit. Though aided by warriors from other worlds, Gandalf felt that bringing a hobbit along might yet prove useful. A man's intuition, perhaps. Heracles drained his cup and followed suit, for here there was a being whose divine essence matched his father's, and even the blood within him could be influenced by that presence. To linger would mean endless teasing from that fellow. Even fine wine would lose its charm. Better to return whence he came. In Heracles' era, Zeus had no time to toy with him. His scoundrel of a father was too busy sowing his wild oats. As for Xiaoing, the leader of the Society of Conquering Heavens, he had already taken Feng and Yun as his disciples, leaving most of the society's affairs to his eldest apprentice Qin Shuang. Thus he remained, finding great interest in modern history. Whenever he had leisure, he came to the tavern, treating it as a library. Orochimaru and Tsunade had only just arrived here. With the war concluded and Konoha victorious, they were free from missions for now, needing only to inform the 3rd Hokage. It seems the war is over, said Jang holding a wooden tray with 2 cups of wine. He handed them to Orochimaru and Tsunade before sitting nearby, asking, Indeed. Though Konoha paid a price, for now we have one. Orochimaru took a sip of the wine, recognizing it as the one he had tried before, a brew that enhanced chakra. He then explained its special properties to Tsunade. Regarding Nawaki, I am deeply grateful, senior, said Tsunade, her mind not on the drink. She bowed profoundly, speaking with sincerity. No need to thank me. It was merely that lad's fortune that Orochimaru happened upon me. Jang waved dismissively. Had it been a few years later, even I could not have helped Nawaki. Still, I must express my gratitude. After the founding of Konoha, the Senju clan was scattered by grandfather and granduncle, leaving only a few direct descendants. Through wars and missions, only Nawaki and I remain as shinobi of the direct line. Tsunade spoke of the Senju clan's plight. I see. Though I cannot endorse some of the first Hokage's actions, I must admit he was a great man. Jang said with a faint smile. As he remarked, many raised under the red flag could never fully accept or understand Hashirama Senju's choices, such as having the power to unify the shinobi world, yet distributing the nine-tailed beasts to other villages. Yet these critics forget that the first Hokage was constrained by the era in which he lived. If it were my grandfather, he would have said, "I am merely an ordinary man," Tsunade said with a smile. "Yes, I believe that." Jiangju nodded in acknowledgement, then asked Orochimaru, "What have you been up to lately?" "Tsunade and I submitted a proposal to the Hokage regarding medical nin training. We plan to establish a research institute together," Orochimaru said calmly. Perhaps because Nawaki had not died, Tsunade did not propose deploying medical nin to the battlefield. Still, she wished to enhance Konoha's medical standards, having witnessed war's brutality firsthand. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru sought out Tsunade, and the two began collaborating. "Not bad. If you need any materials, just ask. They'll give you a 10% discount." Jiangju once again wore the smile of a merchant as he spoke to Orochimaru. "Actually, I'm quite interested in modern medical systems. It would be wonderful if you could provide some books, boss." Orochimaru nodded. Modern medicine is a vast field, the culmination of modern technology. I have no idea how many books on the subject exist on Earth. Your request is far too broad, Jiangju said with exasperation. "Then start with the basics." "But our worlds have different scripts. Can that be resolved?" Tsunade asked Jiangju. "These are trivial matters," Jiangju waved, indicating it was no big deal. Then he pointed to the bookshelf, saying, "You can take a look over there. There are some fundamental texts that might help." Tsunade thanked him, rose, and walked to the bookshelf, where Xiaoing guided her in finding the books she needed. Meanwhile, Jiangju sidled up to Orochimaru with a comical expression. "Heh, not bad. You've actually won the heart of Konoha's princess," Jiangju chuckled. "Boss, don't talk nonsense. We're not in that kind of relationship." Orochimaru quickly shook his head. "I have no such intentions at the moment." "You may not, but that doesn't mean Tsunade doesn't either," Jiangju said, as if disappointed in him. "And what's wrong with Tsunade? Look at her figure. It's top-notch." "Boss!" Orochimaru exclaimed, somewhat flustered. All right. Still, I think you two are a good match. Tsunade is Konoha's princess, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. Even your teacher would show her respect. With her support, your path ahead would be far smoother." Jiangju lowered his voice. "Don't call me mercenary. Affection can be cultivated over time. I thought you knew this. In Konoha now, those who support you either have ulterior motives or are powerless." "Boss, are you trying to play matchmaker?" Orochimaru said, somewhat speechless. "Of course. First, I say this because I've noticed Tsunade has feelings for you. Even if it's born from gratitude for now, it can be nurtured into love. Second, I've already explained the reason." Jiangju patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. "Lastly, a life without love is inevitably incomplete." Orochimaru fell silent. He realized that for a moment his heart had stirred, though he couldn't pinpoint which reason had caused it. His feelings for Tsunade had long transcended romantic love, and reversing them now felt deeply unsettling. "I've said all I need to. Tsunade is a good woman, and I think you're a good man. Together, I believe you could change Konoha, even that world," Jiangju said with a smile, then departed. "Change the world? Can't I do it alone?" Orochimaru felt a pang of doubt. "Hey, what were you two talking about? You seem troubled. Tell me. I can help." At that moment, Orochimaru heard Tsunade's voice tinged with concern. Orochimaru felt there was something different about Tsunade when she spoke, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what. After all, they had conversed like this before. Perhaps it was simply Jiangju's words that had unsettled his heart. Orochimaru mused silently. Natasha was feeling somewhat lost lately. She had just completed a mission in a Middle Eastern country where she had witnessed too much darkness and endured considerable hardship. Though the mission was ultimately accomplished, her heart had grown weary. "Your application has been approved, but the location has been changed to New York. Accommodation has been arranged for you." An encrypted message contained not only that sentence, but also an address and the number and password for an airport locker. "It seems my so-called vacation is about to be ruined." After reading it, Natasha realized this was a new mission. Thinking this, she left the mission country, traveled through several nations to ensure she was safe, and then boarded a plane back to New York. After sleeping for a few hours on the flight, watching a movie, and charming a little boy into infatuation, she found the locker mentioned in the secret message at the airport, retrieving the keys to her new home and new identification documents. Using the documents and keys from the locker, Natasha found her Chevrolet sedan in the parking lot and followed the GPS to her new residence. She parked the car in the designated area, took the elevator to the 18th floor, found her apartment, and stepped inside. Now let's see what the mission is. After thoroughly checking the apartment for any listening or surveillance devices, Natasha plugged a USB-like device into her laptop, ready to review her mission. What? No mission? Natasha was puzzled, but having no mission was actually a relief. With a mix of curiosity and confusion, she washed up and went to sleep, figuring that if there were a task, Nick would contact her anyway. The next day around noon, Natasha finally got up. Glancing at the empty room, she decided to go out for a meal and some drinks. Fresh from her mission, she needed alcohol to numb her increasingly sensitive heart. Natasha applied a simple layer of makeup and walked downstairs. Across the intersection diagonally opposite was a bar. Near the bar were a few newsstands where a middle-aged man sat idly. On the curb across the street, a small child was squatting with a shoe-shining kid in front of him waiting for customers. Huh, and they said there was no mission. Natasha raised an eyebrow, put on her sunglasses, and walked straight into the bar across the street. With the crisp sound of a bell, Natasha passed through the bar's entrance and entered this oddly decorated establishment. Inside, the patrons were even stranger. They wore a mismatched array of clothing, and there was even a non-human humanoid creature sitting there. They were all engrossed in watching what appeared to be a movie on the television. Welcome to the Tavern of Existence. I am the owner, Xiao. A gentle voice snapped Natasha out of her shock. She turned to see a young man whose features were striking even by her standards as a Westerner. Oh, what is this place? Natasha felt she had stumbled into somewhere bizarre. Didn't I just say, the Tavern of Existence? Of course, if you want a more detailed explanation, I can provide one. Xiao smiled and guided Natasha over to the bar counter. This is a magical tavern that connects different universes. Wait, I need a moment to process this. Natasha's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. The fact that she had actually believed everything Xiao said was in itself unscientific. For a spy to so readily trust someone's words was not something science could explain. A glass of the dew of life with a few ice cubes. You can drink it. Xiao chuckled. After taking a sip from the glass, Natasha realized she had once again been influenced by a mysterious aura emanating from him. Fortunately, nothing strange happened to her, and she felt her body returning to its prime. Unsure if it was just an illusion, she decided she could not stay any longer. Thank you for the drink, boss. Natasha stood up ready to leave a tip of a few $dozen, but Xiao stopped her. Come on, do you really think a drink that can rejuvenate your body is worth just a few $dozen? Xiao looked at her in exasperation. Sorry, I forgot to bring cash when I left. Natasha took a deep breath to calm herself and said, Can I pay by card? Credit cards won't work, only debit cards. If you don't have one, you could borrow from the people outside or have that bald guy bring it over. Xiao said flatly. It's not expensive, just $2,400. You know who I am. If Natasha didn't realize by now that her identity was exposed, she might as well quit her job. I do. The renowned queen of spies, Miss Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, though that's the name you adopted later. Xiao shrugged. What kind of person are you? And what exactly is your purpose with this bar? Natasha stared at Xiao asking. Well, tavern, she corrected after he objected. What is your goal? If I were a villain, do you think I'd tell you? Xiao replied with exasperation. I'm just quietly running a tavern. I don't meddle in anything else. Though Xiao could use his abilities to influence Natasha, he refrained this time. He knew that with spies using such powers would only make them more suspicious of hidden motives. While he wasn't afraid of the consequences, constant surveillance and harassment would be a nuisance. As Xiao expected, Natasha didn't believe a word he said. Her only thought was to leave and report this situation to her director, designating the tavern as a high-level threat zone. It seems you don't believe me. That's fine, just pay up. Or if you prefer, you can bring $300 when you come back with your bald director. The choice is yours. $300. Fine, I'll bring it when I return. Natasha, eager to escape this dangerous place, left the tavern with those words. Why didn't you send her into the other tavern? The Ancient One, who had been observing, walked over. Gandalf and the others on the TV had fallen asleep temporarily, ending the broadcast, so she approached to ask. The other tavern the Ancient One mentioned was a space similar in size to the current one. It contained real items like drinks and food, but everything else was an illusion designed specifically for ordinary humans. Because she's not an ordinary person. As the guardian of the Time Stone, you should be able to see the future. She's a hero. In the Trident building in Washington, D.C., Nick, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, was currently handling some recent cases involving supernatural forces and the actions of a mad scientist. Everything required the attention of the boss. Knock knock, the door was tapped a few times. When Nick allowed the person to enter, a middle-aged man resembling the friendly uncle from next door and facing a hairline crisis happily walked into the office. Looks like we already have some leads, Agent Coulson. Nick inquired. Not just leads, sir, we've found him. Near the site of the plane crash, encased in a massive block of solid ice, his appearance hasn't changed at all. Coulson said excitedly. After all, the person he found was his childhood idol. Get to the point, I don't think finding him alone would make you this enthusiastic. Upon hearing the term solid ice, Nick felt a vague sense of anticipation. Looking at his most capable subordinate, he believed his analysis should be accurate. He's still alive, sir. Coulson finally calmed down and immediately said, he's been moved to a research center where they are simulating an iceberg to sustain his life, and they are also looking for a way to awaken him. You continue to follow up on this matter and also make sure those people behave. All related experiments and sampling need your approval. Nick's lips curled slightly. If this person could return to the world, it would be a significant gain for S.H.I.E.L.D. not only because of the potential continuous supply of blood samples, but also because his spirit and deeds could attract more young people to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson happily saluted Nick and left as it was the perfect job for him to guard his idol. Nick Fury opened the data and images received from the laboratory. Looking at the man in a dark blue uniform, he raised the information security level to the highest. "Welcome back to the 21st century, Captain," Nick Fury said softly. Nick Fury continued his work, but another knock interrupted him. Then Agent Maria Hill entered with documents in hand. Nick sighed and pushed the matter he was handling aside. "I just saw Coulson. It seems that person has been found." Although it was a question, the tone was very certain. Being the assistant to the director, Agent Hill was not just a pretty face. Just as Nick was about to respond, he heard the urgent email notification indicating new information. He gestured for Hill to wait, and then opened the message. He then saw an encrypted message from Natasha which translated to just a few words: "Important news report, please provide the next instructions. Stay at home, wait for my return." Nick Fury, who had always felt something was off about that bar, immediately replied to Natasha, then looked up at Agent Hill. Indeed, it was the right decision to let Natasha join S.H.I.E.L.D. While so many people struggle to obtain information, she manages to resolve it instantly. "Yes, dealing with such a young guy indeed requires someone like Natasha," Agent Hill replied calmly. "Arrange for a plane. I need to head to New York as soon as possible." Nick stood up and said, "You'll handle things here at headquarters. You're going in person?" Agent Hill looked at her boss in surprise. "My intuition tells me we'll definitely find clues related to the Flash this time," Nick said as he stood up, then suddenly asked, "By the way, how is the military's experiment going?" "There has been no progress. That seems to have failed. Currently, only Dr. Banner and his girlfriend are holding on while everyone else has given up." Agent Hill glanced at her notes. She had just prepared to report this matter, but it was delayed due to Natasha. "Keep monitoring it." Nick nodded slightly, then walked to the door and suddenly turned to say, "If they fail, tell General Ross that we already have Captain America." Maria Hill looked at her boss speechlessly. Only someone like Nick could come up with such a mischievous idea. Yet thinking back to General Ross' arrogant attitude when they last met Maria, Hill couldn't help but look forward to seeing his expression. Nick Fury quickly landed at a secret airport in New York aboard a S.H.I.E.L.D. fighter jet, then hurried to Natasha's home. Since he had informed her of his arrival, he directly opened the door with his key. "Agent Romanoff, it's me. Please lower your gun," Nick said somewhat helplessly and curiously as he was met with a gun pointed at him upon entry. "Sorry, I was a bit on edge." Natasha sighed in relief, casually placing her gun on her thigh. She smiled and said, "I thought you would bring that kind of wrap we had last time, or I really liked that flavor. I didn't expect you to come back empty-handed. I don't recall us ever having those wraps together. If you want to verify my identity, there's no need for this method." Nick frowned and asked what happened. "Sorry, I've seen many incredible things." Natasha put away her handgun and detailed everything she saw in that peculiar bar to Nick. As an excellent agent, she indeed had an extraordinary memory, connecting countless universes and seeing some magical beings. Nick frowned and said, "It seems I need to go there in person. Do you think what he said is true? I checked myself to confirm I wasn't under any illusion or drug control, but I still found no flaws." Natasha said somewhat uncertainly, "That's precisely why I need to go there myself. I'm quite interested in this bar. If it's as you said, it could be an opportunity for us." Nick Fury said lightly, "Looks like I'll have to cover your bar tab. Going alone is quite dangerous." Natasha frowned and stood up saying, "I'll go with you." "No, you should go back to the medical department at the New York branch for a thorough checkup. If it really made you a few years younger, I believe 3,000 is something we can afford," Nick Fury said with a smile. "All right, I'll follow your arrangements." Natasha understood this was for everyone's safety. After all, her current situation wasn't optimistic, not physically, but mentally. "Then I'll meet with the owner of that peculiar bar." Nick Fury stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the sign that read, "A Peculiar Bar," in both English and another language, saying softly. The large-scale special live broadcast of The Hobbit: An Unexpected Journey had only reached the second-day storyline, where Gandalf led the 5 individuals and met with the dwarves who were guests at Bilbo Baggins' home, awaiting the arrival of the perpetually tardy dwarf Prince Thorin Oakenshield. That evening, the 5 individuals from other worlds observed the dwarves' boorish manners and the hobbit's helpless expression, instinctively developing a slight aversion to the dwarves. However, aside from the dragonborn girl, none of them were simple characters, and they naturally did not wear their feelings on their sleeves. Afterward came the cleaning of Bilbo's home, discussions about the route to the Lonely Mountain, and various trivial matters. For instance, Thorin found it peculiar that Gandalf had brought 5 strangers, but what seemed even more like a jest to him was the invitation extended to the Hobbit to join this expedition. Nevertheless, Gandalf was the wizard who had helped Thorin reclaim the Lonely Mountain and was a friend of his father and grandfather, so Thorin refrained from saying anything superfluous, especially after the Dragonborn girl, in a fit of pique, used an unrelenting force to send one of the barrel-like dwarfs flying. This marked the events of the first day, which concluded just as Natasha arrived in the morning. When Nick Fury stepped into the tavern, the television was broadcasting the scene of Gandalf's company battling trolls. "Welcome to the Tavern Between Worlds. I am the owner, Jang. Jang approached the conspicuous man and greeted him. Nick Fury from. Before Nick could utter the lengthy and convoluted title, Jang interrupted him. "Okay, no need to say more. I know where you're from," Jang said promptly. "So your dear agent Romanoff must have told you she still owes me $3,000. I want to know if everything you've said is true." Nick Fury glanced around, noticing children with pets engrossed in the television, then turned back to Jang. "If it is true, then what?" Jang chuckled lightly. "And if it's false, then what? If it's true, I think you should know what consequences would arise if the drinks from your tavern leaked out into the world," Nick said flatly, but was once again rudely interrupted by Jang. "Stop right there. Don't even think about threatening me. I'm doing this for your own good." Jang waved his hand. "I could have kept you out of this tavern forever. But I let you in because despite your many flaws, you are dedicated to humanity's safety. So please don't speak to me with your usual mindset." With a snap of his fingers, Jang transformed their surroundings into a starry expanse. Earth floated nearby, not just one Earth, but countless ones encircling each other. Topics like parallel universes and the multiverse need no introduction from me. Where you stand now is the nexus connecting all these universes, the Tavern Between Worlds. Jang glanced at the relatively composed Nick Fury and smiled. "So my tavern isn't even on Earth, which means it's beyond your jurisdiction." Nick Fury's current state could only be described as shock mixed with a hint of speechlessness. But he would need to return to verify everything, as he intended to undergo a thorough examination, just as he had ordered Natasha to do. Though the world held many secrets, some ancient methods could induce hallucinations. "You think this is an illusion?" Jang asked with amusement. "I can't confirm it yet, but I can't rule out that possibility either," Nick Fury admitted candidly. "That's understandable. As the king of spies, you are indeed more paranoid than most." Jang snapped his fingers again, and the environment shifted once more. This time they were in the most familiar place to Nick Fury, the Triskelions' office. "Director, weren't you in New York?" As Nick wavered between shock and doubt, Agent Hill's voice jolted him awake. "Agent Hill, tell me something only you and I know," Nick Fury demanded immediately. Maria Hill was initially puzzled and wary of Nick Fury's sudden appearance. But upon hearing his request, she sensed something amiss. However, seeing that the office's defense systems were not activated, she realized the man before her might be real. But how had he gotten here? How had he appeared so abruptly? As Maria Hill grappled with her confusion, her director suddenly asked her to reveal a secret known only to the two of them. But what happened next astonished Agent Hill even more. Before she could disclose the confidential information, her director vanished once again. "Natasha, I need the latest intel." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Maria Hill used her special privilege to contact Natasha in New York directly. By the time Hill reached Natasha, Nick Fury had already completed his lengthy, yet rapid cosmic journey and returned to the tavern. He could barely maintain his composure, much like Natasha at the beginning. This was something inherently impossible, yet it had truly happened. Nick Fury, the king of spies, admitted he had encountered aliens before, but had never imagined meeting someone like Jang. No, this being defied human description. Now Nick Fury could proudly claim to have traveled the multiverse, witnessing historical figures from different eras and even meeting Eastern immortals and Western gods. He saw a monkey trapped beneath a five-finger mountain and a colossal divine bull supporting an entire world. In the span of what seemed like mere seconds, Nick Fury had witnessed all manner of beings from Eastern and Western mythologies. What are you?" Nick Fury stammered, struggling to form the words as he addressed Jang. "Me. I'm just a man who enjoys running a tavern and making friends. Oh, and I'm also a merchant," Jang said with a faint smile, looking at Nick Fury. "For your tour of countless worlds just now, they'll give you a discount. $1 million cash only." $1 million. That cheap?" Nick blurted out instinctively. "Well, I'm not much of a merchant, and seeing how you almost wet your pants, I decided to cut you a deal," Jang replied, with a helpless shrug, gently patting Nick Fury on the shoulder. "They'll have it delivered by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Oh, and hey, race Natasha's $3,000. After Jang pat, Nick Fury inexplicably calmed down. In his mind, he had already formed an opinion about everything he had witnessed, just as he had told Natasha this could be an opportunity for S.H.I.E.L.D. and for the entire world. Nick Fury eventually left. The shock he experienced was comparable to Natasha's, or perhaps even more severe. After all, Natasha was merely influenced by Jang, allowing a sliver of belief in the tavern's existence, whereas Nick Fury was directly confronted with the truth of the world. "You've taken this joke too far. Aren't you afraid Nick Fury might go mad from the shock?" Little Black approached and asked. "I told you this Baldy has a strong will. That's not just talk, and besides, I'm here, aren't I?" Jang said indifferently. Now that Nick Fury knows about the tavern, it means Hydra will find out too. Are you really going to let them in as well? Little Black turned his head and asked. Who gets in is still under my control. Jiang waved his hand and said, all right, the live stream has started. Let's keep watching. Aren't you curious about how they're performing in Middle-earth? Your way of changing the subject is truly terrible. Little Black grumbled, then jumped back onto his custom Jiang brand cat tree and turned his gaze to the television. On the screen it showed Gandalf and the dragon-slaying squad being ambushed by orc troops. Outnumbered, they were forced to take refuge in a cave following a path inside that led them to the elven city of Rivendell. That day, almost no one in the tavern came from a world with elves, so they were intensely curious about them. Coupled with Rivendell's beautiful scenery, most people had forgotten about their drinks, staring intently at the television. Middle-earth Rivendell. The dragon-blooded girl Rast surveyed her surroundings, comparing them to the elven cities in her memory. She found that the elves of these two worlds were not so different. If there was any distinction, it was that the elves here seemed less adept at using magic. Elves are indeed far superior to humans, Orochimaru remarked, observing the elves around him. Heracles and Xiaoing remained silent. Heracles, being a demigod, was not human, while Xiaoing's mind was preoccupied elsewhere. After witnessing the extraordinary powers of others, he had gained a clearer understanding of the tavern's significance. The group of 20 was led to a hall on a cliff. An elven maiden played music, and the elves served dishes made from various vegetables. Though the dwarves showed little enthusiasm, the 5 from other worlds enjoyed the feast without hesitation. The 5, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Heracles, Xiaoing, and Rast, did not participate in the subsequent events. They had long observed that the dwarves were not only stubborn, crude, and impulsive, but also deeply xenophobic. Had Gandalf not intervened, they might have killed their employer. The young dragon-blooded girl wandered through the elven city while Heracles sat in their assigned room, polishing an elven blade they had found in the troll's cave. For him, having a weapon was a definite advantage. The natural energy here is quite active. It's a pity we haven't learned Senjutsu yet, Orochimaru said, sipping the elf's special juice, addressing Tsunade. Senjutsu isn't so easy to master, Tsunade replied with a smile. She had only learned about it after Orochimaru returned and specifically asked her. Senjutsu, can your world really use such an art? Xiaoing asked curiously. He found these worlds fascinating. Orochimaru and Tsunade wielded mysterious ninjutsu and various energy attacks, and now they spoke of a power beyond that called Senjutsu. The girl Rast could use both diverse magic and dragon language attacks. All of this captivated Xiaoing. If not for his fear of Jiang, he might have already killed or captured these people to learn their unique abilities. Though it's called Senjutsu, it's not the same as what Boss Jiang or you might know. It's a power tens or even hundreds of times stronger than ninjutsu, a special method that harnesses natural energy for attack. Orochimaru explained to Xiaoing, but it must be significantly more powerful. Xiaoing nodded slightly. He wasn't entirely clear on natural energy, but since it involved absorbing external energy, it seemed similar to the cultivation of practitioners in his world. The forest around our village is said to have been created by the first Hokage using ninjutsu when he was young. He probably used Senjutsu back then, Tsunade said thoughtfully. Ninjutsu is truly remarkable, Xiaoing nodded. Actually, I'm very interested in Mr. Xiaoing martial arts, a kind of physical technique that can produce attacks similar to ninjutsu, Orochimaru added, having witnessed his fist of the frost god and palm of the storm cloud. Perhaps after we return we can further discuss martial arts and ninjutsu, Xiaoing said with a smile. Mr. Gandalf is here. As soon as Xiaoing finished speaking, Gandalf burst through the door with an anxious expression. He told everyone to pack up and prepare to leave, as the dwarves had secretly departed while he was speaking with the lord of the city. These dwarves are truly troublesome. Even Heracles found their behavior excessive. Hurry and call Rast back. We need to set out, Gandalf said, looking somewhat angry. However, he had his own reasons for helping these dwarves, so he sighed and spoke. Did someone call me? Rast's voice came from the doorway. She waved goodbye to a beautiful elven maiden and entered the room. Everyone's here. We should go. Those stubborn dwarves will run into stone giants. They were supposed to leave tomorrow morning, Gandalf complained, then led the group out of the elven castle. What are stone giants? Heracles asked curiously as they traveled. They are a special kind of life form. By day they are mountains, and at night they may suddenly rise. These creatures are very belligerent, but only towards their own kind, Gandalf explained as they hurried along, pointing at a pile of rubble nearby. That must be the remains of a loser. Those dwarves won't die here, will they? Tsunade frowned. I don't see any dwarf bodies, but my magic tells me there's a cave nearby with many creatures inside, the dragon-blooded girl said after casting a detection spell, turning to Tsunade. I recall that place as a goblin cave. Those are unreasonable creatures. We need to hurry, Gandalf said to the 5. That's exactly what we were waiting for, Mr. Gandalf. Forgive me. Xiaoing laughed heartily, grabbed Gandalf, and sped off using Qigong. Rast, come here. Tsunade beckoned to Rast, picked her up, and along with Orochimaru used chakra to travel swiftly. As for Heracles, he had no special method, but being the son of Zeus, his physical prowess was immense. He simply ran, keeping pace with the others. Guided by the Dragonborn Maiden's detection magic, Gandalf and his company finally located the goblin's lair. The creatures had hollowed out the entire mountain, leaving only some supports and decorations, creating a kingdom of their own. Yet this kingdom was constructed like a labyrinth, and without the Dragonborn's detection magic, finding the dwarves would have taken considerable time. "Follow me this way." Lassiter led the way, and the other 5 advanced with extreme caution. After roughly 20 minutes, they spotted firelight in the distance. "It seems they've been captured by goblins. Let's rescue them," Gandalf said with a hint of resignation as he saw the dwarves surrounded by goblins. Fortunately, everyone present was adept at both ranged and close combat. As Gandalf unleashed a stunning spell, their attacks followed in unison. Xiaoing was the fastest, charging ahead with the wind god leg technique, transforming into a miniature tornado that cleared the path with a series of crackling strikes. The Dragonborn Maiden summoned a flame spirit using conjuration magic, then layered herself with numerous enhancement spells. Wielding twin swords, she fought with fierce elegance. If not for the magic shimmering around her and the flame spirit trailing behind, no one would believe she was a mage. Heracles followed a path of pure physical strength, relying solely on raw power and combat techniques. Yet his might was so overwhelming, earning him the title of the God of Strength, that he effortlessly reaped goblin heads with an elven blade. Orochimaru and Tsunade stayed at the rear, primarily serving as ranged attackers and rescuers, specifically saving the besieged dwarves. Within 3 to 4 minutes of fierce fighting, the 6 of them had freed the dwarves. "You should have waited for me," Gandalf said angrily to Thorin Oakenshield. "We had no time to wait." Though grateful for Gandalf's help, Thorin was sensitive and resistant to assistance due to the dwarves' loss of their homeland and his own deep-seated inferiority. "Enough, this is not the time for this," Orochimaru interjected. "There are too many goblins. We must leave immediately." Gandalf agreed. He had Xiaoing and Orochimaru lead the way while the Dragonborn Maiden and Heracles covered the rear. They fought and retreated to a narrow path. Once everyone was inside, Orochimaru sealed the passage with an earth release technique, blocking the goblin pursuit. As the group rested briefly in the tunnel, Gandalf noticed that the hobbit Bilbo Baggins was missing. Inquiries to the dwarves yielded only guesses that he might have left, which only fueled Gandalf's growing anger. "There's something over there. Let's check it out." The Dragonborn Maiden's detection magic sensed something nearby. As she approached, they heard the sound of something fleeing. "They'll give chase," Xiaoing offered, but Gandalf stopped him. "No, our priority now is to leave this place." Gandalf shook his head slightly. Smog was a thorn in his side, and he wished to avoid further complications for now. Xiaoing nodded and was about to move when the hobbit suddenly appeared nearby, running toward them with a delighted expression. Xiaoing was astonished. Among them, apart from Gandalf, he considered himself the most powerful, yet he had not sensed the hobbit's approach at all. It seems Gandalf had his reasons for choosing this hobbit. Xiaong's attitude toward Bilbo softened. "They all thought you would leave. Clearly they misjudged you. So did I. I signed a contract, didn't I? Of course I wouldn't leave." The hobbit gave a dry laugh, patted his pocket, and walked over to Gandalf. Gandalf was the only one who noticed the hobbit's subtle gesture. Not because the others were unobservant, but because most were unaware of the One Ring's existence. It was the fleeting trace of magic emanating from Mr. Baggins that alerted Gandalf. The hobbit he had dragged along had already undergone some change. "Well, gentlemen, we must be going. Don't forget we're still being pursued." Gandalf tapped his staff on the ground and addressed the group. They hurried out of the cave, but before they could celebrate, wolf howls echoed through the air. These were no ordinary wolves, but the mounts of orcs, a sign that their relentless pursuers had caught up. "These fiends just won't give up. How do they keep tracking us?" Xiaoing remarked flatly. "Perhaps it's the scent. Our dwarven friend's body odor is indescribable," Orochimaru murmured. Xiaoing fell silent. Initially, they had all been overwhelmed by the dwarves' odor, but after constant fighting and travel, they had grown accustomed to it. Unless they concentrated, they no longer noticed the issue. Truly human adaptability was remarkable. "We can't keep running like this. We need to kill the leader of the pursuing orcs," Xiaoing declared with authority. "I agree. We haven't shown our full strength so far, and this location could serve as a trap. The orc chieftain might be overconfident, which would be our opportunity." Orochimaru gave a sinister smile. "Let them witness the ninja way of combat." Tsunade smiled faintly. Being chased endlessly had worn on her. She had hoped to bathe and enjoy some wine in the elven city, but the dwarves' rash departure dashed those plans. Since the dwarves were their employers, she couldn't retaliate, but the orcs would make a perfect outlet for her frustration. Xiaoing nodded, eager to see the true capabilities of a ninja. Orochimaru formed a hand seal, and 3 identical copies of himself appeared beside him. 2 of the shadow clones transformed into Xiaoing and Tsunade, trailing behind the main group. An impressive clone technique. Even I would struggle to tell which one is real, Xiaoing praised. This is called the shadow clone technique. It creates tangible duplicates, but they have weaknesses. If struck by a powerful attack or dealt a fatal blow, they dissipate, and all their memories return to the original. Orochimaru explained casually before handing some powder to Xiaoing. Tsunade also sprinkled it over herself from her tool pouch. Xiaoing noticed that both Orochimaru and Tsunade's scents had vanished completely. Should we inform Gandalf and the others? Tsunade asked Orochimaru. I've already informed Mr. Gandalf of our plan through my clone. Once the trap is set, we'll conceal ourselves and strike down the chieftain in one blow. Gandalf was leading the 13 dwarves in a desperate run. After all, their entire party numbered only 20. Even with Xiaoing's formidable strength, it was impossible to engage so many enemies at once without suffering casualties. It wasn't a matter of ability, but of avoiding unnecessary losses. If casualties were unavoidable, that would be one thing. But since this was a risk that could be circumvented, Gandalf deemed it unwise to take such a gamble. Mr. Gandalf, I wish to ambush the orcs alongside Xiaoing and Tsunade in the hope of slaying their chieftain, said Orochimaru's shadow clone, running up to Gandalf. No, Mr. Orochimaru, that is far too reckless, Gandalf refused instinctively. Besides, the orc chieftain may not even show himself. Look ahead, Mr. Gandalf. Orochimaru's shadow clone pointed into the distance. Over there lies a cliff. We are trapped with no escape unless we can sprout wings. That is why I am certain the orc chieftain will appear, because the one he seeks, Thorin Oakenshield, is here. Can you be certain of success? Gandalf glanced at the pursuing forces behind them and the precipice ahead. Knowing it would take time to summon the great eagles for rescue, he asked. We have set traps along the route. There is a 10 out of 10 chance that if the chieftain appears, we will strike him down in a single blow, Orochimaru's shadow clone stated calmly, even revealing that he was merely a clone. A clone? I see. Then it seems we have no choice, Gandalf said with a wry smile. These people had learned from the dwarves, acting on their own accord. Truly, you are the worst batch of students I have ever taught, he mused silently. As they spoke, the pursuers were nearly upon them. The dwarf's finest archer felled several warg riders only to find his quiver empty. He could only run with the others, for behind them were enemies dozens of times their number, and these orcs were no mere goblin rabble but elite soldiers. Climb the tree. Compared to the warg riders, the wolves that ran alongside were the greater threat. Reaching the cliff's edge, Gandalf ordered them to scale the largest tree. These dire wolves are truly detestable, muttered Rast, summoning a fire elemental once more to keep the pack at bay. Just then an explosion echoed from nearby. The detonating talisman array set by Tsunade and Orochimaru had been triggered by the warg riders. But their numbers were overwhelming. In an instant they had crossed several traps and encircled the area temporarily held by the fire elemental. The dwarves in the tree and Gandalf knew the situation was dire. Gandalf immediately began casting a spell to summon a flock of giant eagles to carry them all away. Yet it seemed Orochimaru and the others had been right in their earlier plan, for these orcs would grant them no time to delay. At that moment the encirclement parted. A pale orc riding a dire wolf of a different color from the others strode slowly forward. His visage was hideous by human standards, his face covered in countless scars that added to his menace and intimidation. One of his hands had been severed, replaced by a crescent blade. Azig, I never expected it to be you. Thorin Oakenshield, perched atop the tree, clenched his teeth as he recognized the familiar face. The dwarves explained that this creature had slain the dwarf king Thror in the Battle of Moria. Thorin Oakenshield had later cut off his arm, forcing him to retreat in defeat, securing victory for the dwarves. So this is purely a matter of revenge, Heracles observed. I have a feeling it's not that simple. Of course it's not simple, but we have no time to discuss that now. Little girl, your fire elemental has vanished. What do we do? Asked a white-haired dwarf, turning to Rast as he surveyed the scene below. Summoning the fire elemental here is quite taxing. I cannot call upon it again for now. Rast shook her head. Summoning magic was tightly bound to its original world. It was already a feat to conjure a fire elemental here, but repeated summons were impossible across so many realms. Mr. Gandalf, how much longer until we can retreat? Orochimaru's shadow clone inquired. Given the speed of the giant eagles, it will still take some time, Gandalf replied, glancing at the dire wolves beginning to attack the tree. He turned to Orochimaru. Though we could kill Azig now, I believe we must wait. I understand. Our attack will only commence when I dispel this clone, for we too must evacuate with you, said Orochimaru's shadow clone. You need to buy time. I can stop his assault, Thorin Oakenshield declared, leaping from the tree to face the orc chieftain Azig. Thorin Oakenshield, son of Thrain, you shall die here. The orc chieftain, upon seeing Thorin, dismounted his dire wolf. He intended to crush this sneak who had cut off his arm with sheer force. Thorin wasted no words. If possible, he wished to slay this creature himself, for it was his father's murderer. Thus a fierce battle commenced. Yet it was an uneven fight. Thorin had just emerged from a battle with goblins, and now facing the well-rested Azig, he was clearly outmatched. What's the matter, Thorin, son of Thrain? Is this all the strength you possess? Azig kicked Thorin to the ground, planting a foot on his chest. His longsword was poised to strike Thorin Oakenshield, the one who had taken his hand. But like all villains, he paused to gloat. Before he could launch into his monologue, a hobbit rushed in to interrupt. The hobbit, unaware of Thorin's plan to buy time, saw his comrade in peril, and being the closest, acted without thought, forgetting his own weakness. Yet at that moment no one could call him weak. A hobbit? What can you accomplish? Why does your sword tremble? Azig kicked Thorin toward the hobbit, sending them both tumbling together. It was clear that Mr. Bilbo Baggins could not withstand such a powerful blow. The giant eagles have arrived. Now is the time. As everyone braced for the worst, Gandalf turned to Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru dispelled his shadow clone. Simultaneously, the ground behind Azig erupted with a thunderous explosion. Xiaoing leaped forth, striking Azig with the Fist of Frost. In an instant, frost covered Azig's body. Before he could react, Xiaoing followed up with a palm of clouds, shattering him into fragments that scattered among the orcs. Then came a series of explosions as the earth transformed into quicksand and marsh, swallowing many orc warriors and their dire wolf mounts into the ground. Xiaoing slew the orc chieftain Azig, while Orochimaru and Tsunade joined forces to eliminate part of the orc soldiers. This drove the remaining orcs into a frenzy, launching a desperate assault against Gandalf and his company. Just then, Gandalf's volunteer team arrived. The group mounted the backs of giant eagles and departed from the battlefield, leaving the orcs howling in fury. A remarkably splendid raid, Gandalf remarked to Xiaoing. Even we were deceived. Yet none of us anticipated Azig's demise here. A dwarf who had once participated in the war against the orcs spoke in a detached tone. Xiaoing offered a faint smile, but remained silent. It was not that he wished to speak, but rather he had discovered that the longer he stayed in this world, the more his internal chi was suppressed. He had inquired about this phenomenon. Orochimaru and Tsunade also experienced it, though their power was inferior to Xiaongba's, and thus the sensation was less pronounced. It seems I cannot linger in this world for long, or my strength will be severely suppressed. Could this be what the shopkeeper spoke of, the world's suppression and self-preservation? Xiaoing mused silently to himself. Within the Marvel universe, at a certain tavern, the patrons watched as the television screen went black, displaying the words, "Thank you for watching." Clearly the day's live stream had concluded. This broadcast had also alleviated some concerns, as its content did not involve any personal privacy. "It's just like watching a movie," remarked a patron who had clearly arrived from a modern world. He murmured to himself, "If I could sell this in other realms, it might turn a tidy profit. I should ask the boss. Hey boss, over here." The young man stood up and waved at Zhang, forcing the latter to set aside his book and approach the rather unremarkable youth. "What is it?" Zhang asked, somewhat puzzled as he walked over. "I don't have anything here that can give you X-ray vision, you know." "Oh boss, I was just joking." "Why do you keep bringing that up?" The young man laughed. "X-ray vision. That was just a casual remark. Even if you gave it to me, I'd never use it to look at girls." "Do you think I don't know you, Meng Bo?" Zhang said, exasperated. "Boss, could you make a copy of those scenes we just watched and sell it to us?" The big-nosed youth known as Meng Bo gave an awkward grin and swiftly changed the subject. "You want to screen it in your world?" Zhang immediately grasped Meng Bo's intention. "A film needs more than just moving images." "Of course I know that. Those are just minor issues," Meng Bo said with a smile, gesturing to those around him. "If you're willing, boss, I could give you a share of the box office profits." "Forget it. It's already fragmented footage, and you still want to sell it as a movie." Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "But since it's someone else's experience, you can ask Gandalf and the others when they return." "Hearing you say that it might be possible." "Haha, I'm a genius." Meng Bo laughed. Yes. You're a genius, your highness. But it's time for me to close up. Go home now, or I'm dead tired." Zhang glanced at the nearly empty tavern and began ushering people out. "Boss, you'll never make real money like this," Meng Bo said, annoyed. "I didn't open this place to make money," Zhang yawned. "Look at everyone else. They all leave on their own. You're the only one who always needs to be kicked out. Have you no shame?" "If losing my shame could save my skin, I'd gladly choose that," Meng Bo replied with a sly grin. "I've always said you'll die on a woman's belly one day. You'd better watch out. I've heard there are specially trained female assassins in your world who kill you when you're most defenseless," Zhang said, patting Meng Bo's shoulder to urge him up. "Don't scare me like that, boss." "Fine, I'm leaving." Meng Bo was momentarily startled. He had indeed investigated rumors of such female assassins, but the trail had gone cold, and he had given up. "It's good that you're afraid," Zhang said, kicking Meng Bo out of the tavern. He sighed and said to Xiao, "Hey, that guy is so annoying. No looks, no money, yet so many women flock to him. It's an injustice." "I think you're just jealous," Xiao teased. "Jealous of him?" Zhang replied deadpan. "With my handsome charm, elegant demeanor, striking appearance, grace, poise, refined manners, and jade-like visage, you say, am jealous." "Ugh," Xiao nearly vomited. He raised his hands in surrender, lying on his back. I give up. Shamelessness is invincible. That phrase was made for you. Invincible in the mortal world. I suppose I am a lonely, invincible soul, Xiao said narcissistically. I keep forgetting that. Thanks for reminding me, Xiao. You're truly my best friend, you understand me. Xiao fell silent. Xiao ignored him casually, cleaned the tavern, and went to bed. For some reason he felt unusually drowsy tonight, perhaps due to the changing weather. Maybe he'll take a day off tomorrow, he thought as he drifted off to sleep. A deafening crash and screams jolted Xiao from his sleep. Groggily he looked outside and saw through the wall that a truck seemingly out of control had slammed into the tavern's entrance, wreaking havoc on the illusory establishment. Damn it, was that intentional? Xiao rubbed his eyes. He had just met Nick Fury today, and now his shop gets hit by a runaway truck. There's no way this is a coincidence. If there's nothing fishy going on, Xiao swore, he could eat a key. What's happening? In the middle of the night, Xiao emerged from his room and asked Xiao. Xiao, it seems your powers have worn off. Our tavern's been hit by a truck, Xiao said, slipping on his coat with a smile. Nonsense. Unless I'm dead, my powers won't suddenly stop working, Xiao rolled his eyes. I told you not to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. It's been less than half a day. Struggling against heaven is boundless joy as struggling against man is boundless joy, Xiao said calmly. Suit yourself. I'm going back to sleep. If you don't get out there soon, their little act might fall apart, Xiao yawned and turned away. Well, since the supporting cast is in place, it's time for the lead to make his entrance, Xiao said with a smile. I should look away from your performance. Xiao hummed a cheerful tune as he descended the stairs with a brisk step, but the moment he opened the front door, his expression twisted into one of sheer panic. Oh my heavens, what on earth has happened here? Xiao exclaimed in an exaggerated theatrical tone. He approached the truck and inquired, my God, are you all right? I'm fine. Can you just speak normally? The driver, a balding man around 40, was bleeding from his forehead, clearly injured in the collision. All right, care to explain why you drove your truck straight into my shop? Xiao stood by the truck's front frowning. For heaven's sake, could you at least pull me out first? The driver extended a bloodied hand seeking help. Hey, I'm not that foolish, buddy, Xiao shook his head. If I cause you further injury while rescuing you, wouldn't that be my fault? You? The driver was left speechless, though he was certain he wasn't severely hurt. I think I should call the cops. Who knows if you're on something? Xiao was about to dial when two police officers entered through the gap the truck had made. What's going on here? The white officer asked Xiao. You've arrived just in time, officers. This man needs help. I have no idea if he's on drugs, but he drove his truck straight into my store. My God, with such a wide road, how could this happen? Xiao complained, leaving the injured man to the police. He needs help. Why didn't you assist him? The black officer asked coldly. Come on, I'm already being merciful by not killing him for trespassing. I have a legal gun permit, you know. Xiao shrugged. Who's to say he's not faking injury to rob me? I've seen that on TV plenty of times. You have quite the imagination, sir. The white officer seemed exasperated. He and the black officer lifted the driver out of the truck and turned to Xiao. We need a hand getting this man outside. All right, as a good citizen of New York, he'll help you out. Xiao sighed reluctantly and helped the officers carry the driver out of the shop, pretending not to notice the shadowy figure slipping into his store in the darkness. Just leave him here. We've called an ambulance. Once he's okay, he'll compensate you for the damages. Don't worry. The white officer noticed Xiao's worried look at his shop. Really? That's wonderful, thank you. Xiao beamed. But first we need to take some photos of the scene. Wait here and keep an eye on this guy. The black officer picked up a camera and gave Xiao a semi-commanding order. If I find my money missing from the drawer, I'll file a complaint, sir. People here usually avoid trouble, but if someone provokes us, we won't hesitate to strike back. Xiao eyed the black officer with distrust. Before the officer could utter an insult, Xiao raised his phone, showing the recording indicator, and smirked. By then, passers-by had gathered to watch the commotion, so the black officer backed down. The white officer pulled him aside, assured Xiao everything would be fine, and entered the shop to take photos. Xiao watched their act with folded arms. While the officers photographed the scene, several figures had stealthily entered the second floor, planting surveillance and listening devices in his bedroom, living room, and even the bathroom. Xiao found this baffling. The kitchen, living room, and bedroom are one thing, but why the hell would you bug the bathroom? Xiao muttered inwardly, mentally condemning the pervert. Someone that twisted deserved to die in a car crash, just like today's script. Hey gentlemen, this guy isn't going to die here, is he? The ambulance hasn't even arrived yet. Xiao approached to cause trouble just as they were about to leave. Sir, please don't approach the scene. You might leave evidence that could incriminate you, the white officer said, blocking Xiao. Come on, this isn't a crime scene. That guy just crashed into my windows and door because he was on something. You're taking way too long. Xiao looked puzzled and hurried over to the liquor cabinet. You're not eyeing my collection of fine wines, are you? Sir, if you keep this up, I'll sue you for defamation, the black officer snapped, clearly irritated. Alright, okay. I shouldn't trust everything from American TV shows. But you have to understand I only know America and its people through those shows. Xiao said innocently. Alright sir, this will be over soon. Please wait outside. Oh, the ambulance seems to have arrived. They'll accompany you. The white officer, fearing Xiao might say something to provoke the black officer again, quickly led him out of the bar. Things went smoothly after that. The officers took photos, took a brief statement from Xiao, and told him he could call a tow truck to remove the vehicle with all expenses covered by the driver. They had found drug residue in the truck. Thank heavens this is finally over. Xiao dragged his exhausted body upstairs and collapsed onto the sofa. Aren't you tired from acting all night? Xiaohei asked with a scowl. Of course not. I told you back then Hollywood owes me an Oscar. Xiao chuckled. Yeah, they should give you a Lifetime Achievement Award for the best hustler or something. Xiaohei rolled his eyes. Who do you think these guys are? S.H.I.E.L.D. Or Hydra? Who else? Those Hydra pests that just want die? It's ridiculous. Nick Fury showed up once, and they've been tailing me ever since. Probably because Fury had Natasha check up on me. Xiao analyzed. Are you going to keep up the act? Xiaohei nodded slightly and asked. Of course not. Once the novelty of something wears off, it's just boring. So we'll only act occasionally. As for that bug, let him stay in his illusion. Xiao said with a light laugh. Within a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New York, Agent Natasha Romanoff, adorned with various instruments and covered in electrode patches, engaged in fierce combat with several agents while clad in light attire. Nearby researchers and medical personnel observed, as if conducting an experiment or examination. All right, Agent Romanoff, you may stop. An elderly man in a white lab coat scrutinizing the data on his computer exclaimed with great excitement. This is absolutely astonishing. I have no idea how this phenomenon occurred. All right, Dr. Eisen, first give me the conclusion. A certain bald man glanced at the drenched Agent Romanoff, then turned to the old man. We have conducted tests on all of Agent Romanoff's abilities along with various other analyses. In layman's terms, her body is gradually becoming younger. Dr. Eisen immediately replied. Are there any side effects? Or any other findings? For instance, why is this happening? Nick Fury asked. No side effects have been detected yet. This requires long-term observation. As for why she is becoming younger, I'm sorry, that is also what baffles me the most. If we could uncover the principle behind it, we might change the entire world. Dr. Eisen said, brimming with excitement. I'm sorry, doctor, but all of today's data must be destroyed. Not a single bit can remain. Nick Fury naturally knew how Natasha had become younger. He merely wanted to see if it could be deciphered through scientific means. Since it could not, he immediately dismissed the notion. A drink that could be obtained with money was not worth the risk of offending someone to study. How can you do this? Do you realize what an immense honor it would be if we unraveled the secret of Agent Romanoff's body? We could potentially alter the global balance. Dr. Eisen said passionately. If we could decode the method and create a serum or drug, then the top scientists would no longer be constrained by time and geniuses would not lose to it. This is not a discussion, it is an order, Dr. Eisen. Nick Fury said calmly. Only when humans fear death and strive for it does life gain meaning. If everyone could live forever, humanity would destroy itself. With that, Nick Fury took the computer from the doctor and ordered S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to destroy all information related to Agent Romanoff. If not, she would soon become a lab rat studied on an experimental table. Thank you, sir, Natasha said, fully aware of the consequences, and walked over to express her gratitude. No, I should be the one thanking you. Without you, we wouldn't have known such a presence existed on Earth. Nick waved his hand and said, but I've just received news that there seems to have been a car accident over there. I think you know what that means. Someone causing trouble. Natasha frowned. The timing is too coincidental. They seem a bit anxious. Exactly. I don't know which faction is behind this, whether they're targeting you or me. I'll leave this matter to you. Go investigate. Nick shrugged. Sorry to ruin your vacation. No, I've already received the best gift. Despite the chaotic process, Natasha was ultimately satisfied with the result. After all, no woman dislikes becoming younger, especially when it seems to come without any side effects. Well, I suppose I should go clean up as well. Nick Fury nodded with a smile and left the base. Meanwhile, in a certain building in another part of New York City, a group from Hydra was urgently decrypting data, recently transmitted research reports, and similar documents. Initially, I thought this would alert the enemy, but I never expected such a development. A figure standing in the shadows observing the incoming information and the decrypted files spoke calmly. Though it may cost some of our people, I have to admit, Pierce, your judgment this time was spot on. We've caught a big fish. Another person said with a smile. Our actions today have likely alerted Nick Fury. Cut off this entire lead. Also keep monitoring that peculiar bar. Since Black Widow returned from there in peak physical condition, I think you understand what that implies. The man called Pierce said flatly. Yes, we must obtain that formula. The previous person said excitedly, "This will be the key to unlocking certain domains." Indeed, no one in this world likes death, especially the ultra-wealthy, Pierce remarked calmly. But we've investigated everyone who entered that bar. Apart from Black Widow, no one else showed any changes. Another person holding a stack of documents addressed the two. That's precisely why I call it a peculiar bar. If the owner is indeed the one who made Black Widow younger, his previous behavior was far too ordinary. So ordinary, it makes one suspect he had already seen through everything. Pierce said with a smile. In any case, let's continue observing for now. We can also conduct some probing. However, his schedule for leaving the bar is irregular and quite casual, so we need constant surveillance. One of them suggested. Leave the New York matters to the local factions. Our role is merely to guide. Nick Fury is not exactly a polite man. Pierce shook his head. Our top priority remains the Insight Project. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Muffled voices echoed from the darkness. However, Xiao knew nothing of all this. After all, he couldn't possibly monitor everyone on Earth at all times. That would be far too exhausting. The occasional surprises or scares in life are what make it more interesting. Moreover, Xiao feared nothing, for he had already reached the pinnacle. But sitting at the summit was lonely, so he descended to enjoy the beauty of the mortal world, seek amusement, listen to people's stories, and change the fate of some unfortunate souls. That was why he came to the Marvel Universe and opened the Tavern. Humans are such creatures. It is precisely because their lives are a mere century long that they constantly push themselves to create miracles. Some seek a place in history, some pursue profit, some chase lofty dreams, and some simply strive to survive. Life may be brief, but it is full of joy and surprises. If everyone lived to be 100, humanity would cease to strive, for everything would seem utterly meaningless. No matter what schemes S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, or the Serpent Society concocted, as long as Xiao was willing, they couldn't even step through the door. Thus, for Xiao, his life remained entirely unchanged. As expected, the TV viewers arrived once again. Finally decided to leave school. Xiao said with a smile upon seeing Dumbledore. I've done what needed to be done. Now I'm just waiting for young Harry to enroll, so there's nothing requiring my attention for the moment. Dumbledore ordered a butterbeer and chuckled. If you had wrapped things up sooner, you might have joined the adventures in other worlds. Honestly, I think it's time you started enjoying life. You haven't had much happiness in this one. Xiao urged. Life is fleeting, a moment of joy is enough. Besides, I deeply regret what happened with Tom. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. All right, those are your personal matters. I want pry. Xiao shrugged and returned to the bar. At that moment, Magneto entered the tavern with a woman whose body was covered in blue scales on vital areas, with fiery red hair, and a bald man. The bald man appeared to be disabled, wheeled in on a chair. Is this the tavern you spoke of, Eric? If I hadn't set foot inside, I would have thought you were lying, said the bald man, who was of course Professor X. Charles Xavier, an old friend of Magneto. Yes, you always think I'm lying. Magneto shook his head. I've told you many things, but you never believe me, so I've stopped explaining. Don't argue, you two. Eric, what are they doing? When did you become an actor? The red-haired woman was of course Eric's partner, Mystique Raven Darkholme. She noticed that everyone except for a brief glance when they entered was fixated on the TV. Curious, she saw a wizard on screen who looked exactly like Magneto. That man who looks like me is called Gandalf, a wizard from another world. I recognize one of the people with him. Clearly they're on an adventure in another realm. Magneto quickly understood the situation, especially since it was written on the bulletin board. Raven simply hadn't noticed it upon arrival. They can go to other worlds. Professor X immediately grasped the key issue, his mind racing with thoughts of how to handle it if these people invaded his world. You're overthinking, Charles. No one would risk offending the boss for such a thankless task, Magneto said flatly. Exactly, Magneto is absolutely right. Little Black, seeing his idol, initially stayed aloof on the cat tree, but eventually couldn't resist coming over to chime in. It served as a perfect opportunity to act as the tavern's guide without revealing his fan status. Little Black, you're so smart, oh yeah. Little Black praised himself inwardly. What kind of animal is this? Raven asked curiously upon seeing Little Black. This is the boss family member, Mr. Little Black, a red panda. Magneto introduced Little Black to his two friends. Then to Little Black he said, I assume I don't need to introduce these two. I know them. The renowned Professor X and Mystique. Little Black jumped onto the table and said flatly, your abilities are restricted here. Randomly invading someone's mind will be considered an attack. Don't let it happen again. Sorry, just curious. Professor X apologized, evidently not trusting Magneto's words. Lucky you didn't try it on the boss, or you'd have said goodbye to that ability. Little Black said irritably, then turned to Magneto. Keep your friend in check, Magneto. I understand your good intentions to protect your world, but some things once done can't be undone. Sorry, he might be a bit nervous, Magneto said, unsure of what else to say, apologizing on behalf of his old friend. In truth, as Little Black had said, Professor X hadn't done anything wrong from his perspective. For any patriot, someone who could enter their world at will was a threat. But looking at it from the other side, it was a matter of receiving goodwill and explanation only to be met with suspicion and an attempted memory read. It all came down to differing perspectives. This universe is vast, and Earth isn't a resource-rich planet. Few are interested in invasion, Little Black said, leaving a final remark before turning away. Understanding was one thing, but being affronted was another. You were too impulsive, Charles, Mystique remarked with a sigh. It seems Eric was right, this place has made you tense. Sorry, but this place does make me tense. Knowing such a place exists, shouldn't I be? Professor X sighed, unwilling to admit his impulsiveness, but not believing he was wrong. He acted for the safety of his world. It was just that the adversary was formidable, and he was caught before he could even act. Not everyone who comes here loves their own world, but neither would they want others to invade. Yet no one would act as recklessly as you did. It seems you've been a leader too long and forgotten our past. Eric taunted, you weren't like this before. Perhaps because I used to have you to discuss things with, and now I'm alone. Charles said flatly, and I am very old now. It was your choice, Charles. I didn't betray you, you betrayed the entire mutant race. Eric said coldly. If that's the case, then you who wanted to kill all of humanity have also betrayed all mutants. You don't know if the people you kill might be the parents of some mutant. Don't forget mutants are human too. Charles continued. But humans don't acknowledge that. They deny anything they don't want to accept, then unite to reject and destroy. That's human nature. Magneto retorted, they struck first, we only defended ourselves. And you sided with humanity at that moment. Your actions will only lead to a complete rift between humans and mutants, ultimately causing a global catastrophe. I just want humans to accept us. Charles snorted. Why do we need human approval to live freely? We're not bothering them. They simply envy our excellence and abilities, and that's why they reject the entire mutant race. Everything you do is futile. Eric countered directly. Hey, this isn't a debate hall. If you can't watch TV quietly, then leave. Jang had to intervene to stop the two, as they were far too noisy. After Professor X and Magneto were interrupted by Jang's argument, they finally quieted down. The others also turned their attention back to the television. Over there, although Gandalf and his companions had slain the orc chieftain, it only further enraged the orcs, igniting their ferocity and driving them to pursue the group with even greater savagery. Gandalf and the others were forced to take refuge in the dwelling of a skin changer, temporarily evading the orcs. However, Gandalf informed them that this skin changer held little fondness for dwarves, so they could only stay for a single day. The course of events was rather intriguing. Although the skin changer did not particularly care for dwarves, he despised orcs even more. Thus, he aided Gandalf's company in reaching the Mirkwood's secret path. Yet just as they neared their destination, Gandalf announced that he would have to depart alone. I have a matter of great importance that I must verify. The rest of the journey shall be yours to undertake, he declared to all. You wouldn't abandon us, would you? Bilbo Baggins inquired with a furrowed brow. I would not do so unless it were absolutely necessary. Gandalf replied apologetically. This forest is no longer what it once was. You must be cautious, stay on the path, lest you lose your way. What do you mean? The hobbit asked instinctively. No matter what happens, do not stray from the path. Gandalf said without further explanation, repeating the warning several times. He then turned his gaze to Xiaoing and the others, saying, From now on I ask that you help Master Thorin Oakenshield find the path, and await my return. Do you not require one of us to accompany you? Xiaoing asked, observing Gandalf. The wizard's expression had changed upon seeing certain things within the forest. That won't be necessary. I have a few friends here as well, Gandalf said with a smile. Very well then. Until we meet again. Xiaoing said, cupping his fist in a salute to Gandalf. Gandalf nodded slightly, mounted his horse, and swiftly rode away. Orochimaru, Xiaoing, and Tsunade took the lead, with Heracles and Lust bringing up the rear. In between were 13 dwarves and 1 hobbit. Thus they ventured into the forest. There's a strange miasma in the air. It's a pity we don't have the right herbs here, or I could perhaps concoct an antidote to dispel it. Lust murmured as she walked. Are you an apothecary? Heracles asked curiously. Well, I suppose I've developed quite a diverse set of skills. Lust considered her own abilities, suddenly realizing she could be called a jack-of-all-trades dragonborn. She chuckled and said, Once this mission is over, if we obtain the equipment forged by the dwarves, I'll enchant them for every one of you. My enchanting is quite formidable too. Is that so? It's just that your words sound rather ominous, Heracles said gloomily. It reminds me of a phrase I heard in a tavern, fridge logic. What does that mean? Lust asked curiously. It's like those minor characters in a movie or TV show. Every time they say something like that, they end up dead. Heracles stated flatly. Upon hearing this, Lust's cheeks puffed up in anger. I haven't even slain Alduin yet. I won't die so easily. Heracles burst into laughter, finding Lust utterly amusing. Yet as his laughter subsided, he suddenly recalled Zeus in the tavern. Could that fellow also be the reason he constantly provoked his anger? Heracles shuddered. Why on earth would he think of that damned fellow? He was nothing like that old codger Zeus. The main group pressed forward. The path here was exceedingly strange. They had just been walking forward, but after about 10 minutes they found themselves heading in the opposite direction. It seemed some peculiar force was interfering with their sense of direction. There's no path ahead, Xiaoing said, raising his hand to halt the group. He furrowed his brow. Within this forest, a strange energy disrupted his judgment. Fortunately, Xiaoing's inner chi was formidable enough to resist this energy, but the same could not be said for the others. Worried about losing their way in such a place, he temporarily ceased their advance. Why are we stopping? We must hurry, time is short, Oakenshield said. If we leave the path, we'll be lost instantly. I can sense that the path seems enchanted, capable of weakening the miasma. But this trail ends here. Lust observed the situation and walked over. This miasma has potent hallucinogenic properties. Everyone be careful, she warned. A hallucinogen? A neurotoxin perhaps. Maybe I can try to blow it away, Orochimaru suggested after listening. Having no other options, the group allowed Orochimaru to attempt it. He rapidly formed hand seals and exhaled a powerful gale, sweeping away the surrounding leaves and dust. However, this disturbance roused the forest's newest inhabitants, who emerged and began moving towards Orochimaru and the others. Listen, something is approaching us, Xiaoing said as soon as Orochimaru finished. Everyone be on guard. It seems we have a fight on our hands. The dwarves had grown accustomed to such displays, their initial astonishment now replaced by numbness. At Xiaoing's words, they immediately drew their weapons and prepared for battle. Yet after waiting for nearly 5 or 6 minutes without seeing any enemy, the hot-tempered dwarves began to grow restless. Enemy? Where is the enemy? A bald dwarf asked, looking around. You're not just trying to scare us because you're afraid of the miasma and don't want to move on, are you? But no sooner had he spoken than he was struck by a glob of white webbing. Completely unable to resist, he was wrapped into a cocoon by a giant spider and hoisted into the trees above. Only then did the others realize that their foes were not approaching from the ground, but using the dense foliage as an airborne staging ground. First spiders, what's next? Heracles remarked, cleaving a giant spider in two with his sword. I hate spiders. Why in this world do I still have to encounter giant ones? Lust's hands crackled with lightning as she unleashed bolt after bolt, roasting giant spiders to ash. She looked at her hands with some surprise. How have I grown stronger? I think these spiders are just different from the ones in your world, Tsunade said with a smile, as she blew up a spider with a kunai attached to an explosive tag. That makes sense, Lust chuckled. With a wave of her right hand, a magical trap, shimmering with blue light, appeared not far away. A spider smaller than the others stepped onto it, and was instantly blasted away. In the Marvel Universe, there was a tavern where people gathered to watch television. On the screen, Laster was shown using magic to kill spiders, blasting them away with various spells. In the end, the spiders dared not approach her, and some men wore fatherly smiles. This girl is formidable. I like her. Zeus laughed heartily. You like anything female, that's common knowledge across the world. Poseidon teased from the side. Zeus turned to look at his brother and said, It seems we haven't had a proper heart-to-heart in a long time. Let's return to Mount Olympus and catch up. Who's afraid of whom? But I need to keep an eye on my son lately lest he stir up some trouble. Let's do it another time, Poseidon replied expressionlessly. Of course, if his legs weren't trembling under the table, Xiao might have believed that Poseidon wasn't afraid of Zeus. Hey, look, more elves are coming out, a young man shouted, only to be smacked on the head by an older man beside him. Clutching his head, he muttered, If you keep hitting me like that, I'll stay dumb forever. The young man grumbled, but his gaze was captivated by the handsome face of the elven prince. With tearful eyes, he stared at the beautiful elven prince, Legolas Greenleaf. The older man coughed softly and continued watching the television, though his eyes were unfocused, lost in thought. In Middle-earth, after Xiaoing and his group killed all the spiders, they suddenly found themselves surrounded by a group of elves, all aiming bows at them, their demeanor far from friendly. Do you think I want kill you? A handsome figure with long golden hair agilely leaped several times and landed before Oakenshield. What do you mean by this? We're just passing through, Xiaoing said calmly. Who are you? Legolas Greenleaf turned to look at Xiaoing and his 4 companions, for they stood out starkly compared to the dwarves. Mercenaries, you could say? We're protecting them, Orochimaru said with a smile. We mean no harm, we're just passing through. The weapons in your hands appear to be ancient elven blades. Where did you find them? Legolas asked, not easily convinced as he glanced at the elven swords in the hands of Thorin and Heracles. We found them in a troll cave. Listen, we truly mean no harm. Do you really think you could surround us with just this many? Orochimaru said coolly. Legolas was about to speak when he suddenly found himself unable to move. Looking down, he saw tree roots coiling around him, tightening bit by bit, making it hard to breathe. He tried to call for help, but everyone around him seemed oblivious, standing still before turning into withered corpses that dissipated before his eyes. The scene terrified him, but soon everything returned to normal. He was back where he started, facing a man with long black hair and strange attire who wore a sinister smile, watching him like a viper poised to strike. Let them go. Having witnessed the man's power, Legolas decided it was unwise to antagonize such formidable mercenaries. Thorin Oakenshield's matters could be dealt with after the mercenaries left. Legolas. A female wood elf frowned at the elven prince, clearly puzzled by his order, knowing their king despised dwarves and would be angered if they let them go. Do as I say, Toriel. These mercenaries are not to be trifled with. We cannot afford to offend them now. Thorin Oakenshield's goal is undoubtedly the Lonely Mountain. They want get far, and they want run far, the elven prince said in Elvish to his captain of the guard. What happened? Toriel, the captain of the wood elf guard, frowned, looking at Legolas. Legolas shook his head without answering. The elves, having heard the prince's command, could only watch as the group departed. Legolas kept his eyes fixed on Orochimaru's back, his bow never raised. Unlike his father, the elven prince was a man of his word. Orochimaru, nice illusion technique, Tsunade said with a smile. Indeed, everything Prince Legolas had just seen was an illusion. Although Orochimaru was not as skilled in illusions as the Uchiha clan, he could still use basic ones. After receiving help from Jang, his soul energy had greatly increased, making his illusions smoother and more subtle. Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. Xiaoing asked curiously, and Tsunade explained the concept of illusions in the Naruto world. Xiaoing nodded, thoughtfully, realizing that each world indeed had its unique characteristics. The dwarves were bewildered. They had been pinned down by arrows, unable to speak, waiting passively, when suddenly Legolas let them go. True to dwarvish temper, they would have cursed or mocked, but a single glance from Xiaoing silenced them before they could speak. With no path left, they followed the direction from which the elves had emerged. As dusk approached, they finally emerged from the forest and arrived near a river. The dwarves stood solemnly, gazing across the river at the Lonely Mountain, which stood silently, unchanged by their departure. It seems we need to cross the river, Xiaoing said, following their gaze to the mountain in the distance. There lay the dragon Smog. Xiaoing was curious to see how Western dragons compared to Eastern divine dragons. If time permits, I'd like to rest here before we proceed. After all, we're about to face a dragon, Heracles said to Thorin Oakenshield. Balin, how much time do we have? Thorin felt the need to rest, but based on the information he had gleaned from the Elven King in Rivendell, they only had one chance, otherwise they would have to face the dragon Hedon. We should have a day left provided we find a way across the river tomorrow, said the white-bearded dwarf, the eldest among them, after calculating the time. Then let's rest for the night. Our group will take the first watch and yours the second. Is that acceptable? Thorin Oakenshield, though eager to fly to the Lonely Mountain, knew what they were up against and made a swift decision. On the coast of a certain neighborhood in Malibu, California, a luxurious villa stood. From its balcony, one could gaze upon the ocean, greeting each day with the sea and blooming flowers. Sir, I must remind you that you haven't rested for 3 days, a gentle voice whispered into the ear of Tony Stark, who was racking his brains. Jarvis, no need to remind me. I'll rest once I optimize this design, Tony said indifferently, while manipulating the virtual projection in his hands. You've said that 131 times. Jarvis reminded him calmly. And you haven't stepped outside in nearly a month. I believe the last incident has greatly affected you. If you don't rest soon, I'll notify your personal physician. Shut up, Jarvis. Don't disturb me, Tony said, his emotions spiraling out of control. Tony, why are you angry at Jarvis? I heard you haven't slept for 3 or 4 days again, Pepper said as she entered from outside. Seeing Tony, she directly unplugged the virtual projection device. Hey, Pepper. Tony seemed a bit irritated, but seeing Pepper's icy expression, he said helplessly, don't do that next time, Pepper. If I were at a critical moment, the loss would be enormous. Jarvis already told me your plan is unfeasible. Pepper said, no fool. She knew exactly when to act and when to hold back. Tony sighed and had no choice but to leave with Pepper. As Pepper had said, his recent experiments had all failed, leaving him frustrated and depressed. First, he had survived an assassination attempt, and then Zhang Jiu had pulled him into an illusion where the moon smashed into him 9 times. This had left him suffering from depression for a while, feeling like the whole world was against him. After confirming his brain was fine, he immediately began developing something to protect himself. The existence of the Flash gave him an idea, and he designed a suit called Mark I. The suit was built, but the power source was a problem. After all, he had designed it for maximum flashiness. Initially, he only considered defense and offense, but Jarvis calculated that it was an energy-devouring machine. With current energy storage technology, the suit couldn't operate for long. Then Tony noticed the massive arc reactor that Stark Industries had built to boost stock prices. It was a creation of his father and another scientist, shelved due to technological limitations. The challenge was miniaturizing the arc reactor. Tony, what are you thinking? Pepper watched Tony in deep thought, feeling a pang of sympathy. After all, this playboy billionaire, despite his often unpleasant temper and philandering ways, wasn't entirely insufferable. Oh, sorry. I have a sense of urgency, Pepper. I hope you understand, Tony apologized with a faint smile and continued eating. You've never told me what really happened that day. Pepper finally couldn't help asking. Actually, I don't know if what I saw was real. Tony was silent for a moment, then began. All right, don't say it. I want to ask, Pepper interrupted, seeing the expression on his face. No, I think the problem lies here. Tony frowned. I wasn't afraid of the attack that day, you know, Pepper. This kind of thing has happened before over the years, and besides, the Flash was there. Yes, the Flash. I had already secured the deal, but then he suddenly vanished. Pepper nodded slightly at the mention of the Flash. Oh, so you actually got the deal? Just as impressive as me, Tony chuckled. I planted a tracker on the Flash. I'm just curious about him. Pepper knew Tony was lying. He wasn't curious, he wanted to uncover the secret of his super speed, something any scientist would crave. Though Tony wasn't a scientist per se, he was part of the scientific community. Hey, listen to me. Seeing Pepper's expression, Tony felt resigned, but continued. The tracker led me to a bar, a very ordinary one. I had Jarvis investigate it beforehand, so I went there. And then, what happened? Happy said you left looking upset after being rejected. Pepper asked curiously. I guess I'll have to cut Happy's pay, Tony grumbled. Then he said, can you imagine what it's like to have a planet, I mean the moon, smashing into you repeatedly? Why bring that up? Pepper felt she couldn't keep up with Tony's train of thought. Because I know exactly what it feels like. A flicker of fear appeared in Tony's eyes. Even though Jiang's protection only allowed him to remember a sliver of the sensation, that sliver had haunted him for a long time. What are you talking about? Pepper frowned, suspecting his depression was returning. That bar is definitely problematic. Tony took a deep breath. I just made a comment about the bar's decor, and the owner snapped his fingers. The moon smashed into me 9 times. It felt like a dream, and I suspected he used some hallucinogenic drug, but my medical report showed no trace of any substance. You mean that experience was the owner's revenge? He has superpowers. Pepper looked at Tony with concern, thinking he was talking nonsense. Yes, superpowers. If someone like the Flash, who can't be explained by science, exists, why can't someone have the ability to induce hallucinations? Tony looked at Pepper calmly. I'm not crazy, and I don't have depression. I just thought I was sick. But Tony, that's impossible. Pepper shook her head. Before the age of superheroes, no one believed in wizards or superpowers. But it happened right in front of me. It seems I can't focus on the arc reactor until I resolve this. Pepper arranged a plane. Tomorrow I'm going to New York to visit that bar again. Tony set down his food. He felt he needed rest and a shower. Most importantly, he had to watch his mouth when he got there, though that would be difficult for him. The tavern was doing brisk business as usual, though Jiang didn't rely on it for a living, who would turn away money after all. Moreover, many had grown accustomed to sipping their drinks while quietly watching the television, a live reality show, one might say. Yesterday's broadcast had ended as Thorin Oakenshield's company prepared to rest, and today's had yet to begin. The earliest arrivals, the Zeus brothers, had practically made the tavern their workplace. In the modern world, there was no need for gods to intervene. The second and third generations of divine offspring had already matured and could handle matters on their own. Boss morning. Any special breakfast items? Zeus asked, settling at the table directly in front of the television, a smile on his face. Do you take this for a breakfast joint? Jiang yawned, teasing him. But when Zeus flashed his dollars, the proprietor shamelessly inquired, how about some Celestial Realm fried dough sticks and soy milk? Want to give them a try? Celestial Realm. Zeus was intrigued. Fried dough sticks and soy milk. Poseidon expressed deep skepticism. Of course, this is a popular delicacy from the Celestial Realm, the Eastern Divine Realm, that is. It's said to be a recent creation by the newly deified god of cuisine, adapted from mortal recipes. The price is a bit steep, though. Jiang smiled warmly as he introduced the celestial delicacies to Zeus and Poseidon. Boss, do we look like people troubled by money? Zeus declared in a most ostentatious manner. Just name the price for the whole batch of celestial fried dough sticks and soy milk. These aren't things you can simply buy with money. Jiang put on airs, speaking nonchalantly. But luckily for you, I'm a kind soul. Fried dough sticks are $10,000 each, and soy milk is $30,000 a bowl. Then give us 10 fried dough sticks and 4 bowls of soy milk, Zeus said with great generosity, handing a stack of bills to Jiang. As a god, he could count the exact amount without effort. Jiang pocketed the money without a glance, then reached into thin air and pulled out a large platter bearing golden gleaming fried dough sticks and milky white soy milk that exuded a fragrant aroma. It already smells quite promising, Poseidon remarked. When we get back, we'll have to send our own god of cuisine to the east to learn how to cook. Zeus couldn't wait. He picked up a fried dough stick and took a bite, speaking with his mouth full. Strictly speaking, Mount Olympus doesn't have a god of cuisine. Our eldest sister oversees the mortal hearth, but she's merely a guardian deity. As for the others, let's not even mention them. Poseidon said flatly. Then just pull someone up from Earth. It's actually quite simple. Zeus took a sip of the soy milk, his eyes widening in surprise. He nodded repeatedly and said, yes, and this too. It's really delicious. Jiang shrugged, leaving these provincial beings to their own devices. He approached a young man in black who had just entered and was surveying the tavern. The newcomer was handsome with narrow eyes, a straight nose, and slightly thin lips. He exuded an air of authority and dignity, as if he were a figure of great power. "Welcome to the tavern," Xiao said with a slight smile. When he had seen the middle-aged man and the child yesterday, he had wondered if this person might show up. And now here he was. What a coincidence. As explained before the tavern's entrance, and those who could enter were matters Xiao could control, but he generally refrained from interfering. Only then did things remain interesting. First came two people, and now their enemy had followed. "This isn't the celestial realm, which initially disappointed me," the young man said, turning to Xiao. "But now it seems even the celestial realm cannot compare to your tavern." "Of course. How could those old Stakinthamuds ever be as carefree as I?" Xiao chuckled. "What should I call you?" "Qin." The young man smiled, though it seemed a rare occurrence. His smile, though genuine, appeared somewhat stiff. "Excellent. Let's drink to your unification of the 6 kingdoms." Xiao smiled and waved his hand. 2 glasses of wine appeared on the table. He picked one up. "Cheers." Qin took the glass without hesitation, hiding his face behind his wide sleeve as he drank. "Aren't you afraid I might poison you?" Xiao asked, looking at Qin. "I am, but I don't believe someone comparable to an immortal would kill me without reason. Moreover, I, the Emperor, have a clear conscience before heaven," Qin stated with remarkable calm. Qin had discovered the transdimensional gate in his bedchamber. After testing it several times and finding that no one else could perceive it, he changed his clothes and stepped through. Otherwise, Xiao might have met him a few days earlier. Because of this, Qin had initially believed this place to be the celestial realm. He was somewhat disappointed to learn it wasn't, but after seeing the introductions and hearing the conversations of Zeus and the others, he realized this might be a place even more exalted than the celestial realm. He sensed an opportunity here. Having unified the 6 kingdoms, he had been adrift in uncertainty. Now a new world had opened before him, and his aimlessness would end. Well said. A clear conscience before heaven. Truly worthy of the first emperor in history. Xiao laughed heartily. "The wine you just drank is called Dew of Life. It can heal the scars left by your cultivation and the passage of time." "Huh. I've never seen the boss so delighted before. Who is this young friend?" Zeus asked curiously. "If I heard correctly, he should be the first emperor of Eastern history. The one known as Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of Qin." While Xiao and Qin were speaking, other patrons had gradually arrived. It was one of them who spoke now. "The first emperor, huh? But just an emperor wouldn't make the boss this happy, would it?" Zeus asked, puzzled. "Don't you know our boss also hails from the east? Clearly he must come from the world after Qin Shi Huang unified China. I recall that the Chinese people harbor complex feelings toward this emperor." A middle-aged man with curly hair and a horse-like face remarked in an English-accented tone. "I just subconsciously overlooked it," Zeus shrugged. "Because he's always treated everyone equally." Zeus shrugged and said, "Because he's always been impartial to everyone. You haven't seen how he treats the Flash. Our boss is entirely mood-driven. For those he doesn't particularly like, he just treats them with ordinary courtesy." Odin, a king enjoying a quiet moment with his wife, remarked. "What a capricious boss," Zeus said, exasperated. "From now on, your food and drink prices are doubled." "Yes, I'm just that capricious. What are you going to do about it?" Xiao, still chatting with Qin, turned to Zeus and said, eliciting a groan of despair from the god. The arrival of Qin Shi Huang at the tavern was indeed somewhat unexpected for Xiao. However, as a devoted fan of the first emperor, Xiao promptly approached him to converse. Though the emperor appeared quite youthful, it was merely due to his cultivation of martial arts, but in truth, he was already in his 40s, still resembling a man in his prime. Yet after drinking the Dew of Life, his body had indeed returned to a state akin to his early 30s. "This wine is nothing short of divine," Qin remarked, feeling himself grow significantly younger, the astonishment within him deepening. "This is merely a diluted version. Your physical constitution is not yet strong enough, though otherwise I could let you sample the true Dew of Life," Xiao said with a smile. Qin quietly listened to the chatter around him, only speaking when Xiao inquired. It was evident that he was a man of great caution. Unsurprising for an emperor, for without such prudence he might have perished during the struggle for the throne. "May I peruse the books here?" Qin asked Xiao. "You may, but these are texts from this world or parallel ones. While some histories align, not all can be trusted," Xiao cautioned him. Qin expressed his gratitude, selected a book on the history of a great Eastern nation from the shelf, and then sat in his seat reading quietly. Clearly he wished to understand what the version of himself, or rather the first emperor of this world, was truly like. The great Qin fell after just 2 generations. Even as composed as Qin was upon seeing this, he instantly clenched his fists, the fury within him nearly blazing from his eyes. "As long as the ancestral dragon lives, the world shall never know peace," Xiao remarked calmly. The first emperor of this world was, after all, but a mortal. He could not withstand the relentless tide of time, and having consumed many so-called elixirs of immortality ultimately met his end on the road. A lamentable and tragic fate. Zhao Gao Li Si Hu Hai, excellent. Truly my fine ministers, and my fine son. Qin Zheng's voice was heavily restrained, yet the anger within it was still palpable. Qin Zheng exhaled deeply. Fortunately, these events had not yet transpired in his world, nor would they ever have the chance to. Jiang Jiu looked at Qin Zheng and asked, Fusu, he has indeed grown too close to the Confucians and at times lacks practical acumen. But since I sent him to inspect the populace, he has changed considerably. Perhaps I was indeed too strict. Qin Zheng exhaled deeply. Fortunately, these events had not yet transpired in his world, nor would they ever have the chance to. However, now that you are aware of these things, it may prove greatly beneficial to you, Jiang Jiu said with a smile. Is there truly no method for immortality? Qin Zheng suddenly asked. There is, but as an emperor you will never be granted such an opportunity. Jiang Jiu stated flatly. If an emperor were to become immortal, it would bring no benefit to society whatsoever. Why? Now that I can step into this tavern, I can access the wisdom of countless worlds. I can use this knowledge to transform Great Qin, making it the most powerful nation on that earth. Qin Zheng asked with some agitation. Do you wish for your descendants to live forever in your shadow? Do you have no faith in your own progeny? Jiang Jiu said calmly. You can certainly cultivate a worthy emperor instead of clinging to all authority yourself. Qin Zheng fell silent. Only those who have tasted power understand that relinquishing it is nearly impossible, though of course it depends on the individual. Moreover, the reason Qin Zheng refused to delegate power was that he harbored many ideals and dreams he wished to fulfill. Especially after glimpsing this new world, his once calm heart stirred anew. In truth, this might have been one of the first emperor's flaws. In his desire to accomplish so much during his lifetime and truly earn the title of first emperor, he overextended himself, ultimately straining his body. Combined with Fuse's unsatisfactory performance, he delayed naming an heir, allowing Zhao Gao and Li Si to seize power, and thus the mighty Great Qin Empire crumbled. Uncle, hurry. The broadcast has already started. A voice rang out as a white-robed swordsman and a simply dressed young boy entered through the door. The boy kept urging the swordsman to move faster. Walk slowly and don't disturb others, the swordsman said, his voice tinged with weakness. He held back the restless child and was about to move forward when he noticed Qin Zheng sitting nearby, lost in thought. His steps faltered. Uncle, what's wrong? The boy asked, following the swordsman's gaze toward Qin Zheng. He didn't recognize Qin Zheng, but he knew Jiang Jiu and immediately called out cheerfully, Boss Jiang, we're back. Tianming. The swordsman, distracted by the young man, was caught off guard when the child he was escorting shouted, drawing the attention of both men. The swordsman realized the trouble at once. He recognized Qin Zheng. Gainia, so you are here too. Qin Zheng said with a hint of surprise, glancing at the child before addressing Gainia. I never expected to encounter you here. Nor did I expect your majesty to be able to enter this place. The swordsman called Gainia replied, shielding the inquisitive child behind him, his expression tense. Rest assured, I will not attack you. Though I only arrived today, I am already aware of the rules here, Qin Zheng said calmly. Qin Zheng looked at the child. In the past, he had regarded this boy as his own, but certain events had turned him into a rebellious youth. Love had turned to hate, and he had issued an order for his pursuit. Gainia had left the palace because of these matters, apparently searching for Tianming. Uncle, who is he? The child called Tianming asked curiously. Tianming, remember this, he is the emperor of the Great Qin Empire. Gainia said slowly. Unfortunately, Tianming had lost his memories of the past and was unaware of the pursuit against him. So regarding the emperor of Great Qin, he felt a mix of curiosity, fear, and a measure of respect. Although the remnants of the six states constantly spread tales of tyranny, aside from some harsh laws, the people's lives had improved considerably. Thus in the streets, the emperor enjoyed a fairly high reputation. But Gainia likely did not know that Qin Zheng had completely abandoned any intention of pursuing Jing Tianming. The spiritual emptiness he had felt after unifying the six states had now been filled by the crises of the future and new opportunities. He now aimed not only to eradicate the remnants of the six states, but also to expand the territory of Great Qin across the entire globe. Matters of personal affection and the like no longer held any place in his vision. Gainia, uncertain of the first emperor's intentions, felt extremely tense. Moreover, judging by how Jiang Jiu treated the first emperor, it was evident that the first emperor had already earned Jiang Jiu's approval. Or perhaps the deeds of the first emperor had received divine endorsement. How could one possibly resist such a man? Gaini's heart was filled with bitter laughter. Take your time chatting, you two. He'll go play over there with Tianming. Jiang Jiu chuckled softly and promptly led Jing Tianming away. Boss, is that really the first emperor? Jing Tianming asked curiously. Don't you believe Gainia? Jiang Jiu asked, puzzled. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been hunted down. If I hadn't followed him here, I wouldn't be traveling with him at all. Jing Tianming said huffily. You really don't know what's good for you, Jiang Zhou said, flicking Jing Tianming's forehead in exasperation, then had him sit nearby eating cake and watching TV. As a devoted fan of the first emperor, Jiang Zhou didn't particularly like Jing Tianming, even if the boy was innocent. After all, he was the son of Jing Ke, who, although a great hero in the world of the legend of Qin, was in Jiang Zhou's eyes a master of deception. He was also the one who caused Crown Prince Dan of Yin to lose the entire state of Yin. Of course, the prince himself bore some blame, staking the entire hope of Yin on killing the king of Qin at the time, only for Jing Ke's assassination to fail. Yin lost its map, and its hope, though that hope was meager to begin with. Jiang Zhou paid no attention to what Qin Zheng and Gai Nye were discussing, nor did he care about Gai Nye's future plans. He knew that Qin Zheng had no interest in dealing with the child of his romantic rival. The emperor now had a far greater goal. So Jiang Zhou grabbed a cup of coffee, glanced around, and then sat down beside Wei Xiaobao and Stephen Chow. These two had somehow ended up sitting together chatting away. Anyone watching would have thought they were seeing things. "Hey boss, was that really the first emperor?" Wei Xiaobao asked in a low voice. Qin Zheng's imposing presence made even the slick Wei Xiaobao hesitant to joke around. "Yes, but that's from a bizarre world where people practice martial arts. A relatively high martial world," Jiang Zhou said after a moment's thought. "The first emperor. History says he was cruel and tyrannical, but he doesn't seem that way at all," Stephen Chow asked curiously. "Who wrote the history of the Qin dynasty? The Han dynasty? If the first emperor wasn't a tyrant, then Liu Bang's rebellion against Qin would have been treason. Of course they had to vilify him. Still, it's widely acknowledged that Qin's laws were harsh." Jiang Zhou shrugged and continued, "The laws were too detailed and strict. Ordinary people could manage, but the nobles and wealthy elites from the other 6 states could no longer enjoy their former privileges. So after the first emperor's death, they all rebelled." "I see," Wei Xiaobao nodded slightly. "Of course, what I said might be a bit absolute and personal, but we can't judge historical figures from the perspective of our own time. Few can do that objectively. Even am biased because of my fondness for the Qin dynasty and Qin Zheng." Jiang Zhou sighed emotionally. Just then an exhilarating scene appeared on TV, and everyone stopped talking to watch. On the screen, Xiong and his group had passed through Lake Town and arrived at the designated spot on time, finding the secret passage into the Lonely Mountain. "Let's go in. It seems Gandalf won't make it," Thorin Oakenshield said, glancing at the moon and addressing Xiong. "I can sense the dragon's presence. Though my abilities are greatly suppressed, I believe I can still handle a dragon," Elixir said, turning to Xiong. "Then let's proceed." Xiong nodded slightly and entered the secret passage of the Lonely Mountain with the dwarves. As Xiong and the others followed the dwarves, they realized the entire mountain seemed hollowed out, containing a vast hall and various structures. Without the dwarves' guidance, they would never have found the true interior. "Down there is the treasure hoard where Smog lies." Thorin Oakenshield pointed to a path and said to the hobbit, "We can't fight in there. It would destroy the gold and, more importantly, put our small group at a disadvantage." "All right, I understand. So you want me to go in?" Bilbo Baggins, after all his experiences, was no longer the timid hobbit he once was, but a brave adventurer, especially now that he possessed the One Ring. "Yes, go in and find the Arkenstone, the largest and brightest gem," Thorin said calmly. The hobbit nodded in agreement. As Thorin had said, this seemed to be his purpose, and Bilbo believed that with the magical ring, he was the best choice for the task. "Don't make too much noise. Smog is obsessively attached to that gem. Just lure it this way," Balin the white-haired dwarf reminded Bilbo once more. "That's right. Once you draw the dragon out, well, handle the rest," Elixir said with a smile, handing Bilbo a scroll. "Take this. It'll let you move freely through dragon fire. Just untie the rope and unroll it when you need it. Simple. But remember, you only have 1 minute." "Such a useful item. Well, I'm confident I can complete this task now," Bilbo said, thanking Elixir as he tucked the scroll away. After Bilbo entered, there was a long wait. Half an hour passed with no sign of him or any dragon roars, just an eerie calm before the storm. Could the dragon have left? One dwarf muttered, only to be slapped by his companion. "The dragon's just asleep. With all that dwarf gold, Smog won't leave." "Prepare for battle," Balin said irritably. "Should I go in and check?" Elixir was growing impatient. Smog's presence remained constant, and the dragon seemed perfectly healthy. "Wait a little longer. I hear voices. They seem to be talking," Xiong said calmly. As the most powerful person present, he could use his inner energy to hear the conversation below, though the distance made it hard to make out the words. Something about a barrel rider. He must have misheard. Inside the treasury of the Dwarf Kingdom, located in Lonely Mountain, Bilbo Baggins found himself facing a fierce-looking dragon with a foul breath. He suspected that the dragon had been alone for too long, talking to no one, which made it a bit verbose, and perhaps this is why he wasn't immediately killed. "They all call me the Barrel Knight or the Barrel Rider. I am here merely to pay my respects to Lord Smog." The hobbit was now capable of lying without preparation. "Barrel Knight. Barrel Rider. What a joke. I smell a familiar scent on you. It is the scent of dwarves." The dragon's voice was low and rumbling, and due to its bad breath, Bilbo subtly took a few steps back. Before I came here, I encountered a few wandering dwarves, and they were so rude and unreasonable that I despised them. Bilbo tried to appease the dragon. You are lying. The dwarves I recognize from you, I have eaten several of that flavor before. They were the original owners here, but I ended up killing them. Why did you do that? Bilbo looked around and finally spotted a pristine white gem near the dragon's foot, standing out amongst the gold coins. Clearly the Arkenstone that the dwarves sought as a symbol of kingship was this. Because they do not deserve to possess this gold. It is all mine, my treasure. The dragon slowly moved its body as the hobbit had once again vanished, but the dragon was not worried about the escape, as it could smell the hobbit's scent. All the gems in the world belong to the great Lord Smog, Bilbo casually remarked as he hid behind a stone pillar, looking around before dashing towards the Arkenstone. However, after the dragon shifted, the gem slipped away again, leaving Bilbo somewhat helpless. He responded to the dragon while trying to approach the Arkenstone, and finally he seized the gem, but the dragon noticed his intent. Indeed, you wretched thief, you came to steal my gold. My gem. Smog roared in anger, the temperature of his body rising, his throat glowing with an orange light, a precursor to his fiery breath. Seeing this, Bilbo immediately put on the One Ring and abruptly vanished from in front of the dragon. Although the dragon knew Bilbo was still nearby, it could not pinpoint his exact location, which infuriated it, causing the dragon to breathe fire around. At this moment, Bilbo had already climbed up the nearby stone steps, and after quickly reaching the top, saw the dragon breathing fire. Remembering what Thorin and Balin had said, he immediately took off the ring and shouted, "Hey, ugly! Are you looking for me?" he bravely called out to the dragon. The enraged Smog would not easily let the hobbit escape, so he rushed over intending to kill him. But the hobbit had already calculated the distance and immediately ran toward the exit. However, upon reaching the last step, he realized he still had some way to go before the exit, while the dragon was quickly approaching, ready to incinerate him with a blast of fire. "Fortunately, I have my treasure," Bilbo exclaimed while running, opening the scroll that last had given him. Just as he opened the scroll and was enveloped by a mysterious force, Smog had already climbed onto the platform, seeing the little creature running ahead, and unleashed a stream of fire. However, before Smog could celebrate, he noticed that the little thief had not perished, further infuriating him. He then destroyed the stone pillars on both sides of the platform because he was far too large. What was a clear path for the dwarves seemed like a small hole to him. Fortunately, this passage had previously been excavated by the dwarves for mining. Aside from the steps, it was all empty, so there was no fear of being crushed underneath. "Guys, I made it out." Bilbo ran for his life. Thanks to the scroll's energy, he did not feel the heat of the dragon's flames and finally emerged safely. After Bilbo emerged, he found that only 5 of the dwarves were in the entire hall. The others seemed not to have participated, which disappointed him. After all, he had helped these dwarves a lot along the way, yet they had always been somewhat resistant, especially Thorin Oakenshield, who he had saved once before, but had forgotten him in an instant. "Stop dawdling and rush to the back," Last said upon seeing Bilbo dazed. "Oh, thank you for your scroll, Wizard Tiago Paulo." Bilbo thanked Last, and then asked, "Do you really not need help?" "Don't worry, I am known as a master dragon hunter." Last smiled and instructed Bilbo to leave. At this moment, the dwarves finally spotted the dragon, but the dragon's appearance somewhat disappointed the 3 from Asian culture, specifically from the Chinese civilization circle, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the Dwarf King. After all, in their perception, a creature worthy of being called a dragon should be a true divine dragon. Although they had prepared themselves mentally, this creature, which could easily be termed a large flying lizard, was referred to as a dragon by these people. The dragon had finally arrived in the hall, and had not spoken a word when Tsunade directly kicked down the exit behind the dragon, shaking the entire hall. Following that, the Dwarf King swiftly approached the dragon's head and struck down with his cloud-piercing palm. However, to be called a dragon, one must possess formidable abilities. The dragon's defense was incredibly strong. Even though the cloud-piercing palm was powerful, the Dwarf King felt as if he had struck a boulder with all his might. "Damn humans, who are you?" Although the Dwarf King's attack did not breach the dragon's defenses, Smog was not unscathed either. Yet no one responded to his question. The only answer he received was a sudden sharp pain. Turning his head, he discovered a man with eyes identical to his standing on his back, having executed the earlier attack. The spiraling sphere is indeed useful, but it does carry a burden on the arm, Orochimaru thought silently as he evaded the dragon's tail attack using the substitution technique. Just as Smog was about to roar in anger, a figure with a half-exposed upper body struck him with an elven sword. The force of the blow was immensely powerful, breaking through Smog's draconic hide, which filled him with fear. He had been holed up in this treasury for too long, having lost his fighting spirit. Now that he found these people could harm him, he was even more inclined to escape. However, before fleeing, he intended to make these people pay a price. Smog thought to himself, pouring all the energy within him, preparing to unleash a fiery storm. But before he could finish gathering his strength, a woman emitted a voice reminiscent of a dragon. Fo Kradine. Dragon roar frost breath, a sound that could not belong to a human escaped from the petite lass's mouth, followed by a blast of extreme cold air that directly struck Smog. It should be noted that Smog was preparing to use dragon fire, his entire body radiating terrifying heat. When this heat suddenly met an equal degree of freezing, the consequences were predictable. Not only was Smog's breath interrupted, but he was also severely injured by the frost attack. His prideful skin, especially around his throat and underbelly, was now cracked. You are not human. What exactly are you? Smog could no longer move, having sustained too much damage. Dragonborn, specifically tasked with handling Val dragons like you. Having just completed a dragon roar attack, the special energy consumed was from within the Dragonborn, so last did not feel fatigued at all, as her mana and stamina remained abundant. It seems your attacks have a special effect on dragons, the Dwarf King remarked as he delivered a frosty fist to the dragon's head, completely encasing Smog in ice. Not only because of my ability, but also because he was about to unleash dragon fire. When heat meets cold, that's the situation. This is the experience I accumulated after numerous failed forges. Last smiled. So how should we divide this dragon now? Orochimaru approached smiling and said, although the battle ended too quickly, I still hope to obtain some dragon blood and other bodily tissues for research. They'll leave my share to Mr. Orochimaru, the Dwarf King said with a smile. I don't even know what I would do with it. The Dwarf King was well aware of his strengths and weaknesses. After spending time with Orochimaru, he realized that Orochimaru had a particular fondness for various research. He had seen all sorts of unusual specimens and experimental materials collected along the way, which he had kept an eye on. While battling might be within his abilities, engaging in schemes was another matter. However, asking him to conduct research was quite a challenge. Then thank you, Dwarf King. If I discover anything valuable, I will share it with you, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. What about you, Heracles? Tsunade asked curiously. I don't know, I just wonder if dragon meat is good to eat. Heracles' response was somewhat nonsensical. Alright, actually, the most precious items of a dragon are a few bones containing energy. By slaying the dragon, I can obtain their souls. I don't need the dragon's bones, though I can craft weapons or armor for everyone. Last pondered and spoke. After all, she was someone who dealt with dragons. Then it's up to you, Last, Heracles said with a smile. I don't need anything either, as I haven't contributed much, Tsunade shrugged, saying that the Dwarf King and Heracles had scared Smog so much that he desperately wanted to escape, only to be caught by Last. That won't do, Sister Tsunade. I plan to craft a pair of gloves for you. What kind of magic do you want to imbue them with? Last walked over, took Tsunade's hands, and said, such delicate hands should be well protected. In the Marvel Universe, there is a tavern. Everyone was astonished by the dragon roar emitted by Rast. After witnessing the attacks of Xiaoing, Orochimaru, and Heracles, they knew the dragon's death was inevitable, but they never expected it to happen so swiftly. I knew you were that kind of dragonborn. Jang watched as Rast grasped Tsunade's hands, fondling them under the pretense of crafting dragonbone gloves. But as someone who had once controlled a dragonborn sister soaring through the skies, he knew the truth all too well. Just a few days ago, he had seen Rast seducing a young elf girl. That sister is truly formidable. Just a few words from her mouth, and the giant lizard died instantly. Jing Tianming exclaimed, awe and admiration in his voice. Those were no ordinary words. It's called a dragon shout, an advanced language used by dragons inherently possessing immense power, Jiang Jio remarked calmly. Dragon shout, the language of dragons. Jing Tianming asked curiously, how did that sister learn it? Because she's a humanoid dragon. Enough questions, just eat your food. Jiang Jio waved his hand, letting Jing Tianming amuse himself, then returned to the bar. Jiang Jio set 6 glasses on the counter, washed his hands in the small sink behind the bar, and then reached into a spatial rift. He retrieved a glass bottle filled with a red liquid, placing it aside, followed by some unknown liquids and crystals. Oh, the boss is mixing drinks. It's been a while since I saw him do that personally, Odin remarked, pausing his quiet conversation with his wife to shift his gaze to the bar. Indeed, it has been a long time, another figure wrapped in layers nodded slowly. It seems they are about to return. Sherlock took a sip of his drink, finding the invigorating liquor perfect, especially since it had no side effects. It seemed tailor-made for him. The 6 glasses on the bar, combined with the dragon that was just slain, suggest our dragon-slaying heroes are coming back. That's why the boss is mixing drinks himself. Seated beside the famed detective was a handsome man dressed like an ancient swordsman with 4 distinctive eyebrows. The only one fitting that description who had visited the tavern before was none other than Lu Xiaofeng. Could you all stop teasing me? A young man in a Japanese school uniform said, somewhat exasperated. He recalled his first encounters with Sherlock and Lu Xiaofeng, when he had diligently analyzed and investigated, trying to uncover the secret of this time travel trick. Naturally, he had failed, but in the process he befriended Lu Xiaofeng, a fellow detective, and Sherlock Holmes, who who shared the name of his idol and possessed remarkable skills. I can't help but remember the look on your face when you confidently declared the truth is only one. Lu Xiaofeng said with a laugh, raising his glass. Didn't you ever doubt it? The boy retorted defiantly, biting hard on his juice straw. Of course we doubt it. If we didn't question such phenomena, we wouldn't be detectives, Lu Xiaofeng replied with a smile. But without investigation, we don't jump to conclusions, Sherlock added. That's all because of that mischievous boss. I'm just a high school student, yet he insisted I drink alcohol. Couldn't I have just gotten drunk? The boy grumbled, continuing to sip his juice. Ever since Jiangzhou tricked him into drinking alcohol, when he first arrived, he had never touched it again despite knowing its miraculous effects. That was the boss' goodwill, though sometimes it comes with a mischievous twist, Lu Xiaofeng shrugged. He gave me a drink too, and thanks to it I've survived many dangers. But it also robbed me of some fun. What kind of fun? The boy asked curiously. The thrill of solving cases. Imagine a murderer fearing I might find clues, or wanting to mislead me drugs me. When I collapse, they'll smugly reveal things. After all, they've knocked out the famous Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng took a sip. Normally I'd miss those words and have to work harder to analyze and find key evidence. But after that drink I could hear everything directly, solving cases with ease, though the excitement faded. But that gave you a new kind of fun, acting, Sherlock said with a smile. Kudo, did the boss ever tell you what special ability that drink has? No. When I asked later, he just said it was a secret and ignored me. The boy named Kudo replied. Then it must benefit you somehow, or he wouldn't have made you drink it, Sherlock nodded. The boss may seem unreliable at times, but most of his actions have a purpose. As the three detectives conversed, Jiangzhou finished mixing 6 glasses of wine that emitted a faint red glow. Just then the wooden door by the bookshelf opened and the dragon-slaying heroes stepped out, accompanied by Gandalf in his gray wizard robe. The tavern erupted in cheers and applause, paying tribute to these warriors. Facing a dragon was no small feat, and because of these 6, many patrons had set aside their reservations, considering issuing commissions. Even for that reason alone, the 6 deserved the ovation. Welcome our dragon-slaying heroes. This is a gift I prepared for you. Though you'll still pay for it, Jiangzhou said, carrying a tray with 6 glasses as he approached them with a smile. The scent is familiar yet different. What kind of wine is this? Rast asked curiously. Dragon's blood wine, brewed from the blood of the dragon you just killed, and some other ingredients. Think of it as an alchemical potion, Jiangzhou shrugged. Evil dragon blood is usually toxic, so I put in quite some effort. Then I won't hold back, Rast said with a laugh, taking 2 glasses and handing one to Tsunade. To our friendship, Tsunade sister. Pay up. I know you just made a fortune. 680 gold coins, Jiangzhou said, extending his hand to Rast. Boss, this is robbery. You used the dragon's blood from the one we killed, and you still want gold. That's not fair, Rast protested, feigning indignation. In the end, our dragon-slaying heroes ultimately paid their dues, for with Jiangzhou's love of money, they had no choice but to comply. This left Laster feeling somewhat disheartened. She sat there sulking, idly tracing circles on the table. But soon upon encountering beautiful young ladies, Laster's gloom vanished in an instant. Seated among several pretty women, she regaled them with grandiose tales of how she slew the dragon, even knowing that live streams existed, and spoke of why she used frost breath, as well as the secrets of being a dragonborn. Want to know my secret as a dragonborn? Next time you get a chance, come to my world, and I'll tell you privately, she said, half drunk, revealing a harmonious smile. Xiaoing and Orochimaru had already returned by then. After all, Xiaoing was the leader of the Society of Conquerors, while Orochimaru and Tsunade were ninjas of Konoha. They had been away long enough, and any further delay might lead to unforeseen troubles. Our last dragon-slaying hero, Heracles, found himself surrounded by a group of men, all peppering him with questions. Having slain the dragon and received weapons and armor forged by dwarves along with Laster's promise, he had been overjoyed. But now, seeing the crowd of rough men around him and the bevy of beauties surrounding Laster, he suddenly felt like a complete loser. Go on, lad, keep talking. We didn't see everything. The boss only showed us a few battle scenes. Zeus clapped Heracles on the shoulder, nearly causing the mighty demigod to stumble. What sin have I committed to deserve this? If I had known it would come to this, I'd have rather gone back immediately. Heracles wept silently in his heart, but ultimately yielded to Zeus' iron fist, recounting untold stories from their journey through Middle-earth. The tavern was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone was discussing the matter of commissions and assignments, for no one could say with certainty that they would never need help in their lifetime. Even our Emperor Qin Shi Huang decided to end his awkward conversation with Gunya wanting to learn more about these matters. Let Tianming live as an ordinary child. Qin Zheng looked at Gunya and said calmly, I promise I will stop the pursuit. But the path you're taking now is dangerous. Soon you'll encounter remnants of the 6 kingdoms, which will only drag him into a greater vortex. I have no such intention, nor do I wish for Tianming to be involved in their affairs. Gunya shook his head and replied, but sometimes circumstances force one's hand. You'd better watch yourself, Qin Zheng said, rising to his feet. If you only wish to protect the descendant of a friend, I won't interfere. But if I find you connected to rebels, there will be no mercy. With that, Qin Zheng left and made his way to Jiang Jiao, who was seated in his corner reading a book. He found it odd, for the tavern was boisterous, hardly the place for reading. But as he drew closer, he realized that Jiang Jiao's area was like another world, utterly tranquil. It seems you've settled things with Gunya, Jiang Jiao asked with a smile, closing his book. Yes, it's been taken care of. Qin Zheng remained standing as there was no second chair. He asked, I wanted to ask, can people from the same world commission contradictory tasks? Are you worried that those people might come here? Jiang Jiao inquired. Yes. Though I am sometimes arrogant, I know that I'm not the only one from my world who can enter this tavern. Qin Zheng nodded slightly. Don't worry, I wouldn't do something so tacky. Besides, it could lead to conflicts among my guests, and that wouldn't be good, Jiang Jiao shrugged. No matter who commissions a task, whether it succeeds or not is ultimately up to me. Qin Zheng chuckled, but said nothing, though inwardly he was raging. That's precisely what worries me. Who knows when you might suddenly say, I don't like this, and undo all the efforts of me and the Qin dynasty over generations. Qin Zheng knew this tavern was a double-edged sword for great Qin. If he could harness it well, he could lead the Qin Empire to alter its fate of falling after 2 generations and create an even more glorious history. But if his enemies also gained entry and accessed the histories or documents here, history might repeat itself. Unfortunately, who entered the tavern was decided by Jiang Jiao alone, and Qin Zheng could not change that. Thus, the only thing he could do was use his current temporal advantage to transform the Qin Empire and alter that accursed history. Boss Jiang, I shall take my leave for today. Until we meet again. Qin Shi Huang felt he needed to return and think things through. Besides, it was time to go back, lest the Qin palace fall into chaos. All right. If you ever need anything, just say the word. If you want to read any books, you can do so over there. These books are free to read, but you can't take them out. You're welcome to bring paper and pen to copy them, at no charge, Jiang Jiao said with a smile. Can I bring others in? Qin Zheng nodded slightly, then asked. Of course, but aside from you, they want to enjoy these privileges. They'll have to pay, Jiang Jiao said flatly. Thank you for your generosity, boss. Unfortunately, I cannot come every day, as I cannot be away for long. Qin Zheng hadn't expected that he alone could read freely. He felt flattered. Was this a sign of being recognized by an immortal? It's fine. Take your time. I believe that day will come, Jiang Jiao waved his hand. I hope so too. Qin Zheng nodded slightly. Though the 6 kingdoms had been unified, the common people's lives were barely tolerable. Years of continuous warfare had left them exhausted, and Great Qin was not yet capable of changing that. But Qin Zheng believed that one day everything would change. Qin Zheng bid Jiang Jiao farewell and left the tavern. As for the future of Qin, Jiang Jiao wasn't entirely certain. But he believed that with his help and a younger first emperor, the rebels wouldn't emerge so soon. As long as the emperor could learn from history and amend certain overly harsh laws and improve the people's lives with the books in the tavern, nothing major should go wrong. Let me see what sparks you'll strike with the help of modern technology. Jiang Jiao smiled faintly and downed his coffee in one gulp. Hot. It's burning me. Forgetting it was a hot cup of coffee, Jiang Jiao scalded his tongue and began panting inelegantly. Some of the female patrons who harbored secret crushes on him shook their heads. This Jiang Jiao could be so unreliable at times. Serves you right. Little Black jumped down from the cat tree, taunting him, then said, Let me tell you something amusing. Someone online claimed to have seen a 3-meter green giant fighting an army, but the video was taken down quickly. At the Trident building, Nick Fury had just finished a series of tasks. He twisted his waist, marveling at how wonderful it felt to have a youthful body again. He could pull all-nighters without a second thought. As a man of action, he appreciated this rejuvenated physique. Though sometimes he worried that the tavern might bring crises to this world, the mere thought of Jiang Jiao's power made him realize that humanity seemed utterly defenseless regardless. Director, urgent situation. Maria Hill entered holding a tablet. The military's experiment has gone wrong. Expected, Hill. No need for such surprise. Nick, still reveling in his youthful vigor, waved dismissively. You'd better see this for yourself. Agent Hill swiped her hand, transmitting the footage to the large screen in Nick's office. Then Nick Fury witnessed a green monster tearing apart tanks with its bare hands and kicking planes like toys in a one-man show. What in the hell? Nick couldn't even curse properly. He frowned and demanded. We're not entirely sure. General Ross keeps a tight lid on things. We only stumbled upon this after someone posted a video online, and we pieced together the clues to find these files. Hill stated calmly. It seems we need to have a serious talk with General Ross. Nick said flatly, first alert the White House and the Pentagon. That man is a bully. Damn it, my good mood is completely ruined. He'll arrange it. Hill shrugged, ignoring her boss rambling, and immediately left the office. She knew that once he got angry, he'd start MFing nonstop. Hey Carlson, how's the progress on your end? After Hill left, Nick called his trusted agent from his office. Still working on a director. This is our first case of its kind. Phil Coulson reported the research progress and added, I understand. Keep monitoring. Nick hung up and rubbed his forehead. Ever since the accident involving the tavern, he suspected there were moles planted by others within headquarters. Though he had rooted out some, Natasha and Hawkeye had destroyed one organization's lair together. Nick still felt the headquarters wasn't entirely secure. This gnawing anxiety plagued him. He didn't know whom to trust. Captain, you need to wake up soon. This world needs you, Nick murmured. Meanwhile, after a night's rest, Tony landed at New York's airport aboard his private jet. Pepper had wanted to join him, but Tony, fearing for her safety, assigned her a mountain of tasks to keep her occupied. Boss, where to? A bodyguard asked. Give me the keys. He'll drive myself. You follow in the other car and just stay nearby when we arrive. Tony waved, grabbed the keys, started the car, and left the airport. Speeding along, Tony arrived at the place that had haunted his nightmares for days. He found the bar was open today, pushed the door open, and walked in only to see what looked like a masquerade party. Yo, back again. I thought you wouldn't return. Xiao smiled upon seeing Tony. There's no place I dare not go. Tony retorted instinctively, then felt a pang of regret. But that was his nature. Even after becoming a superhero, he hadn't changed much. Are you having a costume party? He glanced around the tavern and asked Xiao, do you really believe that? Do you think this is a costume party? Xiao asked with amusement. It doesn't seem like it, but it's impossible. Tony rubbed his glasses, suspecting had been pulled into another illusion. Here, drink this. It'll calm your nerves. I improved this brew based on a spell from that skull over there. Xiao chuckled. I really need a drink. I'm starting to think I'm still in your illusion. Tony took the glass, ignoring any potential toxins, and downed it. Instantly, a cool energy spread through his body, dissolving all his anxiety, fear, doubts. Every negative emotion seemed to vanish. How's the drink? Xiao asked with a smile. Really good. I think I need to buy some of this. Tony shrugged. So everything I'm seeing now is real. If you think that skeleton is just makeup, that ghost is a lighting effect, and that robot is just a prop, then yes, it's all fake. Xiao pointed at a few patrons in his tavern and shrugged. Well, God's uncle, what kind of place have I stumbled into? Tony cursed under his breath. The tavern, a special tavern connecting countless worlds. Xiao smiled. So the Flash is a member here too, right? Tony recalled why had come last time. Yes, he ended up in this world by accident, but he's returned to his own. Whether he'll come back, I really don't know. Xiao shrugged. I actually hope he returns. I had a hand in that website, and since he's gone, my extra income has dried up. Tony didn't know what to say. Running such a tavern, he figured Xiao had no need for money. After all, he could keep all kinds of strange beings sitting quietly in his bar, even having a superhero like the Flash work for him. Tony couldn't fathom why he'd need cash. By the way, what brings you here this time? Still want to complain about the decor? Xiao teased with a mischievous grin. No, actually, I came to apologize. Tony shrugged, realizing that after drinking that glass, he could actually say the words instead of, as usual, meaning to apologize, but ending up hurting others. Oh, no need. I've already punished you. Xiao smiled. Oh yeah, that's actually why I'm here. I've been working on a research project, but that experience was so unforgettable that I can't concentrate sometimes. I was hoping you could help me, boss. Tony looked at Xiao. Sorry, I forgot there'd be side effects. Xiao was startled. If his actions prevented Tony Stark from inventing, that would be a real sin. Is there a solution? Tony asked immediately. Tony departed, unable to contain his eagerness after learning his illness had been cured. Xiao had hoped to chat a little longer with this fellow, but he claimed a sudden inspiration had struck him. Next time we meet, I'll smash him a few times first, Xiao muttered sullenly. It's the first time I've seen someone completely indifferent to the tavern's special abilities. Xiaohei chuckled scornfully. That's because he's currently inventing the arc reactor. Though I don't know if he had researched it before in his original timeline, I suspect Iron Man will make an early debut this time. Xiao looked at Xiaohei and said, Tony, who hasn't experienced disaster, won't awaken so easily. Aren't you afraid no one will be left to snap the final finger later? Xiaohei stretched languidly and lay down on Xiao's table. With us around, does he still need to snap his fingers? Xiao said in exasperation, but now that you mention it, maybe we should provoke Mr. Stain. What? You want me to do it again? Am I your slave? Xiaohei bristled upon, catching Xiao's glance. All right, fine, I'll handle it myself. How about we have Kung Pao chicken today? Xiao immediately apologized to Xiaohei, and to earn his forgiveness, offered to cook personally. Kung Pao chicken. Forget it, I can't eat stir-fry these days. Since you're so sincere, I'll take a walk. Xiaohei leaped up as if his tail were on fire and vanished instantly. If I didn't show you some color, you'd think him a pushover. Xiao gazed proudly at Xiaohei's retreating figure. Today the tavern had many newcomers. For instance, the skeleton Tony had just seen was the ultimate overlord from a certain magical world whose motto was to defy heaven, earth, and air itself. A ruthless powerhouse who contended with his own invincible strength against the very elements, Ain's old gown. Zhang was intensely curious about where the alcohol went when the skeleton drank, but staring too long seemed impolite, so he abandoned the thought. After all, he was a proprietor with class. The dragon-slaying heroes hadn't arrived today. Zhang guessed they were busy with their own affairs. Xiaoing BAS Supreme Society Orochimaru and Tsunade establishing a research institute, Heracles dodging Zeus, and Miss Lust presumably continuing her errand-running business. What is this place? Who are you people, and why are you in Asgard? A somewhat gruff voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a golden-haired man holding a hammer, standing in fury, as if ready to attack them all. Thor and Loki, I didn't expect you two to come here, Zhang said, walking over to greet the muscular Thor and the slender Loki. You haven't answered my question. How did you infiltrate Asgard? Thor demanded coldly. He had been brought here by Loki, who claimed to have discovered a strange door emitting peculiar energy, possibly a sign of invasion. Thus, Thor the future king came to safeguard Asgard. It seems Odin didn't send you here. Zhang observed the pair, finally fixing his gaze on Loki's arm, where he sensed the aura of the crossworld gate. He immediately understood the situation. You dare utter my father's name. Take my hammer. The impulsive young Thor, barely 1,000 years old, immediately attacked, only for Zhang to effortlessly catch the hammer and wrest it from his grasp. Well, now you're just like your dad, Zhang said, taking the hammer and immobilizing the two. He painted a turtle on each of their faces, just as Odin had once done. What have you done? Loki felt a surge of humiliation mingled with regret for provoking someone of unknown power. Tada! Behold my masterpiece, Zhang said, conjuring a mirror of energy to show Thor and Loki their turtle-adorned faces. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Wah! Thor roared in fury, but Zhang silenced him with a single spell. If you want this hammer back, tell your father to come find me. Now off you go. Zhang clapped, Thor, who vanished instantly, leaving Loki standing alone. Who are you? Loki asked, calming himself. The owner of the Tavern of Existence. Yes, the tattoo on your arm. I didn't expect you to be the chosen one instead of your brother. Zhang said flatly. Well, as punishment for your offense, I'll keep you immobilized here until your father arrives. Loki tried to speak, but found himself mute again, forced to endure being ridiculed like a caged animal by the tavern patrons. One even pulled out a camera to take photos, claiming he'd post them on social media. Loki struggled in vain, helplessly enduring the humiliation of being photographed. A few audacious women even groped him, commenting on his handsome looks, and things might have escalated if Zhang hadn't intervened. Sorry, I didn't know there were perverts in the tavern, Zhang said apologetically, though the smirk at the corner of his mouth made Loki doubt his sincerity. Release me, Loki said in a low voice. Whoa, someone's angry. All right, I'll let you go, but you have to promise not to do anything outrageous. Zhang said. Of course. I already know I'm no match for you, Loki replied, lowering his head. Zhang smiled and freed Loki, who indeed behaved obediently. But just as Zhang turned to leave, Loki with a maniacal grin conjured a long sword and plunged it deep into Zhang's chest. Yes, I didn't do anything outrageous. I just killed you. Loki's face twisted with mad glee. Oh, what are you laughing at? Zhang's voice came from beside Loki. Startled Loki looked at Zhang, finding himself still rooted to the spot. What just happened? Loki, master of illusions and trickery, hadn't even realized it was all an illusion. What happened? Did something happen? Zhang wore an innocent expression as if oblivious to the incident, but Loki no longer believed a word. Who are you really? Loki asked once more. Loki's question remained unanswered, for Zhang believed there was no need to repeat himself. As for Loki's recent assassination attempt, well, he let it slide. After all, could someone who failed to ambush even Thanos truly hope to harm Zhang? What a joke. Hey boss, who's this handsome young man? Two beautiful women with unnaturally pale complexions inquired of Zhang. They were the same perverts who had taken advantage of the earlier chaos to cop a feel. Odin's son. You'd best be careful. If that one goes berserk, I won't lift a finger to save you. Zhang shrugged. These two women were vampires, though from which world Zhang couldn't be certain, as there were far too many realms inhabited by such creatures. Moreover, these two seemed rather fond of indulgence. Initially, they had tried to seduce Zhang, but he had introduced a beam of sunlight to warm their cold hearts. After a full 180 days of exposure, or rather to put it correctly, the sunlight had soothed their icy souls, and they dared no longer speak lewdly to him. Odin's son. Doesn't look like it at all. One of the female vampires sneered, saying, could Odin have been cuckolded? With a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning shot forth. Zhang raised his hand to intercept the attack, and said to the two vampires, I told you so. See, Odin is angry. The two vampires immediately fell silent. They only dared to jest when the subject of their mockery was absent. Their strength was far too meager, merely being allowed entry here was a tremendous grace. Yet old habits die hard, and they often inadvertently offended others. I hope someone from your world can still find their way into this tavern. Odin growled fiercely. I've told you before, fighting is prohibited inside the tavern. Xiao said with exasperation. It's not just you who can't remember these rules. Your sons take after you all with such volatile tempers. My apologies, boss, but he insulted my wife. Odin fumed. He wasn't talking about you. Besides, Loki isn't your child, so why are you getting so worked up? Xiao snapped his fingers, and Loki, who had been frozen once more, was finally released. What do you mean by that? Of course Loki is my brother, and he is also my father's son. Thor roared angrily. Father, let us teach this fellow a lesson. Silence, Thor. Odin felt a pang of frustration. If he could win a fight, he would not be so courteous. But the problem was he simply could not. Father, is what he said true? Loki, being the more intelligent of the two and having just witnessed Xiao's power firsthand, was not so impulsive. For now he only wished to know whether he was truly Odin's son. Of course you are my child, Loki. Odin evaded the issue. So what he said is true. Loki could read between the lines. He finally understood the things that had always puzzled him. No matter how well he performed or how outstanding his achievements, Odin had never once considered him when choosing an heir to the throne. Forgive me, my child. I had planned to tell you this another day. Odin sighed. He glanced at the instigator, who wore an expression of amusement which infuriated Odin. Yet, as before, he was no match for him. After listening, Loki looked around at the others, then at Xiao. He turned and left the tavern. Thor, seeing this, abandoned his weapon in Xiao's hands and immediately chased after him. Clearly his brother mattered more to him than his hammer. Boss, you've put me in a difficult position. Odin sighed. He wished he could curse Xiao severely, but remembering the latter's power, he ultimately chose submission. It is your constant concealment that creates the difficulty. I know you love both your sons dearly and treat Loki as your own. Yet when it comes to the succession, you want the legitimate-born Thor to inherit, not Loki, who is a frost giant. Xiao casually tossed Mjolnir back to Odin and said, but this will breed resentment in Loki, especially when his brother's intellect is clearly inferior to his own. But that is still my family affair. Odin finally lost his composure. Yet your family affairs could endanger the entire Earth. From that perspective, it is no longer solely your concern. Xiao shrugged and continued, in truth, I believe Loki would make a fine king of Asgard. He is more suited for the throne than Thor. Your recent efforts to accumulate battle merits for Thor have been far too obvious, completely disregarding Loki's feelings. I simply did not wish for them to fight and kill each other over the crown. Odin said flatly. Huh. As if you yourself obtained the throne through entirely honorable means. Enough. You should return now. If you strike again, I will not be so lenient. Xiao let out a cold laugh and waved his hand, sending Odin away. Loki's origins and the matter of the heir to the throne were indeed Odin's family affairs. That was true. Yet could the subsequent attacks on Earth truly be said to have nothing to do with Asgard? And as for Ultron, though created by Tony and Dr. Banner, was it not ultimately due to the influence of the Mind Stone? In short, many events on Earth were linked to Asgard. Though Xiao was not the guardian of this world, if certain disasters could be averted, it was better to do so. Whether his actions today would make any difference was no longer his concern. Boss. A low voice caught Xiao's attention. He turned to see a skull-head figure who looked like a villain calling out to him. What is it, Mr. Flying Squirrel? Xiao walked over curiously. Ono SA. Could I take some manga back with me? There's nothing fun in my world. Since I've finally made it to a modern civilization, I'd like to bring back some manga. Flying Squirrel looked at Xiao with eager anticipation. The tavern was the only place that made him feel human again. Here he could savor delicious food and even sleep, defying his own settings. Yet he knew this was not his home. His home had been transported to a world full of peril for some unknown reason, and he needed to protect his family. Of course, as long as you have the gold coins. Feel free to pick what you like. Xiao smiled and said, they may not be the manga from your original world, but there are still some excellent ones. Thank you, boss. Flying Squirrel shouted excitedly. But then with a flash of green light, the excitement that had surged upon receiving Xiao's permission instantly vanished. This skill of yours is truly amusing. Xiao laughed upon seeing it. It's a good thing you're no longer human, or else this ability would have made you a eunuch. I already am one. Flying Squirrel hung his head and said self-deprecatingly, you know. Now I only feel interest in women based on their appearance with absolutely no physical desire. But then again, it's a good thing I'm just a skeleton now. While Xiao leisurely observed the vicissitudes of life in his tavern, Nick Fury found himself plagued by headaches over the Hulk incident. He had initially assumed the military experiment had merely birthed a green-skinned version of the Red Skull, but reality dealt him a harsh blow. The monstrosity the military had unleashed this time far surpassed the Red Skull in sheer power, at least in terms of brute force. He could have chosen to stay out of the Hulk affair entirely, but after a certain military base was ravaged by the creature, the World Security Council summoned him, declaring the entity a threat to global security and tasking him with its containment. They certainly know how to pass the buck, Fury grumbled to Agent Hill after ending the communication. They wouldn't let S.H.I.E.L.D. anywhere near the experiment when it started. So what do we do now? Hill asked, cutting through her boss complaints to voice her core concern. How's the intel on the Hulk coming along? Nick inquired. We've only gathered fragments. Word is Dr. Bruce Banner made an error during an experiment and was subjected to a massive dose of gamma radiation. Hill relayed the information from memory. Just gamma radiation. What about the super soldier serum? Nick asked, frowning. That part remains unclear. After the exposure, Banner was rushed to the hospital, where he transformed into the Hulk. Hill reported before posing her own query. Are you suggesting the doctor might have secretly injected himself with an incomplete serum? Perhaps not the doctor himself. The Ross I know is capable of anything, Nick stated flatly. I need every detail from Banner's hospital stay, Nick said, handing a folder to Hill. He paused, then added, I'm heading to New York. You're in charge here. New York? That peculiar bar. Hill frowned, finding it odd that her boss would abandon his duties for a tavern at such a critical moment. Don't tell me curiosity never got the better of you, Nick remarked dryly. I gave you a few days off, didn't I? I went. It's just a bar, nothing special aside from the owner being a bit chatty, Hill replied, her brow furrowed. I sensed something off. You've kept Natasha stationed in New York for quite a while. All right, I'll fill you in later. For now, keep in touch with Ross. If you want share information, well, get nowhere, Nick said, rising to don his coat before leaving the Triskelion. Meanwhile, in Malibu, Tony Stark was deeply engrossed in miniaturizing the arc reactor. He felt a surge of inspiration ever since that nightmare had vanished, convinced that with enough time, he could create a true arc reactor, not the inferior imitation his company was producing. Sir, Miss Potts is here, Jarvis announced, interrupting Tony's work. He set down his tools, having previously instructed Pepper not to disturb him unless it was urgent. Pepper, to what do I owe the pleasure? Tony asked with a grin, saving his progress to a private server. You've been absent from the public eye for too long, Tony. The board is concerned, so they've arranged a few events for you, Pepper said, holding a folder. I'm not some celebrity. They're overthinking this, Tony grumbled, irritation creeping into his voice. I give them new weapons designs every year. All they have to do is count the money. Don't they get that? Perhaps you could voice that at a meeting, Pepper shrugged. After Howard Stark's sudden death, Stark Industries had plunged into crisis. Obadiah Stane's solutions had merely involved relentless fundraising and selling off Howard's old designs. It was only Tony's return and his display of genius that gradually revived the company, eventually making it the world's largest weapons supplier over the past decade. But growth demanded compromise, monopolies invite ruin. Tony, however, failed to realize that these people were no longer satisfied with dividends. They craved more control. Fine, screen a few for me, and he'll pick one, Tony said, munching on the lunch Pepper had brought. They won't agree to that, Pepper sighed. What are you working on anyway? A revolutionary product. If I succeed, it'll shock the world, Tony replied with a confident smile. Another weapon. Pepper shrugged. You're taking longer than usual. Not a weapon this time. You'll see. Tony chuckled, then turned his attention to the events Pepper had selected for him. Following the board's directives, Pepper had narrowed down over a dozen events to 3 for Tony to choose from. She, like the board, knew Tony loathed public appearances, so they often employed tricks, mixing genuinely undesirable events with their true targets. Are these people trying to work me to death? Tony complained, snatching the list from Pepper and swiftly crossing out 2 options. Okay, this one it is. I could use a change of scenery anyway. The Jericho missile test launch. Do you have any idea what that war zone is like? Pepper frowned. Relax, Pepper. It might be chaotic, but it's still U.S. military territory. Nothing will happen. Besides, it beats those tedious galas, and I'm sure it's exactly what those people want, Tony said, waving dismissively as he grabbed the last slice of pizza. Just report that to them, and they'll leave me alone. Fine, you're the boss, Pepper said, packing away the documents. Oh, and the deal to purchase a building in New York is almost finalized. Great, just come find me when you need my signature, Tony said, standing up. I've got work to do. Feel free to rest a bit before you leave. In a tavern, Xiao had just woken up. After kicking away the small black creature that had been lying on his leg, he entered the restroom to freshen up. The small black creature opened its eyes in a daze, grabbed a nearby piglet toy, and fell back into slumber. What a lazy pig, Xiao muttered, yawning as he left the room and descended to the tavern's hall. Having played games all night, Xiao felt lethargic and unwilling to move. However, he remembered that someone was sure to arrive soon, compelling him to get out of bed. Looking at the disheveled hall from the chaos caused by some ruffians yesterday, he snapped his fingers, and the tavern returned to its clean and tidy appearance. Divine power is truly useful, Xiao remarked as he retrieved a breakfast from his space and began to eat heartily. Zeus arrived first again, but this time he was accompanied not by the inseparable Poseidon, but by a gloomy-faced man with long black hair. His slanted eyebrows and glasses indicated that he was not a good person. Hey boss, having breakfast. Make it 2 for me as well, Zeus greeted, saying, by the way, 2 cups of a death's kiss as well. Sure, but who is this? Jiang Jiao asked curiously. This is my elder brother, the god of the underworld Hades. Zeus smiled at the sullen man, saying, This is the Jiang Jiao boss I mentioned to you. Jiang Jiao boss, it's a pleasure. I've been hearing your name frequently lately, Hades said in a somewhat comical voice. Jiang Jiao looked at him and had to admit that this world's Hades was exceptionally gloomy. Perhaps it was due to his constant dealings with spirits. Thinking this, Jiang Jiao served the items Zeus requested. After all, the customer comes first. People gradually entered the tavern. Regulars simply picked up the menu in front of them, ordered whatever they wanted, and placed cash or gold coins on the table. Of course, there were also those like Zeus who had Jiang Jiao bring the items to them. Jiang Jiao didn't mind, as he had prepared for such situations. After all, he ran a tavern, and he saw nothing wrong with this kind of labor. Every day, new people would come into the tavern and then leave. Some would return while others might not. This had nothing to do with Jiang Jiao. He welcomed all, but would not force those who did not wish to come. Hey boss, how about a cup of immortal drunkenness? A slightly immature voice rang out. Jiang Jiao did not even need to look to know who it was. It's you again, you little drunkard. Be careful, one day you might drink yourself to death, Jiang Jiao said as he personally mixed a drink for the comically appearing cat and asked, Why are you alone? Didn't I tell you to bring someone along? This cat had the distinctive short tail of a fortune cat, with 2 comical eyes, 3 red dots at the corners, and 2 red dots by its mouth. It had a bell typical of a fortune cat around its neck with orange and gray patterns on its back, and had a round and plump white cat. That guy refuses to come when he hears it's a tavern house. As if I would ruin him. He doesn't remember I've saved his life several times already. Don't you hope he learns some self-defense skills? That way you can drink in peace without worrying about him being taken by other monsters, Jiang Jiao said, as he placed the drink in front of the white cat. Ah, this is delicious. The white cat's face lit up with a look of enjoyment, with 2 blushes appearing on its cheeks. It then stood up and said, All right, I will go find him immediately. Natsum, that guy better not return the names of the monsters while I'm away. That's my friend list. Jiang Jiao smiled upon seeing this. This proud cat was always so contradictory, clearly enjoying being with Natsum, yet always acting aloof. Though not very open, it protected Natsum well and was a good companion. Every time I feel like I'm dreaming, Sherlock said, sipping a refreshing drink while looking at the chubby figure of the cat. It seems he'll never unlock the secrets of the tavern in this lifetime. After all, it's not the same level of thing, and why do you keep staring at me? Jiang Jiao replied irritably. With so many cases, can you even keep up? It's funny, those cases are far too simple for me, Sherlock said, enjoying the cool sensation brought by the drink. It's a pity there haven't been any cases lately. No cases are better, it means peace and safety, Jiang Jiao shrugged and said. Indeed, but as a detective, I always hope to unravel some mysteries. I wonder what Kudo and Lu Xiaofeng are doing. I haven't seen them around lately, Sherlock said, seemingly a bit bored, which was unusual for him. Who knows? I could check, but that would be too boring, Jiang Jiao smiled as he looked at Sherlock. That's true. Well, I'll continue reading. The only things here that interest me are the Ice Heart wine, which looks like alcohol, but is actually refreshing, and those books from other worlds, Sherlock said, putting down his glass and heading to the bookshelf to read. Jiang Jiao smiled. His days were fulfilling and joyful. He chatted with various people, occasionally teasing some newcomers, sometimes playing the role of a life mentor. Yet his most frequent role was that of a listener, observing the myriad of life experiences and grasping the essence of existence. A tavern is truly a place like this. As noon arrived, Jiang Jiao sat on his throne quietly reading a book, while others ordered some lunch. At this moment, everyone was enjoying the delicacies prepared by the divine chef of the immortal realm. Yes, at this time, everyone was quite grateful to a certain big spender. It had to be said that the Zeus in the tavern was indeed quite different from the one in mythology. At this moment, the wooden door was opened again, and Xiaoing walked in with a teenager. After scanning around, he headed directly to Jiang Jiao's location. The boy seemed a bit frightened, but managed to suppress his fear, which made Jiang Jiao nod slightly in approval. Not bad, boss. Xiao finally arrived. I thought something had happened to you. Jiang Jiao led them to the bar, smiling lightly. Indeed, there were some unexpected events. My father and I didn't expect a few masters to be hidden in the palace. We almost had an incident on our first visit and had to retreat temporarily, Xiaoing said, glancing at the boy beside him. This is the current Emperor Xiao Su of the Song dynasty. I've brought him here, but I won't be involved in what happens next, Xiaoing added. That's fine. Boss Xiao has had a tough life and deserves a break, Jiang Jiao nodded slightly. As the emperor of the great Song dynasty, Xiao Zu's life was far from satisfactory. Ascending the throne at a tender age, the entire court was under the control of his grandmother. This Grand Empress Dowager Gao had undone all the efforts of his father, leaving Xiao Su with no respect for her, only boundless hatred. Yet he knew how to feign. He played the role of an obedient child, refraining from meddling in state affairs while silently preparing. He was aware that his grandmother had lived long enough and her days were numbered. Though such thoughts bordered on filial impiety, he still awaited that day. Another tedious morning court session. Every move he made was shadowed by the Grand Empress Dowager's people. Even at night, several attendants watched over him. To put it kindly, it was her concern for her grandson. To speak bluntly, it was surveillance to ensure he had no outside contact. During the morning court, Empress Dowager Gao ruled from behind a screen, handling military and state affairs with a few ministers. The young Xiao had almost no say in governance. The ministers, believing Xiao too young, deferred to Empress Dowager Gao on all matters. In the court, Xiao's throne faced that of the Empress Dowager, and the ministers always reported to her with their backs to Xiao, never turning to address him. All he could see were the backsides and backs of the court officials, full of talk about righteousness and honor, yet they only demanded of others, never of themselves. This was Xiao's assessment of these loyal subjects of the Great Song. These men constantly invoked the teachings of Confucius and Mencius to bind the emperor and the imperial family, while they had a different set of standards for themselves. In short, Xiao felt that some in the court were more sullied than those selling their bodies in brothels. Xiao grew weary of staring at the officials' backsides. He closed his eyes and listened intently, hearing much weakness toward external threats and ruthless cruelty within. Their logic was that internal instability must be resolved before external conflicts could be settled. Yet Xiao had never heard of them taking a firm stance against foreign powers. They only knew to cede territories of the Great Song. When history was written, a line about barbarian ferocity would suffice, and the blame could be pinned on the emperor's moral failings. Perfect. Xiao felt himself nodding off, only to be nudged by an eunuch. Then the ministers chided him for being disinterested in state affairs, droning on and on. After hearing the Grand Counselor's words, Xiao assumed his obedient demeanor and admitted fault, giving them a sense of accomplishment. See, even an emperor can be scolded into silence by us. After the court session ended, Xiao followed the Grand Empress Dowager back and was severely reprimanded by Gao. He obediently acknowledged his mistakes again. While he hated Gao for his father's sake, he admired her abilities. After all, though the Great Song was weak externally, it remained relatively stable. Yet such hypocritical peace was not what Xiao desired. I heard that intruders have entered the palace recently. The emperor should stay in his chambers and study, not venture out without permission, Gao said with a sigh, finding her grandson seemingly docile. Yes, grandmother. Your grandson understands. Xiao's manners were impeccable, but Gao knew her grandson harbored hatred for her. You are still young. When you grow older, you will understand some things. Governing a nation is no simple task. Gao spoke, noticing her grandson standing obediently. Suddenly feeling weary, she waved her hand. Enough, you may return. Your grandson takes his leave. Xiao bowed to Gao and departed. Gao watched her grandson, seeing a resemblance to his father. Both were men of vigor. However, Gao believed Xiao was still too young. Of course, part of it was her unwillingness to relinquish power. After all, nothing in the world was as intoxicating as power, not even love. In truth, Gao had her reasons for abolishing Wang Engshi's reforms. Wang's methods were too radical, creating numerous enemies for the imperial family and the court. Her son had worn himself out over state affairs and died of illness. Under such circumstances, the opposition would fight back desperately. If Gao hadn't acted, they might have conspired to rebel. Such events were not unheard of. Back in his palace, Xiao was unaware of Gao's thoughts. Even if he knew, it might not change his mind. In the eyes of a child his age, things were either black or white with no gray areas. Unfortunately, most people in reality lived in the gray, with only a few being absolute black or absolute white. Xiao did not know this yet. He picked up a book and read slowly, having nothing else to do but pass the time through study. Most days some prominent Confucian scholar or a counselor would come to teach, but today was a day of rest. Time soon reached evening. After eating a meal that had gone completely cold, Xiao continued sitting in his chair reading. Suddenly, commotion arose outside. Clearly, someone had once again entered the palace. These martial artists are far too audacious. They have no regard for the emperor of the Great Song. Xiao frowned. Xiao considered going out to see, but he knew it was best not to. Besides, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Outside soldiers and eunuchs were guarding him, preventing the intruders from entering the inner palace. Your humble subject, Xiao, pays respects to your majesty. Please forgive my rudeness. A voice came from behind Xiao, and then his body went numb. At that moment, Xiao was both shocked and furious. He never imagined someone would enter the palace to kidnap the emperor. He also felt anger at his own lack of martial arts skills. If he had them, perhaps this would not have happened. Moments later, Xiao saw a tall, sturdy, middle-aged man dressed in black and gray martial arts attire appear before him. The man draped a cloak over Xiao, then waved his right hand lightly. An inconspicuous wooden door appeared nearby. Xiao hoisted Xiao onto his shoulder, opened the door, and entered. He set Xiao down on the ground and released his acupressure points. Where is this place? Transported from his palace to a strange location, Xiao momentarily forgot his fear and anger. This is the tavern, a place akin to the celestial realm. The owner here instructed me to bring your majesty here. Xiaoing explained in a low voice, then looked up to locate Zhang and pulled Zhao Su over to him. Zhao Su gazed curiously at everything around him, all of which amazed him. When he came to his senses, Xiaoing was gone, and the man called the owner was smiling at him. Are you a deity? Zhao Su asked curiously. No, I am far mightier than gods or immortals. Zhang said with a smile. Zhang was certainly no deity, for in his eyes, even gods and immortals were merely inhabitants of the vast universe, and he and Xiao had long surpassed that realm. If one were to ask, Zhang himself did not know which level he belonged to. Fortunately, Zhao Su was not well versed in such matters, and had only asked out of instinct. Is this the celestial realm? Zhao Su inquired curiously. Of course not. Your world does not possess a celestial realm. Zhang shook his head and replied. So does a celestial realm truly exist? Zhao Su seized upon the key point, his royal upbringing, making him sensitive to such topics. It does, and there are countless of them. Zhang shrugged, picked up a glass of juice, and handed it to Zhao Su, saying, This is my gift to you. In the future, you'll have to pay to drink it. Though Zhao Su was an emperor, he had never seen such exquisite juice. Particularly when it was served in a sparkling crystal glass, the gleaming vessel caught his attention. Without fear of being harmed, he downed the juice in one gulp, and even licked the rim of the glass, looking as though he found it immensely enjoyable. The way you drink, anyone would think you've tasted celestial nectar, Zhang remarked, feeling a bit parched himself. He took a Sprite, and drank the frost, instantly dispelling the heat. Zhao Su smiled sheepishly. At that moment he was no longer an emperor, but a mere teenager. Yet soon he regained his composure as the emperor of the Song dynasty, and wished to ask Zhang why he had summoned him. Here, take a look at this book yourself. Then tell me what you think, Zhang said, maintaining his style of spoiling the plot without hesitation as he handed the history of Song to Zhao Su for him to peruse. You're stirring up trouble again. Xiao approached, glancing sideways at Zhang and said, Among so many worlds, even if you change one, the rest remain as they are. It's better not to alter anything or simply summon all the Song emperors at once. I can't manage all those Song dynasties, but since I've encountered one, I might as well lend a hand. Zhang shrugged. I neither deliberately do things nor deliberately avoid them. If I come across something, I help, if not, so be it. If I'm in a good mood, I help, if not, I let it be. After all, to us, everything is history, all illusory. You'll be criticized for this. Xiao rolled over, continuing to bask in the sun. Whatever. I live as I please. If I can't even do that, what's the point of living? Zhang said indifferently. There are so many dynasties in history, I can't help them all. It all comes down to fate. But Zhao Su isn't a matter of fate, is he? Xiao asked. Of course it's fate. After all, among the Song emperors in the world of the demigods and semi-devils, he's the most inconspicuous. Later, I learned a bit about him. He was a rare, capable emperor, yet he died of illness in his 20s. Zhang shrugged. If the emperor back then had been Zhao Ji or Zhao Huan instead of Zhao Su, I wouldn't have intervened. When people court disaster, heaven won't save them. Xiao nodded slightly. This was indeed Zhang style. But as long as it didn't involve eating Zhang cooking, Xiao didn't care. His days were simply about eating and sleeping with nothing else to occupy him. Meanwhile, Zhao Su had finished reading the history of the Song dynasty. Of course, it was a condensed version, just a timeline of major events. But even that was enough for him to see his own fate and that of the Song dynasty. He never imagined he would die so young, and that history would record his death as caused by a venereal disease. What do you think after reading all this? Zhang asked with a smile, seeing Zhao Su close the book and sit down with a huff. This is nothing but slander. Zhao Su said, his face red with anger. Not necessarily. Look, even the Prime Minister's wife is quoted here. Zhang pointed at the content in the book and said calmly, How could a man of indulgence leave no offspring? Was I born with a venereal disease? Zhao Su snorted. I wouldn't know about that. Anyway, you've seen what you needed to see. Any thoughts? Zhang asked. It's a miracle the Song dynasty survived all these years without being conquered by other nations, Zhao Su said, setting the book aside. I told you your world has no demons, monsters, or gods. So there's no such thing as divine favor. Zhang shook his head. For all these years, the Song dynasty was protected by the very conscripted soldiers you despise. And in your world, there are also the martial artists you look down upon. Zhao Su fell silent. Though he harbored aspirations to revitalize the Song dynasty and had read the historical timeline, the deeply ingrained notions of his upbringing were not so easily changed. It would have to be a gradual process. I want to help you transform the entire Song dynasty. But if you refuse to change your mindset, the outcome will remain the same. In that case, it's better to do nothing at all. Zhang said calmly. Please, master, teach me, Zhao Su said, rising and bowing to Zhang. I don't have time to teach you such things. Besides, you're not yet in a position to govern personally. What you need now is to learn, not only modern knowledge, but also some martial arts to strengthen your body. Zhang said calmly. Yes, your student understands. See how clever Xiao was. He immediately referred to himself as a student. No, I don't take disciples. You couldn't bear such fortune or it might even cost you your life. Jiang Jiu waved his hand. Some things cannot be forced. Force ends the fate, Jiang Jiu said. Yes, I was being greedy. Xiao admitted, bowing his head in apology, though in his heart, he still regarded Jiang Jiu as his master. After all, unilaterally acknowledging someone shouldn't cause any harm, should it? Jiang Jiu tapped Xiao on the head. You little rascal full of schemes. If you keep this up, I won't help you. Off. Xiao was puzzled. He had only thought it so. How did Jiang Jiu know? Matters of karma. You are not a cultivator, nor can you become one. I won't explain further. Just remember, in the world of cultivators there are things that simply cannot be done. Jiang Jiu said, somewhat exasperated by the clever lad. He reached into the air, pulled out a book, and tossed it to Xiao. Here, this book, The Great Man of the Great Song, tells the story of your father and grandfather in another world. Study it carefully, learn how they gradually transformed the Song dynasty, and don't try to cure everything with a single drastic remedy. And these two manuals, Northern Dark Divine Art and Wave Treading Step, are treasures of the Song dynasty squandered by the Dali royal family. Study them well. Now go. Before Xiao could react, Jiang Jiu waved his sleeve and sent the man away. He had only acted on a whim to change the fate of the Song dynasty, but he had underestimated the Xiao family's thirst for immortality. That Xiao had nearly courted disaster, truly troublesome. The tavern was open for business, and Jiang Jiu conversed with people from various worlds. Occasionally, some overconfident fellows would appear, and he would casually take their abilities before tossing them out of the tavern. As for whether such individuals were merely impulsive or had been used as pawns by others, Jiang Jiu had no interest in investigating. After all, being used as a pawn could only be blamed on one's own lack of intelligence. Hey, why are you so eager to trick a child? Xiaoing approached and asked Jiang Jiu, with your current strength and status, how could you possibly be entangled by karma? Karma is not something tangible or quantifiable. It is merely an obsession in your heart. If you feel you owe someone something, that is karma. If someone else feels they owe you something, that too is karma. Jiang Jiu shrugged and said, of course what I just mentioned is only the most superficial level. So, isn't it because you're afraid of trouble? Xiaoing stretched lazily and said calmly, because if the relationship changes given my personality, I would no longer be able to treat that world impartially. Jiang Jiu said indifferently, although someone with my power can do whatever they please as a person, I believe that isn't right. Conclusion, it's because you're lazy. No objections accepted. Xiaoing snorted lightly and immediately ran off. Jiang Jiu smiled. Although this little red panda had been with him for a long time and had gained considerable strength and intelligence, due to various reasons his way of thinking still leaned more toward that of an animal than a human. As for Jiang Jiu, though he could no longer be called human, he still felt he had never changed. Only his strength had evolved, nothing more. In the world of Naruto, on the main road leading to the gates of Konohagakure in the Land of Fire, a tall young man, wearing a forehead protector engraved with the character Oil, appeared. His long white hair reached down to his waist. With red markings beneath his eyes, dressed in a red haori, over a brown outfit, wooden sandals on his feet, and armor-like guards on his hands, the young man walked with a relaxed demeanor. As he caught sight of Konoha's gates, his smile grew even brighter. It's been so long since I last saw Tsunade. The gift I brought this time is sure to please her. The white-haired young man revealed a mischievous grin, causing those around him to instinctively give him a wider berth. The young man paid no heed to their reactions. After greeting the two Chunin guarding the gate, he headed straight for the tallest building in Konoha, the Hokage's office, intending to report his work to his teacher and request an extended leave. After all, he had decided to teach those children some skills which would require a considerable amount of time. As a ninja, he couldn't simply disappear for so long without explanation. Teacher, I'm back, he announced loudly as he entered his teacher's office, only to find the third Hokage hastily concealing a crystal ball. Jiraiya, you brat, don't you know how to knock before entering? The third Hokage let out a sigh of relief after nearly shattering the crystal ball, then exclaimed in exasperation. What's the big deal? You were just peeping, that's why you got nervous. Jiraiya said with a look of disdain. Didn't you say you wouldn't be back for a while? The third Hokage pointed at Jiraiya, then finally took out his pipe, lit it, and took a puff before asking. Oh, I came to apply for a long-term mission. Jiraiya said with a smile. I think I've encountered the child of prophecy that the great Toad Sage spoke of. That again. Honestly. The third Hokage sighed helplessly. Ever since Jiraiya had signed the summoning contract with the Toads of Mount Mayaboku, he had become this mystical, constantly talking about the fate of the world. This is what the great Toad Sage told me, and I've already confirmed that those children are indeed the children of prophecy. Jiraiya said with utmost confidence. Very well then. I approve. Submit a written application. The third Hokage took another puff of his pipe, thought for a moment, and then gave his consent. The ninja world was currently in a period of peace following the recent war, so there was no immediate need for all 3 Sannin to remain in the village. Thank you, teacher. Oh, by the way, this is a book I recently wrote. Please take a look. Jiraiya said, handing a book to the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage set the book aside. It didn't yet have a title, but as Jiraiya's teacher he knew exactly what kind of books his student wrote. Apart from the first one, which was a serious work, the rest were filled with inappropriate content. Teacher, where are Orochimaru and Tsunade? Jiraiya asked. They should be at the research center. You can go see them if you like. They've been busy with their research lately and haven't come out. The 3rd Hokage continued smoking while organizing the documents he had set aside earlier. A research center? What's going on? I can understand Orochimaru, but why is Tsunade involved too? Jiraiya asked curiously. You can ask them yourself, but be prepared. Now go. Don't disturb my work. The 3rd Hokage recalled something and said indifferently. Jiraiya left the Hokage building with a puzzled expression. After asking a few people for directions, he finally found a 2-story building near the Hokage monument bearing a sign that read, Konoha Research Lab, in what appeared to be the 3rd Hokage's own handwriting, very much in Konoha's style. This must be the place. And what's this about being prepared? What is the old man talking about? Jiraiya thought as he walked toward the lab, overhearing the whispers of some nearby housewives. Lord Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade are such a perfect match. They're practically made for each other, said a woman whose waist and bust were roughly the same circumference, gazing toward the lab. Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched and his expression darkened slightly. He quickened his pace and entered the lab only to hear more heartbreaking news. Oh, I thought Lord Orochimaru would be ours, but it turns out Princess Tsunade got to him first, chatted 2 young women at the front desk of the lab. Tell me about it. I thought Lord Orochimaru would forget to eat again, so I was going to bring him food, but then I saw Lady Tsunade feeding him. So frustrating, she beat me to it. Another fairly attractive young woman chimed in. Normally Jiraiya would have turned into a flirtatious playboy and chatted with these beauties, but now he had completely lost interest. He only hoped that what he had heard was mere gossip. However, when he registered and entered a laboratory, he saw Tsunade resting her head on Orochimaru's shoulder. Ah, Jiraiya, you're back. Tsunade, who usually considered herself thick-skinned, couldn't help but blush. She smiled at Jiraiya and spoke. Yes, I'm back. Haha, congratulations to you too. I never thought that the first among us 3 to leave singlehood would be the 2 of you. Jiraiya laughed heartily and said, This is the best news I've heard since returning. Come on, let's go out for a meal to celebrate. Within a nondescript barbecue stall in the commercial district of Konoha, the 3 legendary Sannin renowned throughout the world were seated around the grill, locked in a silent contest. Perhaps driven by an overwhelming sense of melancholy, Jiraiya's combat prowess surged. Had Tsunade not restrained him somewhat, Orochimaru felt he might not even get a chance to eat. I never imagined you 2 would end up together, Jiraiya said with a sigh, taking a bite of meat and washing it down with a hearty gulp of sake. Someone with such a fiery temper actually found a match. Are you itching for a beating? Tsunade instantly bristled. She was not one for pretense and felt no need to maintain any image before Orochimaru. She had long since abandoned that facade. Enough, Tsunade. Don't let your anger get the better of you. Don't send this fool back to the hospital again, Orochimaru said calmly. You're right. If I beat him too badly, I'd have to treat him. That would be like serving him, wouldn't it? Humph. Tsunade let out its under a humph, then picked up a piece of freshly cooked meat and savored it with delight. Watching the exchange between Orochimaru and Tsunade, Jiraiya felt his heart bleed incessantly. He had only been away for a few months looking after 3 children. How had things spiraled so unexpectedly? He took a silent sip of sake. What happened to those 3 children in the end? Tsunade asked. I believe they are the children of prophecy the Toad Sage spoke of. I've settled them temporarily, and I'll leave soon to continue teaching them, Jiraiya said with a smile. In truth, he had wanted to stay longer, but plans had changed, and he was reluctant to remain in Konoha for now. Personally, I think the best way for them to survive this chaotic world is to bring them to live in Konoha, Orochimaru suddenly interjected. To Konoha? But they are from the land of rain. The village won't agree, Jiraiya shook his head. When he suspected they might be the children of prophecy, he had considered bringing them back, but as he said, it might bring them disaster instead of warmth. Don't worry about that, I'll handle it. If I recall correctly, one of those 3 brats had red hair, Orochimaru said nonchalantly. Red hair? Could it be? Tsunade immediately grasped the implication. So you noticed too? Back then you even wanted to kill them, Jiraiya said indignantly. Because if they hadn't met us, they wouldn't have survived. Orochimaru's voice was flat yet revealed the harshness of the world. He paused, then continued. But since you've decided to help them as your comrade, I should lend a hand. But we still can't confirm if Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan, Jiraiya frowned. He had only settled the children and hadn't taught them chakra yet, so he was unaware of Nagato's constitution. Even if he isn't, it's fine. At worst, they won't become ninjas. Living in Konoha is much better than anywhere else, Tsunade said with a smile. But can we really ask Lady Mito for help? I mean, would it disturb her rest? Jiraiya asked with concern. As the wife of the first Hokage Mito Uzumaki was now very old. Despite the aid of sealing techniques like the Yin-seal, she was still an elderly woman and the wife of the first Hokage. Jiraiya's worries were not unfounded. What are you worried about? She's my grandmother. If that little one really is from the Uzumaki clan, my grandmother would be overjoyed. I still remember the terrifying look on her face when she first heard the news. I can recall that day even now, Tsunade said to Jiraiya. Jiraiya hesitated. He had originally planned to leave Konoha for a while to return only when he could face Tsunade and Orochimaru with equanimity. But what they said made some sense. If these children were truly the ones of prophecy who could decide the world's fate, perhaps bringing them back to Konoha was the right call. Should we discuss this with the teacher? Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, then asked. Maybe he has a better idea. I still think it's best to act first and seek forgiveness later. Orochimaru shook his head. He knew his teacher well. As the leader of a ninja village, the third Hokage still employed chilling methods. Though all was for the future of Konoha, even Orochimaru found it hard to see through his teacher at times. If I hadn't encountered that tavern, I might have left this village for some reason, Orochimaru thought to himself. I think you should bring them back first. The teacher is far too indecisive. He deliberated for ages before approving our research institute, and even then he imposed many restrictions. My granduncle had no such qualms when researching ninjutsu, Tsunade scoffed. In truth, Tsunade had once greatly respected the third Hokage, but after her brother was stationed in the most dangerous area, his position exposed leading to an ambush, she couldn't help but wonder. She and Nawaki were the public heirs of the Senju clan, and they could to some extent influence the Hokage's power. Of course, the original Tsunade might not have pondered such things or viewed the third Hokage so darkly. After all, if he were truly so despicable, the second Hokage would never have passed the title to him. But after a journey through time and meeting the great schemer Xiaoing, her worldview had shifted dramatically. She couldn't help but suspect ulterior motives in certain matters. Oh, it's not as bad as you make it sound. The teacher is probably just worried about you, Jiraiya said with a laugh, though he felt that Konoha had changed greatly since his return. They were no longer as close as before. Is this the price of growing up? Jiraiya downed a cup of sake, a faint blush spreading across his face. Unknowingly, he had drunk too much. I'll forget it. I know all this, but sometimes I can't help but complain, Tsunade hiccuped, also tipsy. It seems you're both drunk. Let's call it a day. Jiraiya, think carefully about my proposal. I still don't think it's wise to let them wander the shinobi world. Something might happen and you'd regret it, Orochimaru said earnestly. He'll seriously consider it. Thank you, Orochimaru. Jiraiya looked at his best friend and sighed, wishing you both happiness. So that's how it is. Jiraiya has already found the child of destiny. Jiangju nodded slightly while across from him sat a pale-faced Orochimaru. Does the child of destiny truly exist? Orochimaru asked with curiosity. In your world there are indeed several children of destiny, each intricately connected to the fate of the world. Jiangju nodded slightly and said, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have them under your control. I never expected Jiraiya to raise those 3 children. At the time I only found that child named Nagato a bit peculiar, but never imagined he was from the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru said as he sipped his sake. There are many things you can't foresee. If Nagato had truly come to Konoha, many things would have changed. Jiangju thought of someone lurking underground and suddenly felt like laughing. If Nagato had really been brought back by Jiraiya, perhaps everything would have been altered. Orochimaru didn't quite understand why Jiangju suddenly seemed so delighted, but he gained a clearer understanding of Nagato's importance. Before encountering the tavern between worlds, he might not have believed in such intangible things as fate, but now he had some insight into these forces. That was why he had initially wanted Jiraiya to bring the children back to Konoha. By the way, what do you want this time? Jiangju asked. Orochimaru had come today intending to purchase some items, but the conversation had drifted off course. Well, I want some books on modern agricultural cultivation. This is the deposit. If it's enough, you can keep it here for now. If not, I'll bring more next time. Orochimaru stated his request. Why the sudden interest in agriculture? Jiangju asked curiously. Because I've realized that the previous 2 wars were essentially triggered by the major nations vying for resources, especially land. I hope to bring some agricultural techniques to Konoha so that in future large-scale conflicts we won't have to rely on the daimyo's estate. Orochimaru glanced at Jiangju and spoke his mind. It seems your ambitions extend beyond just changing Konoha. Jiangju hadn't expected that due to his influence, this Orochimaru, who had once pursued immortality, would transform into an ambitious man attempting to reshape the entire world. Still, Jiangju felt this wasn't such a bad thing. Because I've discovered some flaws in my world. After reading some books, I realized that to maintain lasting peace, a powerful nation is necessary. But in my world, shinobi, who possess absolute power, are merely tools used by the great nations to vie for authority and resources, with most resources controlled by the state, which then coerces shinobi into waging wars. I think it's time to change this foolish political system. Orochimaru's ambition was no longer merely about immortality. Perhaps it was because since entering the tavern between worlds, the goal of eternal life had become tantalizingly within reach. This idea is excellent. I like it. Jang chuckled. To hell with the original plot. He was curious to see with his support and the backing of infinite universes what Orochimaru would ultimately turn the world of Naruto into. Orochimaru smiled faintly upon hearing this. He had roughly guessed that Jang might assist him, which was why he had laid bare his ambitions without any concealment. For he knew that hiding his true ambitions would only earn Jang's disdain. Hey race, what you asked for. And as a bonus, hey race, a free piece of information. Jang handed a laptop to Orochimaru, then flashed a grin and said, Madara Uchiha is still alive and is plotting something. Madara Uchiha, the Asura from the same era as the first Hokage. Even Orochimaru was shocked, for anyone who had visited the Valley of the End could sense the immense power of those two. That's right. This information is free. Jang smiled and said, they will be obstacles on your path ahead. The Uchiha. I understand. Thank you, boss. I'll do my best. Recovering from the shocking news, Orochimaru thanked Jang and left the tavern between worlds with the laptop. Madara Uchiha was indeed a threat, but Orochimaru knew that since he hadn't surfaced, yet he was probably still lurking underground somewhere. That meant there was still time. Things had to be done step by step. As they said in this world, Rome wasn't built in a day. At least I'm not alone. Orochimaru thought of Tsunade and Jiraiya, and of course others in Konoha. He knew that to realize his ambition, he needed more people to help and work together. No one ever carried out a revolution alone in this world. Orochimaru left, returning to his own world to strive for his ideals and ambitions. As for the tavern between worlds, it continued to operate day after day, with different people entering and some never returning, all dictated by fate and destiny. When the Ancient One entered the tavern again, she found it already crowded with a significant number of non-humans. According to Jang, these humanoid life forms were called yokai. Ancient One, you've arrived. Professor Dumbledore greeted her with a smile. Gandalf hadn't been coming by much lately, and Dumbledore felt a bit lonely as there were few wizards in the tavern. Headmaster Dumbledore, you're here. The Ancient One smiled in greeting and sat down across from Dumbledore. She noticed that Jang, who was usually at the bar, wasn't there today. Only Xiaoing was minding the tavern. Where's the boss? She asked curiously. While someone ordered a plate of egg fried rice. Dumbledore mentioned this with a hint of lingering dread. It seems I've come at a bad time. The Ancient One gave a wry smile, as Jang's culinary skills were no secret among the regulars. With Stephen Chow's guidance, Jang's cooking had made leaps and bounds in appearance and aroma, but this only made it more deceptive. A dish that looked absolutely perfect would upon tasting reveal an indescribable flavor, not to mention the bizarre effects that followed. Which brave soul ordered that? The Ancient One asked Dumbledore. Over there sitting by himself. He seems to be a newcomer, but probably not human. Dumbledore pointed to a strikingly handsome man, almost effeminate, dressed in a white scholar's robe, twirling a fan in his hand. I can sense it. He carries a heavy aura of malice and bloodshed. He must have killed many in his original world. The Ancient One's expression shifted slightly as she spoke. Perhaps after this he won't be able to eat anything anymore. Though Dumbledore was a top-tier wizard from the Harry Potter world, he couldn't perceive the bloodlust and malice emanating from the young man. So hearing the Ancient One's words surprised him. He would never have imagined that someone who looked like a pretty boy could be such a great demon. Jiangju busied himself in the kitchen with great delight, though he had discerned that the diner was a demon who had devoured countless humans. This merely defied human worldview and morality. To a demon consuming humans seemed only natural. Of course, this was not to say Jiangju deemed it acceptable to eat humans, but rather that all demons shared this nature, immutable even by immortals. Some things were governed by the laws of nature. Humans slaying demons for their inner cores, demons devouring humans to augment their cultivation. Perfect. A feast for the eyes and the palate. Jiangju sniffed the egg-fried rice he had prepared, nodded with satisfaction, scooped it into a bowl, and walked out. Upon Jiangju's descent, the chattering crowd fell silent instantly, as if speaking would compel him to feed them the fried rice. Rolling his eyes at this, he strode directly to the young dandy's side and set the bowl on the table. Here, golden egg-fried rice. Eat it while it's hot, Jiangju said nonchalantly. The young man nodded faintly, having remained silent since his arrival. His face was as fair and smooth as if oiled. Twitching his nose, he broke into a satisfied smile, then lifted a spoonful of the fried rice and ate it. The young man let out a screech like a slaughtered pig after just one bite, his entire body trembling violently. Haha, indeed. This is exactly the taste. Zeus, witnessing this, burst into laughter, pointing at the young man and nearly keeling over. Is such exaggeration necessary? Hades, after visiting the tavern, had become a regular. His hair, however, was no longer the sleek long black it had been at first sight, but a rock and roll mop of curly perm. If you've tried it, you'd know. Let's just say the past is too painful to recall, Zeus remarked with deep emotion. Meanwhile, the young man had shed his initial genteel demeanor, devouring the fried rice like a starving wraith. This bewildered everyone, including Jiang himself. Jiang adored cooking, though he knew his culinary skills were mediocre. That was why he had sought Stephen Chow's tutelage. Later, due to Xiaohei and Barry, he realized his cooking might not only be unappetizing, but could even provoke adverse reactions. Thus, he rarely cooked except to use it as leverage against Xiaohei. Now, with someone finally appreciating his cooking, Jiang felt the world was beautiful. Xiaohei's fur seemed exceptionally soft, and even the demon before him, though its aura of slaughter remained as foul as ever, seemed less offensive. Jiang sidled away quietly, then raised an eyebrow at Xiaohei, signaling that his cooking was still beloved by someone. Being enjoyed by a pig and devoured with such relish, do you think that's something to boast about? Xiaohei sneered. A pig would gobble up dung with equal gusto. Hearing this, Jiang found Xiaohei's words oddly logical. But as he nodded, he realized Xiaohei might have just implied that only a pig could stomach his cooking. Jiang immediately grabbed Xiaohei and gave him a vigorous rub until spirals appeared in his eyes, then tossed him aside. Gu-E and Dumbledore, observing this, smiled gently. Boss, you're still the boss we know. What do you mean by that? When have I ever changed? Jiang grumbled, then walked over to the young scholar. The young scholar, seemingly embarrassed by his earlier behavior, hid his face behind his wide sleeve. As Jiang approached, he lowered his head as if afraid to meet Jiang's eyes, leaving Jiang somewhat puzzled. But just as Jiang was about to speak, the young man suddenly roared at him. His head seemed to split open, revealing his true form, a hideous pig's head. You have bad breath, you know that. Jiang said flatly, slapping the pig head to the ground. You're really something. Eat my meal, and then try to scare me. The young man, or rather the pig-headed creature, seemed stunned by the slap, staring at Jiang in disbelief, as if he had never encountered such a terrifying person. He let out another piggish squeal, waved his hand, and a nine-toothed rake appeared. He prepared to unleash his might and battle the strange tavern owner. So it's you, this pig, Jiang said, recognizing the creature's origin upon seeing the weapon. But recognition aside, this pig clearly mistook the place for some low-tier exorcist group. Not that it was surprising. In the world of demons and monsters, doors opening to other realms were not unheard of. Zhu Ganglai was the name of this pig. He was a man ugly of face but pure of heart, deeply in love with his wife. Little did he expect his wife to fall for a handsome man. Not only did she cheat, but the two conspired to kill Zhu Beiji with a nine-toothed rake. Filled with resentment, Zhu Beiji transformed into a pig demon, vowing to slay all women who coveted handsome men. And the tool he used was the very nine-toothed rake that had killed him. Of course, this pig's plight was pitiable, but pity did not absolve his sins. After becoming a demon, he slaughtered nearly every day, his aura of killing so thick it could terrify even Sasuke taking the Chunin exam. Jiang snapped his fingers, freezing Zhu Ganglai in place. Rubbing his chin in thought, he mused that in Zhu Gangli's world, despite the myriad of gods and Buddhas, they seldom intervened unless demons committed heinous crimes. Demons and monsters in the mortal realm were left to exorcists. Given Zhu Gangli's current state, he had yet to encounter Tang Sanzang. But if he were released, more lives would be lost to this demon. After a moment's consideration, Jiang sealed him into a card and put it away, planning to return it to Tang Sanzang should he ever visit the tavern. He struck first, you know. Can't say I'm bullying your kind, Jiang shrugged, explaining to the other demons in the tavern. Though it smacked of hypocrisy, he did it anyway. Jiang wondered if he would have acted had Zhu Ganglai not attacked him, for ifs did not exist in this world. Yet despite his initial hesitation, he had acted, and having done so, he harbored no regrets. Casually, he tossed the card onto the bookshelf beside the television. Jiang sealed the offending pig demon into a card, startling some of the demonic patrons in the tavern. However, given Jiang's formidable power and the posted rules forbidding disturbances within the establishment, the demons had no retort. The human faction, on the other hand, was delighted, for no one appreciated a man-eating demon seated beside them, especially those who had encountered demons before and could detect the bloody aura emanating from them from afar. All right, today's drinks are on the house. Drink to your heart's content, Jiang said with a smile, as if he had accomplished something trivial. Those demons, particularly those who sensed potential danger, quietly slipped out of the tavern. Whether they would return, Jiang could not say, but as always, their arrival was fate, their absence their loss, nothing more. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Jiang shrugged. Such things became routine over time. He would not deliberately target any demon provided they did not cross him. Should they harbor pure malice like Pig Ganglia, he would deal with them without mercy, regardless of their role in the narrative. Old Dumbledore school hasn't started yet. Jiang approached Dumbledore and the Ancient One, addressing the white-haired headmaster of the magical school. Just a few days away. Once it begins, I won't have such leisure, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Once Harry enrolls, my workload will increase. Don't you think your plan feels a bit like forced maturation? Xiao remarked coolly. Isn't it cruel to make such a young child face Voldemort, who terrorizes the entire British magical world? It is indeed somewhat cruel, but I believe she will understand. From the moment she survived Voldemort's killing curse, it was all destined, Dumbledore said, taking a sip of rice wine with a bitter smile. Wait, did you just say she instead of he? Xiao immediately caught the key detail. Yes, Harry is a little girl who greatly resembles her mother. Why is something wrong, boss? Dumbledore asked curiously. No, nothing, Xiao shrugged then smiled. Headmaster Dumbledore, what do you think will happen when Professor Snape sees Harry? I didn't expect you to be aware of such matters, Dumbledore said, slightly startled then smiled. I believe she will be safer. I can imagine. But the most amusing part would be seeing Snape awarding points to Gryffindor after meeting Harry. I'd love to witness that scene, Xiao said with a chuckle. Dumbledore paused, realizing that such an event might indeed come to pass. The entire school might think Snape had lost his mind. Yet he found it somewhat amusing and even looked forward to it. He glanced at the man before him, suspecting he was being influenced by Xiao. If you're interested, boss, you could come and see for yourself. Dumbledore suddenly extended an invitation. Really? That would be wonderful. But let's get one thing straight. I want to help you fight Voldemort, Xiao said, his initial excitement tempered by reason, his tone turning wary. Don't worry, boss. I believe Harry will defeat Voldemort, Dumbledore replied with unwavering conviction. Ancient One, what about you? Would you like to come along? Xiao asked the sorcerer, who had been quietly listening. The Sorcerer Supreme cannot easily leave Earth, the Ancient One said, shaking her head slightly. Though it is peaceful now, there are still those who covet our world. Very well, I won't insist. But I think once Dr. Strange arrives at Camartage, you can lay down your burdens and take a good rest. Just don't think of resting in another way. That would break my heart, Xiao said with a shrug. Yet, Xiao understood the nature of the Sorcerer Supreme's duty. Though he could assist the Ancient One, she had not sought his help, clearly unwilling to trouble him, even if it would have been no great effort for him. Rest assured, I am already looking forward to that day, the Ancient One said with a smile. In truth, she had long abandoned the notion of seeking rest through death. Having glimpsed the boundless cosmos within the Tavern of Connections, how could she squander such an opportunity without exploring it? The Ancient One now awaited only the arrival of the future Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange. It's settled then. That gives me a sense of accomplishment. Why else would I run this tavern? Xiao said with a grin. The Ancient One smiled faintly, but remained silent. She was somewhat curious that Xiao had guessed her death wish, but recalling his knowledge of many worlds and people, her curiosity waned. Speaking of which, you come to mind, Headmaster Dumbledore, Xiao suddenly said. It occurred to him that Dumbledore too harbored a death wish. Once Harry was sufficiently grown, he planned to depart this world. Dumbledore was taken aback, unsure why Xiao had brought him up. Unlike Xiao, he had not seen the Marvel films, and was unaware that the Ancient One beside him harbored similar thoughts, both bearing heavy burdens and seeking release after grooming their successors. Is something the matter, boss? Dumbledore asked curiously. Oh, nothing. Let's talk about it another time, Xiao said, quickly changing the subject. Would you mind if I brought a few people along? It's just a welcoming ceremony. I doubt anyone would be interested, Dumbledore said hesitantly. His main concern was that the sudden appearance of so many powerful figures might cause Voldemort to flee. As for why he wasn't worried about Xiao's presence scaring Voldemort away, it was simple. If Xiao didn't act, no one would know he was a formidable being. Moreover, Dumbledore wanted Harry to meet Xiao, hoping it would smooth her path. He wished to nurture a worthy successor, but that didn't mean she had to face crises alone. Don't worry, I'll choose people with your situation in mind. I won't cause you trouble. We can pose as visiting teachers and students from an Eastern Magic Academy here for a month-long exchange at Hogwarts. No one will suspect a thing, Xiao said, as if reading Dumbledore's thoughts. Xiao wanted to visit the world of Harry Potter, and after some thought Dumbledore agreed, since refusing seemed futile. After all, if Xiao truly wished to go, Dumbledore wouldn't be able to stop him. I will personally inform the boss on the day school starts, Dumbledore said with a smile. Thank you. Don't worry, I'll be bringing a group of children with me. Xiao smiled, and said to Gu-E, please trouble you to bring Linger over at that time. So the boss is going for Linger, Gu-E remarked. Gu-E smiled slightly, and said it seems the boss really likes children. Yes, I believe children are angels bestowed upon the world by heaven. Xiao smiled. In fact, Xiao did not suddenly come up with this idea, rather he had thought about taking these children out to play after seeing a few of them before. After all, among so many worlds and people, choosing these children was still tied to that old saying, everything is fate. Gu-E and Dumbledore left in the afternoon. Gu-E was going to notify Linger, while Dumbledore had to arrange some matters at Hogwarts such as exchange students. He needed to inform the professors and arrange accommodations for them, all of which required prior planning. Boss, if you go to another world, will the tavern be closed? A curious customer asked. Of course not, there's still Xiaohe. With him around, I feel very at ease. Jiangju looked at Xiaohei, who was still sleeping, and replied lightly, "That's good. I've gotten used to coming here every day for a drink." Zeus smiled and said the drinks will be served as usual, but your favorite breakfast might not be available. Jiangju replied with a smile. "It's fine as long as there's alcohol," Zeus chuckled, and then left. The sun outside was about to set, golden rays streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the tavern, painting it in golden hues, which looked beautiful. However, at this time the tavern was already empty, with only Jiangju and the recently awakened Xiaohei sitting in the glow of the sunset. "Ah, Xiaohei, you're awake." Jiangju retracted his gaze and asked Xiaohei lightly, "Your life is truly comfortable." "Oh, another day has passed," Xiaohei yawned and said. "Yes, you once again slept all day like a pig." Jiangju sighed and asked, "By the way, after sleeping all day, will you continue to sleep tonight?" "What do you care?" Xiaohei grunted and asked, "What's for dinner tonight?" "Don't rush, there's something I need to tell you." Jiangju took a sip of iced coffee and then said, "I'm planning to take Linger and a few children to the world of Harry Potter. You'll be in charge of the tavern." "The world of Harry Potter? When?" Xiaohei asked curiously. "You've only seen the first 3 movies, but what do you want to go for?" "Didn't I say? To give Linger and the other children a gift." Jiangju replied lightly. "All right, just remind me when the time comes. I'll keep a good watch over the tavern." Xiaohei surprisingly did not refuse, which puzzled Jiangju. "What? Do you think I would refuse?" Xiaohei said irritably. "And then be threatened by your so-called delicacies?" "Ha, I never said that." Jiangju shrugged and immediately denied it. Just then the tavern door was suddenly pushed open and their familiar Agent Romanoff came in again. A few days ago Nick had also come several times and mentioned the matter of the Hulk, but Jiangju believed it was unnecessary for the tavern's people to intervene, so he only told Nick that Dr. Bruce Banner's girlfriend was the key. Nick left satisfied after hearing that. Today the Romanoff agent came at this time, which surely meant there was something they needed help with. "Good evening, Agent Romanoff," Jiangju said with a smile. "Good evening, boss. Sorry to disturb you so late. We encountered a very tricky situation today and need your help." Natasha didn't beat around the bush and began to talk about matters related to the Hulk. The matter was actually quite simple. After Nick got the answer, he immediately brought Dr. Bruce Banner's girlfriend Betty, who was General Ross' daughter, to help S.H.I.E.L.D. handle the Hulk situation. However, what followed was somewhat unexpected. Originally, Bruce Banner had restored his human form with Betty's help, but General Ross caused trouble again, directly forcing soldiers to take Bruce Banner away from S.H.I.E.L.D. to develop a new breed of soldiers. General Ross persuaded the military and the U.S. government with a very simple reason: the Hulk's replicability. Of course, all of this was speculation, but even so, when the military heard that there might be a chance to form an army entirely composed of Hulks, they immediately demanded people from S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. had great power, that was true, but if a national government, especially a superpower like the United States, wanted to target them, S.H.I.E.L.D. would still be finished. Thus S.H.I.E.L.D. did not intervene and could only watch as General Ross took away Bruce Banner. "I can't help with that kind of thing. Although I am indeed very powerful, I don't want to go against a country." Jiangju refused mainly because he didn't want to get involved in such matters. As for Americans, they could do as they pleased. He wasn't an American. "I certainly didn't come for that reason." Natasha shook her head and said after the military took Dr. Banner away, they tried to replicate the Hulk in him, but things went wrong and were exploited by Dr. Banner's father, ultimately turning into an even more terrifying monster. "At this point, the military thought of you guys?" Jiangju asked with a smile. "We had no choice. That guy has already killed nearly 1,000 people in 3 days. We had to take action," Natasha said with a bitter smile. "So you came to find me. Can't you just let the Hulk handle it?" Jiangju said lazily, looking down on the American tendency to shift blame and their irresponsibility. "But the Hulk is not a match at all. We have no choice, otherwise we wouldn't have disturbed you, boss." Natasha sighed. She felt that ever since encountering this tavern, the entire world seemed to have changed. First there were superheroes like the Flash, then the Hulk emerged, and now his father had turned into an even more terrifying monster. Regular attacks had no effect, and they even turned into energy for that monster, forcing them to seek help here. "Xiaohei, do you want to take a look?" Jiangju asked Xiaohei beside him. "Do I need to make a move against such a small thing?" Xiaohei replied irritably, "If it's not very urgent, can't we just let the people tomorrow handle it?" "That's true. Miss Natasha, is it very urgent?" Jiangju turned to ask. Regarding S.H.I.E.L.D's plea for aid, Jiangju's stance was that he could help, but his personal intervention was unnecessary. In fact, he believed no worldly affair warranted his direct involvement, as it would feel like cheating, a max-level character bullying newcomers in a beginner's zone. As for Xiaohei, he seemed reluctant to stir for such a trivial matter. Perhaps if Thanos himself arrived, he might consider it, for Xiaohei harbored immense pride. Boss Jiang, how can you say we wait? Do you realize how many lives will be lost in a single night? Agent Romanoff's voice carried a hint of agitation. What does that have to do with me? This is America's own mess. The blame hardly falls on my shoulders, Jiang Jiao retorted with a cold laugh. Have you forgotten the days when your hands were drenched in blood, Agent Romanoff? Because you have the power. Natasha remained unruffled by his words, still attempting to persuade him. My power is my own affair, none of your concern. Jiang Jiao stated flatly. If you require assistance, you may come to the tavern tomorrow and post a commission. See if anyone volunteers to help you. Naturally, you must provide adequate compensation. This world doesn't revolve around what you think. Natasha fell silent. Her usual tactics were useless against Jiang Jiao. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. could neither threaten nor dare to provoke him. As Nick Fury had rightly said, the tavern's presence in this world was a stroke of fortune and opportunity. They'll return tomorrow morning. With those words, Natasha departed. Jiang Jiao remained indifferent. For someone who possessed absolute power, yet harbored no desires, no external force could sway his heart. After Natasha left, Jiang Jiao hung a closed sign on the door, locked up, and went upstairs to play video games. He had recently become obsessed with a game from this world. Meanwhile, Xiaohei was engrossed in an American TV series, a pastime he had developed after meeting Jiang Jiao. I thought you would help S.H.I.E.L.D. Xiaohei finally asked during a break after the first episode, having held back for a while. I did help. I offered to let you go, but you refused. Jiang Jiao's eyes stayed glued to the TV as his fingers danced frantically over the controller. A thing that got beaten up by a weakened Hulk. You think I'd be interested? Xiaohei retorted irritably. Well then, since you're not interested, what can I do? Didn't I give S.H.I.E.L.D. a suggestion? There are plenty of people in the tavern eager to see this world. Let them handle it. Jiang Jiao said nonchalantly. But that will draw more attention to the tavern's existence, Xiaohei replied, sounding troubled. Relax, Xiaohei. From the moment I decided to open this tavern, I never intended to hide its existence. Jiang Jiao chuckled. We're here on vacation, so hold back nothing. Do whatever you want. They'll take responsibility for anything that happens. What a braggart. Xiaohei muttered after a moment's pause. Oh, Xiaohei, are you about to cry from being touched? Jiang Jiao put down his game controller, looking at Xiaohei as if discovering a new continent. Who's crying? My eyes are naturally this sparkly, damn it. I'm going to bed. Xiaohei bristled, instantly dropped the remote, and stormed out of Jiang Jiao's room. How, what an honest guy. Jiang Jiao snickered and returned to his game, but the slight upward curl of his lips betrayed his exceptionally good mood. Meanwhile, Natasha had contacted Nick Fury. Over the phone, she could faintly hear sounds of battle, suggesting the fight was still ongoing. I take it he refused. Nick wasn't entirely sure whether Jiang Jiao would help, but he was never one to give up easily. That's why he had sent Natasha, who was still in New York, to try her luck. Since she was calling now, it meant Jiang Jiao had declined. Not exactly a refusal. He just refused to act personally. Natasha quickly briefed Nick Fury on the situation. I'm hesitating now. Should we really let those people from other worlds get involved? Oi. We have no choice. We must trust Boss Jiang to keep things under control. We'll hold out for one night. He'll send you the gathered intel shortly. I believe he won't refuse to help us pick a few people. After a moment's thought, Nick said promptly. What if he's a villain? What if his goal is to invade this world? Natasha still harbored distrust toward Jiang Jiao, a caution born from her experience as a spy. No, he won't. If he wanted to invade, he wouldn't have waited until now. Nick Fury chuckled. Of course, had he not witnessed certain things firsthand, he wouldn't be so certain that Jiang Jiao had no intention of world conquest. But he had seen enough. I understand. How's the Hulk? Natasha asked with concern. That damn Ross went too far. He's too weak now. He got knocked out in the last fight and turned back into Bruce Banner. If our people hadn't rescued him in time, that madman might have been killed by his own father. Nick's tone was grim, filled more with anger toward Ross and the military. All right, stay safe. Natasha sighed. She was far away in New York and couldn't help. Tomorrow she had to go to the tavern. She could only hope time would pass quickly, for every minute might mean another death at the hands of that monster. We'll hold out until reinforcements arrive. Nick hung up. Natasha didn't sleep that night. She alternated between organizing the files Nick Fury had sent and pacing to the window to check the sky. Dawn finally came, but the tavern door remained shut. She knocked several times with no response. Eventually, she sat on a bench across the street waiting for Jiang Jiao to open up. At precisely 8 a.m., Jiang Jiao finally emerged from the tavern, scratching his head. He flipped the closed sign to show open and spotted Natasha approaching from across the street. You're here quite early. Jiang Jiao yawned, showing none of the usual restraint a man might have in front of a woman. I've been here for 2 hours. They fought all night without sleep. That monster is too powerful. Now people are dying almost every minute. Natasha's eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep. Then why not let that creature leave first? It's not like I can't find him later, Jiangzhou said calmly. All right, come in and have breakfast first. The others haven't arrived yet. Upon hearing Jiangzhou's words, Natasha was nearly bursting with fury. She had deliberately painted such a dire picture hoping he might feel a hint of guilt or remorse. Yet his response was so flippant it almost drove her to the brink. You look like you haven't slept all night, Jiangzhou remarked, stepping behind the bar. He poured a jade green cocktail and handed it to her. This will restore your vitality. $10,000. I don't need it. Natasha scoffed. Suit yourself. Jiangzhou shrugged down the drink and then ignored her entirely, settling beside her to read a book in tranquil silence. When exactly are they coming? Natasha asked again after waiting for over 10 minutes. I truly don't understand your urgency. This whole matter is the U.S. military's fault. Why is S.H.I.E.L.D. so eager to take the fall? Jiangzhou set down his book and said calmly, S.H.I.E.L.D. may be an international organization, but the World Security Council is still dominated by the U.S. and its allies, isn't it? Natasha remained silent. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been founded by Howard Stark and a few other Americans, initially supported by the U.S. government. As the organization grew powerful, other nations grew wary. After several negotiations, the U.S. compromised by forming the World Security Council, bringing in major powers. Over time, the council expanded and America's influence waned. Yet like a lean camel that is still bigger than a horse, its control over S.H.I.E.L.D. on home soil remained considerable. Of course, as an international body, its internal relations were tangled. Nick Fury was only the director, not an absolute authority. Thus, during the Battle of New York, when other member nations saw America in trouble, they quickly approved Hydra's nuclear strike on the city, eager to witness the U.S. humiliated. Returning to the matter at hand, Natasha fell silent at Jiangzhou's words. Yet her concern was not about who bore the blame, but the lives at stake. Though she was a master spy with countless souls on her hands, deep down, she remained fundamentally kind and righteous. I thought I was early again, said a charming silver-haired man in a white suit. Zeus, arriving ahead of time once more. Your world must be dreadfully dull, Jiangzhou chuckled. Otherwise a mighty king of the gods wouldn't be idling away here every day drinking. Isn't that fine? Humans live as they wish and the gods in the divine realm work or rest in order, a peaceful existence. That's true, Jiangzhou nodded slightly. Zeus' world, while not entirely safe, was nonetheless a peaceful one. Humans and gods live their own lives without interference or conflict over faith. Indeed, the gods there did not seem to rely on worship for survival. Boss, any recommended breakfast this morning? Zeus asked. Yes, how about trying some beef noodles? These aren't the mortal kind, but a rich broth made by a divine chef from special ingredients. Jiangzhou smiled. If we add some pickled mustard greens and tea eggs, items that mainlanders can't get, it would be absolutely perfect. Mainlanders can't get them. Don't they have hens? Zeus asked curiously. Perhaps they think the tea empire, once famed for its leaves, has run out of tea altogether. Jiangzhou shrugged. Enough of that. Actually, I have a small commission. Interested? A commission? For this beauty? Zeus, ever the charmer, shifted into gentleman mode upon seeing Natasha. Yes. Someone supposedly very powerful, at least by human standards. Interested? Jiangzhou asked. I can go out. Zeus' eyes lit up behind his glasses. If you accept, you certainly can. But I must warn you, don't cause trouble out there. This world is my domain. Of course not. I just want to explore this world. You have no idea. Once I'm back in my realm, Hera watches me constantly. Everywhere I go, she knows. I doubt you've ever experienced that. So you're henpecked, Jiangzhou laughed. No wonder you're stuck here every day. Boss, show a little respect in front of a lady, Zeus said helplessly. So you accept the commission? Payment can be some money and a week's freedom. Zeus nodded, then turned to Natasha. Natasha was bewildered. Having only visited a few times, she didn't recognize the famed Zeus. She looked to Jiangzhou for help. He explained the rules. Those from the tavern could only leave if invited by a native of this world, and they could specify their duration of stay, a rule highly beneficial to this realm. Is he strong? Natasha asked. He's Zeus. What do you think? Jiangzhou said irritably. If you hadn't been so anxious and noisy disturbing my reading, I wouldn't have let him out so easily. Very well, hey, race the intelligence we've gathered. Natasha ignored his remarks and handed the compiled dossier to Zeus. Zeus casually placed the file on the table and had Jiangzhou draft a contract. He signed his name. The terms required Zeus to immediately help S.H.I.E.L.D. kill or capture Bruce Banner's father. In return, S.H.I.E.L.D. would provide Zeus with a legal identity, $100,000 cash or credit card, and permission to remain in this world for 1 week. Natasha reviewed the contract. Besides Zeus' demands, it also listed rules he must follow. Satisfied, she signed. A gleeful Zeus then grabbed her and dragged her out of the tavern, forgetting even to bid Jiang farewell, let alone the beef noodles had wanted. Has he gone stir-crazy? Xiaoing muttered, watching Zeus' retreating figure with malicious amusement. According to him, Hera can now monitor him, constantly forcing his compromise. So yes, he's likely been living like a monk. Or perhaps he's simply bored with his own world and seeks novelty in a new one. Either way, the contract's binding power will keep him in line. Jiang smiled faintly. At a military base on the outskirts of San Francisco, California, the entire facility was enclosed by high-voltage electric fences and towering walls. Though faint sounds of explosions and gunfire could be heard from afar, no one noticed, as the area had long been placed under military control. Bruce Banner's father, David Banner, was also a brilliant scientist. However, as a scholar of genetics and gene technology, he had completely abandoned any semblance of human morality. In Bruce's childhood, David injected him with experimental gene serums, which was one of the reasons Bruce later became the Hulk. Due to his reckless actions, David was reported by his wife, and having failed to produce any significant results, was dismissed by the military and subsequently spent over a decade in prison for various reasons. By the time he was released, the world had changed entirely. There was no longer any need for a scientist like him, and he wandered aimlessly until one day he stumbled upon news of the Hulk. A woman claiming to be his son's girlfriend sought him out, wanting to learn about Bruce's past, and he realized that his earlier experiment might have succeeded. He feigned closeness with his son and his son's girlfriend, discovering that Bruce seemed to have forgotten parts of his childhood. To confirm whether the Hulk was linked to his experiment, he relentlessly provoked Bruce and ultimately verified that Bruce Banner's transformation into the Hulk was indeed due to the special gene serum he had injected years ago. If his son had succeeded, there was no reason for him as the father to remain a decrepit old man. Thus, David Banner immediately conducted an experiment on himself, subjecting himself to an even more intense dose of gamma radiation than Bruce had received. This transformed him into an energy being akin to a chameleon, capable of changing his color and abilities according to his surroundings and absorbing various energy attacks, turning him from a frail old man into an invincible monster. Yet David remained unsatisfied. He sought to absorb his son's unique abilities, for he discovered that Bruce could continuously strengthen himself, whereas his own enhancement had limits. After absorbing too much energy, he entered a period of depletion during which he could no longer use his absorption and mimicry abilities. He arrived in San Francisco, having learned from his son's girlfriend that Bruce was there. Leveraging his past identity as a scientist and his research on the Hulk, he once again became a military scientist and met his son. Had it not been for the unexpected interference of an organization called S.H.I.E.L.D, he might have already absorbed Bruce Banner's energy and become truly invincible. Nick, have you found a solution yet? If not, well, have no choice but to detonate a mini-nuclear warhead, Ross urged Nick Fury, hoping to destroy all evidence with an atomic bomb. Who caused all this? Nick retorted irritably. And you want to detonate an atomic bomb on S.H.I.E.L.D? This place is only about 100 kilometers from San Francisco. We've already held them off for an entire night. That's no small feat, Ross frowned. Let the Hulk go again. I must remind you, General Ross, after you stirred up this mess and shifted the blame, everything here is under my command. You should be grateful you're not facing a court-martial and stay quietly out of the way. Nick could no longer contain himself. He had warned the man repeatedly not to try controlling forces he didn't understand, but Ross had paid no heed, leading to this disaster. Ross snorted and fell silent. This affair was no longer his direct concern, yet he couldn't resist the allure of the Hulk. The thought of building an army of Hulks that could help the U.S. dominate the world fueled an ambition he couldn't easily abandon. Nick's phone rang. As he answered, thunder rumbled outside. He then heard Natasha's voice. Jiang had arranged for someone, or rather a god, to assist. The details would be explained when they met. Zeus. Well, I suppose I should have expected that, Nick Fury muttered, swallowing hard as lightning flashed and thunder rolled. They'll head to New York tonight. Yes, it's over. After hanging up with Natasha, Nick Fury stepped out of the makeshift command center and saw a man in a suit and tie with the mature face of a man in his 30s casually observing the soldiers around him. So you're the one in charge here, Zeus smiled, pointing at a coal-like lump not far away. I may have been a bit heavy-handed. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. Nick Fury stammered, trying to say something, but the moment he laid eyes on Zeus's mind seemed to freeze. Perhaps this was the majesty of a god. Well, since everything's taken care of, he'll be off, Zeus said, transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing into the clouds. Only after Zeus left did the others regain their mobility, yet they couldn't shake the sensation of being crushed by a mountain. Now they were all intensely curious about who this man truly was. Was that your backup from S.H.I.E.L.D? Ross asked, swallowing hard, his voice trembling slightly. Of course not, just an outside ally, Nick shrugged. That single move cost me $1 million. I suppose the military will reimburse that. He killed David Bruce, and in such a complete annihilation. I think we deserve an explanation. Ross said, his ambition rekindled at the sight of Zeus' power. Hey, race the address. If you can find it, you can seek help there. Nick Fury sneered, handing Ross a slip of paper. Oh, and by the way, that man you just saw is named Zeus, the very one you're thinking of. If you provoke him, even S.H.I.E.L.D won't be able to cover for you. Nick Fury glanced at Ross, fully aware of his intentions. But if the man was bent on seeking his own doom, so be it, Nick thought. Knowing Ross' temperament, he would undoubtedly storm into the tavern without a second thought. As for the consequences, Nick figured they weren't his concern, though he would need to inform Xiao in advance, as someone like him wouldn't appreciate being used as a pawn. Alright, have everyone pack up and leave. And that coal-like thing needs to be dug out completely, not a single piece left. Those are the orders from the military and the White House. If anyone obstructs, you have permission to use force. Nick Fury left these words and turned to walk away. That bastard. Ross laughed bitterly, fully aware that the remark was directed at him. But after all, he was the one who had caused this mess. The military had already done him a favor by shielding him, and he couldn't ask for more. Zeus was in high spirits today. His daily visits to the tavern were not because he had nothing to do. Rather, most matters were already arranged, and unless something of grave importance occurred, he need not attend to them. Thus, he could only face his wife, the Queen of Heaven, Hera, day after day. In truth, Hera was arguably the most beautiful woman in the world. But a man, when confronted with the same vista for an eternity, would inevitably grow weary. For mortals, a century together could leave behind a legacy of romantic tales, but for Zeus and Hera, a century was but a fleeting moment. Once Zeus and Hera shared a sweet love, a time when they could not bear to be apart. Yet against the backdrop of the gods' eternal lifespans, love could not endure. Coupled with Zeus' inherently fickle nature as the wielder of lightning, he chose betrayal, thus siring countless offspring and monsters. With the passage of time, even the divine realm felt its influence. Eros' power, bolstered by the rise of female authority, grew accordingly, making it impossible for Zeus to freely indulge in his conquests. Moreover, modern society would not be intrigued by a bull. Encountering a talking bovine, their first instinct would be to snap a photo and upload it, allowing Hera to discover Zeus' whereabouts. If in ancient times Zeus was an unyielding tyrant, now with Eros' ascendant power, he had become a tightly leashed husband forced into fidelity by her formidable strength. Yet everything changed the moment he encountered the tavern. Though the tavern could never host anything untoward, if someone invited Zeus to their world, Xiao would not refuse. Thus Zeus returned to the tavern almost daily to check in, and this time he was fortunate enough to stumble upon an Ancient Millennium opportunity. After obtaining the credit card and identification from Natasha, Zeus transformed into lightning and vanished. When he reappeared, he faced the monster from the dossier Natasha had provided. Following Xiao's sudden telepathic message as he left the tavern, he annihilated the creature utterly. The lightning, imbued with Zeus' divine power, not only slew the monster, but obliterated every cell within it, ensuring that neither S.H.I.E.L.D nor Hydra could resurrect a similar being from its remains. Having fulfilled the contract's task, Zeus felt an instant surge of relief. Leaving San Francisco, he promptly returned to New York, intending to invite Agent Romanoff to dinner. However, Natasha, aware of his identity, shared a meal with him, but denied his advances, leaving Zeus somewhat disheartened. A friendly tip when chatting with other women: don't tell them you're Zeus. Your reputation in this world isn't exactly stellar. Natasha smiled as she departed. By Zeus' loincloth, so that's where the problem lies, Zeus grumbled, deeply vexed. Because of Natasha, the day had been entirely wasted. Yet he did not lose heart, for he actually savored this push and pull dynamic. Time was abundant, and he was not a man of exclusivity. Anyone with a great figure and good looks would suffice. Those books claim ID mate with anything female, a slander, Zeus declared with utmost gravity. In the tavern, Xiao remained engrossed in a book. His reading material was not some Taoist canon or martial arts manual, but comics and novels. Sometimes he held a physical book, other times he browsed online literature from a certain world's Qidian Chinese on his phone or computer. Hey, it's been 3 days. Aren't you worried? Xiao leaped onto Xiao's table, inquiring curiously. Worried about what? Zeus. Xiao put down his book, asking. Aren't you afraid that in a year or two this world will be overrun with demigods or half-man half-bull minotaurs? Xiao glanced at his phone, his tone charged. Stop peeking at others' comments, you'll get yourself cursed. Xiao flicked Xiao's forehead. The contract has some hidden clauses he overlooked, so no need to fret. It's fine. Well, that's a relief. I was worried this world might suddenly spawn a Wonder Woman or some demigod hero. Xiao yawned. Oh, by the way, that guy last night. Was that General Ross? That's him. Nick paid 10 million to see him hit a wall, Xiao said nonchalantly. You sure come cheap, Xiao sneered. He doesn't think money can buy anything, does he? Well, actually, money can buy anything. I've attached one of your tail hairs to General Ross. I reckon he'll have a streak of bad luck soon. Jiang replied, utterly devoid of backbone. Hey, where's your integrity? Xiao's face darkened. Sold for $10 million. Jiang shrugged, feigning innocence. Xiao pointed at Jiang mouth agape before seeming to lose his spirit. But when he spotted a wanted poster flash across the TV screen, he rolled his eyes. Yet he confirmed one thing: Jiang's integrity might indeed have been sold. In a safe house in New York belonging to Nick Fury used for rest during his stays in the city, he lay on the bed watching television. This was a rare vacation granted by the World Security Council after he resolved the military's mess. Of course, Nick Fury knew this was a ploy to sideline him while they investigated the sudden appearance of Zeus. Everyone who had witnessed Zeus that day would likely be questioned. As for the bigwig Fury, he had already held talks with the council, hence this leave. A rare moment of peace. Hope Zeus doesn't stir up any trouble, Fury mused silently when a knock came at the door. Fury knew this wasn't work-related. Few knew of this safe house, and those who did would call ahead. He rose, went to the door, peered through the peephole, and saw several police officers. Puzzled, he opened the door. Edmund Linos, a slightly overweight white female officer glancing at her dossier, spoke in a cold tone. Yes, that's me, Fury replied. This was his alias for the safe house, a legitimate traceable identity with a verifiable past. We suspect you're involved in a homicide that occurred in the Nicholas district a few days ago. Come with us to the station for questioning. The officer produced an arrest warrant, and with a click the legendary spymaster was cuffed. Nick Fury stared at the handcuffs in bewilderment. He had already moved to evade, but his foot slipped, pitching him forward, and the cuffs coincidentally snapped onto his wrists. It was downright uncanny. At a precinct in Queens, New York, Nick Fury was brought in, his hands cuffed to the legs of a chair welded to the floor, rendering him utterly unable to break free. Before him, a pot-bellied, bald old man examined the weapons and documents seized from Fury's home, his eyes squeezed into slits by layers of fat, gleaming with triumphant delight. How do you explain this? The old man slammed the documents onto the table, putting on a righteous air. I need to speak with my lawyer. Nick Fury scowled. Well, his face was already dark, so the old man seemed not to notice. This case of yours is a major one with solid evidence. I won't let you contact any backup. We'll arrange a lawyer for you, but before that you need to come clean about everything. Driven by ambition, the old man completely ignored certain legal procedures, believing he had landed a big fish and that some details could be overlooked. I want to make a call. Nick gritted his teeth. Since returning to the safe house, he had removed all his distress signals and communication devices, leaving him utterly unable to call for help. We'll let you call, but first you need to confess your crimes. The old man slammed his fist on the table and said flatly. Nick Fury was utterly speechless, resorting to silence as protest. But his interrogator was no pushover. He ordered the cameras turned off and gave Fury a thorough beating. Just as he was about to take a break and continue, the door was violently flung open. I believe I deserve an explanation. Natasha, bursting through the door, saw her boss covered in blood and turned coldly to the precinct chief. Seeing the situation, the chief quickly distanced himself, but Natasha ignored him. She and several agents rushed Nick Fury to a hospital under S.H.I.E.L.D's control for emergency treatment. Nick Fury's injuries were not severe. During the beating, the old man had tripped and fallen onto Nick, knocking him unconscious. Apart from external wounds, he had already regained consciousness. What exactly happened? Natasha asked, bewildered. I was watching TV when I saw a wanted fugitive who looked just like you. I called you, but no one answered. I rushed to the safe house and found out the police had taken you away. Tell me about Ross' situation. Nick Fury immediately asked Natasha, as he had already guessed the gist of what happened. Well, I heard General Ross slipped and bumped his head getting into a helicopter a few days ago. Yesterday, he choked on a small bone while drinking soup and had to be rushed to the hospital. Why? Is there something behind this? Natasha asked curiously. No, I'm just confirming my commission. Nick Fury smiled. Hearing that his misfortune is worse than mine puts my mind at ease. Commission? Did you go to the tavern again? Natasha frowned. And everything you just went through, was it because of that? I gave Ross the address of the tavern. He took a large team to arrest boss Jang, but they went to the wrong place and trashed some councilman's son's shop. I don't need to explain the rest, do I? Nick Fury said with a grin. You're insane. You told us before not to provoke a superpowered being. Natasha now felt Nick Fury deserved what he got. And so I met with misfortune too. Nick smiled wryly. You deserve it. Natasha said irritably, then stood up. Oh, by the way, let me brief you. Your so-called God-making project doesn't seem to be working. Those agents managed to get close to Zeus, but he's all talk and no action. Why? Nick asked in surprise. That shouldn't be. Given Zeus' character, he should have taken the bait. I selected beautiful, young, and inexperienced women, all meeting his preferences. Maybe you need to find some handsome men. Natasha joked. True, in the myths, Zeus was indiscriminate. Nick nodded, thinking Natasha's idea had merit. Right in front of her, he ordered S.H.I.E.L.D. to select 2 handsome men of various types from the reserve agents and arrange an encounter with Zeus. I thought after all this you'd realize that gods can't be manipulated, or rather they won't allow themselves to be manipulated by humans. Natasha said flatly. No, from this experience I've learned that boss Jiangzhou's authority is not to be trifled with. As for Zeus, he's far from that level. Nick Fury said calmly. I've seen how he talks to boss Jiangzhou. Though it seems like an equal exchange most of the time, Zeus is very cautious. But to us they are both gods. Natasha felt Nick was playing with fire. Don't worry. I've read the contract you signed. One clause states that aside from the target, no human in this world may be harmed. I actually trust boss Jiangzhou. Nick Fury said calmly. Seeing that he was adamant, Natasha dropped the matter. After all, it was Nick who would suffer, not her. By the way, I've had enough rest. To be honest, I don't want to keep monitoring the tavern. I hope you can assign someone else. Natasha stated her request to Nick Fury. Of course I need to change personnel. You are S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agent after all. But I haven't found a suitable replacement to keep an eye on the tavern yet. Nick Fury tried to persuade Natasha. Once I find the right person, I'll give you a new assignment. I hope it's soon. I'd rather be on missions than pretending to surveil someone who could kill me at any moment. Natasha said flatly. This isn't surveillance, it's liaison duty. Of course I'll pick someone as soon as possible. Nick Fury shrugged. If others heard about this tavern, they'd be clamoring to be stationed there. Natasha was the only one unwilling to stay. But Nick actually understood Natasha. Agents like her hated being in situations beyond their control. The helplessness she felt facing Jiangzhou's overwhelming power might drive someone like her mad. So he had seriously considered the replacement. Good. Rest up and don't cause any more trouble. I'm heading back. With that, Natasha left the hospital. Mount Olympus in a certain world was not the mountain located in Greece, but a floating island suspended above the entire earth, invisible and undetectable to humans. It was the home of the Greek gods, and one of its splendid palaces belonged to their leader Zeus. Day 5 without Zeus. I miss him, murmured a little girl about 3 meters tall with long pink hair that exceeded her height, dressed in gothic Lolita attire. Mother, if you miss father, you could go find him. A stunningly beautiful woman with a perfect figure and golden hair looked at the little girl, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. And what is this appearance of yours supposed to be? It makes one want to kick you. Does Nana no longer love me? The little girl turned her head, looking at the woman with tearful eyes. It was hard to imagine that this little girl was actually the mother of the beautiful woman. My name is Athena, not Nana. My name is neither Japanese nor Chinese, so please stop giving me these ridiculous nicknames. The woman who called herself Athena said angrily, where did father even get these manga? They've completely corrupted your mind. Nana, do you hate me? The one Athena referred to as mother was none other than Zeus' wife, Queen Hera, but her current state seemed rather peculiar. Athena slapped her forehead, looking at Hera with helplessness. The root cause of all this was probably the manga Zeus had brought from somewhere. Where has that pervert gone? Athena said, somewhat exasperated. All these changes had started about a month ago. Her father used to spend his days chasing after lovers, so his children came up with a plan. They exaggerated certain aspects of Zeus' behavior and wrote them into various novels, which they scattered around. They hoped to stop their father this way, but they underestimated his lack of scruples. Whenever he was in the mood, he would go after anything, human, animal, or even something not female, leaving the children utterly disappointed. This situation had finally improved after Eros' power completely surpassed Zeus. But after such a long time, the love between Zeus and Hera had vanished entirely. They were merely the most familiar strangers. Months ago, Zeus would often disappear for periods, leading to many arguments with Hera. Eventually, Zeus brought some manga from somewhere to Hera, and the queen became utterly absorbed. She grew gentler toward Zeus, especially after he disappeared 5 days ago. Overnight, Hera transformed into this lovesick woman waiting for her husband, doing inexplicable things. Have you read these manga? Athena was now in the main hall speaking to the sun god Apollo. Yes, I have. They're all very childish shoujo manga. I don't understand what magic they hold to have changed Hera like this. Athena frowned and shook her head slightly. She too had no idea what was going on with Hera. I remember Poseidon has been close with Zeus lately. They'll go ask him about this. Apollo said and left Mount Olympus. When Poseidon heard about Eros' transformation, the first place that came to mind was the tavern. Only there could something capable of influencing Eros' mind exist. He had also heard about Zeus taking commissions in another world. Zeus, let's see where you can run now. Poseidon chuckled, and together with a confused Apollo returned to Mount Olympus to bring Hera to the tavern. I think I know where those manga came from, Poseidon said calmly. Where? Athena was both angry and surprised. She had initially suspected the manga bore some trick of her father's, but now it seemed otherwise. All right, you two stay here. Hera and I will go alone. Poseidon didn't mention the tavern's name, instinctively wanting to keep his nieces and nephews away from that place. Ignoring the bewildered Athena and Apollo, Poseidon found Hera. He was momentarily stunned by her appearance, quickly wiped away a trickle of blood from his nose, and said seriously to his sister, "I can find Zeus." "Really? You can find Zeus?" Hera said joyfully. "Yes. There's only one place he could have gone." Poseidon opened a dimensional gate and stepped through with Hera. At the tavern in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Jang was chatting with a few children, the 3 kids of the Kurosaki family, this time including Ichigo, along with Xiao Linger and the detective whose body had shrunk but whose mind remained sharp, Conan. "Why do I have to be part of a children's outing?" Conan stared at Jang with his trademark deadpan expression. "Because you're a little kid too," Jang said with a smile. "I am not," Conan retorted indignantly. "Does Conan not want to come play with us?" Ichigo looked at Conan pitifully. Although Ichigo was older than Conan, he seemed rather shy as a child. "We'll get to see all kinds of magic," Xiao Linger said, becoming more lively in this world. She also knew more than the others. "But if we're going for a month, I need to tell Ran," Conan shrugged. "And what about you guys? Apart from Linger, can your parents let you leave for a month?" The children exchanged glances, seemingly not having considered this issue. Except for Conan, they were all kids without such concerns. But such matters could be settled by asking Jang. Xiao Linger and the others fixed their eyes on him. "Don't worry, I've thought of that. I'll personally visit each of your guardians to arrange this trip," Jang said calmly. "I keep forgetting you're the biggest cheat here." Conan thought, realizing that if Jang wanted, he could probably just snap his fingers and make it happen. "You, the emissary of death, shouldn't be talking to me like that," Jang said, patting Conan's head. "It's not me who brings death. Death attracts every detective." Jang received a message from Dumbledore yesterday, informing him that school would commence next week and that all procedures and arrangements had apparently been completed, allowing Jang to take the children for a wonderful month. Thus, Jang gathered all the children currently in the tavern, the 3 children of the Kurosaki family, a certain shrunken detective, and Xiao Linger, making 5 in total. Among them, only Conan and Kurosaki Ichigo were the oldest, both around 7 or 8 years old, while the younger girls were 5. Thus, a juvenile squad was formed. Initially, Jang had planned to open portal gates for the children after arriving at Hogwarts, allowing them to return each night. However, upon second thought, he considered that letting the children experience a different life might be beneficial. Since Hogwarts was a school, and with Jang present, there would be no danger, he decided not to grant them the portal gates. When Jang laid out the entire plan, everyone except Conan, who acted wise beyond his years, was extremely excited. Especially after Xiao Linger introduced the magical school, they all yearned for this unknown existence. "Wait a few days until these little brats start crying and fussing, then you'll realize how wrong your decision was," Conan said, pouring cold water on the idea. "They are not as fragile as you think. Besides, apart from you who unexpectedly shrank, none of the others are ordinary people either," Jang said calmly. "Speaking of which, boss, did you know from the start that I would shrink?" Conan glanced at the children, then turned to Jang and said, "Otherwise you wouldn't have given me that strange wine that allows me to revert to my original body for 10 minutes a day. Of course, be grateful to me, or you would never have been able to return to your original form in this lifetime," Jang said with a smile. "Why only 10 minutes? Conan asked reluctantly. "Because you haven't completely destroyed the Black Organization yet. If those people find out that Kuta Shinichi is still alive, do you think your parents and friends would remain safe from threats?" Jang said calmly. 10 minutes is more than enough for you to flirt with Ran, or even do more scandalous things. Who would do something like that?" Conan's face turned bright red as he retorted indignantly. "Oh ho ho ho, I haven't even said what those things are, so why are you blushing?" Jang continued to chuckle. "TCH, unscrupulous boss. I'm going back first." Unable to withstand the teasing, Conan stood up and walked toward the children. After Conan left, Xiao approached again, looking at Conan's retreating figure, and said to Jang, "Aren't you afraid that taking Conan to Hogwarts might lead to a murder case?" "Of course not, because he'll be there." Jang smiled and continued, "Besides, what he said earlier is true. It's not that Conan attracts death, but death attracts Conan the detective. Think about it, without Conan, how many people might have been wrongly accused by the police, and how many criminals might have escaped justice?" "That's true," Xiao was saying when he spotted Poseidon and the little girl behind him at the door. He suddenly fell silent and tried to flee, but Jang grabbed his tail firmly. At that moment, Poseidon brought the girl to Jang and introduced her as his sister-in-law, Queen Hera. Then he introduced Jang and explained some things about the tavern to Hera. "Welcome to the tavern. I am the owner, Jang Jang held Xiao's tail tightly, forcing a smile as he spoke to Hera. "Xiao said I could find Zeus here, and I can smell his scent too," the little girl said, looking at Jang with longing eyes. "Excuse me, Mr. Owner, where is my husband?" Seeing Hera in this state, Jang unconsciously tightened his grip, causing Xiao to tremble several times. He tried to speak, but found himself unable to utter a word, and when he attempted to struggle, he seemed to be frozen in place. Your husband is out working. How about you wait here for a while? Xiao said with a smile. But I haven't seen him in 5 days. I miss him so much. Hera looked at Xiao pitifully, startling him into clenching his fist again. Boss, look, Hera is like this now, and Zeus is away. I'm afraid something might happen, Poseidon said bitterly to Xiao. Don't worry, I can handle it. Xiao forced a smile, directly used Xiaohei's tail to draw a talisman in the air and handed it to Hera, saying, take this talisman and follow the pointer on it. It will lead you to your husband. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Owner. Hera seemed overjoyed and skipped out of the tavern. There was no need to say that what happened to Hera was definitely Xiaohei's doing. The moment Xiao saw Hera, he knew Xiaohei was behind it. He didn't want to dwell on the purpose for now, but this matter was somewhat serious. Xiaohei needed to eat several meals personally cooked by Xiao to gain some awareness. I feel like you're thinking of something terrifying, Xiaohei said, crumbling under Xiao's gaze. Who told you to secretly give Zeus that kind of stuff? Xiao said irritably. Who told you to secretly give Zeus that kind of stuff? Xiao said irritably. When Xiao saw what had happened to Hera, he knew immediately that she had fallen victim to an erotic book developed by some divine realm which Zeus had taken. This was a method devised by a certain pantheon to boost their population. Xiaohei had attached this imprint to a comic and Hera had fallen for it. Xiao knew such items didn't come from his hand, so the only possibility was Xiaohei. During a previous trip to that world with Xiaohei, he seemed to have secretly hoarded many things. Only a few delicious, perfectly prepared meals could teach Xiaohei that some things were not to be misused. For this reason, Xiao made an exception and allowed Hera to go find Zeus. Moreover, the closer Hera got to Zeus, the more her abnormal state would subside. If a restored Hera were to find Zeus now. Tsk. Xiao silently prayed for Zeus in his heart. Better him than me. Rest in peace, Zeus. In a certain place in America called Paradise Island, on a beach, Zeus wore beach shorts revealing his robust body. His chiseled face was full of joy when he suddenly sneezed without any warning. Rubbing his nose in confusion, he wondered, could a god catch a cold just by changing worlds? At the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury, his body wrapped in bandages, lay on the bed watching several screens before him. One showed General Ross' misfortune, others displayed the scene in front of the tavern, and another revealed Zeus, who occasionally raised his glass toward the surveillance in his beach shorts, clearly aware of S.H.I.E.L.D's monitoring from the very beginning. General Ross is not in immediate danger, but his limbs have all been injured in a series of accidents. Agent Coulson swallowed hard. Such retaliation was terrifying, almost identical to the movie Final Destination released a few years ago. Seems I got off lightly. Nick twisted his neck. Though he looked dreadful, his injuries were all minor and messy. Coulson remained silent. As one of the few who knew why his superior looked this way, he offered no response. Also, we underestimated Zeus, this god from another world. Nick Fury glanced at the screen. After all, these beings are unknown to us. Coulson shrugged helplessly. The changes in this world are truly unpredictable. How is Dr. Banner? Nick Fury ignored Coulson's remark and asked another question. Before I came here, I heard he had left the lab. We spotted him near the Brazilian border. Coulson replied promptly. Leave him for now. Hulk's power is formidable but uncontrollable. Just ensure no one harasses the doctor. After a moment's thought, Nick Fury abandoned the idea of keeping Bruce Banner. Since the man wanted to leave, he would not stop him. However, Fury instructed Coulson to keep an eye on Banner, ensuring that no foreign nations or certain American organizations extended their dirty hands toward the Hulk. In his mind, the Hulk was already a member of the Avengers Initiative. At that moment, Nick stared at Zeus on the screen and the Hulk, but his thoughts drifted to an old friend from long ago. He contemplated summoning her back, yet hesitated. Though Zeus was a danger, he was a manageable one. Meanwhile, what was the manageable danger Mr. Zeus actually doing? On the beach of Paradise Island, Zeus wore a sinister smile, surrounded by handsome men and top-tier beauties. Among them were second-rate and first-rate fashion models, some attractive high school students from nearby, and even prospective agents provided by S.H.I.E.L.D, ready to fight for Earth. Zeus felt as if he had returned to his glory days, reveling in his harem. Though certain invisible clauses in the contract prevented him from indulging fully, he still enjoyed the thrill. At least he didn't have to face his nagging wife all day. The thought alone made him blissful. Despite occasional provocations from S.H.I.E.L.D agents, this place was truly Paradise Island for him. You seem quite happy. A very familiar voice reached his ears. Zeus, who was being fed wine by a bowtie's lips, paused, wondering why he had suddenly sneezed and now heard things. Why do I hear that old hag's voice? Zeus muttered. What a old hag? An angry voice rang out, and then Zeus was grabbed by the collar and thrown away. Zeus only came to his senses as he plunged into the sea. Bewildered, he stared at Hera, who had suddenly appeared before him. Her demeanor was far from the gentle and virtuous image described by some panda. What's going on? Zeus looked around. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents assigned to monitor him were still there, confirming he was not in his own world, but in this Marvel universe, as his boss called it. Did you think running off to another world to fool around would keep me from catching you? Hera was no longer the cute little loli from the 2D world. She now exuded a queenly aura in a wynard suit with a chic short haircut. Hera. Zeus' intoxication vanished instantly. While wine normally had no effect on God, Zeus had been drinking from the tavern stock. Disgraceful. Hera snorted angrily. As the king of gods, his current behavior was utterly disappointing. Damn, I've been set up. Sober now, Zeus realized that Jiang must have sent Hera after him. Hera initially wanted to teach Zeus a lesson, but noticing the surveillance, she restrained herself. Though angry at his philandering, she had to preserve his dignity as the king of gods. Hera snapped her fingers, causing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's instruments to explode. However, aware of the terrifying presence of Jiang in this world, she did not go too far. She merely destroyed the equipment before disappearing with Zeus. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents watching the woman take Zeus away were at a loss. But the screams from the ordinary models reminded them that their work was not over. They needed to contain these people to prevent news of Zeus from spreading. In the hospital, Nick Fury and Coulson stared blankly at the final images. One had witnessed Zeus' power firsthand, while the other had heard reports. Now a woman who could turn Zeus into a meek kitten had appeared, leaving them both puzzled. Who was that? Coulson murmured, breaking the silence. Judging by their interaction, they know each other. Perhaps she's one of Zeus' 7 wives. Nick Fury frowned uncertainly. Wait, wasn't Zeus the only one who came to this world? Coulson asked curiously. Coulson was curious, and Nick Fury was even more so. After all, Jiang had once assured him that entering this world required permission or invitation from its inhabitants. But then Fury recalled his current state and seemed to understand when he handed over $10 million. Jiang had smiled and said he didn't mind being used as a pawn. Jiang had initially assumed that after Eros' departure, she would certainly engage in a fierce battle with Zeus in this world. Thus, he covertly observed their positions. However, to his surprise, aside from the initial moments when Zeus was unilaterally dominated, the two remained quite harmonious. Coupled with their even more harmonious activities at night, Jiang ceased his surveillance. Such voyeurism would surely bring retribution. Yet when Zeus and Hera returned together 3 days later, Jiang noticed that Zeus appeared utterly drained, transformed from a robust, muscular man into a mere bag of bones. This compelled Jiang to remark that women were indeed not to be trifled with. I'm back already. Though such thoughts occupied Jiang's mind, his face remained adorned with a warm, spring-like smile. Yes, we're back. Zeus uttered weakly. Young man, you must learn restraint. Though I do have some fine wine here if you fail to reach the tavern, next time you'll be in trouble. Jiang declared with a straight face, then handed Zeus a goblet of wine exuding an aura of vitality. Zeus had ultimately been deceived by both him and Xiaoing. Observing the man's condition, Jiang felt a twinge of guilt, so he promptly concocted a divine brew to aid his recovery. Its energy was several hundred times that of the so-called life due from before. Zeus inhaled the wine's aroma, and a semblance of vitality seemed to return to him. With Eros' support, he drained the cup completely, and his body visibly restored itself before their eyes. I'm finally alive. Zeus exhaled softly, uttering the words involuntarily. Then Hera pinched him, and he realized the culprit was right beside him, causing his expression to darken once more. Boss, could you grant me access to the tavern's entrance as well? Hera glanced at Jiang and asked with a smile. That's a trivial matter, but why not come with Zeus? Jiang shrugged. Because Zeus, though my husband, is not mine alone. After being missing for so many days, I doubt he'll be able to visit the tavern for at least half a month. Hera uttered words that made Zeus' legs tremble. Well, all right. $50,000. Jiang extended his hand, speaking with utter composure. For the Olympian deities who possessed the wealth and power of an entire world, this sum was hardly an obstacle. Hera directly pulled $50,000 in cash from the small bag she carried. Why are you carrying so much cash? Zeus asked, curiosity piqued. Don't you think it's immensely satisfying when others think you're broke and you keep pulling cash out of a tiny bag? Hera said with a grin. Great minds think alike. I feel the same way. Jiang smiled as he pocketed the cash. With a snap of his fingers, a similar mark appeared on Eros' arm. At that moment, Zeus noticed it was nearly 9 o'clock, yet the tavern had no other patrons. This piqued his curiosity, as in his memory, there should have been a few regulars by now, like the brooding skullhead or the sake-loving lucky cat. Boss, why hasn't anyone shown up today? He asked inquisitively. Oh, I'm heading out today. Perhaps everyone figures there won't be any new drinks, so they're not in a rush. Jiang shrugged. According to Jiang's own rules, each patron could have one personally crafted drink per day. The usual beverages were displayed on a cabinet beside the television. Customers simply pressed a virtual menu on the table, and the drinks would appear without any service from Xiao. Thus, those hoping to sample new concoctions arrived early. Others came out of habit or sheer boredom, like a certain Zeus who was tightly controlled by his wife. In that case, we should head back too. The sisters haven't seen him for days. They must miss him dearly. Hera naturally grasped her husband's arm. Ah, very well. I should also set off. I have to pick up some children. Zeus knew he could delay no longer and resigned himself to being led away by Hera. Jiao chuckled and followed suit. When he reappeared, he was on a street in Japan clad in a dark suit and a pair of black-rimmed glasses lending him a more mature air. Perfect. He checked his new look on his phone and nodded with satisfaction. Only by appearing somewhat mature would the children's parents or guardians consent to them leaving with him. Now let's see where Conan is. Jiao held his phone on which a red indicated Conan's current location. Of course, he could have used magic to travel, but where was the fun in that? Hello, where to? A taxi driver pulled up beside Jiao and asked politely after he got in. 5 Chom, 39 Banshee, the Mori Detective Agency. Jiao checked his phone and stated the address. You're looking for that recently famous Kogoro Mori, huh? Every driver seemed to have a chatty heart. Upon hearing Jiao was seeking Kogoro Mori, the driver immediately began recounting some of Mori's cases. This driver appeared to be a detective enthusiast. He could recount all of Kogoro Mori's cases in detail. Jiao found the man somewhat obsessed, but thanks to his commentary, Jiao learned that the current storyline seemed to be in its early stages with many landmark major cases yet to occur. We're here. I'm sure Kogoro Mori can help you, sir. The driver accepted the fare, speaking with confidence, as if he himself were the real Kogoro Mori. Thanks for the good wishes. Jiao smiled and stepped into the detective agency he had seen countless times in anime, even for 2 or 3 decades. Jiao pressed the doorbell. The door opened to reveal a young girl in casual wear. She hesitated upon seeing him and said apologetically, My father had a bit too much to drink yesterday. He can't take on any commissions right now. Sister Ran, who is it? A little brat's voice rang out. Conan, still in his pajamas, descended the stairs and caught sight of Jiao. He immediately said, It's Brother Jiao. Sister Ran, Brother Jiao is here to see me. In the office of the Mori Detective Agency, Ran Mori poured a cup of black tea for Jiao. Conan, wearing an innocent childlike expression, sat beside Ran and introduced Jiao as a relative of his family who would be heading to England for a few days starting today. Conan, you're going abroad. Ran felt a bit reluctant, for Conan was the kind of child every girl adored, well-behaved, clever, and with a face that felt delightful to touch. It's only for a month. They'll personally bring him back after that. Jiao smiled. Though it felt odd to suddenly be introduced as Conan's relative, the goal was achieved, and that was all that mattered. In truth, Jiao understood the reason behind Conan's story. Since Conan's parents were not around, if he had shown up under the guise of a Hogwarts tour group, or something similar, both Ran and Kogoro Mori might have refused. Kogoro Mori, despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, was a man of strong justice. He would never allow Conan to travel alone with a strange tour group, a realization that had only just dawned on Jiao. They'll call Sister Ran when I get there, Conan said in an adorable tone. Right, Brother Jiao? Of course. Video calls are fine too. Jiao shrugged. The timeline of Conan's world was utterly chaotic, and its technological development was bizarre. Yet now that this world had become real, certain absurdities had somehow become plausible. So when are you leaving? And Conan, you never told me something so important. Ran pretended to be angry, pulling Conan into her arms. I was just so excited that I forgot, haha. Conan's face flushed bright red as he let out an awkward laugh. Ran found Conan utterly adorable and couldn't resist giving him a kiss. Jiao watched the little rascal with an amused smirk as he struggled to escape Ran's embrace, his face growing even redder after accidentally brushing against something he shouldn't have. Ahem, Conan, I've already prepared all the documents. Just pack a few clothes, and we'll be on our way. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Jiao cleared his throat and spoke to Conan. All right, Sister Ran will go pack my bag now. Conan finally broke free from Ran's embrace, but she stopped him. Let me do it. You're just a child, you wouldn't know what to bring. Ran's cheeks were slightly flushed, aware of her earlier impropriety. Just 1 or 2 sets of clothes will do. They'll buy him more when we get there, Jiao quickly reminded her. Oh, I understand. Ran smiled softly and then left the room. After Ran had been gone for 3 or 4 minutes, Jiao finally burst into laughter. Conan, with a deadpan expression, slumped onto the sofa in resignation, watching Jiao laugh alone. All right, laughing alone is too boring. Jiao shrugged and finally stopped under Conan's piercing gaze. Why did you come to my door all of a sudden? Conan asked, changing the subject. Because school is about to start. I mainly wanted you to experience how wizarding students travel. The Hogwarts Express. Jiao said with a grin. Am not interested in magic at all, Conan snorted. My selection process never airs. Besides, don't you think that as a child now you need some power to protect yourself? Jiang said calmly. Just recently Sherlock has been training in martial arts. If I used magic, wouldn't it take the fun out of detective work? Conan shook his head indifferently. Huh. I knew you had misconceptions about magic. Hogwarts magic isn't what you imagine. Well, you'll understand once you experience it yourself, Jiang said with a shrug. Conan remained silent. As Jiang had said, he was actually quite intrigued by magic. It was just that after Jiang had witnessed his embarrassing moment, he was being stubborn, though Jiang had already seen through him. What about Ichigo and the others? Conan asked. Linger is at my place and ready to go. They'll go back to the tavern with you to pick her up, then we'll head to Ichigo's house. Since we're taking all 3 Kurosaki kids, having 2 children like you around might help earn their parents' trust, Jiang explained the itinerary. Why don't you just use magic? They wouldn't even notice, Conan asked curiously. Because that would be far too dull. Besides, they're Ichigo's parents. I don't want to leave a bad impression on the children, Jiang replied with a smile. Conan nodded slightly without speaking. As a detective who had never encountered supernatural forces, he had no idea that Jiang could easily influence Ichigo Kurosaki's parents without their knowledge, or even make them believe their children were still at home. But Jiang would never do that. He was taking the children on a trip, not kidnapping them. Conan, I've left your things by the door. Ran's voice rang out as she pushed open the door and entered. Thank you, Sister Ran. Conan flashed an innocent, radiant smile at Ran, once again winning her heart. What will I do without you, Conan? Ran joked. Oh well. He'll call you. Brother Jiang, shouldn't we get going? Conan knew that Ran saw him only as a little kid, but he knew he wasn't, and Jiang knew it too. To avoid further embarrassment, it was better to leave immediately. Yes, we should. When we return, let's have a meal together, Miss Ran. Consider it a thank you for taking in my mischievous little brother, Jiang said, his handsome face breaking into a charming smile that made Ran instinctively avert her gaze. All right, we'll talk about it then. Ran felt she had agreed too quickly, but she had simply followed her heart, which left her with a twinge of guilt. Seeing this, Conan grew furious. He kicked Jiang foot, grabbed him, and bid Ran farewell before dragging him out of the agency. Once they were out of her sight, he glared at Jiang angrily. What do you think you're doing? He fumed. Why did you suddenly invite Ran to dinner? And that idiot agreed without even thinking. Damn it, did you use some kind of magic? Don't you think Miss Ran is incredibly gentle? And she loves children. I think she'd make a wonderful wife, Jiang teased, enjoying Conan's flustered reaction. But Ran is mine. Conan shouted. Oh, so you do know that. I thought you were clueless, Jiang chuckled, patting Conan's head. Relax, I'm just messing with you. I'm not that kind of person. Returning to the hotel with a sullen Conan, it was already noon. Many guests had arrived, and Gu-I had brought Linger as well. Jiang greeted the others, and then approached Gu-I. Conan, hello. Linger had no idea that this Conan was actually a high school student, so she simply regarded him as a child like herself. Yet she found Conan remarkably impressive, for he seemed to know so much. Hello to you too, Linger. Conan nodded. It seems the boss has successfully won someone over, Gu-I said with a smile. Indeed. This fellow lives with his girlfriend, and to avoid worrying his guardian, he had to become her cousin. Jiang shrugged and said, next we need to pick up the Kurosaki family. Are we going to meet Karen? Linger asked happily upon hearing this. Yes, along with Yuzu and Ichigo. Are you happy? Jiang ruffled Linger's hair and asked with a smile. I'm happy. They'll be even happier if I can go to the magic school. Linger nodded. Then let's set off to pick up the little ones, Jiang said, leading Linger and Conan away. It seems the boss truly loves children, Gu-I remarked with emotion. Yes, he loves them so much, yet he has none of his own, nor can he ever have any. Xiaohei thought silently to himself. On the other side, after passing through the gate of crossing, Jiang and his 2 companions arrived near a residential area. The style here was distinctly Japanese. After all, the place where Kurosaki Ichigo lived was in Japan. Using the same method as before, Jiang took out his phone to check Ichigo's location. Finding that they were on holiday, it seemed they were still at home, as the map displayed the words Kurosaki Hospital. It looks like Ichigo and the others are at home. Let's go directly, Jiang said, hailing a taxi and giving the driver the destination. This time the driver was a taciturn, middle-aged man. Aside from reminding them to fasten their seatbelts and asking for the destination when they got in, he barely spoke a word throughout the journey. It was Linger and Conan who chatted. Well, mainly Linger talking while Conan listened. Sir, we've arrived. After nearly 10 minutes, the driver spoke again, informing Jiang that they had reached their destination. After paying the fare, Jiang arrived at the residential area adjacent to Kurosaki Hospital and rang the doorbell. Since it was just around noon, not only was Masaki Kurosaki at home, but Ichigo's father Isshin Kurosaki was also there having lunch. Hello? Is there something you need? Or is there an emergency patient? Masaki Kurosaki asked curiously. Hello, Mrs. Kurosaki. We've spoken a few times before. I'm Jiao from the Hogwarts tour group. Jiao said with a smile. These two are also our lucky companions, and they'll be traveling with your 3 children. Unlike the situation with Conan, where Jiao had gone directly to his home and fabricated a story with the Kurosaki family, he had made preparations days in advance. He had called Masaki and Isshin Kurosaki, several times going to great lengths to gradually win them over. Today he brought the 2 children along to convince them of the authenticity of this so-called Hogwarts tour group. Of course, the main reason was that the 3 Kurosaki siblings were genuinely young children, while Conan was a high school student in a child's guise. Therefore, Jiao felt he didn't need to go through such trouble with Conan. As expected, Conan had already found a pretext for Jiao from the start, simply claiming to be a distant relative to allay Muri Rand's concerns. This wasn't because Rand didn't care about Conan, but because Conan had always shown remarkable intelligence which led her to trust him. Hello, Auntie Kurosaki. I'm Xiao Linger Idagawa Conan. Sorry for the intrusion. The 2 said politely. So you're little Conan and Linger. Yuzu and Karen often mention you. Seeing the 2 children, Masaki Kurosaki's trust in Jiao grew significantly. She smiled and invited them inside. The existence of the tavern was not a well-kept secret, but to the children it was their secret, a small secret they were reluctant to share with adults. Yet even so, at home the 3 siblings had occasionally mentioned names like Conan and Xiao Linger. The 3 entered the house. Conan and Xiao Linger were whisked away by the excited Kurosaki siblings, while in the living room Isshin and Masaki Kurosaki questioned Jiao in detail about the trip. Unlike Conan's seemingly unreliable parents, Masaki and Isshin Kurosaki's reaction was that of normal caring parents. However, Jiao was not one to slip up in such matters. With flawless documents, credentials, and words about exposing children to new experiences and giving them a wonderful childhood, he ultimately won over the Kurosaki couple. I really went out of my way for this. If there's a next time, I'll just bring the parents directly into the tavern. This is too exhausting. Jiao thought to himself, yet the bond within the Kurosaki family warmed his heart, leaving him feeling comforted. When do you depart? Isshin Kurosaki asked Jiao. We gather today and set off tomorrow morning. Don't worry, once we arrive, I'll have the children call you or contact you via video call. Jiao naturally understood that as parents they were deeply worried about their children, yet they also wished for them to have a wonderful childhood. I'm just afraid the children might cry because they miss us, Masaki Kurosaki said with concern. Rest assured we can handle that. Trust me, we're professionals. As an excellent actor who could have easily won several Oscars, Jiao naturally showed no sign of weakness at such a moment. In the end, despite their immense worry and reluctance to let their children leave home, the parents still prepared their luggage. The children, meanwhile, were already immersed in the joy of heading to the magical world. Only Conan remained relatively calm. He approached Jiao and mentioned something he had overlooked. Hey boss Jang, how are we supposed to leave later? You just said you were from the Hogwarts tour group. So where's our vehicle? Conan asked in a low voice. Don't worry about that. How could I make such a minor mistake? On the surface, Jiao remained as calm as an old dog, but secretly, he subtly used some magical power. As everyone stepped out of the Kurosaki house, they saw a beautiful small RV parked not far away with the words Hogwarts Tour Group written in elegant red script. As if I do believe that. At the sight of the vehicle, Conan sneered inwardly, silently mocking. A tavern room on the 2nd floor had already been occupied by 5 children, especially the little panda, Xiaohei, who was held tightly in Yuzu Kurosaki's arms. The girls chattered away while Ichigo and Conan were engrossed in playing games. Children, it's very late. We need to set out early tomorrow, so go to sleep. Jiao walked in from outside, seeing them still playing games and frolicking, and suddenly wondered if he had overestimated himself. But boss brother, what is that world really like? Xiao Linger asked curiously. It's similar to this world, just London in 1991. Having studied modern history and absorbed some contemporary knowledge in this world, Xiao Linger understood more than the other children except for a certain pretending to bang Conan. The children didn't fully grasp the situation, but the prospect of seeing a world of magic had them incredibly excited, making it no easy task to get them to sleep. In the end, Jiao had to resort to some methods to get the children to sleep, though naturally these were very gentle and posed no threat to them. Is this what you call professional methods? Conan, who was unaffected, remarked sourly as he watched the children go from excited to yawning in an instant. Oh, I forgot about you, another brat. Jiao sneered, snapped his fingers, and Conan fell asleep before he could speak. Perfect, very professional. Xiaohei ran out from Yuzu Kurosaki's arms and mocked. TCH, do you want some egg fried rice, or kung pao chicken? Or mapo tofu? Jiao asked casually. So sleepy, I'm off to sleep too. Snore, snore. Xiaohei then drifted off as well. Jiao snorted softly, stretched out his hand, and several blankets flew over to cover the children. After turning off the lights, he returned to his own bedroom and slept. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning after Jiao prepared breakfast, the children gradually woke up. Yuzu and Karen Kurosaki looked a bit dazed at first, but upon seeing their brother and Zhao Linger, they remembered they were at Jiang's place and fully came to their senses. All right, children, go wash up and have breakfast. Jiang walked into the bedroom and said with a smile, I can't dress myself. Yuzu Kurosaki blushed slightly as she looked at Jiang, seemingly embarrassed by this. Karen Kurosaki had already put on her clothes, but clearly had them on backward. Only Zhao Linger had dressed and come out of the bathroom, though perhaps she assumed the others could manage on their own, being just a child herself. Jiang shrugged, realizing he would have to play the little babysitter again. He thought deeply and recalled memories of looking after his brother's children during breaks. It's okay, I'll help you. With a slight smile, a beautiful memory from the past influenced his mood. He could have used magic, but instead chose to personally help Karen and Yuzu Kurosaki put on their clothes. Who is this beautiful princess? He asked the two children with a grin. Karen and Yuzu Kurosaki laughed joyfully, while Zhao Linger sat off to the side, looking a bit moody. Jiang recognized it as a small case of childish jealousy and sulking. So he went over and personally tidied Zhao Linger's hair. Though not well-versed in girls' hairstyles, he quickly learned on the spot, searching Baidu for a cute children's style and helping her with it, which brought a smile to her face. I didn't expect you to do things like this, Conan said in surprise, as in his understanding Jiang was an incredibly powerful god. I love children, but that doesn't include you little brat. Jiang tapped Conan on the head and told him to go to the living room for breakfast. Indeed, being with children does wonders. I feel a few years younger. Jiang chuckled, picked up the just-awakened Xiaoing, patted his head, and followed into the living room. In the living room, the children sat at the table with delicious pastries and porridge before them, but they waited politely for Jiang. Once he was seated, the children from Japan loudly said, "Itadekamasu," and began to eat. Jiang and Zhao Linger didn't share this custom, but they smiled and enjoyed breakfast in the warm atmosphere, marking a beautiful start to the day. After the meal, Jiang used magic to clean the dishes. Then, amid the children's eager gazes, he led them into the tavern, instructed Xiaoing to watch over it, and guided them through the transdimensional gate. The next moment, the children appeared on a rather filthy street. The passers-by didn't notice their sudden arrival, but Jiang's mood soured because the place was far too shabby. Oh, where is this? Conan pinched his nose as a musty, decaying odor permeated the air, making him quite uncomfortable. I didn't expect it to be like this either. Come on, that ahead is the Leaky Cauldron, quite a famous spot in this world. Jiang pointed ahead to a building that stood out from its modern surroundings with a sign reading Leaky Cauldron. Why did I see a trash heap there just now? Conan asked in astonishment, only noticing the pub after Jiang's words. Because muggles, people without magical talent, can't see this pub, Jiang shrugged. By the way, you're the only one here who can't see it. Linger is learning magic, I know that. But can Ichigo and the others see it too? Conan asked, then checked with Kurosaki Ichigo, who indeed had spotted the unusual building first, even if he couldn't read the sign. Because in their world, there's a special energy called spiritual power. Jiang smiled and explained to Conan alone. All three of them have considerable spiritual power within them, though they can't harness it yet. But Ichigo should already be able to see spirits. Hasoan, the only ordinary person. Conan said helplessly. You? Ordinary? Come on, you need to be a bit more self-aware. You're a walking god of death. Jiang laughed. There you go again with that line. TCH, let's just go inside. Some shady characters have already noticed us. A young man with a few kids. I bet they're already thinking about where to spend the evening. Conan rolled his eyes, glanced around, and said to Jiang, the Leaky Cauldron, a must-visit landmark for anyone who has ever crossed into the world of Harry Potter, was of course also the first point of contact with the wizarding world for some muggle-born witches and wizards hailing from London families. Jiang led 5 children into the pub, where they encountered a group of wizards clad in garments from a bygone era who were talking loudly and drinking. Naturally, they fell silent upon noticing a youth, Jiang who appeared to be no more than 17 or 18, accompanied by several young children. Excuse me, are you looking for someone? Where are your parents? A middle-aged man in grimy clothes, clutching an equally filthy rag, poked his head out from behind the bar and addressed Jiang. They are on their way to Hogwarts, Tom. They'll take it from here. A voice tinged with authority rang out. A tall woman in square-rimmed glasses with sleek black hair coiled into a high bun and clad in deep green robes rose and approached Jiang and the children. Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts. She glanced at the children, then fixed her gaze on Jiang. Professor Dumbledore has arranged for me to escort you. Professor McGonagall, hello. I am Jiang. Jiang smiled and introduced the children. This place seems a bit unsuitable. Let's head to Diagon Alley first. Professor Dumbledore has asked me to be your guide. Professor McGonagall offered a slight smile and spoke. Initially, McGonagall had been reluctant. After all, as the head of Gryffindor House being tasked with fetching a young boy and several toddlers, felt beneath her station. However, Dumbledore had revealed that the so-called youth was an ancient being, a mysterious wizard from the Eastern world who had lived for untold ages, prompting her to take the meeting seriously. Yet all her doubts dissipated the moment she met Xiao. She could not sense any magic emanating from him at all, a phenomenon she had encountered only a handful of times in her life, and one of those individuals was none other than Hogwarts headmaster Dumbledore. What truly astonished her was that Xiao still bore the appearance of a teenager. While the wizarding world did have those who achieved longevity, figures like Nicholas Flamel made one instinctively recoil from such methods, for no one wished to become a walking skeleton. Ichigo and the others, intimidated by the strange wizards, remained silent until they reached the back of the leaky cauldron. On the surface, there was nothing but a dustbin and some weeds, but the brick above the bin was the gateway to Diagon Alley. By tapping the wall 3 times up and 2 across from the bin, a brick would tremble, revealing a small hole that would eventually expand into an archway leading to the alley. "Children, stand here, and let's take a photo." Spotting another landmark, Xiao had Conan and the children pose while he raised his camera and clicked the shutter, capturing the moment. McGonagall watched quietly, puzzled as to why a mysterious Eastern wizard would be so intrigued by a mere entrance. Yet as she observed the children, she marveled at their immense potential, especially the little girl with the beautifully styled hair at the edge, whose internal magical reserves surpassed even those of a 7th-year Hogwarts student, to say nothing of her latent capabilities. "Professor McGonagall, would you like to join us for a photo?" Xiao's invitation snapped her from her reverie. Seeing the expectant faces of the children, save for one with deadpan eyes, she did not refuse. Xiao positioned McGonagall beside him, surrounded by the children, and a hovering camera captured the scene. Witnessing this, McGonagall formed some conjectures about Xiao's abilities, based on her own experience, for the combination of nonverbal and wandless magic was typically seen only among powerful wizards and certain magical creatures. "Now let's step into this mysterious Diagon Alley," Xiao said, stowing his camera and addressing the children. Ichigo and the others, already captivated by the magical world, eagerly stepped forward. Though unafraid of any trouble, Xiao quickened his pace to follow. McGonagall faithfully played her part, regaling the children with tales of the magical realm, having learned that none of them had ever experienced the wizarding world, or at least not the European one. "In the East, do children so young also attend magical schools?" McGonagall finally voiced her question. "Not exactly. It's just that this time Mr. Dumbledore invited me, and I brought the children along to give them an early glimpse of the magical world." Xiao replied with a smile, his words a blend of truth and fabrication. McGonagall posed a few more questions, which Xiao deftly deflected, and she pressed no further. She had to keep an eye on the children, for while Diagon Alley was a gathering place for light wizards, it was not without its rogues. Xiao had already acquired the galleons Dumbledore used for his tavern visits, so there was no need to visit the Goblin Bank. Under McGonagall's guidance, they purchased custom-made robes, examined magical creatures and flying brooms, and marveled at a myriad of wonders that left the children spellbound. At midday, they dined at a restaurant in Diagon Alley. Fortunately, wizarding cuisine differed little from Muggle fare, though perhaps due to magical influences, some dishes were more delectable. Despite being in Britain, Xiao found it far from the horrendous reputation some had painted. Perhaps the novelty made it seem so. After a day spent exploring Diagon Alley, Xiao encountered none of the original characters, not even the Harry Potter he had most anticipated, leaving him slightly disappointed. Yet seeing the children's exhilarated faces, he smiled with contentment. "Professor McGonagall, it's getting late. Let's head back. The children are tired." Noting their lingering excitement, tinged with fatigue, Xiao addressed McGonagall. "Yes, let's go to another inn. The leaky cauldron is hardly suitable for these young ones." Knowing Xiao was a generous benefactor, McGonagall no longer suggested returning to the leaky cauldron given its less than ideal conditions. "That would be fine. Thank you for your time today, Professor McGonagall. Tomorrow I'll take the children to board the Hogwarts Express, so you needn't accompany us further. As head of Gryffindor, the start of term must be quite busy." "Very well. Rest well. Tomorrow Professor Dumbledore will personally welcome Mr. Xiao." McGonagall nodded slightly. As Xiao had noted, she was indeed swamped with work. Early the next morning, Xiao took the children back to King's Cross Station from Diagon Alley. He had a ticket given by Dumbledore, so he didn't have to worry about missing the train. For Xiao, taking the train was merely an experience. Platform 9 3/4. "I find these wizards to be quite strange at times," Conan remarked blandly while looking at the ticket in his hand. When they invented the term Muggle, they did so with a sense of superiority. As a result, many things in the wizarding world seem very peculiar, primarily because some people subconsciously wish to be different from the outside human world. Xiao shrugged and said, "Well, are you really sure we need to run into it?" Conan hesitated as he looked at the wall between platforms 9 and 10. "And why don't the people around here notice what's going on?" Just like the pub yesterday, there are confusion charms and muggler-repelling charms in place, so ordinary humans won't notice anything unusual here. Jiangjiu glanced at the time and said to the children, "All right, soon we will see the train to the magical world. Although it will definitely be much worse than the trains you have, everything is for the sake of experiencing life." Xiao, Linger, and the others nodded. After all, the mysterious magical world was waiting for them. Meanwhile, Conan was internally complaining, realizing that the one truly interested in this world was in fact a certain infinite boss, Jiangjiu. "Then let Conan demonstrate for us as the brave one." Jiangjiu pointed at Conan and said blandly, "Oh, what?" Conan looked bewildered, but unfortunately, he was directly pushed by Jiangjiu toward that wall and then mysteriously disappeared. "You see, it's that simple." Jiangjiu smiled as he watched Ichigo and the others. The children discovered that it was indeed a door and not just a wall, so they immediately ran over. Jiangjiu would not let the children stay alone in an unfamiliar place, and quickly followed, perfectly missing a family of 3 who were about to ask for directions. Upon arriving at platform 9 3/4, the situation was vastly different. It felt like a small space bustling with people and various carts. Jiangjiu immediately protected the children and then walked toward the red train heading to Hogwarts. "This completely subverts some of my ideas," Conan said softly as he looked at the ancient train. "What's the matter? Did you think it would be a flying carpet?" Jiangjiu chuckled and replied, "But I do remember that this world does have flying carpets. If you want to see one, we can go to Egypt, where the wizards seem to love them." "No, it's not that they like them, but rather that the wizards seem to be in a poor situation. Human technology has far surpassed these people in certain areas." Conan said blandly, "If you haven't witnessed magic, don't jump to conclusions. This world can't really say whether magic or technology is superior. After all, the magical world doesn't exist for ordinary people." Jiangjiu smiled, and then led the children into one of the train carriages, which was said to be designated for teachers. Dumbledore had specifically reserved seats for Jiangjiu in them. Jiangjiu knew that their presence would surely pique the curiosity of these little wizards. Therefore, he didn't linger outside for too long and directly took the children inside, returning to their private compartment. He distributed the snacks and some books he had bought in Diagon Alley yesterday to the children, mainly to prevent them from feeling bored during the journey. Just as Jiangjiu had expected, many people were very curious about their group. After all, a young man with 5 small children did not quite resemble a student heading to Hogwarts. Yet they had indeed boarded the train with tickets in hand and had directly entered the first-class carriage reserved only for professors. Many older students were speculating about the identity of this group. They speculated various identities, such as heirs from an ancient family or wizards from other countries. Some, having seen Jiangjiu and the others' faces, confidently claimed that they were from an ancient family in Eastern Europe coming to Hogwarts for schooling. As for why there were 6 of them, including 5 small children, one person spoke as if he had witnessed it firsthand, telling a story that could fill a book. "Indeed, gossip is a common hobby of all intelligent beings," Jiangjiu said with a slight shake of his head. "Did you overhear something?" Conan shifted his gaze from the book and looked at Jiangjiu. "How you are truly unlovable." Jiangjiu scoffed and ruffled Conan's hair. Seeing the other's frustrated but powerless expression brought him some comfort. The train slowly departed and soon reached its maximum speed. Although it seemed like a technological product, this train was indeed a magical creation, traveling swiftly without discomfort for the passengers. One must admit it was quite magical. "Conan, I'm going to check out the farewell carriage," Ichigo said, unable to sit still as a true child. He set down his animated book, which really moved, and said to Conan, "You want to go check it out? Are the others going too?" Conan did not refuse, knowing that children could not sit still for long. "I want to go too," Kurosaki Natsuri said with a smile, raising her hand. "And me, Linger, will go too, right, Linger?" Kurosaki Yuji raised his hand, unwilling to be outdone, then asked his good friend, "Will it cause trouble for the shopkeeper, brother?" Xiao Linger looked at Jiangjiu with a hint of pity, clearly a princess of a nation, yet forced to leave her homeland due to someone out of place in time, coming to a completely unfamiliar world and losing all the privileges of childhood. "Not at all. If Linger wants to take a look, then go ahead. If you encounter any problems, just follow the way I told you to drive them away." Jiangjiu patted Xiao Linger's head and smiled at them. Before setting off this morning, Jiangjiu cast spells on each child, granting them the ability to protect themselves. This spell not only ensured their safety, but also provided them with some means of attack. Since these spells were specifically created for these children, they possessed a unique trait of always being slightly stronger than their enemies, ensuring that Ichigo and the others wouldn't unintentionally harm others, nor would they be harmed. The children happily ventured out to adventure in the magical world. With Conan and his divine protection, he didn't have to worry about anything happening. He picked up a comic book and magically transformed it into an animated book, engrossed in watching. On the other side, the children left the professor's exclusive resting area and ran inside the train. When others looked at them, they were somewhat restrained, but as soon as no one was watching, they sprinted again. This made Conan a bit worried, as there would always be people who disliked noise in this world, and not everyone liked children or understood their actions. Hey, you can't just run around like that. It's dangerous. A young woman in a black magical robe smiled as she looked at a few children. Sorry, my friends are just a little excited. Conan expertly played the cute card and said, Big sister, you're so pretty. Are you a witch too? Haha, little one, you're adorable. The young woman laughed at the compliment from the cute child, crouched down and patted Conan's head. I saw you earlier. Where's the person who was with you? Brother Xiao is reading. We got bored and came out, Ichigo said, noticing the pretty sister patting Conan's head. You shouldn't wander off like this, you know. If someone bumps into you, it could be dangerous. The young woman seemed fond of children and familiar with their antics. She patted Ichigo's head, smiling at his blushing face. We'll be fine, Yuzu said proudly. We're strong. Conan was speechless, reminded of the so-called Junior Detective League from his world. Bragging to strangers like this never seemed like a good idea. He couldn't understand why Yuzu, who didn't seem foolish before, had suddenly become so odd. The young woman, of course, didn't take the children's words seriously. She invited them into her compartment and chatted for a while. Even with Conan present, she managed to coax some details out of the kids. Fortunately, Xiao had warned them not to reveal their origins from other worlds or their ordinary backgrounds, so they kept those secrets. So Headmaster Dumbledore invited you? The young woman was surprised, but it seemed the only plausible explanation. Big sister, you haven't told us your name yet, Conan said in frustration. Sorry, I'm Angelina, a Gryffindor student. The young woman Angelina smiled. Gryffindor? What's that? Yuzu asked curiously. Didn't Brother Xiao tell you yesterday? It's one of the 4 Hogwarts houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, Linger said, a bit annoyed. Huh, did Boss Brother say that yesterday? The girl tilted her head and tried to act cute, but only Angelina found it endearing. The children chatted with Angelina for a while until 2 identical-looking people entered, drawn by the noise. If they hadn't introduced themselves as twins, Conan would have thought it was magic. The twins introduced themselves as Fred Weasley and George Weasley, also Gryffindors, and third years like Angelina. They mentioned that everyone on the train was buzzing about the savior Harry Potter and the mysterious group led by Xiao. Harry Potter? Who's that? Conan asked curiously. It's Harley, a girl, Angelina corrected. Most believe she's a great being, and am among them. She saved the entire world, Angelina explained. The children were fascinated by the hero who saved the world and wanted to meet her. Angelina and the Weasley twins, though interested, felt it might be inappropriate for third years to visit first-year compartments. They gave the children the compartment number where Harry Potter was. Once again, Conan was dragged along by the group. Though his body was weaker as a child, he was still stronger than average kids, so he didn't complain, though he wondered when this bizarre adventure would end. The magical train seemed small from the outside, but was enchanted inside. The children ran for over 10 minutes to reach the first-year compartments, only to realize they didn't know how to find the legendary Harry Potter. Maybe we should go back. We've been out long enough, Ichigo said, glancing at the closed compartments where first years stayed put. Brother, are you giving up again? A man who quits at the first obstacle won't be liked, Yuzu said flatly. Who cares? Compared to girls, boys had no such concerns. His earlier rivalry with Conan was simply about who got patted on the head by the pretty sister. Alright, we're here now. Let's just ask, Conan sighed, finding babysitting a hassle. Yeah, Ichigo, a real man, never gives up easily. My favorite big brother Xiao is the kind of man who never backs down from any difficulty, Linger said with a smile. Linger, who's Xiao? Yuzu asked curiously. A big brother who promised to meet me in 10 years. Linger touched the necklace around her neck. Inside it was a stone Li Xiao had given her. She knew it was just a stone now, but Xiao had told her that with sincerity, even a stone could sprout and bloom into beautiful flowers. Linger believed in her Xiao and in Xiao, who was even more powerful than her master. She trusted they wouldn't deceive her. 10 years is so long, Yuzu said, noticing how often Linger held her necklace in silence. Can't he come now? Maybe he has something important to do, Linger replied. Though she had learned modern knowledge, she was still unaware of many things, including that the Li Xiao she knew had vanished. Hey, are you coming or not? Conan said, finding the girls' conversation too mature for their age. Oh, coming. Yuzu and Linger hurried over to Conan as he knocked on a compartment door and entered. Hello, do you know where Harry Potter is? Conan looked at the 3 people inside, especially the one on the left with a pale face, sharp chin, light blonde hair, and gray eyes. He judged this person to be the group's leader, while the other 2 were clearly followers. Draco Malfoy and his 2 lackeys were in a private compartment. With a slightly haughty tone, Draco recounted how he had once nearly collided with a Muggle airplane while riding his broomstick, narrowly averting a disaster thanks to his prodigious Quidditch talent. Just then there was a knock on the door, and after it opened, a group of young children stepped inside. Harry Potter. Yes, I've heard she's on this train, Draco remarked, then asked, and who might you be? We are wizards from the Eastern world, invited by Headmaster Dumbledore for an exchange. Conan sensed that this boy seemed somewhat unpleasant, likely a spoiled brat. Wizards from the East. I am Draco Malfoy of the Malfoy family. These two are Crabbe and Goyle. Draco introduced himself coolly, then inquired, are you pure-blood wizards as well? In his mind, anyone invited by Professor Dumbledore must hold great influence, so he observed proper etiquette. Yet his efforts were wasted on the 5 children, none of whom were actually wizards, rendering the concept of pure blood irrelevant. Pure blood wizards. What's that? The quick-witted Kurosaki Karen asked. You don't even know that? Draco exclaimed in surprise. It means both parents come from wizard families. In the East we make no such distinctions, everyone is treated equally, Conan said quietly, making a subtle gesture to Karen as he spoke. In that case, leave. You're disturbing my rest. Draco's tone shifted abruptly. Had he not considered them guests of Dumbledore, he might have lashed out verbally. What a snob. Let's go find Harry Potter and ignore this vampire. Kurosaki Ichigo muttered disdainfully to the others. Vampire? Draco nearly exploded with rage. No one had ever dared speak to him like that. Since you're called Dracula, isn't that a vampire's name? Ichigo replied innocently. Hey, his name is Draco, not Dracula. Conan interjected, exasperated. All right, let's go find Harry Potter. Before Draco could recover, Conan swiftly led the children away, leaving the furious Draco restrained by his 2 lackeys. If a pure-blood noble like Draco attacked children, it would tarnish the Malfoy family's reputation, though ultimately only Crabbe and Goyle would face punishment. Elsewhere, Conan couldn't help but lecture the children on propriety, explaining that even if you dislike someone, you shouldn't say it to their face. However, this concept seemed strange and incomprehensible to the 3 Kurosaki siblings. Can't we say it even if we don't like them? Kurosaki Yuzu frowned. Wouldn't that be hypocritical? Unfortunately, the adult world is that complicated. Conan shrugged. But we're not adults, Ichigo said dismissively. My mom told me to love and hate clearly and not to be a hypocrite. I don't fully understand what she meant, but I think you're wrong, Conan. Conan fell silent, though he had to admit that children's world was simple. As people grow up, they often lose control of their choices. In truth, the children didn't realize that this wasn't hypocrisy. It was simply the burden of adulthood that forced people to bend. Forget it, let's not dwell on this. Let's continue looking for Harry Potter. Conan shook his head. He felt these words might still be lost on the children, and perhaps they didn't need to understand. Children should simply enjoy their childhood, learning such truths too early would make life far too difficult. The children pressed on, occasionally knocking on compartment doors to ask about Harry Potter's whereabouts, until they encountered a bossy girl with a bushy mass of curly hair and rabbit-like front teeth. Miss, do you know where Harry Potter is? Conan played the cute card again. Harry Potter. Oh, I saw her sitting alone in a compartment over there. Why are you looking for her? The girl asked, then added, and who are you? I don't recall anyone else being on this train. We're wizards from the East invited by Headmaster Dumbledore. Conan smoothly introduced their background. Harry Potter. We've heard she's a savior, and we're curious, he added. All right, she's over there, but be careful. She seems to have a lot on her mind. The girl shrugged. Oh, by the way, I'm Hermione Granger, a first-year student. Conan, Ichigo, Yuzu, Karen, and Xiao Linger. Conan introduced the children. Are you looking for something, miss? Karen asked, curiously noticing her searching demeanor. Yes, I'm looking for a toad named. Well, I think it's called Trevor. Have you seen it? Hermione asked the children. A toad? That's disgusting. Why are you looking for something like that? Karen recoiled in fear at the mention of a toad. It belongs to a student who lost it, and I'm helping to find it. Hermione shrugged. She recalled being afraid of toads as a child, but after growing up and becoming a top student, countless pranks and encounters with toads had made her completely immune to their ugly appearance. She had seen far uglier things. All right, I'll give it a try. I remember the spell, Karen said, determined not to break her promise to help Hermione. Closing her eyes, she shouted Trevor Accio. At her call, a toad flew from somewhere. Seeing it hurtling toward her with flailing limbs, Karen burst into terrified tears. Conan rolled his eyes, casting a levitation charm to halt the toad midair before tossing it to Hermione. Hermione was both astonished by the children's magical prowess, a misconception, and had to comfort the crying Kurosaki Karen after securing the toad. She then realized that this little girl was genuinely terrified of toads, yet had used magic to summon it out of kindness. A gentle and compassionate child. There, Karen, don't cry. Conan stopped the toad. It may be ugly, but that's just its appearance. That's not actually scary. Hiding the toad behind her back with her right hand, Hermione wiped away Karen's tears with her left. Karen sniffled a little embarrassed while Yuzu and Xiao Linger rushed over to hold her hands and whisper comfort, eventually bringing a smile back to her face. Hermione smiled softly, thinking how fortunate the child was to have such good friends. All right, go find Harry Potter. He'll return Trevor to its owner. I think the train is almost at the station. After you see Harry Potter, go back quickly so your teacher doesn't worry, she added. He won't worry. He'll be spying the whole time, Conan silently quipped to himself. Outwardly, he obediently agreed on behalf of the children, then hurried toward the compartment where the legendary Harry Potter was said to be. Knocking and receiving permission, they entered to see a pretty young girl in Hogwarts robes. She had messy, deep red short hair and almond-shaped green eyes, and wore an ugly pair of black-rimmed glasses. At a glance, one might mistake her for a boy. "Can I help you?" she asked, puzzled by the presence of several young children on the train to Hogwarts. "Are you Harry Potter, miss?" Kurosaki Yuzu gazed at her with curiosity. "You're really pretty, prettier than my mom." "But I still think mom is prettier," Ichigo argued in response. Harry Potter considered herself one of the unluckiest children in the world, orphaned living with her aunt's family, enduring endless pressure and hardship. The more she resembled her mother, the worse her aunt treated her, even cutting her long hair into its current state. She had thought she'd never escape that family until everything changed on her 11th birthday. Her parents, whom she believed died in a car crash, were actually wizards who sacrificed themselves fighting a dark lord, leaving her alone. Now invited to Hogwarts, everything was changing too fast for Harry to adapt. Most unreal of all was her so-called fame. In that war she lost her parents, yet others celebrated their victory, believing Harry had vanquished the Dark Lord. After reading about the magical world, she knew this was absurd. A powerless infant couldn't defeat a great evil. The only possibility was that her parents had done something. Though it was the first day of school, and she had left that terrible home, Harry still felt no joy, only boundless confusion. Worse, people kept coming like they were visiting a zoo, each drawn by her name. It made her deeply uncomfortable, and she had driven them away with cold words. But now, faced with several children, she didn't know how to react. "Are you going to Hogwarts too?" Harry asked curiously. "Yes, we're wizards from the East," Conan repeated his earlier introduction, finally adding, "We heard about you on the train, and they were curious, so we all came along." Perhaps it was the children's laughter and adorable faces that momentarily allowed Harley to forget her unpleasant memories. Hearing Conan's earnest words, she felt a playful urge to tease him, and so she acted on that impulse. "What about you? Aren't you curious about me, the one who survived the impossible?" Harley said with a smile. "Regarding that matter, all I can say is that you have a great mother," Conan remarked calmly. As the intellectual pillar and a detective, although he did not fully comprehend the circumstances, Conan could deduce through subtle clues that this was by no means a tale of a girl who miraculously survived. Rather, it was a story of a great mother or father sacrificing their life for their child. Harley fell silent upon hearing this, but then found it somewhat absurd. A mere child could grasp such a truth, yet so many believed she possessed some magical power to defeat Voldemort, the very name they dared not utter. This was nothing short of ironic and tragic. Harley couldn't help but wonder, was Voldemort truly so formidable? "Sister, are you thinking about something? Did Conan make you angry?" Karen Kurosaki asked, noticing how cool Harley Potter looked with her short hair. "No, it's not Conan who upset me. I was just recalling some things," Harley said with a smile. "Don't look at me like that. I'm actually just an ordinary person just like you." "But you are still the hero who saved the world," Ichigo Kurosaki said with admiration. "One day I too want to become a hero who saves the world." Harley laughed upon hearing this and told him, "You will definitely become a hero." Ichigo beamed with joy at her words. Harley Potter, infected by the children's happiness, finally let go of her past memories and temporarily forgot her uncertainty about the future. After all, life must go on, mustn't it? Harley brought out some food she had bought after boarding the train and shared it with the children. The kids also produced their own snacks. Though the treats were similar, they still delighted in sharing with one another, especially since there was plenty to go around. Time flew by when having fun. Soon the train approached Hogsmeade Station, and the children suddenly remembered that they had been so carried away that they had left Jiang alone in the professor's compartment. "He'll find us, don't worry. Perhaps we'll see him as soon as we step off the train," Conan told the children. "But will he think we're rude?" Ichigo Kurosaki asked worriedly. "Of course not. Maybe he's taking the chance to catch a good nap." Conan shrugged. "When the train stops, he'll take you to find your teacher," Harley said, feeling a bit guilty as she too had been among those who had forgotten. The train halted at Hogsmeade Station. Harley Potter straightened her robes, stepped out of the compartment, and led the children off the train. She then saw Hagrid, who had come to meet her earlier, wink at her. This relieved her, knowing there was at least one familiar and friendly face in this place. "Brother Jiangjio." Xiao Linger's voice brought Harley's thoughts back to the present. She saw a man dressed in a suit common in the Muggle world with a smile as bright as sunshine on his face. "Is he your teacher?" Harley asked Conan curiously. "Yes, that's him," Conan nodded slightly. "Come on, let's go over together." Harley and Conan walked over together. There's Xiao Linger, and the others seemed to be apologizing to Jiangjio. However, Jiangjio was not angry at all, for as Conan had said, he had been watching everything the whole time and was never worried about the children's safety. "Miss Harley Potter, thank you for looking after the children." Jiangjio smiled and looked at the female version of Harley Potter. He had to admit this Harley Potter was quite a cute girl, especially her fiery red hair, which matched her eyes perfectly. Indeed, Snape would have his hands full. "Not at all. They brought me a lot of joy too," Harley said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Then she hurriedly added, "It's almost time to gather. I must be going." Harley quickly ran off, leaving the others baffled. But no one paid much attention, for Xiao had spotted Principal Dumbledore standing alone to the side. He led the children toward him as Dumbledore was wearing his invisibility cloak and no one else had noticed him. "If I hadn't received your message right after getting off the train, I would have thought you were worried about Harley Potter," Xiao said with a faint smile as he walked up to Dumbledore. "I am indeed a bit worried about Harley, but I trust she won't disappoint me," Dumbledore replied with a smile. Without removing his invisibility cloak, he led them into a room where he finally revealed himself. "Hello, Grandfather Dumbledore, Principal," the children greeted politely. Of course, the one who said Principal was the detective with the small body. "Hello, welcome to Hogwarts." Dumbledore smiled, pulled a few candies from a bag, and gave one to each child. "These are magical world candies. I believe you've all tried them before. A good friend of mine made them in his spare time. Enjoy." The children looked at Xiao. Seeing him nod with a smile, they happily thanked Dumbledore and began to eat. As for Conan, he also thanked Dumbledore, but didn't eat the candy immediately. Instead, he wrapped it up and put it in his pocket, planning to take it back for Ran. Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. This fellow had already gained quite a few benefits in the tavern through his own wits, but it seemed he handed them all over to Muri Ran. According to the logic of the world, now that it had become real, Muri Ran could no longer shatter boulders or lampposts with a single kick or punch. However, it seemed she had now reverted to her comic book level of strength. "Let's go first. The first-year students still have some way to travel," Dumbledore said to Xiao. "All right, we can explore these places tomorrow." Xiao nodded slightly and casually tore open a rift in space. On the other side was precisely the Great Hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Some professors were already seated and were greatly astonished by the sudden spatial tear. "Boss, your power never ceases to amaze every time you use it." Dumbledore, who was already accustomed to such occurrences, did not wait for an invitation from Xiao. He was the first to step into the spatial passage, as the professors in the Great Hall were still unaware that Xiao would make his entrance in such a manner. Within the castle of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the professors had already taken their seats, awaiting the arrival of the students. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared, astonishing everyone, for it transcended their understanding of magic. "Do not be alarmed. Oh, I have brought esteemed guests," said Dumbledore as he emerged from the spatial rift, gesturing for calm. Then they beheld Xiao and the 5 children behind him. All gazed at Xiao in astonishment, never expecting that one so young could wield such power, leaving them utterly astounded. "Good evening, everyone. I am Xiao from the Eastern Magic Academy," he said with a smile. "In the coming month, Mr. Xiao will explore magic with us along with these 5 lovely children." Dumbledore smiled and led the 6 to prepared seats beside his own. Due to Xiao's awe-inspiring entrance, no one objected to the arrangement. Being newly acquainted, they remained courteous and spoke little. Later, the senior students took their seats. Professor McGonagall checked the time, excused herself to Dumbledore and Xiao, and left the hall. "Your initiation ceremony is quite mysterious. I doubt any new student knows what truly awaits them." Xiao chuckled. "Haha, it's a school tradition. When I enrolled, they told me I'd duel a werewolf." Dumbledore laughed. Xiao smiled and quietly observed the newcomer's performance. The students filed into the hall in 2 lines. After the inevitable Hannah Abbott was sorted into Hufflepuff, the new students were divided among the 4 houses one by one until the moment everyone awaited arrived. "Harley Potter, please step forward." "Miss Harley Potter," said Professor McGonagall, glancing at the pretty girl opposite. "Your savior has arrived," Xiao remarked with a smile, noting a middle-aged teacher who seemed to have unwashed hair and impolitely bent his silver fork. "Severus. His obsession with Lily runs too deep," Dumbledore said, catching Xiao's gaze and shaking his head slightly. "Don't you think Professor Snape might have killed you 1,000 times in his mind?" Xiao said calmly. "That's possible." Professor Dumbledore smiled and said, "But this way he will likely guard Harley with his life." As they spoke, the Sorting Hat loudly declared Harley's house Slytherin. Because Harley Potter was female, Ron Weasley did not share a compartment with her, sparing Slytherin any ill effects. When the Sorting Hat analyzed Harley's character and declared her best suited for Slytherin, she agreed, without hesitation, leaving the Hat speechless and panicked, as it seemed to have derailed Dumbledore's plans. "This is quite unexpected," Xiao said, looking at Dumbledore with curiosity. "Is it the Sorting Hat deciding, or are you interfering as headmaster?" The Sorting Hat is a magical artifact created by the 4 founders. As headmaster, I can guide, but not directly influence the outcome, as that would be unfair to other houses and violate certain regulations. Dumbledore looked somewhat helplessly at the cheering Slytherins. His original plan had been to place Harley Potter in Gryffindor for guidance. "I think if you interfered, Snape would lose his temper on the spot," Xiao said, glancing at the potions master who was barely containing his excitement. "Slytherin is also a part of Hogwarts. Oh, I have always believed that." Dumbledore uttered a statement he himself did not believe. The rest proceeded much as before. Hermione went to Gryffindor, for besides being a scholar, she possessed Gryffindor traits. Malfoy and his cronies joined Slytherin, but the entire house was too ecstatic over Harry Potter to pay attention to the peacock-like boy. It seems Harley is popular wherever she goes, Jiang Jiu remarked. Dumbledore remained silent for the day's events had upended many of his plans. Snape in particular would likely no longer agree to Harley taking risks. He should have foreseen this, but even Dumbledore could not predict that Harry Potter would grow into a girl so reminiscent of her mother. The sorting ceremony soon concluded. Professor McGonagall stared in slight distraction at Harley seated at the Slytherin table where she had become the brightest star. Clearly Slytherin welcomed her. McGonagall sighed, returned to her seat, gently tapped her glass to quiet the students, and invited Dumbledore to speak. Dumbledore delivered a welcome speech, warned mischievous students, and finally introduced Jiang Jiu and his group, informing everyone that they would sit in on classes with the first years. Mr. Jiang Jiu, would you like to say a few words? Dumbledore asked, looking at him. Well, hello everyone, I am Jiang Jiu. Headmaster Dumbledore has already introduced the rest. I hope the coming month will be a fond memory for you. And these 5 lovely children, please don't bully them. I am very protective of my own. That's all. Jiang Jiu smiled and sat down. I believe Hogwarts has no such people. Now enough talk, let us begin. Dumbledore smiled slightly, and instantly the tables before all students were laden with a feast. Many from Muggle families were amazed, but seeing others start eating they too indulged. At the staff table, a few conversed in low tones while enjoying the meal, discussing 2 matters: Jiang Jiu and his group, and Harry Potter's enrollment. Nearly all professors had expected Harley to enter Gryffindor, given her parents' legacy and Dumbledore's own background, yet she had ended up in Slytherin. I should have told her. If I had, perhaps she wouldn't have gone there. How could Harry Potter go to Slytherin? The tall Hagrid was consumed by self-blame, for Harley's reclusive nature had prevented them from having a deep conversation. Do you think Slytherin is unworthy of Harry Potter, Hagrid? A cold voice rang out. Hagrid turned to see the potions professor staring at him with icy eyes. That's not what I meant, you misunderstand, Professor Snape. Hagrid quickly shook his head. After the freshman welcome ceremony and dinner, Jiang Jiu appreciated Hogwarts' unique rendition of the school song. As expected, the most headache-inducing were the twins who sang the school song to the tune of a funeral march. Were they not afraid they'd fail to graduate and meet an untimely end? Songs are truly a delightful presence, Dumbledore said with a smile. Indeed, but it depends on who sings them. Jiang Jiu, noticing the movement of his lips, immediately unsealed his ears and replied, We've prepared your accommodations. Tomorrow, I'll give you a detailed introduction to the castle. Dumbledore looked at the drowsy children and said with a smile, No need for that. As a headmaster, you must be very busy. You don't have to accompany us, we can explore on our own. Rest assured, we won't dismantle your castle, Jiang Jiu said with a smile. Dumbledore did not insist further after hearing this, for he indeed had many matters to attend to. Most importantly, he needed to revise his plans. Today's situation with Harry had thrown some of his schemes into disarray. Severus, we need to talk. Don't rush off. Professor Dumbledore called out to Snape, who had risen the moment the students left. With a deadpan expression, Snape said nothing, and Dumbledore spoke calmly. I think we can discuss this tomorrow, Professor Snape refused. No, Severus, it's very important. It must be now. Dumbledore insisted firmly. Snape glanced at the other professors, let out a soft snort, but did not leave immediately. Clearly he did not refuse this time. Dumbledore smiled slightly at this, then arranged for Professor McGonagall to look after Jiang Jiu and the others, while he himself left with Professor Snape. Thus Jiang Jiu and his group settled into the mysterious magical castle. After the children called their parents or guardians to report their safety, the exhausted children fell asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillows, leaving Jiang Jiu with nothing more to do. In the following days, Jiang Jiu led the children through every corner of the castle, at least the open areas. The children's excitement finally waned after more than 10 days. Had Jiang Jiu not told them they could visit the Forbidden Forest to see magical creatures, they might have clamored to go home. Has the novelty of the magical world worn off so quickly? Jiang Jiu asked Conan, somewhat puzzled. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Maybe it's because it's their first time away from family for so long. And don't expect kids to genuinely love magic. Conan lay on the clean grass, hands behind his head, speaking lazily. Ichigo and Linger really love magic. I've seen Ichigo secretly practicing magic instead of activating my spells. Jiang Jiu shrugged and said, Unfortunately, Ichigo simply isn't suited for this world's magic. I've always wanted to ask, what kind of world do they come from? Ichigo once told me he could see souls. Conan asked curiously. That would be a detective's nightmare, Jiang Jiu said with a smile instead of answering Conan's question. What if you had that ability? Wouldn't solving cases be faster and easier? No thanks. I still prefer to enjoy the process of solving cases, not cheat like that. Conan was startled and waved his hands frantically to make his stance clear. Look how scared you are. Jiang Jiu chuckled, also lying down on the grass like the other. I'm not that boring. Jiang Jiu and Conan lay there for a while, then waited for the other 4 to return from their play before heading to the castle for lunch. As they entered, they noticed a strange atmosphere in the Great Hall. Students from Gryffindor in particular were speaking sarcastically about how Harry Potter had just been awarded another dozen points by Snape. What happened? Xiao casually stopped someone only to find it was Hermione Granger. "Oh, Mr. Xiao and Conan, hello." Hermione was walking absent-mindedly and only snapped back to reality when Xiao stopped her, though she was puzzled as to why he had done so. Xiao had to repeat his question. "Oh, we just had potions class with Slytherin and Professor Snape gave Harry another 15 points, Hermione said helplessly. "It's so unfair. But the Gryffindor students think it's Harry's fault. I recall last potions class Harry got 10 points for his sincerity and attitude, right?" Xiao said, exasperated. "What's the excuse this time? Perfect potion 5 points. No spillage 5 points. Modesty after completion 3 points. Perfect stirring technique 2 points, Hermione fumed. "The first reason is acceptable, but what are the others? Even favoritism has its limits. Private critique of a school professor should cost you 10 points, but I'm in a good mood today, so I'll only deduct 3. A voice came from behind Hermione. The potions professor, carrying a faint scent of perfume, walked past her, and Xiao, his shoulder-length black hair, flowing, heading toward the staff table. "Sorry I got you points deducted," Xiao apologized without much sincerity, his mind elsewhere. "Wow, he's wearing cologne. And he washed his hair. What the hell? Hasn't he always been like this? Lavender and various perfumes. As a potions professor, he always finds the perfect scent. I'd love to learn that, but he's only nice to Harry and the Slytherins," Hermione said gloomily. "And I really want to know what potion he uses on his hair." "Well, it seems Snape has found another way to make money." Xiao shrugged, glancing at Hermione's thick but slightly unruly hair. "I'm off, Mr. Xiao. We have flying class this afternoon. Want to join us?" "It's our first flying lesson, though it's with Slytherin again," Hermione said, looking at him. "One question," Xiao paused. "Are you and Harry friends? I mean, I often see you walking together." "More like rivals, actually. I hope to surpass her. In other classes, at least, the teachers don't give her points just because she's Harry Potter. But potions, damn it. If I hadn't read about her life in books, I'd think she was Snape's daughter," Hermione said angrily before leaving. "Well, everything's turned upside down. I'm curious to see what you'll do, Headmaster Dumbledore," Xiao said, wearing the typical smile of a villain. Xiao sat at the staff table eating his meal while observing a certain individual dining with elegant grace. The man seemed exceedingly pleased, occasionally casting glances toward the Slytherin table where Harry Potter was surrounded by a cluster of children, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his mood visibly buoyant. "Does Professor Snape have a fondness for children?" Xiao inquired deliberately. "I too find them utterly endearing." "Ah, yes, Mr. Xiao, is there something you require?" Snape remained somewhat unaccustomed to such warmth. "Oh, I was merely curious. Have you employed some potion for your hair? Pray do not take offense, I speak not in jest, but rather see a commercial opportunity here." Xiao shrugged. I did modify a certain potion." Snape paused, then said, "If Mr. Xiao is interested, we might collaborate." "I am indeed intrigued. To be candid, Professor Snape, in the East, we are contemplating the integration of wizards into mundane society, for the chasm between ordinary folk and wizards narrows by the day. Should technology advance further while we remain secluded, we risk being surpassed. Our people have divided into several factions to debate this matter." Xiao shrugged. "Do you not fear violating the international statute of secrecy?" Snape asked, puzzled. "Our nation is not party to that organization. Back then, certain parties deemed us backward and beneath notice." Xiao immersed himself in the role, a trace of irony coloring his words. "Pity, though, that even if they now extend an invitation, we would never join such an organization, one destined for obsolescence. Your ideology borders on perilous." Snape fixed his gaze on Xiao, his tone flat. "I had assumed you shared Dumbledore's inclinations. It is not our ideology that is dangerous, but rather the stagnation of European wizardry still mired in the last century. There are those within your world who perceive the rise of Muggles, yet one among them too extreme veered onto a misguided path. A true shame. He might have accomplished great things." Xiao shrugged. "You refer to Grindelwald, a madman?" Snape shook his head slightly, inwardly resolving to keep his precious Harry far from such individuals. "I do not dispute that. But enough. We were discussing potions." Xiao shrugged again. "Among the myriad wonders of wizardry, potions strike me as the most suitable for collaboration with ordinary humans. As you yourself noted in your first lesson, potion making requires no wand waving. Yet potions still depend on magical creatures and plants which humanity is steadily destroying." Snape rose, his voice cool. "It seems we have no common ground. My apologies, Mr. Xiao. I have potions to prepare." "Very well then. So be it." Xiao sighed in resignation. "Still, I suggest you might explore Muggle biology and genetics. Under certain circumstances, they could fulfill your aspirations. The fusion of magic and technology is the future." Dumbledore does talk too much at times. Snape shot Jiang Jiao a look. Besides, I no longer require such things. Well, Professor Snape, that is a rather bold and dangerous notion. But I like it. Do press on. Jiang Jiao's eyes sparkled as he offered his blessing. Snape's countenance darkened instantly. He barely restrained himself from drawing his wand and casting an Avada Kedavra, or at least a Sectum Sempra, at this insufferable fellow. Yet he knew he could not. Not only was Jiang Jiao a guest of Dumbledore, but also because the man's own power was formidable and Snape had only just found his purpose in life. He had no wish to perish so soon. Having infuriated Snape half to death, Jiang Jiao chuckled unrepentantly and leisurely followed the stream of students heading to the castle grounds. The venue was a small courtyard outside where the young witches and wizards were to learn flying, the student body being modest in number. The first flying lesson of the term sparked eager anticipation in both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Just as Muggle children delight in football or basketball, wizarding children adore flying. And so Malfoy was once again regaling his audience with his heroic tale of nearly colliding with an airplane. Muggle aircraft typically cruise at altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters. A novice witch or wizard on a broomstick cannot ascend that high. A crisp voice interjected. Malfoy turned to see a strikingly pretty girl with short, sharp red hair and Wynard-framed glasses. Harry Potter, his perennial rival and source of frustration. Are you calling me a liar? Malfoy demanded, fuming. Not at all. I merely cautioned that if you truly sought to rendezvous with an aircraft, the turbulence would likely send you flying. Harry approached with a few companions, her tone indifferent. Sister Harry means you're bragging. Ichigo, who had long harbored animosity toward Malfoy, seized the chance to taunt him, leaving the blonde boy livid. As Malfoy prepared a retort, Madame Rolanda, Hooch the flying instructor, strode over with brisk efficiency, instructing everyone to stand before their brooms and commence training. Yet before the lesson could begin, Malfoy's gaze fell upon Jiang Jiao and his companions, and a mischievous gleam entered his eyes. Professor, might we witness a demonstration from our Eastern wizard guests? Malfoy's tone was earnest. Such an opportunity for exchange is rare. Madame Hooch hesitated. As Malfoy had suggested, this was indeed a fine chance. Since their arrival at Hogwarts, the Eastern contingent had rarely displayed their magic, the children being the sole exception. Very well. Allow me to introduce you to the art of Eastern flight. Jiang Jiao, not one to be nettled by a child, stepped forward. He picked up a leaf from the ground, brushed his hand over it, and transformed it into a Chinese-style longsword. In the East, we have several methods of flight. The most common is this, the sword control art. Jiang Jiao formed a sword gesture with his fingers, and the blades soared into the air. He then leaped lightly onto the flying sword, completing a circuit before landing. The sight left everyone utterly spellbound. Could there be a more dashing mode of flight? Some children, however, struggled to comprehend how such a slender sword could bear a person's weight and fly at that. How is this accomplished? Hermione asked, curiosity brimming. This is the signature sword control art of the Shushan School of Sorcery. Jiang Jiao, with a flourish, rebranded the Shushan sect as a school of sorcery. It bears some resemblance to your levitation charm, but think of it as an advanced iteration. Incredible. I want to learn it too, exclaimed a red-haired freckled boy, his eyes gleaming with fervor.